Chapter 41. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 8. Coronet, en route to Coruscant. Tanya cries. I blinked and looked away from my day top hat and out the window, at the stars streaming by. The life of a galactic politician is usually a nomadic one. Sure, I could stay on Coruscant permanently, but I took my role seriously. As a representative of the Mandalore sector, I needed to understand the situation on the ground and I needed to physically visit places to gather the right kind of information. I know from experience that it's easy to be misled with reports and statistics if I've never visited the place personally. I probably should have spent a little bit more time on Mandalore to make sure everything was running smoothly with my operations there. I also wanted to visit and check on Gargan as White Silver, but matters on Coruscant are too pressing to justify an extra stop. Unfortunately, with my main and publicly known Lancer destroyed, I would have to take other means of transportation, so I am once again on board the Coronet. It isn't the worst way to travel. Traveling aboard the Coronet is traveling in luxury, but it is not as fast as the Lancer and I rarely desired the luxuries the Coronet provided anyway. I preferred the Lancer's speed, so that I spent less time on the move and more time to get work done. The more I delay doing work, the less time I have to do them. Time crunches are exhausting and a pain to deal with, that it is the result of inefficient use of time or lazy and inconsiderate use of authority that dumps more work than the worker can physically handle. If your time is properly managed, more work could be completed with less time and pressure. I would have to purchase a replacement Lancer when I had the chance, as well as make sure that all of them are upgraded with better defensive systems so that they wouldn't get shot down so easily. I used to have 3 of them, but one of them is used by X4 to travel between Gargan and Mandalore and the other is now exclusively for White Silver. Thus, I'll need to purchase 3 new Lancers if I want to have backup or decoy Lancers. But that is a concern for the future. Today my concern is with the Republic and the ongoing war. The Galactic Civil War had been raging for a month and a half by this point. What exactly is going on across all the fronts is still a muddled mess, but from what I could understand, it is in a stalemate. Like the First World War in my first life, but on a galactic scale, with neither side being able to push the other out. The clones are performing excellently on the front line, as they are capable of taking on many times the number of droids in comparison to how many clone troops are deployed. Granted, deployments of partisan groups from local defense forces and other fighters are also fighting to keep their planets in the Republic. These groups support the clones and auditing the individual battles revealed that they are responsible for a significant number of the actual kills. But for the most part the clones are serving as the main fighting force and that is important. A visible army kept morale up, even if the messaging is currently a bit mixed. The Senate is only focused on the headlines and battle outcomes. Even with the losses taken at Geonosis, the Senate considered the battle a great victory, as the strategic objective was completed. Sacking an important droid foundry was all they cared about. No one cared about the losses yet. Those would catch up to us, no doubt, but in the meantime, I was much more concerned about the Senate's decision to grant the Jedi the rank of general. The Jedi Order is running the Republic military and they have no idea how to strategize. You do not learn to command an army while on the job. At least throw a few of the Jedi into officer school first. I know the Republic still has a few military academies for their judicial forces. From what I understood, the general thinking was that if anyone had any combat experience, it would be the Jedi Order. However, their previous combat experiences weren't against armies and by my own reading of reports, they tended to favor warfare that looked like it belonged on the battlefields of Napoleon's Europe. Massive armies fighting openly in pitched battles, fighting at range until they closed distance. At least the droids and clones didn't use swords or bayonets. I wish I could be harsher on the Jedi leadership, but my role is not that of a military advisor, I'm merely a politician. Overstepping here and pushing for Mandalore's advice in military matters while a mere representative would not only ruin my professional relationship with Senator Merrick, but also anger Duchess Satin and the others who wanted neutrality. So, the most I could do was ensure that those who knew my worth are aware of my opinions. Sending men and women who only knew how to fight by closing distance with lightsabers to fight a conventional war is an asinine mistake. One that will probably cost the Republic a lot of clone lives and waste all the credits that were spent to grow and educate them. Does the Senate even care about that waste, though? From the rhetoric I saw coming out of the Senate and on the newly organized Republic HoloNet news, they didn't even seem to consider the clones as sentient. That was another thing, the HoloNet news was seized by the Republic, apparently, and now broadcasting propaganda. I glanced backwards towards the screen on the wall displaying the muted Republic HoloNet news broadcast on the other side of the room. The broadcasters are discussing Kashyyyk. One of the moons of the planet had been attacked by the Sis with a super weapon called Dark Reaper. The weapon operated by harvesting the Force energy out of matter, whatever that meant. The imagery on display showed a devastated forest moon, but the way the talking heads are describing the event is jarring. I skimmed the subtitles as the news played across the screen. Reading the subtitles and ignoring the audio is an old habit from my first life that I had resumed again. General Windu has reported that the super weapon has been destroyed by Jedi forces on the lunar surface, but the Senate is already preparing another appropriations bill for our Grand Army in response. With us is Ignor Amanaz, famous swoop racer and pilot who happened to be racing on Kashyyyk at the time. What did you see of this shocking Dark Reaper attack? The male Twi'lek newscaster asked the famous guest correspondent, a human in a racing outfit. Far out, man. I didn't see no Sith, but like the whole sky on Kashyyyk went dark, and the moon just died. Stars in the daytime sky even, it was freaky. In the background, the news studio is replaced with footage of the attack. The Twi'lek nodded sagely at the inarticulate swoop pilot. You heard about it here, from Amanaz no less. Now the clone army has secured the planet in orbit, and no doubt they will keep the separatist monsters at bay. Sith Lord Dooku is on the run from Kashyyyk and the Grand Army of the Republic. Amanaz nodded eagerly. Yeah, the clones are great. I just wish the cloners sold to regular folks, and La'at gunship and crew would be just the thing to get my swoop bike to Outer Rim racetracks. The Twi'lek newscaster laughed forcefully at the distasteful joke. I was glad the audio was muted. I turned away and stopped paying any further attention to the broadcast. Flesh droids, but droids nonetheless. I'm concerned about this. They had already dehumanized AI and droids, now they are dehumanizing literal humans just because they've been created through a test tube. Once you start dehumanizing people, it's hard to walk the rhetoric back. There isn't even a pretense to try and be impartial. Count Dooku was declared a Sith Lord and traitor to the Republic, as if it were a fact or just sentencing. As far as I knew, he had declared no such thing and was not a Sith. Looks like my predictions about politics affecting the Jedi Council would be put to the test soon. Would they declare him a Sith Lord, like the Senate had? Using a superweapon that could kill a whole moon did not paint a good picture, so Dooku had handed the Jedi a perfect excuse to make the politically expeditious decision now. This New Republic HoloNet News is not reporting much on any other force other than this Grand Army of the Republic either. The irregular units fighting to defend their home planets, even those in direct ground combat with the Sith right now, are glossed over. Instead, there were more cheap insults about the bug-like nature of the Genosians. Ideally, the Senate would not be too swayed by the political efforts to denigrate the image of the aliens living in the Outer Rim, but with the way the war was going, that seemed unlikely to change or improve. Before this conflict even really got started, the Sith already invaded planets that they thought are useful to them. Malastare had come under occupation due to its abundant fuel reserves. Currently that conflict seemed to be on track for a Republic victory, but that is just a small example as there are other battles going on throughout the galaxy. For someone who said they are on the side of doing good, Count Dooku seems to have reached for any weapons within his grasp, no matter how dark or evil their origins. Which I could respect in a fight for survival, but the conflict between the Republic and Sith is more about corruption and trade disputes than survival. Or at least, that is how matters seemed at the start. Now it is turning into a dirty fight, using ancient Sith superweapons against a modern-day population. The other recent controversy that cast Count Dooku as the villain in the conflict was the Decimator incident. Personally, my opinion on the matter was that Count Dooku wasn't at fault, but the Senate majority loudly disagreed. What had happened, and the Republic HoloNet News failed to cover or present to its audience, was that the Wookiees had a secret military research project to create a powerful land battleship equipped with turbolasers and shields. The Decimator had been discovered by a Hutt spy and sold to the Separatists. We knew this much because the Hutt also sold their information to a Republic agent. After that, everything became a disaster. The technology had been captured and lost to a surprise Sith invasion at the Wookiees' secret facility. The final outcome had been swift. Jedi forces destroyed the captured technology, but lost the secret plans and research in the process. I had the feeling that there was more to it that had been kept hidden from the public, something that I didn't know. Rather suspicious how agents of the Hutts had learned of this Decimator project and led the Sith to capture it, when the Senate and Jedi seemed to be caught off guard by the entire affair. The Wookiees project was entirely legal and squeaky clean, but that was only on the surface. When I investigated the details, at least those I had access to as a representative, it made no sense. The Wookiees had begun research and development on the military contract for the project only after the passage of the Military Creation Act, earlier this year. They had researched and developed an entire mobile military platform to the prototype stage in only a dozen weeks. The project showed the signs of years of investment, and the large, spread-out project sites across several worlds only reinforced my suspicions. But as it stood now, the Separatists had used several superweapons in response and had even invaded multiple planets along the border region between them and the Republic. So far, they thankfully haven't attacked any planets that are claiming neutrality, instead focusing on worlds who declared themselves for the Republic. Hopefully that would spare Mandalore any invasions, but if it didn't, we'd give them a hell of a fight, that's for sure. That being said, it was quite apparent at this point that the Separatists are not going to be the reasonable or diplomatic party in this conflict for some time. However, by the same token, the Republic wasn't even attempting any diplomacy, as it seems that war is the only mutual interest for both sides. The Separatists adopted the role of revolutionaries and freedom fighters, trying to spread their revolution as far and wide as they can, which would be good if they were genuine. But there are also corporate interests backing this revolution, ensuring that planets that submitted to the Separatists' Council would become second-class citizens, or feudal vassals. The Republic is treating the war as a Sith invasion and existential threat. Even though there aren't any Sith currently leading the Separatists. Except maybe Count Dooku, who was seen wielding a red lightsaber, despite originally owning a blue lightsaber during his years as a Jedi Master. The Senate fixated on this detail and then used the accounts from the Jedi that had faced Dooku in combat and survived to justify their declaration and name him a Sith Lord. How long this war would go is anyone's guess. If it is like the ancient Sith Wars, it had the potential to go on for hundreds of years. Those wars had decades where they switched between going hot and cold, but of course, the galaxy had been a much smaller place and more spread out. Many planets back then weren't charted and didn't care about the galactic community or interstellar trade as long as they were left alone. Things are different now. Planets that suffered under the control of the Sith would call for aid, the Jedi would respond, and conflict would spring up there. The Jedi are obligated to defend any world or peoples that could lodge a request and had valid cause. This meant Sith influence on any world would cause the conflict to expand and open a new front, creating a new battlefield the Jedi must defend. This cycle would only end once one side had defeated the other in totality. No compromise or tolerance is possible. That was the danger of a conflict between the Jedi and Sith. It would keep growing the longer this went on. Mainly I hoped we could avoid that kind of conflict. The crimes and horrors I had dug up in my research on the ancient wars between the Jedi and the Sith were often so wild as to be unbelievable. The Rock Howl Plague was one of those Sith horrors I had not given much stock when learning Mandalorian history until recent events. Thousands of years ago, the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders had been advancing on their prize, the Ecumenopolis world of Teres, so their armies had conquered the nearby world of Jebel as a staging ground. The frozen colony world of Jebel was mostly a mine and foundry, but after the Rock Howl Plague was unleashed on the gathering army, the inhabitants had been transformed into Rock Howl. The details all added up to an unbelievably tall tale, which explained why I had slotted that particular history into the embellishment category, one of those confabulations invented by a prideful historian to mask an embarrassing battlefield defeat or some other blunder. Except my occasional quiet questions to Yoda in the past confirmed details and past events, so there was little chance in my mind it was all embellishment. A straightforward conflict between civilized peoples over resources sounded preferable to the histories of pseudo-religious Jedi-Sith conflicts. In the case of the Rock Howl, the exact creation process was lost to time, but the end result of the plague is the creation of mindless slaves to a Sith artifact. Those that transformed reminded me of fictional zombies from my first life, endlessly infecting others with a scratch, or a bite. The Neo-Crusader-era Mandalorians had no answer for the Rock Howl and resorted to nuking the planet from orbit. A strategy justifiably given much scorn in all my lives. Today, Jebel is lifeless, abandoned and forgotten by nearly all Mandalorians. I sighed and toyed with the CAF in my saucer, blinking briefly in surprise at the stars streaming out the window. Soon, we would be back on Coruscant and I would have to resume my duties as representative. Count Dooku had clearly been attempting to convince both Obi-Wan and I to switch sides and join the Separatists before the war began. If he was willing to try and persuade someone as straight-laced as Obi-Wan was, he's probably desperate enough to try and recruit anyone he can from the Jedi Order. The more Jedi he persuaded to switch sides, the greater the chance their organization would be declared a Sith Order. Then this war would expand into a never-ending series of conflicts that kept growing and growing as the years went on. Letting out a sigh, I reached again for the saucer of CAF on the table next to me. I took the drink and enjoyed the smooth flavor of this particular blend. I'm relaxing in the main viewing area of the ship. It has a large window that faces towards the front, towards the hyperspace we are traveling through. The dimension of hyperspace is fascinating. While the research is still unsettled on the topic, there are persistent rumors about it being dangerous to stare at too long. I doubted staring at something could turn anyone insane, but then again, the Force existed. Anakin had told me that was all nonsense the one time the topic had come up on Tatooine, but then he had started frowning and mentioned Darksiders found hyperspace relaxing. So now I had two reasons not to stare overly long, even if it was very interesting and cool to look at. "Tanya, you in here?" called a familiar voice, causing me to turn and glance back at Vi entering the room. "Hello Vi," I said with a smile, beckoning her to sit next to me. Vi had finally put away the white-silver disguise after returning to Gargan. Now that we are returning as a group to Coruscant, I could get back to the normal life of Tanya Kryze and not the abnormal alter ego I had let myself fall into in the hope of preventing a war. "How are you doing?" I asked. "Good. Just wondering why you wanted to speak to me," she commented. I played along, tapping my chin dramatically and posing thoughtfully. Why did I want to speak to you? It didn't have something to do with something you did on our latest mission. Something that Morrison can't stop talking about." Vi's cheeks turned red, and she deflected my attention with an obvious cough into her fist. "No, I don't know what you're talking about." I adopted a puzzled look and tone, speaking slowly as to enjoy the new colors on Vi's face. "Strange, She keeps talking about how the White Silver gave her another kiss, a special, elongated one. Hey, well, that's a fascinating story. Yes, I said, looking her straight in the eye, what exactly do you think White Silver was thinking with that action? I probed. Vi paused and scratched her neck, then finally seemed to compose herself. Perhaps she was thinking about using Ki as a way to blind people with the dissimilarities between her and her true identity. I narrowed my eyes and tilted my head, and what exactly does that mean? It might mean that she is merely pretending to be interested, but she prefers the opposite gender. I imagine sooner or later, when her public identity starts dating, it will be another layer of obfuscation. I narrowed my eyes, annoyed with her, but the facts are hard to refute. It's frustrating, but I had to admit it is a damn good point. Building a deniable cover required ensuring that the cover had a lot of differences, enough so no one would associate you with the alternative identity. Even if people started thinking that Vi is White Silver, the fact that she hung out a lot with her boyfriend would do a lot to diminish that connection. Shaking my head, I said, fine, but when we meet White Silver again, she will have to apologize to Morrison if she doesn't actually have feelings for her. Vi nodded, and before she could respond I leaned forward, also, White Silver is not allowed to lead Morrison on. She is a friend, not an asset that she can use for her cover. Is that clear? Understood, but what if Ki agrees to be an asset for White Silver's cover? Vi asked with a mischievous smile. I glared back. In that case, we will have a conversation with her on that matter in the future. Vi nodded and leaned back in her chair, as Ordo joined the two of us and offered her a saucer of CAF off a tray. He is the only royal guard in the room, Enjai's was enough to protect us. Although I do have a deactivator hidden in my sleeve and Vi likely has a vibroknife and blaster pistol under her dress. Vi snatched the drink with a quick, thanks, Ordo. I began to sip at my CAF drink again, trying to enjoy the blend. By the way, are you Tanya's first kiss? Vi asked Ordo, who had been reading my day top hat over my shoulder. I coughed as my CAF went down the wrong pipe, and I saw Ordo's shadow freeze up. Knew it! Vi exclaimed, fist pumping in celebration, as she sipped her drink. Knew what? I asked as Ordo handed me his handkerchief and I cleaned myself off a bit. Tabi mentioned that Enjai's was acting a little bit off after the mission to Gargan. He said that Enjai's used to be a lot more love-drunk, then acted a lot more confident after Gargan. Put together with your comment about Ki not being your first. I finished cleaning myself off and said, wonderful deduction. Now can you keep that to yourself or are you going to be blabbing it to Morrison? I'll keep it to myself if you can meet at least one of my two conditions. And they are? I asked. Tell me exactly what happened back then, every detail, or swear to me you'll never do it again. Pick your poison. I narrowed my eyes at her imposed conditions. Interesting tactic. What if I lie? How will you tell the difference? You might not get anything out of this scheme. Oh, I didn't say I don't get anything, I'm sure getting you to lie would be an interesting experience, you're not that good at it. I raised an eyebrow, I am rather good at lying, otherwise she would know that I was a reincarnate in my third life. But I kept that to myself, instead saying, it was not a big deal, we were almost found while undercover and had to pose as a couple, making out in an alleyway. It was just that one time. That time. Vi emphasized, leaning forward. Setting my saucer down, I said, you never asked about later encounters, so you will not be receiving more information. My private life is my own, thank you very much. You don't hear me talking to you about your relationship all the time. Oh, so are you saying that if I started talking to you about my relationship with Tabi you'd be more open about your relationship with Enjai's? What? No. So you admit you have a relationship with Enjai's? I turned back towards the stars flitting by in hyperspace view, it is much more fascinating than this conversation. Gargan, Mandalore Hypernautics Assembly Center. Bo-Katan cries. This is an exciting way to start the day. I thought as blaster bolts streamed past my position behind the doorway. Today started like any other day, wake up, do my morning workout, eat breakfast, read reports, prep for a day of training newbies the basics of fighting. But instead, I found myself fighting 3 Mandalorians of an unknown clan who broke into the library of the Mandalore Hypernautics Assembly Center. It is unclear how much they had already stolen and extracted, but the security network flagged the theft of a lot of designs by the time we responded. The upgraded security network also alerted everyone in the facility of the theft, leading to the current situation. So I am hiding behind cover as one of the infiltrators unleashed a torrent of bolts from a handheld rotary blaster cannon, tearing apart everything around me. My trusty subordinate, Soletro, is crouched beside me in my armored form. She is similarly armored up in her ranger's gear, a mix of silver and brown with a red highlight on her helmet. We were on our way to my office when the alert sounded that there were intruders in the library. When we made it to the library, we joined up with some security guards that were forced to take cover from the rotary blaster fire coming from the library. We exchanged a quick glance before I gestured for her to take half of the men and flank the intruders, while I kept their attention. She nodded, so I took out my pistol and fired a few blasts around the corner. As I did so, a disheveled man with glasses appeared, clearly distraught by the loud sounds and unruly occupants in his library. What is going on here? He then paused, clearly not expecting my pistol and the scene of open warfare before him. You're going to destroy priceless records, and who knows what information is going to be harmed by your inappropriate barbarism. Savagely uncultured, I ignored him. The eggheads never react well to their ivory towers being knocked over. I tilted my head a bit and activated the camera attached to my pistol, so I could get a view around the corner at what we are dealing with. My pistol camera saw 3 Mandalorians, no obvious clan markings, and their armor is thoroughly tinted a rather strange color of dark red. 2 of them are still busy, apparently still trying to steal as many records as possible. I observed the situation from behind cover as the heavy-set Mandalorian wielding the rotary blaster cannon stood guard over the doorway. 2 smaller figures are somewhat visible, obviously slicing into the archives and busy downloading information from the library wall, likely searching for more designs of some sort. What their exact motives are, I couldn't say for certain. Maybe they are pirates or mercenaries hired for some corporate espionage. Maybe they are after the plans for the Sundari-class freighter, or perhaps one of the fighter designs we sold. It is possible they simply wanted everything. Whatever the case may be, nothing good would come from this if they succeeded. Hopefully, we could capture one of them so that I could interrogate them to find out who ordered this operation. Whether Mandal Motors is behind this, or if some other company had hired Mandalorian mercenaries to steal from us, it had to be Mandalorian, though. Their armor design has some peculiarities that are consistent with the Super Commando style, but it also has additional features, such as those thick pilot suits to keep the wearer as warm as possible. This detail could indicate that they are local muscle, as foreigners were often unfamiliar with Gargan's climate. The mild temperatures the weather forecasts gave to tourists are deceptive, as Gargan is quite cool, often chilly and wet, year-round. But it didn't make sense for another local organization to attack Mandal Hypernautics. Our activities are aimed at improving the overall economy and quality of life on Gargan, and we're broadly popular. Besides, the hotel under construction was finally completed and had its ribbon-cutting ceremony only a few weeks ago. The numbers of guests are still low, but the live shows and concerts were drawing a significant number of people, especially those interested in seeing the Gargan girls. No, they must be someone from off-world or a Gargan corporation we didn't already know about. There is a beep on my comms. I picked up the message and asked, "In position?" "Yes, ma'am. We've sealed off all entrances and exits to the library. They are not getting out without a fight. Judging by the earlier blaster fire, the window for talking is over. Your call, boss. We're waiting for the signal." Whoops, I had been thinking aloud again. Well, whatever, she's my aide, so it was fine. Got it, on my mark. Go. No point in negotiating with these invaders, just going to give away information to the enemy. At my signal, there were several explosions from different sources up ahead before the shooting started up again. My instinct was to jump out and confront the adversaries head-on, guns blazing. However, that rotary blaster cannon posed an actual risk to me. I wasn't ready to gamble my Beskar armor against it. So instead, I poked my pistol around the corner. Currently, said rotary blaster cannon is being wielded by the big guy, who was distracted by the earlier explosions and aimed it towards the west side of the room. I used the distraction to shoot a few blaster shots at it. The bolts melt the main body of the blaster cannon, causing it to crackle and pop. Its wielder, the big thief, turned in my general direction and tossed the now ruined gun like it was a log at me before running inside the library. I dodged the cannon by rolling forwards under it as 2 security guards used the walking fire tactic I taught them months ago to both shoot and walk past me, unleashing blaster fire into the main door into the library. The big guy retreated inside the room before closing the door. Once the door was shut, they sprinted forwards to take breaching positions beside the library door. It took me a moment to stand back up and sprint to the doorway myself. Once I was in position, I opened the door and put my pistol around the corner again to see what the situation inside is like. The room is a wreck. Most of the digital displays and servers were shot to hell. Thankfully there is an emergency backup facility offsite that backs up all of Hypernautics data, so nothing would be lost. Even if something had been lost before the backup, we might also be able to recover it off the thieves' equipment, as they won't need it anymore. The 3 thieves are in the center of the room, firing back to back. It's a good strategy to keep the various entry points suppressed, but it is a doomed one. With them out in the open with no cover, I said, "On my mark, spray them down." Mark. With the signal sent, I breached the room along with every guard as everyone popped out cover, and gunned down the thieves in a shower of bolts from all sides. All 3 of the thieves are knocked to the ground by the overwhelming impact of a dozen S2 SHUKURs at high impact mode. While you doubt any blaster can penetrate Beskar armor, the high impact mode can deliver enough kinetic energy to cause internal hemorrhaging, and a couple dozen shots from that would pummel anyone to death. A few of the security guards that were hit in the initial breach are now being evacuated to the infirmary. Their Beskar armor might have saved their lives, but they'll still need to spend a few days in the infirmary. However, there is something strange about the thieves' armor. I stepped closer to get a better look and knelt down in front of one of the bodies before pushing it over. These aren't blaster marks, they are blaster burns that bore a hole through their armor. Their armors aren't made of Beskar at all, they are just some knockoffs. Made of plasteel, perhaps? Tro walked over to me and looked down at the bodies, confused. That's odd, no self-respecting Mandalorian would ever wear plasteel. Not even the most impoverished local nomads would degrade themselves that much. I nodded my head in agreement and said, yeah, there's something off here. Probably someone wanted to frame the theft from some local Mandalorians. Tro paced around the armor, examining the damage more closely, inspecting other angles. Either that or they're very cheap, but that makes no sense either. From what I saw, they acted like they expected their armor to hold up a bit better than it did. I raised an eyebrow at that, asking the obvious question, could they have thought their armor was better than it was? Or maybe the sugar is something they didn't think they needed to worry about. Yeah, Tro nodded her head, that sounds about right. She stopped and pointed at a few of the blaster burns on the other side of the armor. Any idiot wearing Beskar gam for the first time would probably think they are blaster-proof. Even I thought I was blaster-proof when I first put on my Beskar gam before my trainer knocked the youthful arrogance out of me. That just raised more questions, though, too many questions for my liking. Whoever these thieves are, they are obviously expendable and were given plasteel armor so that they won't have any identifiable markings. I got up and brushed myself off before saying, have the armor and weapons sent to a local armorer we trust. I doubt they would find anything, but might as well check to see if they could find out where they came from, otherwise scan their chain code before throwing their bodies in a pit somewhere and setting them on fire. Tro nodded, then gave a salute before giving out orders to the security forces. In a moment, she turned them to work, picking up the bodies and taking them out of the library. Goddamn barbarians! Came the hysterical voice of the librarian as he stumbled into the room and fell to his knees, theatrically raising balled-up fists to the sky. It's ruined. After that declaration, the man seemed to collapse in on himself. Shaking my head at this drama, I walked over to him and slapped him upside his head, getting him to focus on me. There's a backup, stop being such a weakling. Now do me a favor, I pointed towards the machinery and equipment the thieves left behind. Search that gear and find out exactly what they were looking for. I want a report about it on my desk by tomorrow morning. Got that? The librarian sighed before nodding his head, despondently, but he showed enough signs of listening as he stumbled over to the equipment. The librarian wasn't the only one who is going to have to suffer writing a report tonight. Many of Hypernautic's most important designs and documents are kept in the archives here. I would have to send my niece a message about all of this. I had to get more evidence and a better explanation first, though. Breshik, excavation site. Zol Tom Bresh. 6 months, that is how long it took. 6 months to not only discover the location, but also clear it out of local flora and fauna. 6 months to recover the lost warship, a Kandusii-class ship of unusual size that was lost to time and nature. Also, we finally found the name of this ancient vessel from its own database, the Darasui Morer. We were still working to weld up all leaks we could find, and from there then pump out the water. This is the largest project I have ever undertaken, but we took our time to do it right. We carefully and steadily cleaned it out. Once it was airtight and all the water inside of it had been pumped out, the warship is slowly lifted to the surface with some flotation devices to prevent the ship from tipping over to its side on the surface. It is now bobbing calmly on the surface of the swamp. I often caught myself just staring at the enormous hull. A glorious example of the former majesty of the Mandalorian Empire, so close I can reach out and touch it. Its metal is aged green with time and covered with swamp life, but the internals we had discovered and restored are strong. There is an easy explanation for the warship's survival, in that it was just that well built and the quality showed. Theoretically, this is probably one of the strongest warships in the Mandalore sector due to its Beskar hull. It was a shipbuilding design that had long since been abandoned due to the scarcity of Beskar as the galaxy grew bigger. Most of the weapon systems on board are outdated junk, but the Beskar they were made of is recoverable if we melt it down. The Prince of Mandalore wanted the ship sent off to Mandalore as a museum. That is all right in my opinion, as there are too many factions trying to get their hands on this literally priceless piece of Mandalorian history. I would prefer to find it a berth somewhere on Mandalore and have it restored and shown off at the capital. The old beauty deserved to spend its retirement in peace, either a carefully maintained museum or as a show for the kids. The Ithurians had concerns, of course. They are helping to terraform Breshik, though they were a bit alarmed by us disturbing the biosphere, since a natural habitat had developed aboard the ship. The Ithurians took their time studying the wildlife, even though it delayed us in clearing the ship and preparing it for transport. I didn't really mind, but some of the crew had complained about having to rely on the kindness of the Ithurians, who were all about maintaining the natural order of the world. They had been upset when we had continued to clear the ship despite them only documenting the life forms of the upper decks. Although I'm pretty sure what convinced them not to push us harder was the potential expense in trying to recreate or rehouse the life in a similar Beskar-contained environment. The Beskar alone would bankrupt the sector. Once they finished, we could deport the last of the lizards out of the ship and just let the last of the water pour out into the sea. But of course to get there they needed to get the ship airworthy. Right now, it is merely seaworthy yet a little bit unbalanced as it was never meant to ride on the surface. But the lower decks still being flooded acted as a sort of ballast to the void craft. Thankfully, most of the water on Breshik is stagnant and doesn't move around a lot. There are rivers and abundant underwater currents, but never major waves on the surface as Breshik doesn't have a moon to create tides. While we have attached flotation devices and outriggers to stabilize the craft on the surface of the water, having to deal with surface waves or choppy water would have been a nightmare. Anything that could flip the thing upside down or destabilize it would have been a massive problem to everyone inside. While the smooth surface of Breshik and calm weather provided an easy platform to work off, the engines of the warship are a problem. Rust, mud, and all kinds of particulates have gotten into them over the centuries underwater. Flushing them out is turning into a slog. High-powered hoses are used in several stages, cleaning out individual engine components. However, even with this multi-stage process, parts of the engines are completely ruined and would need disassembly. Only then could the engineers and their Ithorian counterparts reference the known designs and working parts to rebuild the broken engine components. I wasn't even sure that the engines would even work after the repairs. We hadn't even cleared the water out of all of them yet. The fact of the matter was, if this ship were to get spaceborne again, we should try taking the ship to the shipyards at Kalevala before retiring it on Mandalore. They have the facilities to be able to clean up the engines or replace them entirely. Such repairs would prove very difficult on Breshik's surface. I also wanted to outfit the ship with some kind of modern weapon system. An old warship like this needs weapons. It would be a shame that such a fine ship hull is left defenseless, especially at a time in history like now. I didn't want the old girl to fight any battles for Mandalore, but it is a practical matter. Mandalore didn't have many allies, and the warship is practically a sitting duck for the likes of the Trade Federation. A few guns could change or deter that possibility, in my mind. If I am being honest, the weapon system is not, strictly speaking, part of the original mission or project scope. However, with recent events in the Republic, I suspected the addition would be overlooked, or at least, approved without too much commentary. Okay, maybe even that was a bit of hopeless optimism, but a man can dream. I dreamed of the day that my home world would be fixed, full of cities filled with Mandalorians, full of life to practically bursting. For as long as I could remember, Breshik had been a doomed planet where only lost wonders could be found. Now, things are changing and the possibility of my dreams didn't seem so hopeless. Mandalore seemed to be experiencing a revitalization, and I would not miss my chance to be a part of restoring this old beauty for the galaxy. The Mandalorian prince did not seem to appreciate much of the revitalization and was uneasy even discussing the topic as it was Mandalorian armorers, Mandalorian fighters, and Mandalorian weapons which are at new heights. However, I'm confused by his unease. This is a good thing. We always needed to train and be prepared as Mandalorians. I would also have to give my thanks to his sister, Ms. Kryze, the younger Kryze representative, of course. Her knowledge of Mandalorian history would be preserved and used for its fullest potential, and that is a blessing. Something that would see the galaxy better off, and a small down payment on rolling back the centuries of decline of Mandalore. My daydreams were interrupted by a knife blade sinking into the wooden structure next to my face. I turned in shock, causing me to face towards the blade's owner. Hello Crikey. Zol Tom Bresh. Crikey's loud voice announced my full name, as she stomped over from a considerable distance away. She sounded more annoyed than usual. Mind explaining to me why I found out today that they are prepping your ship for an exploration job? I managed to avoid flinching, but Crikey had ears and eyes everywhere. Somehow she figured out I was planning to move forward with the prince's exploration of that missing ship now that the Candusi I-class battleship was on its way to being restored. Sighing, I admitted my plans. Perhaps she would not be interested if she knew what the mission entailed. Well, it's quite simple, Terry. I owe the Prince of Mandalore a favor. I'm supposed to help him search for a second ship, the Seeker's Vigil, a mystery ship supposedly full of relics. Its last known location is an asteroid belt nearby. I sold the story as owing the Prince a favor, but the fact of the matter was that the Prince likely wouldn't have ever become aware of the ship and its location if not for my involvement. I just didn't need Crikey to go when she is perfectly safe here, on Breshik. Who knows what kind of traps and other risks we will find aboard such a relic ship, if we even find it. Right, so why are you doing it in secret and not telling me? I want to go with you. She moved towards me, so I reflexively covered my throat with a hand before I realized she had only recovered her knife. Shaking my head, I played the fool. I forgot, didn't know you wanted to go. I mumbled, but didn't protest any further. Trying to argue against her coming would have ended poorly, might as well just give up now. Sure you did, she backhanded my left shoulder quite hard, even through the plate of armor there. Well then, since I know now what exactly the plan is, Tom, I remembered some extra details about this lost ship. Its last known location was an asteroid base that served as a dockyard during the wars. How are we planning to get aboard such a base, and how are we planning to find this dockyard? I soothed and rubbed the sore left side of my neck. That dockyard was already found, it's all about gathering the resources for the expedition at this point. I believe the young prince is already gathering some royal guards to support the operation, in addition to some researchers to investigate the information and relics we recover. My role is to provide the ships and resources for the expedition. I have already acquired my own ship, and one other that will help with the support operation. Better hope that that little ship in the asteroid base still functions. And if it's still even there. Always hoping for the best, yes. I agreed with a nod. It's been in space for who knows how long. Besides having cold engines, it probably isn't in a better condition than this old gal. As I indicated towards the battleship that is floating about 100 yards away from the impromptu dock that had been built over the last few months. At least while underwater, the ship was not exposed to micrometeorites, electromagnetic storms, and other exotic phenomena. The scaffolding and dock construction are on top of poles driven into a shallow section of what used to be large dry docks, 3 to be exact. They were probably built on top of the ruins of an administration building, judging by the dock design and layout. At one point in time, the dock administration would have employed hundreds of workers, along with this massive dockyard as well. Of course now it is just a ruin, but it is history that is being rebuilt on top of. I had to wonder what those buildings would look like after the terraforming was done. The Etherians had promised the terraforming would shrink the sea level and cause the water to recede, but would it be enough? So much of the land had been submerged for so long, Breshik would be different and altered by the passage of time. Krika looked ready to punch me again for just staring off at the ship and dock, so I refocused on the conversation and what she had last said. Even if we find the ship non-functional, we can tug it from the abandoned asteroid base. From there we set course for Mandalore and arrive in orbit. We can let the good folks on Mandalore deal with finding out what's useful and still functional aboard. I'm sure the prince will be very interested in the ancient history buried in its records. I know I'm quite excited to find out what's in there, that's for sure. Krika shrugged, seeming to not be interested. Whatever. Make sure you do not try to leave me behind again. Or else. I am going to be there to make sure you don't get yourself killed. I chuckled at that threat. I prefer that outcome as well, I admitted, trying to defuse the tension. It's not like I could overpower Terry, she would just win any fight, and I'd be so bruised afterwards that I would require her assistance to recover, let alone go on an expedition. So I just had to accept it. I was about to say something more when there was a loud clanging noise followed by the sound of something powering up. Confused, I looked around before I looked at the ship. That's where the noise was coming from, and with some wonder I watched the back engines light up and slowly but steadily lift itself out of the water. What in the blazes? I yelled, leaning over on the railing that overlooked where this project had been underway. I thought the engine was shot, they couldn't get it working earlier. Krika gave a guttural laugh. That's what you thought, that's what everyone thought, but then last night the chief engineered away. Specifically, they found a bypass to a secondary engine that was in relatively good condition that could be used to ignite the main engine. So he sent me over here to let you know, but you also spilled the beans on your damn project that you were trying to hide from me, so I had to make a choice of which would be the one I talked about first. So it was my fault, is that what she is dancing around? I glared at her, but let it pass as I got a better look at the engines. This is a good moment, an old warhorse is returning to her sky, I have to enjoy it as it is, at this moment. Not worry about needling from Crikey. Coruscant, Senate Building. Tall Merrick. Sitting in the Mandalorian sector's Senate seat is quite the experience. To watch the conversations go back and forth over the last decade. I wouldn't have imagined that I'd see senators declaring themselves for an open war in the galaxy, but here we are. Votes are being passed at breakneck speed. Many factions and worlds are signaling their loyalty through their votes. Their desire to outdo one another made them all the louder in their claims that the SIS is an evil organization that must be defeated at all costs. Currently, there is some arguing about how systems should not be allowed to go neutral in this conflict. Granted, I could see why neutral fence-sitters are a problem. If you have no idea whether a sector will support you or not, then you could not plan the war effectively. But even so, I had no say on Mandalore's standing in this conflict and how it should handle it. At least not yet. No, I was told by Duchess Satin that we must proclaim ourselves neutral, and so I had. As well as about 1,000 other systems in the region around Mandalore. This borderline region represented a neutral bloc that wanted nothing to do with the war. And I will admit that it seemed to be rather successful, since it contained nearly an entire subsector worth of systems. However, there is no chance this temporary neutral zone would last. These systems did not have any large militaries of their own, so they would be forced to pick a side eventually, or that decision be made for them by one of the two factions. The factions would push those neutral systems to make a choice to either stay with the Republic and join the war or join the CIS. If we waited for the neutrals to slowly fall away, Mandalore would eventually be left standing alone against the victor of this conflict. So, we will have to join the war sooner or later. Duchess Satin is too weak to make the choice herself, so the decision would be made the very moment after the change of leadership in Mandalore. Duchess Satin's declaration of neutrality is in line with what I expected. The Mandalorian people would come to hate it in time, and when they do, they would rise up against her. I personally suspected Pre would take over as he is still a strong faction with control of Death Watch. But there are other smaller important factions, so my choice on who to back is as of yet, undecided. As long as I played my cards right, I would maintain my seat either in the Republic or the CIS. As far as I could tell, this whole war is a win-win for me. Personally, I preferred the CIS, they have a lot more freedom and a lot more chances for opportunity. Oh sure, the CIS parliament claimed that the separatists are leaving due to the abusive trade relationship with the core worlds and widespread corruption in the Republic. They aren't wrong, but from what I could see of the corporate alliance and banking clans of the CIS, they aren't any different. The same corruption existed on a widespread scale in the separatists, except it was legalized and formalized within the government's rules. The massive list of corporations on their Security Council are no doubt only voting with only their financial interests in mind. There is no doubt that they would adopt the same corrupt practices that led the Republic astray. I think that they are probably on their way to being the most corrupt parts of the CIS parliament. Corporate authorities amongst the separatists eagerly adopted formal rules for lobbying in the CIS, they are more than willing to exchange money for local systems votes, all to ensure corporate interests are secure. It would be just like the Republic, only this time more centralized in the Outer Rim. Without the shackles of the Republic on them, a leader like Pre would no doubt be interested in expanding borders again. Mandalore is a mid-rim sector, but the adjacent sectors and Outer Rim are only sparsely explored and settled for the most part. I could easily imagine Pre building a new Mandalorian empire, especially if the CIS granted him a charter acknowledging his authority within its territory. Only a lack of resources and the threat of another excision keep the new Mandalorians in power. A reborn Mandalorian empire would be the force necessary to truly reform the galaxy. The corporate sector is rather odd, too. Unlike the rest of the corporate systems and banking clans, they decided to stay loyal to the Republic. Even though they are in the Outer Rim, in fact, they are on the exact opposite end of the Outer Rim. I wonder why they were doing that. Are they possibly playing both sides? Are they just waiting for the war to be over before switching to the CIS? The corporate sector is almost completely surrounded, now the only free approach is from the extragalactic side. The sector could be considered de facto blockaded, no captain is crazy enough to hyperjump that far out of the galaxy and back to make a route. So I doubted the Republic would be getting any trade through the CIS to the corporate sector soon. While the war is going on, they could be ignored, though that is a bit of a risk to keep at the back of the CIS's mind. Whatever is going on with the corporate sector is not my concern however. I'm sure they came up with their own neutrality clause as many systems that didn't want anything to do with this conflict, like what the Mandalore sector is doing. It would be interesting to see how that played out, as I doubted the Republic would keep those systems that wish to stay neutral. Neutrality gave systems the possibility that they could switch sides. There had been a lot of frustrated senators and upset factions when I had declared Mandalore's neutrality, so I know the Republic is looking into ways to crack down on the whole concept. I'm sure the Republic would eventually force all the neutrals who tried to stay on the fence to choose a side. Chief Palpatine is now an iconoclast, dictating a new strategy for the galaxy. Originally I doubted he would rise to the occasion. However, he had already managed to force a confrontation with the Trade Federation, trying to make them pick a side. Palpatine declared Newt Gunray a criminal and paved the legal path for the Grand Army of the Republic to invade and conquer Geonosis. The Trade Federation blinked, cutting ties with Gunray in order to continue to do business within the Republic. No one in the Senate is fooled, though. This declaration is widely understood amongst my colleagues to be a stalling tactic. No doubt, the Trade Federation needed more time to replace the lost droids and retrofit ships to make up for those destroyed on Geonosis. Meanwhile, the Trade Federation's senators are voting with the neutral bloc. No doubt that would be rejected and stamped out soon. Foreign interference from an enemy state would not be tolerated in warfare, and when that happened, the real fun would begin. Plenty of systems would be forced to make uncomfortable decisions once the Trade Federation's goods and services are no longer available in the Republic. And plenty more systems are internally split on the issue to remain in the Republic, so this is very much a war between brothers and sisters, a conflict, an opportunity for the ages. Sighing, I shook my head, docked my repulsor pod against the wall, and stepped back from the podium. Exiting the pod, I looked around and moved towards a seat in one of the sidebars. There is no reason for me to be that interested in the current conversations. My response from the last few days had been for neutrality with only the occasional voting here or there, in a few cases where someone tried to discuss ending the war. So my participation is reduced to voting in favor of every ceasefire measure, despite fully expecting the war to continue much longer. All of this is for keeping up appearances and all that, but the fact of the matter was I have no interest in this. I just wanted the day to be over, so I could get back to my apartment and enjoy myself. I had to try and find out what the hell happened with NTV and the Workers' Council. They were supposed to get rid of the problem that threatened my Senate seat. From what I could gather, that hadn't happened, so I had one of my guards slip away in the night and I am blaming him for a leak of information. Hopefully no one would look too closely into why it happened. Maybe I'd been a little too bold, choosing an untested partner like NTV. The Workers' Council had obviously failed, and working with them is probably a bad idea going forward. Any and all contact with them after this point would just confirm the mistake, so I had to investigate other avenues. I had one of my agents in Death Watch contact any interested parties I could use, perhaps an assassin from Shogun. Worst case, I could look towards darker paths. I'm certain the Hutts could solve my problem for the right price. Well, there would be plenty of opportunities now or in the future to create chaos. At least, that's what I'd seen during the Mandalorian Civil War and the Clan Wars. Plenty of chaos would be created as the Galactic War spun out of control, and she had already gotten tangled with the Sis once. Perhaps a case of mistaken, or not so mistaken, identity would result in the Sis bombing of one of her ships. I only needed to make sure that I had no fingers in that particular pot when it happened. Of course, I could just wait and allow events to unfold. Sooner or later, Pre would stand up to Duchess Satin. When Pre confronted Duchess Satin, Pre would move Mandalore's Senate seat from the Senate of the Republic to the Sis Parliament. After we switched sides, I would have enough justification to fire Tanya. However, a dark worry in the back of my mind suggested Pre might decide to keep Tanya around, afterward. She is young, impressionable, and showed a link between the last government and its successor, so that could be useful. In that case, her presence would still be a menace to my seat in the Senate. So taking action of my own and not relying on Pre's favor and rationality is preferable. I could only trust myself when it came to political action on a galactic scale. One of the Jedi guards passed nearby overhead in a repulsor pod, and I stifled a grimace. Several other senators didn't bother to hide their own unease, while some looked on appreciatively. Palpatine might be strong in some ways, but I resented him allowing the Jedi to install guards in the Senate after Amidala's insistence. If only Tanya had been a typical royal heiress. As a fellow royal, I was all too aware that the noble heights are filled with the most spectacular fools. If she had been like those, then I could have just ignored her or have her sent away. Instead, she negotiated a complex terraforming project with the normally standoffish Ithurians and then somehow even managed to make the Jedi and Vorpayans play nice. How she managed that I would never know, and how that had not blown up in her face yet still perplexed me further. I would have figured that selling Mandalorian territory to foreign colonizers would have put many people against her. Instead, the site Tanya chose had met no real resistance, despite the fact they are building a miniature Jedi temple. And no one in the Mandalorian sector seemed to give a damn. The more I considered it, the more confused I was. I consider myself clever, I should be able to unravel this apparent mystery and contradiction. So, I began tuning out my dull colleague's speech on the necessity of a ceasefire, instead focusing on the puppet strings I could imagine in my mind's eye, hovering above the princess. Unbidden, the mental image included a lightsaber in the background. Is some third party, like the Jedi, controlling her as a puppet to control the whole Mandalorian sector? None of Tanya's actions made sense on their own. Why would she care about terraforming, especially when it undermined the domed cities of Mandalore? After all, Tanya Kryze is a new Mandalorian, one raised in the safety and comfort of Sundari. How did she have such a good understanding of the minutiae of the culture throughout the Mandalore sector? The Jedi are typically clueless about Mandalore, so possibly the third party isn't the Jedi at all, but a faction closer to home. Her Aunt Bo-Katan, perhaps? I recall hearing of Bo-Katan training Tanya, but that didn't seem like a sufficient explanation. I blinked as I sat forward, another, more dangerous thought occurring to me. Bo-Katan is still a member of Death Watch if I wasn't mistaken, I had spotted her departing backside in a recent meeting. However, she wasn't wearing Pre's colors, which was what I noted at the time. I knew Duchess Satin had welcomed Bo-Katan back into her household nearly a decade ago, but now, today, Duchess Satin was making me vote for ceasefire after ceasefire in this farce of a Senate. Satin might not know Bo's true leanings. At that realization, everything started falling into place. It was horrifying how easily mysterious events made sense. If Bo-Katan wasn't in Pre's camp, but was still part of the martial traditionalists' political bloc, then Tanya is Bo's agent, her new path to power as Tanya's advisor. All of Tanya's actions as a representative, the Ithurians, the Jedi, the diplomatic meeting with Dooku on Geonosis, it's all starting to make sense now. Tanya's actions are overtures to the other factions and major foreign powers, raising her standing in her future bid for Mandalore. I am training a potential Mandalore, and Tanya isn't going to be the one who wants a more moderate republic, but rather a more militaristic and Mandalorian republic. What better agent for Bo-Katan than a representative from Mandalore to the Senate? She had all the access but none of the responsibility. Now my only question is whether this was Bo-Katan's design or is Tanya acting independently to support Bo. Either way, they would become a problem once my political usefulness had been exhausted, so I had to discard my previous idea of allowing events to unfold naturally. I needed to move up Tanya's assassination a bit further. So many possible enemies, so little time. Shaking my head, I realized I had missed several speeches. I checked the side display, the few topics I had missed and the following agendas are nothing of note. Good, I hadn't missed anything important. So I quickly put down votes in favor of the upcoming neutral legislation and stood up, walking outside the Senate to get a break. The Senate's voting reforms are one of the things that had been added over the last few years to speed things up. If someone really didn't care about the whole event, they could cast their vote before the voting really began. Stretching my shoulders, I walked around the Senate building, heading towards the central entrance and the carport. I wasn't needed for this process really right now, and the Senate is just green-lighting everything that would be going on for the next few months while they tried to figure out how to fight a war and probably failed at it. Hopefully the CIS did something spectacular too, so that the Republic couldn't win this war. Such an event might be the push Pre needed to encourage him to do the right thing. Pre's time for a confrontation with Saturn is no doubt right around the corner, and I too would need to have a response prepared. Raxus Secundus, Dooku Estate. Count Dooku. I blinked as the hulking frame of the alien rested on the offered seat, nearly causing the wooden structure to protest and shift under his weight. I am unfamiliar with this creature, all I knew is his name. Dirge is what he called himself. His name and that he wished to serve the CIS. Why would he want to do that would have to be determined, but I figured a little conversation with this creature couldn't hurt. That and the CIS needed any weapon it could find to resist the Jedi's corruption, so I had allowed him into my sanctum. The appearance of Dirge is a bit odd to say the least. His body is completely covered in armor and stood a good head or two taller than me. Part cyborg, if not completely mechanical, it is hard to tell. The armor looked like it was covered in weapons, so perhaps he was a former bounty hunter. He is definitely not one I'd ever heard of, but I am willing to hear them out, considering their offer. So Mr. Dirge, I understand you wish to serve the CIS, can I have an understanding of why you wish to fight for us? We have plenty of resources for employing mercenaries such as yourself, if money is your main motivation. The mercenary chuckled and gave a deep frown before saying, I've been squared away for a long time. My understanding of the recent galactic situation is not the best, I understand that, but I have a certain series of goals. Goals that align with your current campaign. It's not so much money, but I could always use a little money after being buried underground for 1,000 years. After all that time, the bankers just assume that you're dead and steal all the money you've carefully saved away. I'm blinked at that, tilting my head. Timescales that large would make certain plans more complicated, for certain. 1,000 years, are you trying to tell me you are older than the Ruisan Reformation? Never heard of that, last landmark I recall. I was serving in, what was at the time called, the New Sith Wars, but I wasn't really in it for that Force nonsense. We had the misfortune of sharing similar enemies, the same enemies I'm interested in dealing with in this war, in fact. I narrowed my eyes at that. If the Republic and the Jedi were not his enemies, then who are his enemies? If you are not enemies with the Jedi, then what enemies are you interested in fighting in this war? The creature made another grinding, laughing noise, its face hidden behind the metal mask. The Mandalorians to be more exact. I've heard rumors that these clones are a copy of some sort of former Mandalorian warlord. Why are you after the Mandalorians? I asked, quite curious at this point, though having someone who wanted to go after the clones specifically would be a strange yet useful asset. Antagonizing the Mandalorians, that is a little less useful to my plan as I had my own designs for them. I am not so flush with weapons I could afford to dispose of one for a little backlash, and anyway, the Mandalorians I cared about are made of sterner stuff. The creature chuckled in its raspy mechanical way, before saying, simple, I had a friend and they killed him. At this point, the mechanical creature leaned towards Dooku, slight traces of smoke emanating from his mouth and nose port, and whispered in a low monotone that had my Force senses warn me of his malice, and so I swore a blood oath to eliminate their culture from the galaxy. Then Dirge lurched backwards to his previous position and resumed his previous volume, was doing a pretty damn good job of it too. I guess they got lucky, they trapped me in a couple dozen feet of cement. Took a few lifetimes to work myself free from it, especially considering they buried that under another pile of rubble. I nodded, silent, my mind still whirling through the incredible possibilities this monstrosity presented. There would be battlefronts that are nowhere near the Mandalorian sector, so sending Dirge off to those places could be quite advantageous. If Senator Merrick proved to be insufficient to the CIS, well, I wouldn't mind sending this creature as motivation. Especially after the way he had used my own assets within Mandalorian space without my permission. Truly, there are possibilities here, especially given that the Jedi tended to avoid Mandalorians to reduce potential conflicts, as a general rule. I hummed before saying, a man who's hard to kill and has gone toe-to-toe with some of the greatest warriors of their time. I've heard what the Sith and the Jedi are capable of in those wars. 1,000 years ago, the most average sword fighter would beat the top 10 fighters of today. The big brute chuckled, and I paused to gauge his reaction. I didn't want to promise too much, or anything really, to this ancient monster. Better to stick to flattery and generous gifts of knowledge, as apparently it worked the same then as now. Dirge replied, I don't know about that, I haven't had a chance to fight the Jedi of this era. I will say that it was a rather flashy show whenever we fought. I was always amused that they assumed stabbing me through the chest would kill me, that joke never gets old. The last time their lightsaber got stuck in me, I beat the hell out of them until they died. I nodded before I said, I would be willing to engage in your services, though I am concerned by your blood vendetta against the Mandalorian people, they're not the barbarians they were 1,000 years ago. I assume you've heard of the new Mandalorians? Many Mandalorians have adopted pacifism and follow the Republic's beliefs now, whatever faction or peoples that wronged you in the past are most certainly defunct by now. Dirge laughed at that final statement. Mandalorians are always divided. If these new Mandalorians are different enough, I will spare them. Then the monster gave a loud mechanical cough. It's just hilarious thinking that the line of the galaxy's greatest warriors have become pacifist, I couldn't have come up with a greater insult to their lineage myself. The monster laughed deeply again at that. I think you will find them quite different than you expect. I noted, with a nod, but for now I think I will agree to hire your services. We do need a man on Mulunilinst. While you are there, perhaps you can convince those bankers to give back the money you had 1,000 years ago. You will be protecting them this time around, for my services. I smiled at the thought of this monster and the bankers butting heads. Perhaps you're right, getting my money back and getting paid to kill these knockoff Mandalorians that have been created for the Republic, that sounds like a good time. He laughed again, and I privately suspected it would not be such a good time. No doubt, the bankers would just purchase their own monster to defend themselves in response, and the Jedi are no threat to be laughed off. However, it would be nice for both those enemies to have to deal with an unexpected surprise, instead of the other way around. I had too many surprises this year regarding Mandalore already, let's see how they like it. Chapter 42. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 9. Gargan, Part4 Balak Resort, Grand Amphitheater. Miri Chower. In the years I had been out there working various jobs, I had worn many disguises that tended to hide my armor rather than accentuate it. This is why I am somewhat used to having to wear a new costume almost every day. When I had taken this job a year ago, I had suspected that I would end up disliking it, or worse, my sisters would hate it. However, my opinion slowly improved over time. Shamso always insisted that I am a bit over the top in my bounty hunting antics. She criticized my last hit as theatrical. Now I didn't feel like I needed to resist that urge anymore, the drama is celebrated rather than a liability, no more frowns from the girls, okay mostly Shamso. Not only that, but the credits coming in are very good. There was no other way to say it. Instead of having to murder a person every other month, all I had to do was sing, dance, and act very flirtatious for the camera once every couple of weeks. Of course, it took time to build up to the status we are at now. A few months ago, we were playing in a small lounge-like theater that could squeeze a few dozen people inside. Now, we have a major theater that we visit every couple of weeks to perform, and things are starting to get a little bit crowded in those theaters. There had even been a fight in front of the theater over someone scalping tickets, which Bo-Katan had told me not to worry about, but it kind of did worry me. Anyone could slip in and try to assassinate us if they were crazy enough. I am sure that sooner or later, someone who had a vengeance debt on us for killing their spouse or son would get word that I had taken up a career as an idol and try to get a little bit of revenge. That is one of the reasons I often walked on stage not with prop pistols, but real ones. It's set to stun, just in case I need to defend myself in an emergency. It's a bit risky, I know, since some of our stage performances included some rather acrobatic fighting choreography, which we worked hard on. About half of our so-called play fights on stage left us somewhat bruised, because we wanted it to look as real as possible. Which seemed to work well with our audience, they seemed to enjoy the action. Thankfully though, we only did a play fight every 2 months or so. Tonight's performance, a rendition of a Golskira, did not have a fighting sequence, but it would be the largest audience we'd ever played for. Our schedule revolved around getting ready for the next big thing, which kept us a little bit too busy. I was working with designers to get into a new dress ready for this current concert, but my standards are moderate for this piece, nothing too spectacular. I did notice the executives had rejected some of my color choices, though, it seems like they were trying to minimize the black and the color scheme I preferred. Maybe the white and silver colors were chosen instead so that white-silver could try to live vicariously through my performances. After all, I was fairly certain she's signing my paychecks through Mondal Hypernautics, so it made sense if she chose her preferred colors as well. I'd caught a glimpse of white-silver before, and regularly saw her underlings. So I know that they are female, that wore silver and white as the main colors of their armor. I also ran into the fancy actress they had brought out to Gargan to film some kind of television series, which made me suspect White Silver was living it up a little. The Balak Resort only recently opened after all. It's an entirely brand new hotel and casino resort complex that White Silver had built out in the middle of nowhere, her private kingdom on Gargan. But since it's her credits, she can spend it however she likes. Anyway, today is going to be like any other. We have a concert in about half hour and we are finishing our preparations. I am wearing the armor that had been modified and created for us. It bore some resemblance to the modern and sleek Super Commando armor set, although they had stripped out the undervest that the plates usually went on and arranged it more like a corset. As a result, the upper plates lined up on top of my breasts, accentuating them to some extent. Of course, that also left a rather open area in the center that showed a bit of cleavage, and in that area is a pendant of an iron heart that I was supposed to wear as armor. It's not functionally great, but as a secondary piece of armor for a costume, I didn't mind. To actually hit that small opening, you'd have to be a damn good shot. My arms are left bare for the most part, except for vambraces that are specially designed to make particular noises when they hit each other. There are also a few buttons to trigger some pyrotechnics hidden on the armor in a few places. Over my shoulders, I wore a cape, not the one I usually wore when I wanted to combat, but a shorter one coming down to the small of my back. Like the front of my armor, it's somewhat revealing. Well, quite a bit of my back is exposed in this getup, but I wasn't as concerned with the small of my back. The cape, from what I understood, used anti-blaster fabric, so it's technically armored, not the best armor, but it's something. As for my lower body, I am wearing a short but fluffy skirt with armored plates just visible underneath it on my thighs, and some heavy armored boots, with high heels. If I hadn't been practicing with heels for a long time, I might have had a problem, but I am familiar with this particular formation. This is also where the pyrotechnics are hidden. The leg armor or boots had little rockets that would fire up and shoot into the sky when I moved over hidden activation plates on the stage. I activated the hidden plates with a button on my vambraces, so I could make quite the entrance or quite the exit, depending on what the performance needed. Kovi and Chimso are wearing something a bit more conservative. They are wearing armor in their style colors, pink, green, and black, but whereas I'm wearing a sexy dress that showed a lot of skin, they wore dresses that are a lot more fluffy and traditional, and to be very frank, cute. The dressmakers that provided our costumes are doing a good job of trying to figure out ways to work armor into clothing, making it cute, sexy, and in a few cases, just good looking. Granted, it was only for the female style, but guys tended to not notice style unless it was pointed out to them, or they were trained for a job. From what I've seen over the years, men wore the minimum that worked, so what they wore tended to be rather plain. So we let them wear plain clothing, and let our girls have fun. Girls with a cuter aesthetic seemed to have a little bit more fun than my sexy style. All of us had to work out thoroughly whenever we got the chance to maintain a level of acrobatics and strength to perform at the top of our ability. While I mainly just walked on stage and sang, maybe getting into a fake fist fight with some crew member pretending to be a villain in the song, they got to do more exciting things. For example, Shimso had wheels in her shoes which allowed her to move around the stage quite quickly, especially considering there are also jets on the back of her shoes, allowing her to perform some rather acrobatic spins. Kovi instead tended to carry a spear, one that she used to make rhythm on the ground. It was specially designed with electronics that allowed for different sounds to be produced, depending on what area of the spear she is holding. To be honest, I thought our gear was already impressive enough. Kovi's spear can double as a synthesizer guitar with just a few tweaks, and Shimso is getting an upgrade that supposedly improved the musical aspects of her armor. As for me, I am supposed to check out a new item today that is meant to complete our image, whatever that means. I shook my head as I looked at myself in the mirror, thinking I should probably touch up my makeup. I picked up the box containing the mysterious item and laid it out on the table in front of me. After popping the locks on the side, I opened it up and was pleasantly surprised. Inside is a rapier-style sword, unlike any traditional swords from Mandalore such as a biscuit. The blade edge is practically non-existent as it is basically a long pole coming up in a straight line before branching out into a handguard. It's more like a fancy cane than a functional weapon, and at the base of the handle is an unnoticeable microphone. I could probably have a little fun, do a few mock fights with it. I swapped it around from hand to hand, to sing into the mic at the pommel. Of course, we already had in-ear mics, so I didn't really need it, but there might be some extra functionality hidden within. I turned the rapier about, inspecting it for anything else, and when I checked the base I found a symbol that seemed important. My vambrace chirped when I scanned it, displaying the user manual for the device. I quickly browsed through the manual and discovered a few other modes, such as adding echo to my voice or other digital effects to alter the sound. I'll have to play around with it more when we have time to produce a song, but for now, it would serve as a regular mic. It added a unique touch to the costume, and I wouldn't be surprised if hitting the mic against my armor produced some fancy sound effects. My thoughts are interrupted by a knock on the door, and an attendant pops his head in to say, 3 minutes till curtains. The opener fired them up, and it looks like we've got a big crowd tonight. Have fun. Smiling, I nodded and said, "We will." He nodded and left the door open, leaving me with my sisters. I turned to them and said, "All right, girls, let's go out there and meet our adoring fans. I'm sure they can't wait to see us again." "Woo, let's do this!" Kovi exclaimed, pulling up her spear. Shamso nodded her head silently, smiling warmly back at us as she followed along. As we ascended the steps, I am happy to see that we had a rather large cheering crowd today. The open-air theater is large enough that several thousand people could view the large screens near the top. It's located in the center of the sprawling Balak Casino complex, so anyone outside the theater's range would have to be on the next mountain over or have paid an entry fee at the gate down the mountain. Approximately half of the audience are women, with half of them donning variations of uniforms we've worn during previous concerts, or clothing that proclaimed our colors, pink and black, green and black and silver. While some may have created the outfits themselves, I could tell that a few nearer to the stage had purchased replicas from the stores on the property. Furthermore, some attendees wore armor in our colors, which I hoped was purchased from an armor painter on the property, as they did an excellent job. In fact, I had them look over original Mandalorian armor, and spruce it up a bit. I must say, it turned out quite nicely. Glow sticks are also present, in green, pink, and silver variants. Unfortunately, black wasn't available for the material used for the glow sticks, at least from what I've seen. Knowing the owner, they are probably on the lookout for a way to merchandise my preferred darker coloration. And last week, they even auctioned a speeder with my face on it in my colors. I physically cringed when I found out, and the girls' teasing didn't help. I'm still not sure how they managed that or who was dumb enough to actually bid on it. I'm half expecting to have to show up on stage holding the keys, and make an embarrassing exchange to some local who bid something astronomically high because of how terrible of an idea the whole auction was. Instead, it ended up going to some foreign off-worlder with 1,000,000 credits to waste. Putting that embarrassing sequence of events out of my mind, I focused on tonight. It's showtime. I walked across the grand expanse of the main stage, which is cluttered with different props that we will be using in tonight's performance, my heeled boots tapping as I led the girls to their positions on the left and right. We prepared a series of songs for tonight's performance. Taking a deep breath, I held the mic sword up to my face and clicked on the mic, saying, "Good evening, Gargan. I hope everyone enjoyed the opening song from the band. They're pretty good at what they do, if you ask me." The crowd answered with a loud cheer. It is an aspect of this new job that I don't think I could ever get used to, being on stage in front of a cheering crowd. This next song is based on the killing of the great monster Dirge. My great-great something or another from centuries ago was one of the contenders for the seat of Mandalore and was involved in the destruction of a creature who had sworn the extinction of all Mandalorian culture. Obviously, he failed, just another example of how tough our people are. I grinned, happy to share an old family story that had been passed down through the generations. I wasn't even sure if Dirge was real or not, but as my father had once said, it's always good to dance on a monster's grave. The crowd seemed ready and pumped ready for the song, so I nodded to the droid musicians in the band, and they started to play the first few notes. In an instant, the high-octane series of notes got my blood pumping. I actually couldn't wait to sing this song. I've been preparing it for some time, translating an old family story. After all, translation and editing of a recorded copy of an oral history is challenging. Much of my time was spent making sure it would come off right when sung. If the story made people sympathetic to the monster, well, you did it wrong. Yes, there were moments of the story that were a bit sympathetic. Dirge in the tale had been close friends with the Mandalorians, but that detail is a distraction if I tried to explain it in full in the song. What was important to the story is the epic battle and aftermath, how he was buried under hundreds of feet of Duracrete to die. As I brought the mic to my face about to sing the first line, a Mandalorian in full blue armor rocketed up past me on stage, before stopping in midair and falling back down. Their jetpack halted their fall, turning it into a graceful landing, right next to me. I turned, drawing my pistol on the intruder, as he pulled up a pistol of his own. Unfortunately, he was faster and landed his first hit on my blaster, damaging it to uselessness. The assassin moved his gun towards my torso, next saying, "In the name of Deathwatch, die, dog of white silver." He pulled the trigger, and for a moment, I thought I was dead as I felt the impact on my gut. Then I realized that instead of aiming for the literal open space that's my cleavage, he'd gone for center mass and fired at the protective Beskar armor. He is already turning away from me, seeming to have assumed that I was dealt with, swinging the gun towards Kovi. I am not exactly happy about all of this. I had just been shot, my sisters were in the line of fire, and he had assumed that this armor was just for show and didn't have any Beskar in it. These are all very grave insults, ones I would not forgive. I sprung into action, glad that the high heel on my boots was reinforced as I covered the 3 steps needed to get between me and the assassin. I smacked my sword mic upward to knock his pistol out of his hands and send it flying into the air. Funny enough, the impact was in sync with the musicians in the droid band. The lead droid of the band decided not to stop and was continuing to direct musicians. I ignored it and focused entirely on the fight in front of me. The assassin, realizing that he'd made a mistake, started to turn back towards me. I saw him jump back and draw a knife from an arm sheath, but I wasn't finished with him yet. The two of us engaged in a melee, each impact of our blades reverberated across the stage by the microphone in my blade transmitting the sound to the speakers. Eventually, it seemed he grew tired of being on the defensive as he closed in. I sent a swing to his head, but he blocked it with his knife before grabbing hold of my sword with his other hand. With my sword locked in his grasp, he wound up his knife arm to deliver an ice pick stab to my face. I let go of my sword so that I could duck under the blow. Noticing how overextended he is, I turned my back to him while reaching up to grab hold of his forearm. With his arm locked in place, I pulled it down over my shoulder at the same time I stood to my full height as an audible snap was heard. A lot of oohs from the crowd were heard when I broke his elbow before it was drowned out by Death Watch wannabe as he screamed in pain and his knife was dropped from his limp fingers. To shut him up, I caught the dropped knife, pushed his head back to reveal his neck, before I plunged his own knife right into his jugular just as the music reached its peak and wound down. The man stumbled back a foot as he clawed at his own neck before falling down onto his back. Without hesitation, I approached him and slammed the heel of my boot down onto his knife, pushing it deeper into his throat. The man weakly grabbed onto my leg, trying to push me off, but I only added more weight, causing him to gag and choke on his own blood. As I looked down past my bust, I put more weight on until I heard a crack. As something important, most likely his vertebra, broke, he finally stopped moving and let go of my leg. Good riddance. That should teach everyone not to mess with my sisters. Once I am sure that he is no longer a threat, I took a step away from the body and turned back to the cheering crowd as the band ended their song. I spotted the security guards, hired more for their muscle than their brains, already surreptitiously moving around the background of the stage. I nodded towards them. They ran over and dragged the body off stage, dodging my sisters still dancing on the stage. I wondered how they would take a literal live murder on holovision. It turned out that they were quite pleased with my actions, considering they were cheering for me. They started with a rigorous applause that quickly turned into outright cheering and clapping, followed by chanting our names. Miri. Followed by equally loud Kovi. End show. I felt my face flush as I watched the glow sticks bob about in the darkness. It was something incredible, a spellbinding moment. When I got my bearings again, Kovi gave me back my sword mic. I said to the mic, "Sorry about that, folks. Just a little bit of an overzealous detractor." I downplayed the danger, no need to alarm anyone now that the action was over. The audience laughed, and I went with the flow. Seems he thought I was White Silver's agent or something. A very strange line of thought. Must be a sign of how desperate the Death Watch, I think he called himself, are. The audience feedback mixed with the fading battle high is intoxicating. I felt much better after that fight when compared to any of my previous jobs. So I went on, eager to continue. On the off chance that any other Death Watch people are watching this, I would like to affirm that terrorism is a terrible, terrible way to recruit Mandalorians to your cause. I thought you would have learned this during the last civil war, 20 years ago. Also, if any of you harm a hair on my sister's head, you'll end up like that Dikutla back there. I signaled the lead droid to start playing the music once more from the top. Kovi began to pound her spear on the stage, starting the rhythm with the music. Meanwhile, I swapped the mic sword back into position and said, "Now, back to your regularly scheduled performance," before we were rudely interrupted. "Hit it, girls. Concordia, Governor's Castle, Underground. Pre-Vizsla." "Who ordered that?" I demanded in a low growl as I pointed toward a recording of a Mandalorian news report on a Death Watch assassin attempt to kill a performer. I cast my gaze around the room as I watch everyone's faces be confused at what is happening on the hollow screen before looking side to side. No one moved forward to break the silence or claim that they were responsible. Notably, Bo-Katan was absent from this emergency summons. She has been attending fewer and fewer meetings lately, but recently provided us with messages and dossiers detailing her recent activity as Mondal Hypernautics head of security on Gargan, the contents of which I was still verifying. Gar Saxon decided to speak up. Perhaps there's a rogue element within the Death Watch. One who has broken with our plans and decided to take action for themselves. Merrick and Kryze are absent, could be them. Rook cast unhelpfully noted, a gleeful smile playing across her dark lips. I frowned. Of course, she would want to stir trouble. Merrick is back on Coruscant, where he is supposed to be. It was possible he was involved, but there is no obvious motive, as he would have nothing to gain from this. Merrick is dismissive of Gargan, he didn't even consider them Mandalorian enough to be worth his attention. Bo-Katan is working on a secret project. I lied as naturally as I breathed. I'd cover for her because I knew Bo-Katan would never attack her own people for some plot. She is the type to prefer the direct approach every time. At that last thought, I caught a glimpse of Rookcast's face flickering to anger for a second before she calmed down and nodded silently. I'll remember that she could be a problem, but I have bigger GI to fry. This rogue element has taken action for themselves and dragged our name into it. I am livid as it seemed that this was all over nothing, at least nothing that made sense to me. Why would someone even want to assassinate a damn musician in a public concert in front of thousands of witnesses? Maybe they believed those rumors that the Miri Chower is actually white silver. Frieder Priest, head of Clan Priest, proposed with a shrug. It's not that far-fetched. I dug into Chower's past a bit, and she has done a lot of jobs as a bounty hunter with her sisters. I glared back at that. He is taking this all a bit too calmly. Gar Saxon glanced meaningfully at Frieder Priest, before speaking up again. My Mandalore. As much as I think you are right in our efforts to try and minimize damage to the Mandalorian sector, the fact of the matter is that Gargan is barely Mandalorian. It could be seen as outside the sector, and if so, then it would not count as fighting within the Mandalore sector like you proposed. Ignoring the spirit of the rules and only following the letter, that makes us no better than the fools on Coruscant or Raxus. I would not let this slide by. Someone is undermining my authority and I must find out who and why. In fighting in the Mandalorian sector, at a time like this, when the entire galaxy is on fire, will only push the people away from us. It might even cause a new crackdown on the Death Watch. Things are not in the right position yet where we can benefit from such a crackdown. Rookcast noted. Finally, someone seemed to catch up to my thoughts. Frieder Priest nodded, seeming to agree with Rookcast, but said, this may be true and maybe some of our people don't understand what exactly is the Mandalorian sector. We say sector, but this is terminology borrowed from the Republic. Sectors are mere lines on a map. I nodded in agreement and motioned for Frieder Priest to continue. Mandalorians are spread out across 3 to 4 sectors within the Republic, and we have planets that are within the sector that we don't acknowledge as Mandalorian. It would be easy for a misunderstanding to occur like this, even among members of the Death Watch in good standing. He explained. I nodded, as he had a good point. Could be. I can understand any past confusion then, but I will not tolerate any would take advantage of confusion for personal exploit or to settle vendettas. I'll work up some documentation to clarify what exactly the Death Watch views as the rightful Mandalorian territory. However, while we don't know who is responsible, it could be some minor officer stepping out of line or we could have someone using our name to cause trouble. Governor Vrox would often use such tactics to keep Mandalore in check. Let's not discount the possibility of someone learning from history. Let it be known we are searching for who orchestrated this, and when we do find them, we'll show them no mercy. Of course, my Mandalore. Frieder Priest said, and judging by the reaction of the others, they seemed to think the issue fully resolved for now. I needed to speak with Bo-Katan, perhaps she knew more. Perhaps she may have been the cause, although I strongly doubted it. Bo-Katan preferred an open duel to a blaster in the dark. She'd never do something underhanded like this intentionally. Frieder Priest started speaking again, interrupting my line of thinking. Also, I have been in contact with agents on Shogun. They have agreed to send aid to our cause. I sat up at that, raising an eyebrow. Shogun is sending aid? Last I heard, they were not interested in Mandalore. I know they hated White Silver's document, but they mentioned nothing about an alliance before. Frieder Priest shook his head. There's a new rabble-rouser, calling for a return to Mandalore. Khal Keldao from Clan Keldao has been lobbying hard for the aid of Shogun, part of why they are coming. A lot of younger Mandalorians there want to help Death Watch restore Mandalore's ancient ways. I don't know when they'll be arriving, but I do know they will double our numbers. We will welcome our brothers from Shogun then. I instructed Frieder Priest. These young Mandalorians might be hot-blooded with conquest in their hearts, but frankly Shogun had never achieved much, nor impacted politics in any major way. Shogun is isolated, stuck out on the complete other side of the galaxy, so we had few connections and ties back to them. However, Death Watch needed new blood, and these Shogun youths might be just the thing. Turning to Gar Saxon and the others, I added, we will let them come. When they arrive, keep a firm eye on the new arrivals. They may not be familiar with the ways of Mandalore, so instruct them in the code. Take them as apprentices, if they are worthy. Instruct them in our ways and guide them. Otherwise, left to their own devices and plots, they may draw us further into the civil war. Of course, my Mandalore. Several voices at once agreed. I was about to move to adjourn the meeting, and had stood up from the meeting table, when Gar Saxon spoke up. My Mandalore, I would like your opinion on a matter. Go on. I said, retaking my seat. Gar Saxon looked quite pleased, and started stroking his chin, as if in thought. The Duchess has declared Mandalore as neutral in this galactic war and so the Republic should not be sending any ships into our space, except through the neutral trade corridors for the Hydian Way. Yet, I have proof that the Republic is already violating that neutrality. Several agents are tracking ships currently in violation through Mandalorian space at this very moment. He paused meaningfully. It seemed forced, though, as if. However, I would not wish to act in this matter until hearing your thoughts. I am curious where Gar Saxon is going with this. The man usually had little experience or patience for politics, preferring a straightforward frontal assault. What would you do with these vessels invading Mandalorian space, if given a free hand, Saxon? I probed, interested in what his plot would be. Rookcast smirked knowingly, but kept silent. I sharpened my gaze at that suspicious gesture before returning my attention to Gar. He adopted a contemplative expression, as if he needed to take his time and collect his thoughts. Gar is an excellent tactician, but a poor leader. He never demonstrated any aptitude or care for understanding the intricacies of politics. This is entirely unlike him. Was Gar put up to this by someone else? I tried to recall what news I had heard of Clan Saxon. Maybe this is related to his new wife? Vera Eldar, the former clan princess of the Eldar clan, had recently married Gar and entered into Clan Saxon. There were very few Clan Eldar members in Death Watch, as they were mostly martial traditionalists, among those angry with Tor and the treatment of the true Mandalorians. So if this was Clan Eldar making a move with Clan Saxon, that is something to keep an eye on with interest. Finally, Gar Saxon seemed to have collected his thoughts and met my eyes. My Mandalore, I propose that we capture some of these vessels. Their security is quite poor. My agents already discovered the ships are expecting deliveries of cargo from a transport outfit in the sector. Mandu Logistics is chartered to deliver their cargo. I believe a small team of skilled infiltrators could pose as these contractors and seize the ships, for the Death Watch. Seizing the ships is more in line with Gar's typical proposals. However, simply seizing the ships was potentially throwing away an opportunity to rebuild the Death Watch name. How to handle this suggestion? A useful idea. I agreed out loud. Prepare a list of candidates for at least 3 such strike teams. Start training them for such an operation in the near future. If this violation has happened multiple times and is still happening, we have time to prepare a perfect strike. Gar looked very pleased that I had accepted his proposal. However, while they prepare for such an operation, we will turn over this information to the Mandalorian government, and defer to their first move. By doing so, the Death Watch proves its commitment to defending Mandalore is genuine. It will go part of the way to repairing the damage done by Tor, as well as restore some of the harm caused by this false Death Watch attack. Mandalore must be united. Gar Saxon frowned. What if the Duchess handles these intruders herself? Will Death Watch be giving up the element of surprise? I shook my head in disagreement. We can only hope for that outcome. It would be best if Mandalore is strong enough to deal with this. We will only step in with your plan if Mandalore does not act. Gar Saxon grumbled, but nodded after a moment. A political game and the possibility of gaining resources. I hadn't considered that. 2 victories for the price of 1. Either way, we acquire some new freighters for transporting gear or earn the favor of the Mandalorians as the protectors of the sector. I could tell he was not completely satisfied by this, but it would have to do. Well done, Gar Saxon, for bringing this to my attention. Congratulations on your marriage as well. Gar Saxon spluttered at this, but I turned towards the rest of the faces. Monitor every foreign ship, Republic or CIS, entering Mandalorian space. As Frieder suggested, I will be sending updated documentation on what encompasses the rightful territory of Mandalore. Any foreign ships inside of that, we need to know about. Understood. I locked my gaze with each of the members in the meeting in turn. Yes, my Mandalore. A number of voices spoke at once, and nodded their agreement. I stood up and concluded the meeting. All right, then I think we've officially concluded this meeting. Remember our objectives: find the enemy using Death Watch's name for their own agenda, and watch out for foreign interference in our territory. Dismissed. The group of clan leaders nodded their understanding, and we all broke from the table. I walked out of the room and immediately turned left, heading towards my office. Today's meeting of Death Watch clan leaders is over, but I had further mysteries to solve today. I shut my office door a bit too quickly, the hinges squeaking softly. I shouldn't focus on that. I needed to calm my nerves after that complex meeting. I would have to get another agent in the Clan Saxon to keep an eye on them. I sighed as I moved to massage my forehead with my fingers, and reached for the hollow communicator controls on the desk. I pressed a few buttons to activate the COMM. I need more information on the assassin, and there is only one person that is in a position to answer that question. Good evening, I said with a nod as Bo-Katan Kryze's holographic upper torso appeared, hovering over the wooden desk. I am a bit surprised, she answered that COMM request almost immediately. She is looking at me furiously too. Oribis, Kikovid. So is it war, then? Is that what this is about? Bo-Katan's face is sharp as obsidian. My eyebrows shot up. Peace. I intoned slowly. I said it twice to emphasize the message. War? Why would there be war? What is she talking about? Is it because of the Death Watch assassin? I wanted to check in on you, you know you can always rely on us. Deathwatch can always provide relief or medical supplies should you need it. You're good, I almost believed that. I'm not buying this peaceful act, though, you aren't some unblooded new Mandalorian. Bo-Katan spat the words as if they were a gauntlet thrown down. You sent dangerous, armed thugs to rob my employer's company headquarters in broad daylight. Some of my men are dead, thanks for that. Then you attacked White Silver's idols live in public. She shook her head in obvious disbelief. I didn't think you'd sunk so low, Pre. I'm certain your judgment is premature. I did not authorize any Deathwatch operation at Gargan after Gare. As for the recent assassination attempt, I only knew what everyone else saw on the holonet. I paused, perhaps this could yet be salvaged. However, I understand your point of view better now. I'd be willing to meet with you and White Silver in person at a suitable meeting site on Gargan to share information and resolve this dispute formally. Bo-Katan looked frustrated, but didn't answer immediately, turning her head to the side. A few moments passed. Fine. Against my better judgment. I'll have my secretary arrange the details. I held in a chuckle, I thought I would never see the day Bo-Katan learned to delegate. It's one of the weaknesses that held her back in Deathwatch. Is there any way I could be of assistance then? I asked with a tone of concern, checking again. Bo simply shook her head, face still a silent mask of anger. Deathwatch is looking to rent some more berths and construction docks, and we could be convinced to invest significantly in Gargan's spaceport. It would be counterproductive for us to instigate hostilities on a planet that we prefer to work with. I continued, the obvious olive branch even had the benefit of being mostly true. Of course, Deathwatch could try to invade Gargan, but not only would it cost an enormous amount of manpower to accomplish, it would also reveal Deathwatch to the Mandalore sector as a whole. Saturn might even authorize a counter-invasion, now that Gargan has agreed to be under new Mandalorian protection. In short, it is not worth the effort to start problems in Gargan, when the Mandalore sector as a whole is what I am aiming for. If talks with White Silver broke down, we could sell back the slots for a profit in the future. Every fool could see Gargan is a sure investment thanks to the Civil War, with its prime position near the Hydianway hyperlane. Clans are clamoring to build businesses to cater to the Republic's sudden new military force. And White Silver has proven herself to be strong enough to defend her prize, judging by her opening display on Geonosis. Is that why White Silver interceded in Geonosis? I wondered with my refreshed perspective. I'd have to revisit that thought later. And it wasn't from someone else's order in Deathwatch. Bo-Katan pressed with serious concern in her eyes. Judging by that reaction, I am pretty sure I convinced her with the previous meeting offer. I shook my head in the negative. Senator Merrick is in Coruscant, obeying the Duchess's wishes. Gar Saxon is busy plotting to hijack some freighters violating the neutrality of the Mandalore sector by trespassing. Frieder Priest is utterly loyal, to a fault, as you know. And I highly doubt that you would order such an operation to those under your protection. So no, it wasn't Deathwatch, at the very least Deathwatch that is loyal to me. Bo-Katan's face is pure bewilderment. Then who are they then? She punched something out of frame. You know, it's almost worse, if it's not Deathwatch. Before, I thought I knew the enemy. Now. I shrugged. I knew less than she did, but I too am very interested in getting to the bottom of this, even more so now. Did the assassin's chain code reveal any information? Bo-Katan merely shook her head. Nothing, there's no info back from the Mandalorian chain code system, and his armor is basic durasteel without any beskar. There is no info on their family or identity in them, he's a ghost. The ones who broke into MH are similarly unidentifiable, but they use red plasteel armor. That was odd, but not impossible. The chain code system had always been a rather useful but underused system. Many Mandalorians did not trust the centralization such codes required and avoided them, but to have no family history in armor, that is not the norm, as they would have to commission an entire set of armor, and this is a bit deeper of a mystery than I anticipated. Sighing, I asked, any suggestions on how I can mend fences with the White Silver before the meeting? Earnestness and flattery being the central idea here. As you suggested, docks. If you want to mend fences, rent, sponsor, or invest in her shipbuilding. That will bring more jobs to the Mandalore sector and will raise the sector's defensive capabilities. That is unexpected. Just how much time did Bo-Katan spend on Gargan in order to learn how to talk like that? A question for another time, perhaps. And what about the sector's opinion? Someone claiming to be Deathwatch just tried to kill a singer on Live Hollow. Maybe she will have an answer to that as well? Idols. Was the response, which caught me by surprise yet again. Pardon? I asked, not following the sudden change in topic. White Silver's idols are a hopeful aspiration to what Mandalore could be. Under her influence, Mandalore would transform into a cultural hub, built on our military past. A cultural hub, but also of people and traditions, a way of life compatible with the possibility of fighting a war, but aspiring to cooperate. Tickets on Gargan are sold out for the idols. Stars, the shows on Mandalore are completely sold out as well. I sat there, my jaw slightly lowered. I was pretty sure I had a bottle of strong whiskey hidden somewhere in this desk. I might have a need to find it, as I am wondering what universe I currently reside in. Yes, well, I'm going to have to pay a bit more attention to these idols, aren't I? I adopted a thoughtful expression. Who did you use to find your idols? Bo-Katan finally smiled. I was the one in charge of the project. Why? How would you like to help Death watch out from the shadows on this one? I asked, amused at the chance to delegate this task right back to its sender. No amount of torture could reveal my secret leadership techniques. Bo-Katan looked at me a bit unsure as she scratched her head, but after a moment, she nodded. All right, I guess I found one set of superstar idols. I could try and repeat my success. Mandalore, Sundari Palace, Council Chambers. Duchess Satin. I covered my mouth reflexively in shock, reviewing the reason and cause of this emergency council meeting. Prime Minister Almec paused the holo video playing the recording for the council. Did she just kill a man on stage? I asked, hesitating, alternating between looking at the council members, back towards the still frame of the scene, or putting my head in my palms at the amount of work I would need to fix this mess. The now infamous lead idol Miri Chower is part of the Gargan Girls, the same idol group we had scheduled to appear at the cultural festival next month. The same festival that Bo and Tanya had hoped would demonstrate brighter Mandalorian ideals and encourage their fellow Mandalorians to embrace their better natures. And now, this whole thing had gone completely sideways, and I was left carrying the bag. The silence stretched uncomfortably. The Minister of Finance, Mrs. Draken, is bold enough to be the first to answer my question. Yes, a week ago, our official spokeswoman for the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force killed a man on a live Holonet broadcast. The Minister of the Interior, Mr. Armiton, spoke up after Mrs. Draken finished. Not exactly the best look. Perhaps we should try and pretend this never happened? We can still terminate the contract. I agree with that. Prime Minister Almec said with a nod of his head. He paused for a moment and shifted his purple gaze on me. In fact, we should start pulling back on a lot of our ideas when it comes to the Self-Defense Force and the Silver documents. I have a very bad feeling that this might be the start of a civil war between Death Watch and the Silver Mandalorians. The Minister of the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force, Ikud Tavu Ordo, is the newest councilwoman to join the council, went a bit pale as Almec droned on. She stood up, clearly itching to interject, but too polite to interrupt. Almec paid her no mind, but then he paused for a breath. No. That would be a disaster. She spoke towards the group, ignoring him. We can't scale back now, there's never been so much focus or attention on the SDF. In fact, I would say this is probably the best thing to ever happen to our efforts to create a Mandalorian self-defense. Are you mad? Prime Minister Almec interrupted, looking at her with bewilderment. She just murdered a man. Live on Holonet broadcast. This will be all over the galaxy in no time, so all will know that Miri Chower is a bounty hunter and a cold-blooded killer. What will the rest of the galaxy see us as, if we celebrate such creatures? Actually, that's not really an issue. Chimed in the soft-spoken and junior councilman, Alric Wren. Mr. Wren had been selected as Minister of Cultural Affairs 2 months prior. Mr. Wren was a professor at the Royal Academy, and Korki's advisor for his academic merit project. The cultural festival has sold out 3 times over in the last 19 hours. I've spent the last day lining up more venues to keep accommodating the demand. We're going to be making credits hand over fist on this. Mr. Wren paused to take a drink of water. I don't know him well enough to understand his character yet. Korki had nothing but excellent stories about his time with the former professor, but it is interesting that when I had surveyed my council for a short list of names, Governor Vizsla had also independently submitted the man's name to my attention. Which is a strange coincidence, but seeing as 2 independent sources that I trust vouched for him, he must be very capable. The other cultural volunteers groups that will be demonstrating for live events throughout the Mandalore sector, they've all not said a thing about this. They seem to have not cared or simply not cared enough to disprove it openly. Really? The Minister of Finance, Mrs. Draken said, raising an eyebrow before shaking her head in amusement. The Minister of the Interior, Mr. Armiton, shifted uneasily. We do have to contend with a budget shortfall this year. If no one else cares, and it's actually going to make us a lot of credits. Prime Minister Almec looked shocked at his sudden betrayal. Before he could respond, though, Ms. Ordo spoke up again. We don't have to worry about any criminal charges as Ms. Chower is in the clear, legally. This was a clear-cut case of self-defense. We do have a bit of a problem with the volunteer system because of this event, but not the way you would think. Prime Minister Almec looked appalled, mouth moving with no words for a moment. Finally, he spluttered, "You're not saying volunteers are up, are you?" Ms. Ordo did not hide her obvious military discipline or pride on her face as she answered Almec. "It's through the roof actually. The volunteer rate might as well be a vertical line upwards, especially when the ads dropped a day in advance of the story. Ms. Chower's self-defense legal defense triggered a second cascade of volunteers, even more than the initial wave. Right now we cannot even process a fraction of the applications. Some of the administrative regions have even begun to charge people for the right to volunteer. Mr. Ren gave a polite cough into the sudden silence at the end of Ms. Ordo's last comment. The Minister of Cultural Affairs adjusted his glasses and muttered, "Well, the Self-Defense Force coordinated with the Cultural Affairs Office." Ah, that explained things. However, Prime Minister Almec just gave him a confused look, so he continued. "What I mean to say is that there's a 25% discount if you're a government employee. This happens to include SDF soldiers, trainees, and enlistees." I couldn't help myself, I chuckled behind my palm. He shot me a grieved look, but what could I do with this situation? It had gotten absolutely insane. Taking a breath, I finally said, "All right, well, I think it is safe to say that we will not be breaking the contract with the Gargan girls. We will get a few people upset with the fact that there's a connection between the Gargan girls and the Self-Defense Force, even if it's just a little bit of mutual advertisement. People are upset about everything," Ms. Ordo said dismissively, waving away the concerns. "If this specific event had not happened, some other distraction would occupy our focus, and people would still be upset. At least we can gain some control of the narrative right now." She shook her head, before adding, "Speaking of distractions, there was an interesting offer sent to us from the Mandalorian Patrol. They contacted the palace's royal guard." "Oh yes," I nodded. I had already been informed about this, and had planned to talk about it in the next council meeting, but then the craziness from Gargan had reared its head. "We should talk about the Mandalorian Patrol and their recent offer." Prime Minister Almec looked at me in confusion yet again. "What offer?" "To be clear, this is still being investigated, but from my understanding the Mandalorian Patrol is willing to sell some of their vessels that they've acquired over the years to the Self-Defense Force. We could use them to create a proper navy." Prime Minister Almec shook his head, before saying, "How are we going to get the resources to purchase these ships, let alone maintain them? Sure, we have a manpower surplus right now, but we still don't have the credits for it." Mrs. Draken coughed, before speaking, "I might have an idea about that." Everyone focused on her as she said, "If the cultural festival is as successful as it is forecasted to be, perhaps we should send some screenings to off-system planets. We could sell the rights to Holonet stations, syndicate shows that demonstrate Mandalorian culture and musical excellence. Make some extra cash off the cultural festival, buy the ships off the local mercenaries, and organize them into a proper navy." "That's not bad," Ms. Ordo said approvingly. "As a one-off source of funding, it's good, but we can do even better. There's a week-long festival celebrated all across the Republic, the Festival of Life. It's about 5 months from now." Mr. Ren explained and nodded at Ms. Ordo. "We could make this cultural event a regular tradition and funding mechanism for the SDF." Part of me wondered why Mr. Ren cared so deeply about funding the SDF. Perhaps he wanted to turn his temporary ministry appointment into a permanent council position. "We should use the Republic's holiday week to start our own Mandalorian traditions and show off on Coruscant." I gave Mr. Ren a slight nod. Having more compatible sources of credits is always nice to have. "I'm interested, but not convinced. Create a more formal proposal and submit it for the next meeting." Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Tanya cries. My report back to Coruscant was less exciting than I had anticipated, with the civil war on. I hurried back to Senator Merchik's office. His bodyguard let me in, and I nodded at the unfamiliar man approvingly. I strongly agreed with the wisdom of self-protection, especially after recent events. Senator Merrick nodded at me from behind his desk, while his bodyguard took up a position near the door again. "Welcome back, Representative Tanya," he said slowly. "The Duchess has informed me that we need to improve our security. I'd suggest you stay away from the Senate. I met your new bodyguard. I also have some new staff. I think Ms. Morrison will be ready to take the trials for the Royal Guards soon." "I see, fine. However, I still suggest you stick clear of the Senate and your friends from Naboo. The Trade Federation senators and agents are investigating you. Your recent actions are very interesting to them. Unless you like danger, I'd stick to areas where your diplomatic immunity actually protects you, like Mandalore Tower." At this particular moment, it was very hard to not act my age. "All right, I don't want to upset Aunt Satin." I bobbed my head. "Very good." Senator Merrick nodded, and indicated I could depart. After that conversation, I wasn't so foolish as to ignore Merrick's helpful warning about the Trade Federation. I should have expected that they would be interested in me, especially after their previous vendetta with Senator Amidala. So I am keeping clear of the usual Senate buildings and meeting areas. Avoiding the Senate made me feel a little redundant, a backup singer to a world-class singer, but I appreciated Merrick looking out for things like that. Aunt Satin would be very annoyed if I was involved in another diplomatic incident so soon. However, it did give me time to run my businesses as White Silver, as well as keep an eye on how the war was progressing. My access to internal Senate documents and military documents is substantial, more than I was initially comfortable with, but apparently this is standard. X4, did we set up any substantial interests in Christophsis? I queried. The documents I saw about troop movements were odd. While superweapons were the focus of public attention, the Confederacy are invading worlds all over the galaxy. The planet Christophsis had been invaded, and it seemed that a large force in response from the Republic was being assembled to retake the planet. How important that planet was to the war effort is debatable since there are hundreds of mining worlds in the Outer Rim alone, but it did require some sort of response. No, mistress. Christophsis is directly on the Corellian run. Mandalore logistics has been focusing on profitable trade routes that bypass major hyperroutes as those have less competition. I grunted, well, that was a good decision now, considering the galactic civil war is focused along those same primary hyperlane routes. If the Republic did nothing to stop the Confederacy from invading worlds, well, that would make it rather apparent that the Republic treated some planets as more important than others. So the Republic is forced to respond to every invasion, or risk more planets joining the Confederacy in order to avoid being directly invaded. The Senate had been terribly surprised by the invasion of Kamino as well, but the invasion hadn't surprised me in the slightest. If your enemy knows you have a supply network coming out of a single point of failure, one planet for all their clones, then of course they're going to attack it. There is no better way to cut off the supply of clones to the front line than to kill them before they've even been equipped. A battle prevented is a battle won, and it seems Count Dooku understood that as well. Unlike Christophsis, where the conflict is still ongoing, the battle for Kamino had been won quickly. The Republic had no choice but to defend Kamino. I understand the planet had survived the assault and would be back in production, albeit at a slower rate for a bit. The new bottleneck in clone production had started a debate in the Senate about creating secondary clone laboratories elsewhere. However, I was still concerned about the use of clones at all for the Republic's infantry. It's a lot easier to grab a man off the street and give them 2 months of basic training for a blaster than it was to grow a clone. Clone training is more complicated and expensive than arming a militia, no doubt due to clones being detached from society and lacking a proper childhood. The cost to train clones and send them out to fight is something like 4 times the price of arming existing citizens for a militia. The Senate is fixated on using clones, though, as it is obviously working, and they are hoping it will keep working until they win the war. Shaking my head, I sat back in my seat and gazed out the window across Coruscant, staring at the endless ecumenopolis. There are a lot of worlds interested in improving their security and defenses now. The more well-known defense firms charged premium prices, they would probably cost them an arm and a leg. Alternatively, worlds could invest in security from Mandalore, as Mandalore Hypernautics are producing their own local fighters for a relatively cheap rate. Not to mention, the Crusader-class freighters Mandalore produced had a moment in the spotlight since my rescue from Geonosis. The Peacekeeper had held its own against the droid fighters during its insertion and attracted outside interest. X4, did the Republic contact us regarding the Crusader-class freighters after Geonosis? I might as well double and triple check things in my downtime. Negative, my mistress. X4 replied tersely. I turned my head slowly to move one of the bangs out of my eyes. Who has been interested in them, then? I asked. Would you like me to enumerate systems that have requested its technical specifications? X4 replied. Just the ones that have placed orders or made an offer. I watched the traffic lanes of speeders and repulsor craft on the other side of the window, my eyes naturally seeking any pattern lurking in the chaos. Mistress, the following institutions have purchased at least one Crusader-class freighter: Corellian Security Forces, Arcania Defensive Navy, the Grand Protector of Radia, the Terry's Civil Authority, and of course, the Mandalorian government. Additionally, many institutions have made offers, in particular the Telerath Banking Guild and Relith Clan Council have both asked for a license to produce the freighter themselves. Did you wish to respond to any of the licensing or other offers? X4 asked. No, not right now. It would not be a good long-term investment for Mandalore. Maybe if we need credits in a hurry, but there's no reason to sell the rights right now. Even if they share improvements or technology for the Crusader class back with us, we're much better off if it's Mandalorians making the discoveries and gaining the experience. I explained to X4, putting my back to the window again and facing the droid. He made a confused beep in response, but followed that up with a chirp in the affirmative. As you wish, mistress. I sighed and tried to explain it in terms X4 might understand. Mandalore, and by extension, Mandalore Hypernautics, has a lot of solid engineers, IT personnel, and shipbuilding experience. These human resources have been built up as a result of our investments in local companies. And yes, the licensing of the designs might draw in immediate credits or new technology, but it would waste all the credits we spent building up local companies for the same quality of work, as most will go out of business without our contracts. The more technology we built in-house, local to the sector, the higher quality ships Mandalore will produce long-term. X4 beeped in the affirmative again. At least that's what I have hoped. The Ordo system and the Mandalorian patrol in talks with Mondal Hypernautics, expressed interest in purchasing ships, and a few local worlds have expressed interest as well. I was also hoping they were willing to transfer their knowledge on shipbuilding for the plans on the Crusader-class freighter or other ship designs we had. The Civil War held the real possibility of transforming Gargan and Mondal Hypernautics into economic powerhouses. A lot of my business operated out of Gargan. I need to consolidate my businesses on that planet to offer them all protection. Bo-Katan sent me a terse holocom about a group of thugs that broke into Mondal Hypernautics recently. It would be ideal if all my businesses could share the same security, same resources, etc. I believe that's why conglomerates and other megacorporations tended to form in the first place. I needed a Mandalorian megacorporation. X4, can you look into relocating the Armorers Consortium, Vesti Engineering, and any other of my major firms not already on Gargan to the planet? I definitely want the armor and weapons manufacturers included. I would like to incorporate all my major companies into a single entity to offer them access to shared security and resources in the sector. Not to mention, it will make them easier to manage. Looking back at my datapad, showing the tangled web that is my personal finances, I longed for a proper corporate accounting structure. Vesti Engineering already has Phobium power cell facilities located on Gargan, Mistress. X4 corrected, but of course, I will look into this. Is there anything else you need? Really, I needed to find something other than business to do with my life, otherwise I would become rather stagnant. Fine. I put my saucer down on the desk and turned back towards where X4 is working away, at several computers at once. Managing the companies as best as he could. Thanks X4, do you mind contacting Vi and asking her to perhaps prepare one of her expeditions to the city in the next week or so? I feel like I'm becoming stagnant in my position and need to let off some steam. Of course, my mistress. Your schedule is clear for the next 2 weeks. He helpfully added. I am already painfully aware of my free schedule, however. Thank you, X4. I said, leaning back in my chair. I knew I probably am opening a can of chaos, but I could use something mundane and chaotic over the constant war updates I had to read about daily. Whatever Vi came up with would be entertaining, at least, of that I was certain. There is a reason that I kept her around, and it isn't because she's a good employee. If I'm pressed to admit it, perhaps I had grown fond of her chaos, as it complemented my order. As long as she is a controlled chaos under me, that is fine by me. MSST System, Ancient Asteroid Base, Royal aka Jor Shuttle. Corky cries. What a difference 4 months can make. 4 months ago, I was planning for an expedition to an asteroid to go looking for a lost relic ship, one that supposedly had unknown cultural relics. I was interested in what the Royal Museum of Mandalore could learn to get a better idea of the ancient past of Mandalore. But by the time I was prepared to go exploring with my schoolmates and investigate this asteroid belt for the ancient ship, the galaxy had radically changed. The Republic is at war with the Confederacy of Independent Systems and Mandalore is in between the two of them. It was hard to truly grasp the reality of the situation. There was a dreadful aura of normality to the whole thing. The galaxy had gone mad, and everything just went on like normal. As if we were meant to simply accept this as the new status quo. People protested, condemned, justified, argued, but my classes resumed at the Royal Academy, and in sundry life continued on as usual. Everyone still needed to get paid, everyone still needed to finish their education, and everyone still went home at the end of the day to warm food and a safe bed. I was no different in truth. As the days went on and the shock wore off, I became worried about how the state of the galaxy would affect my expedition. The Prime Minister of Mandalore, Almec, had strongly urged my Academy advisor against the expedition, and finally the Academy cancelled the entire expedition a few weeks ago. However, my schoolmates and I protested his decision, and with Aunt Satin's help we eventually overruled him on that matter. I was happy about that, ecstatic. As people were displaced by war and bloodshed, I was happy that my little void archaeology expedition was given the green light. I felt, honestly, I had no idea how I felt, but it was what I was meant to do. It's also a nice change of pace from those occasional diplomatic missions to the various planets inside the Mandalore system that Auntie Satin usually sent me on. So when it came to my life in this time of galactic unrest, I simply did the same thing everyone else was doing. I kept calm and carried on. Which had resulted in a slow start and finally getting here to this asteroid in the middle of MSST system, the asteroid base that supposedly had a vault inside of it that carried a large ship full of relics. Is the ship really there? It's hard to say. If the asteroid base is still operational, we could send a coded broadcast that would trigger the asteroid base to reveal itself. If we didn't find this code in the Canducii, we would have to spend months looking for each asteroid large enough to fit a space dock manually, since the dock's spatial coordinates would not have remained the same after several thousand years of drift. I am excited, though. Well, less excited about the fact that we are going to have to do a spacewalk across a small open area to the main doors. Lagos, Sony, Amos, and I are wearing modified versions of the Academy hardsuits. The modifications ensured the suits were sealed and fully covered the body, allowing us to remain in the suit for an extended period without running out of air. Aunt Satin had our suits up armored with some spare beskar from the royal armorer. I thought it was unnecessary, but she said that she will only allow our expedition if we wear armored suits in the event that trouble finds us, like the animal attack on Breshik. Once we land, we are going to have to do a bit of a walk across the sandy surface of the asteroid, before we could make it inside the dock. We can't land our shuttle inside because the docking bay is likely to be closed and can only be opened by someone inside. I doubt anyone is still alive after 1,000 years. Our objective is to search the abandoned base, find a way into the ship, and release it from whatever docking clamps held it inside the asteroid. However, there is always the possibility that the clamps had failed centuries ago, causing the ship to continually bump around inside the asteroid, trashing it completely and resulting in the loss of all relics. If that were the case, this mission would be a complete failure. But I held on to the hope that it would all work out. Even if we confirmed the ship's destruction, there might be something left floating around inside. If we could confirm the ship's presence and the existence of relics, we could arrange for another expedition to explore the ship and see what had been left behind. I hate these things, muttered Crikey as she struggled to fit herself into a set of Mandalorian armor that resembled an earlier version of Super Commando armor. You shouldn't, said Tom, who was already decked out in his orange mechanical armor. He stood behind her, overseeing the task of making sure her gear is double-checked and fastened correctly to prevent oxygen loss. The standard practice is to have someone else double-check your equipment before a spacewalk. So, everyone had paired up. Sonny and I are in one corner, Amos and Lagos are in another, Tom and Crikey in their own corner, and in the last corner are my squad of royal guards. Unfortunately, Captain Ra was no longer with us. He had been assigned to my guard duty ever since our visit to Breshik, but as soon as the Civil War started, he apparently took a leave of absence and began offering his services to the Republic as a fighter pilot trainer. I wasn't a fan of the idea of one of our own training military forces inside the Republic, but I understood his motivations. Captain Ra felt it was the best way to protect Mandalore. After the incident with my younger sister and several other notable Mandalorians showing up in the midst of CIS deployments, it seemed apparent that Mandalore had made a poor first impression in the Civil War. It was better to appear neutral and allow individuals to choose which side they supported than to appear to support one side or the other. At least that's what my sister's recent letters recommended regarding the situation. Crikey's voice then crackled out of the ship intercom, interrupting my worrying with fresh concerns. Hey! We are coming in for a landing. Unfortunately, the asteroid docking bay is already open. There are 2 ships already in the docking bay. A collective exclamation of what went throughout the room, and I immediately moved towards a window to look out. Outside, I saw a strange vessel, one of a design I am unfamiliar with. It is long and had 2 wings that apparently rotated up. The ship reminded me a bit of the aka Jor transport shuttle we are using, but sleeker and more combat-oriented. The other ship is some sort of Corellian vessel, obvious from its discreet nature, and it looked fairly old. My new Royal Guard captain, whose name escaped me right now, moved to the window next to me. He also peered out the window as the ship came to a landing next to the 2 other vessels. When he turned back to face me, I caught a glimpse of his name lapel, Captain Briok. He said, "Well, what do we have here? Prince Corky, I think we should call this off. We have an unknown force already inside the facility, this could be dangerous." I just shook my head at his ignorance. No way. We can't give up here. Those relics represent centuries of Mandalorian history, and they belong to the people of Mandalore, not these interlopers, whoever they are. Captain Briok tilted his head in thought. You think the mask of Mandalore is there? He jerked his thumb towards the ships, obviously joking by his expression. No idea. I wasn't here to find any specific relic, but those unknown ships indicated something was here. Honestly, I hope not. But those others are here. Both Lagos and Sonny were already heading over towards me, concern clear on their faces. Amos had found one of the blasters, the same model I already had holstered at my side, and was examining it in his hands, seeming a bit too interested in it. His expression reminded me of my little sister. I have a bad feeling about this, Lagos noted after one look at Amos. Captain Briok immediately got serious. Okay, if we are going to do this, we are going to do this my way. Staff Sergeant Oberd and I will lead the way in. You and your friends will follow behind us and stick to the center of the group. The remaining guards will provide cover and rear guard. If any of your friends aren't prepared for a fight, they should stay aboard the ship. Got it, kids? By the end of his instructions, a circle of us had formed around him. Captain Briok moved through the group, and reached over to grab one of the extra staves stashed along the bulkhead of the ship. The guards had brought some kit from their armory for this mission. After grabbing one for himself, Briok tossed one to me. I know you're not one for weapons, but I doubt your little blaster you got there is going to be something you will feel comfortable with. So here, take this staff, shock anyone who gets too close. Don't get killed. I chuckled politely, while he immediately started helping Oberd prepare some additional firepower. I navigated around Lagos and grabbed my helmet and put it on. Sony immediately started fussing with it, to ensure that the seal was secure. Eventually, we finished checking each other's equipment and once Brihok was satisfied, we all headed toward the exit ramp. Crikey and Tom were there waiting for us by the ramp, and we started tracking across the sandy dirt of the asteroid to the facility. As we passed the strange blue craft, my royal guards paused and examined the ship. One of them pointed, and then Oberd's voice was audible in the suit speakers, "That's not good." I moved towards their position to get a better view, and then I saw the symbol on the external bulkhead. The symbol had 3 claw-like lines, connected by a central line. A familiar symbol to me, but only because I had seen one on a manifesto recently while on Breshik. "Death Watch," I said. Then I remembered I needed to use the suit radio. Pressing it, I asked, "The Death Watch symbol?" Captain Brihok nodded, "Yep. That's exactly what that symbol represents. We're going to have to be careful. If these guys are just jackasses pretending to be Death Watch, this could be a problem." "And if they are Death Watch?" I asked. "Well then, this is going to be the fight of our lives. Let's hope it's just pretenders." I nodded and followed Captain Brihok in. The rest of the royal guards spread out into their formation as we made our way to the ominously open docking bay entrance. Once there, I saw that the situation was a bit different than I had suspected from a distance. The doors had been popped open, but not by a clever slicer, instead the doors were blasted open, with obvious damage showing from the aftermath of an explosion. Further inside, the destroyed doorway revealed a second set of doors that seemed to be firmly locked. Carefully, we made our way past the debris of the outer doorway. Sony made a beeline straight for the interior access panel. Half the squad of guards remained outside the exterior to guard, while Captain Brihok and 3 others joined us inside the passageway. "How's it looking, Sony?" I called. A few moments of searching turned up nothing else interesting visible in the passageway. Sony replied, not bothering to look up from her personal datapad, "There's a basic atmosphere control still in effect. These doors are just here for backup. There's an active low-level force field on the other side of that door. I should be able to open it whenever we want." She pointed to the indicated doors. "Well, that's good, but not yet," Captain Brihok said before signaling his men to be ready to enter the facility. Once the squad was in formation and clustered around the door, he turned to us and said, "Stay back here, and if you see someone coming that's not us, either seal the door or start running. There's no reason to fight them if they are not Death Watch. Lives are more important to Mandalore than any relics, so just get the hell out." "Got it." I joined the group chorus of crackled, "Yes," and other forms of agreement from Lagos, Sony, Amos, and the rest. Captain Brihok stepped forward from the group, and nodded towards Sony. "Okay kid, after you open the door, move back against the passage bulkhead and stay clear." "Ready." There was a collective pause. "Open it." The door opened. It was an instant standoff. On one side of the room are 7 Mandalorians wearing super commando armor of a modern make, all clad in a blue-black coloration, and wielding either dual pistols or carbine rifles. They each had the same 3-clawed symbol on their shoulders, with a dash of red showing which side they were on. On the other side of the room are 2 individuals. One is carrying a rifle of unknown make, wearing blue and red armor with yellow markings on their face mask. The other is a towering woman, carrying what could only be described as a rotary blaster cannon, as it had 6 barrels that were already warmed up, slowly and menacingly spinning. She's wearing blue and black armor that has a single solid plate over her chest, instead of the super commando pattern of several smaller plates. As the door parted, both parties turned towards us. There are visible expressions of confusion on all parties present. Neither one of them had expected more people to show up. "Fucking traitors! You called the royal guard on us!" An angry voice yelled from the crowd of Death Watch minions. Some of them aimed weapons towards the royal guards. Immediately, all my guards raised their blasters towards the Death Watch soldiers. "Why the fuck would we do that?" called the taller woman, who swung her rotary blaster cannon back to face the Death Watch group. "Oh. I don't know, maybe because you're a Manda-cursed bitch. A thief that wants to steal all these relics and fence them on the open market. I see how it is. If we can't have them, better to destroy them by handing them over to the damn pacifist. Do you know how much time it took to get the intel on this Manda-forsaken asteroid? Probably got the intel from the same hut that sold you yours, you harpy," taunted the voice of a shorter woman pointing her rifle at the original speaker. "Ladies," Captain Brihok said, suit transmitting his voice over its loudspeakers, "all of you will lower your weapons now." "Fuck you, pacifist!" shouted one of the male voices of the Death Watch members. One of them opened fire and one of his shots struck a royal guard in the face. He fell over, and I couldn't tell what state he was in, but I never had the chance to check as the room erupted into chaotic blaster fire as my royal guard charged the Death Watch members. I grabbed Sony's hand. Since the doorway is open, she is alone and vulnerable against the passageway bulkhead. So I pulled her along and took cover behind some crates. Looking up, the shorter yellow-marked Mandalorian was standing on the boxes, and seemed to examine the fallen royal guard from a safe distance, before moving on. She moved at a rather incredible pace, returning fire at someone that shot at her. Well, I think she's on our side. I commented in a private COMM channel, as Sony nodded her head in agreement. A few more blasts missed us, aimed above our cover. Maybe we should move back towards the door and try to escape. I think the battle has diffused enough that we could sneak outside and not be noticed. Yeah, that's a good idea. I agreed, peeking around the corner to see what was going on. As I peeked, I saw the tall Mandalorian, with her rotary blaster cannon discarded on the ground, caught up in a fist fight between one of the Death Watch members. From my position, it seemed she was doing a rather good job punching through the armor. I don't know what planet she was from, but apparently she was obviously superhumanly strong, far superior to baseline strength. Not even Mandalorian armor was able to stop her from breaking bones. Another Death Watch minion snuck around behind her, and slowly raised her own blaster towards the fist fight, clearly aiming towards the taller Mandalorian. I was forced to act. I brought out my blaster, setting the staff on the ground, and aimed it at the hidden Death Watch minion. She immediately reacted to my motion, switching targets towards aiming at my position. My trigger was pulled and I felt the impact of a blaster shot at the same moment. My chest felt scorching hot and bruised from the blaster bolt, but the minion staggered as she fell onto his back, stunned. I am now really grateful for the Beskar upgrade, Aunt Satin insisted on adding. The towering Mandalorian woman seemed to have heard the brief blaster exchange and abandoned her defeated opponent, scanning the area. Her opponent is completely still, either unconscious, or worse. Turning to me, she gave me a thumbs up and said, "Thanks, kid." She gave her opponent one final kick to the head, before moving on to complete some other objective out of sight. Then, I saw Sony also peeking around the other side of the boxes. Sony and I turned towards each other. We couldn't hear any more sounds of violence or yelling after a few more tense seconds of silent waiting. I wondered what side had won. The answer came in the form of Captain Brehook asking, "Clear, who's still alive?" "Sound off." Popping my head up to look around, I answered, "Sony and I are good." Surprisingly, the two individuals who weren't with the Death Watch group from the previous standoff are standing next to the captain. Mr. Bresh and Ms. Crikey crawled out from behind a set of cargo containers, dragging an unconscious Death Watch minion. Ms. Crikey apparently had lost her helmet in the fight, but she looked like a victorious lion dragging her kill. I am pretty sure I recognized the knife that is sticking out of the Death Watch's body as hers. And Amos and Lagos came out from where they've been hiding. They'd somehow gotten their hands on Death Watch weapons by the looks of it. That could have gone better. Captain Brehook remarked, examining the aftermath. He turned towards Sony and asked, "Can you access their systems?" He swept his hand out, indicating the equipment from the fallen Death Watch. "We still haven't found where the ship is hidden. We also don't know if that group is all of them, either. They might have backup nearby. I'd rather be on the way back to Mandalore before they show up." Sony moved over to a console and meanwhile, I asked, "Think these guys are Death Watch or just wannabes?" Captain Brehook shook his head, "I don't think they're the real deal. Their training wasn't up to snuff to the one we fought in the Civil War. I would like to think there'd be no reinforcements, but making an assumption like that is often just asking for trouble." Suddenly, Captain Brehook's voice was only coming over my COMM. "Prince Korki. Those two interlopers assisted us back there, but they seem the skittish type. What are your orders?" The odd question almost caused me to miss that he had switched to my hardsuit private COMM line. I gave it some thought as I thumbed the discreet COMM button on the suit vambrace before saying, "I think we can let them go, after we questioned them. They helped us out and it wouldn't be fair if we imprisoned them for helping. We still have to find the relic ship, and having to keep watch over prisoners will make it more difficult." Captain Brehook nodded his head, "As you wish, Prince Korki." I nodded in understanding as I scanned the room. A royal guard is bandaging our fallen guardsmen, two royal guards are looking after Lagos and Amos who are standing next to Sony on a console, and the others are examining the Death Watch group to make sure all of them are secured. The two unknown women kept themselves close together as they shifted around and eyed Captain Brehook as he walked closer. "The prince has agreed to let you go after you answer a few questions. We won't pry into your identities, but we will need you to answer some of our questions." The tall one replied, "And what if we don't answer them? Then I will have to report you as members of Death Watch and have arrest warrants with your armor's description spread around the Mandalore sector. Trust me, it would be a lot easier for all parties involved if you cooperate," Captain Brehook said with a nonchalant tone. The short one placed her hand on the taller one and said, "What do you want to know? First things first, how did you find this asteroid base?" We had to find it in an underwater wreck. As Captain Brihok asked his question, the taller woman walked to the side and started to pick up what looked like blaster components. The shorter one shrugged, no idea, we were hired by them for our, unique set of skills. So you'll have to ask them once they're awake about where they got that info. Captain Brihok nodded his head while keeping an eye on the taller one. How did you get hired exactly? I am guessing through the Bounty Hunters Guild. The shorter woman nodded her head too. Yeah, we were hired to salvage a shipwreck but we didn't know what exactly we would be salvaging. I would have preferred if this stuff went to a museum but we had to spend a week checking every asteroid in this area. Alright, last question, is the Corellian ship yours? The woman nodded her head, that's right. Good, that means that we can impound that Death Watch ship and sweep it for evidence. Captain Brihok said. Alright, I think that is all of the questions that I want answered. You're free to leave. Sony's voice suddenly boomed over the loudspeakers at an excessive volume. I found the Seeker's Vigil. She had clearly sliced her suit speakers up to 11, again. I watched the two mercenaries leave back outside the base before I walked over to see what Sony was looking at on the console display. It's 2 levels down, inside a vault. The facility is reporting the doors are sealed, but I can open them from here. The ship's fuel is showing empty. Either that or the tanks are ruptured. Sony explained to the group, once the 4 of us joined up with the others. I felt a slight vibration in the floor through the solace of my boots, it only lasted for a few seconds. Captain Brihok started giving orders. Baruer, how is he? As he pointed to the royal guard that got shot in the head. He'll need an aspirin but he'll live. The medic replied. Captain Brihok then said, all right, half of you stay here to watch the prisoners, the rest will follow me with the prince to the Seeker's Vigil. After the royal guards saluted, we headed deeper into the facility to get what we came for. Mandalore, Sundari Palace, Council Chambers. Pre-Vizsla. Someone is posing as Death Watch. Someone is trying to cause problems. Again. And someone is going to pay dearly for that. News of the attack on Prince Korki Kryze had travelled quickly back to Mandalore and currently the Duchess is probably the angriest he'd ever seen her. You could really tell that the Mandalorian blood in her is flowing right now as she paced back and forth, almost having the stomping of a march to it. She took a seat in her throne, the backlight on the wall behind her lit up. She took in a deep breath, before saying, so Death Watch has returned and in actuality, it's not just some rogue agent who happened to strike at Gargan. Now they've struck at the heart of the Mandalorian government. How did we miss their return? And what are we going to do about it? I asked, guilelessly. Death Watch never truly went away. Remnants have been under my command since, quite a long time now. But my remnants, as far as I was aware, had not been involved in this operation. I heard about the mission to find this lost relic ship and I shrugged it off as it was not important in the grand scheme of things. What importance would come from capturing an ancient relic ship when the end goal is control of the whole sector? Sure, it would gain us knowledge of our past, but does it grant the Death Watch movement legitimacy? Not really, unless the mask of Mandalore is hidden there, which I highly doubt. Someone wanted to pose as Death Watch? I'll simply take a page out of White Silver's book. It had done wonders for her image when she destroyed an extremist splinter faction, it might do wonders for my own faction as well. Prime Minister Almec spoke after shaking his head, it's impossible that these Death Watch have completely missed our notice. So I may have some theories on the matter on why we might have been blinded to their movements or their rise. This will be good. I thought, as I leaned back in my chair. Mandalore, Sundari Palace, Council Chambers. Almec. I stood up and addressed Saturn. I glanced at Governor Vizsla, but I ignored his smirk. Ever since White Silver made her debut a few years ago, I've been devoting resources to monitor their operations. So far, most of her operations are above board and legal. Which seems strange considering how they came onto the board in the first place. I suspect these legal businesses are merely a front to hide their true illegal operations. And perhaps these Death Watch aren't truly the real Death Watch. Perhaps they are agents of White Silver, used to draw attention away from her operations so that she'll have free reign in the Mandalore sector. Saturn had an expression of complete astonishment, the only thing that could have made it better was. I turned to take in the rest of the council. The look on Governor Vizsla's face, it shared the same expression of complete shock. As usual, I am the only one paying attention to the serious threats circling Mandalore. The Duchess spoke first. That makes no sense. Why would she have used her own movement to attack the Gargan girls? I nodded. Yes, that's a good question. I believe that assassination attempt is a false flag attack from White Silver, to make the Gargan girls a martyr. Right now we are assuming that because they attacked White Silver, they are enemies. All we have to show that they are enemies is the attack itself, which is circumstantial evidence at best. And the attack failed. It only failed because the Gargan girls actually wore Beskar armor. Something White Silver herself endorses pretty heavily. Governor Vizsla pointed out. Yes, and very few people probably knew that before the attack. I countered. Governor Vizsla shrugged his shoulders at that. Satin still seemed puzzled. That's a possibility, so let's prepare for the worst case and assume that this really is a faction of Death Watch Reborn. How are we going to handle this situation? I was prepared for this possibility. We reactivate the old apparatus for hunting down any Death Watch sympathizers, keep an eye out for their movements, and try to figure out what their overall strategy is. The previous efforts to root out the Death Watch had succeeded after all, the only problem was that we let our vigilance down. If Satin approves of this proposal, maybe I could transform the task force monitoring White Silver into a permanent department. I retook my seat, so the council could discuss the proposal further. Satin nodded her head in agreement, obviously lost in thought, looking for any way to deal with the potential threat of another terrorist organization. Governor Vizsla seemed less convinced by my proposal. He shook his head in disagreement. This all seems premature. Have the attackers that targeted Prince Korki been identified yet? Satin shook her head. No, they have not been fully identified yet. The Royal Guard are transporting them and their ship back to Mandalore, in addition to the recovered relics and the ship. They should return in a week's time. Why? Governor Vizsla stood up and explained, well, my Duchess. I'm concerned that the Prime Minister's plan, while well-meaning, could turn into a witch hunt. Many Mandalorians have family ties to exiled or dead Death Watch members. And I have serious doubts if any of them are involved in the attacks. So I have an alternative proposal, allow me to investigate these Death Watch. We will pursue a thorough investigation as Concordia has the largest database of Mandalorian chain codes in the sector, a sad legacy of the last civil war. My first reaction to that proposal is annoyance. While Governor Vizsla is right in that Concordia had the largest collection of chain codes, since most of the warriors were exiled to the moon after they lost the civil war. However, it is fairly obvious that he is empire building. Always had been with Concordia, he had an endless amount of superiority about Concordia being an agricultural exporter. I merely tolerated it, as long as it didn't harm Mandalore. Satin still seemed lost in thought as she considered her options. A few tense seconds of silence passed, before she nodded in Governor Vizsla's direction. Once they arrive back to Mandalore, I'll let you know so that you can begin your investigation. Satin turned to face me, put together a task force for your investigation. We need to have a complete understanding of what's going on. Someone out there is trying to cause trouble for the Mandalorian sector, and we need to know why in order to stop them. I am glad to be put in charge of the task force, but interestingly, Governor Vizsla also seemed pleased with this outcome. Now I could repurpose my existing White Silver task force with this new investigation, and it would have more funding. It will be done, I said to Satin. I will have my top men look into this and we will find out who is responsible. You have my word, my Duchess. Governor Vizsla nodded at my words and stroked his chin. Concordia will offer any information we can as well. When your task force has custody of the bodies, we can run their chain codes on our database. The other members of the council seemed happy we had come to a consensus, as they are not nearly as interested in security concerns. I didn't want Concordia to steal all the credit though, so I added, perhaps we should also get some of the other governments involved in this task force. Gargan in particular has an interest in tracking down the Death Watch responsible for the latest attack. I'm sure many other Mandalorian systems would accept extra security measures to avoid an influx of Death Watch terrorist attacks. Governor Vizsla frowned. He did not look pleased by my assertion, but said, yes, we should try and work out a more legal framework to cooperate in criminal investigations between systems. Criminals can easily skirt around local law enforcement in the sector by simply leaving the system. We can put into place new legislation on information sharing to make it easier to track these criminals down. And I would be able to gather as much information as possible on what they actually knew about White Silver and the Silver Mandalorians. I had my theories of how deep they went, but until I had proof, I could only speculate on what they are truly up to. Coruscant, good valors little by volley. Engis ordo. This is not how I expected things to go. But the way things had gone, is the opposite of terrible. I am sitting at a fine table in my actual dress uniform, not my usual Royal Guard armor, across from Tanya in a rather expensive restaurant. At Tabai's suggestion I had made my move and asked Tanya to come out on a date with me. A date at a place that probably is going to cost half of my salary from last year. But right now, it's completely worth it. The food is great and the conversation is about the history of the Mandalorian worlds, various ideas that had been tried throughout the long history of Mandalore, and how the government could be better run. None of the other royal guards had much interest in these rather nerdy topics, but she's been smiling the entire time talking about them and so have I, so nothing wrong here. Sure, we just spent the last 20 minutes of our meal talking about the effect of the economy due to the war with how it could both be spurred on and stopped depending on how terrible the war is. But the conversation is academic, not something that would be detracting from our night, so it is enjoyable. Unfortunately, all good nights have to come to an end and as conversations draw to a close, the bill arrives. Sliding my credits onto the little tray, I said, so Princess cries, how did you find tonight? Yes, I know that particular question showed just how on edge I really was, but I am hoping that she wouldn't notice that. Tanya smiled at that and leaned back in her chair. Tonight is good, I've been so busy with politics that it's nice to just have a theoretical conversation with someone again. One that doesn't require me to worry about how it's going to work or the right way to implement these changes. Oh, she's not complaining about me. Though, she hadn't actually said anything in favor of my invite. Baby steps, this would take baby steps. Hiding my inner turmoil with a smile, I said, that's good. You always seem happier and more yourself when you're not stressed out, in my opinion. Thank you, Njais. She said with a smile that I could feel. The waiter came by and picked up the little plastic tray tearing off the credits and left the receipt, so I got up and moved around to help Tanya stand up. Unfortunately, Tanya is a bit faster as she got up herself. Although, she did offer her arm, so we walked together out of the restaurant onto one of the upper-level streets of the capital city of the Republic. Smells like the air cleaners around here aren't working right. Tanya noted. I nodded my head in agreement, there is a definite smell of burnt fuel. Coruscant is a rather complex system built up from its millennia-long history, so it wouldn't be impossible for one of those systems to have broken down around here. We should probably get back to the speeder faster to avoid the stink then, I suggested. We moved towards a stairway leading down to the parking garage where we parked the speeder I rented for this evening. I turned the corner and only my training allowed me to dodge a fist that's been flying in my direction. Tanya and I took a few steps back, just gawking at the scene. Looking down the garage interior, it's déjà vu, as in front of me are two groups of men fighting. Both groups had cybernetics enhancements and are beating the hell out of each other. Die snake in the grass, sis bootlicker. Eat Republic cheese ass kisser. Came the battle cries of both groups, as they beat the hell out of each other. Then, one of them looked in our direction and tilted his head saying, hey. Don't I know you two? You must have confused us for someone else. Tanya said, holding on to my arm tightly as she backed up further. Nat, I swear I've seen you. The belligerent didn't get to finish that sentence, as one of the cis bootlickers smashed a metal panel into his face, causing him to collapse into the side of the building. The tragedy continued with him collapsing on the stairs and rolling down several steps, only stopping once his comrades grabbed him. I think we should not use underground parking from now on. I said, shaking my head as I backed off with her. I can have the valet bring us the speeder. Yeah, I think that's probably for the best. Tanya eagerly agreed with my suggestion. We continued to back away, keeping our eyes locked on the ongoing conflict, hoping they would not pay us any more attention. Hey, wait a moment. That guy's wearing the colors of the cis. Get them. I looked down at my dress uniform, realizing yes it is a rather greyish color and very similar to the color that the cis bootlickers are wearing. Oh boy. I muttered as a man came charging at me, ready to punch my head off. I moved faster than him and leaned to the side to dodge his swing. In retaliation, I grabbed his arm and pulled him closer so I could deliver a knee strike into his intestines. I finished by pushing him back down the stairs into another onrushing cyber thug. I turned to Tanya to see if she's okay. She is laughing in pure joy as she kicks an incoming attacker between his legs, ripping her dress in the process. The maneuver is perfectly timed, causing him to stop right in front of her as he cradled his groin to ease the pain. This leaves him open for Tanya to land a front kick to his face, pushing him down the stairs and taking out two more of the gangsters in an avalanche of bodies. I took advantage of the lull in combat to escape as I grabbed Tanya by the hand and started running in the other direction. I activated my communicator in my vambrace and called Tabai. He should be nearby, he said he was having a date with Via tonight as well. Chapter 43. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 10. Mandalore, near Sundari, Outer District. Corky cries. When my adventure comes to an end, I did not expect that I'll be doing anything else afterwards. Since, well, I already turned in the artifacts I found over to archaeologists, and they'll figure out what those artifacts are from there. The museum curators are still documenting what we have as they are still going over the manifest and information aboard the Seeker's Vigil even while we're setting up for the cultural festival. I thought that I would at least have time to rest and relax. Unfortunately, the cultural festival is almost here and a lot of work needs to be done before the event kicks off. Officially, the cultural festival will begin 8 hours from now at 6 p.m. And Saturn will begin the festival, and it's scheduled to go on for 5 days. The first week of the year 717 FNM. There are quite a bit of events and shows locked down from what I understood. From the arrival of the Canducii I found on Breshik near the midpoint of the week, to concerts and several other projects that many high-ranking Mandalorian nobles had accomplished throughout the sector. I wasn't aware of everything that was going to be underway. I am a prince of Mandalore sure, but there are too many projects that are going to be displayed that it is too much to get to know all of them on such short notice. There are projects that Tanya had spearheaded, some that Auntie Satin had spearheaded that I had not been involved with. That doesn't even include the projects from Gargan, Ordo, Jaclia, Concordia, Vorpia, and many more that I barely had any contact with, which add to the amount of cultural displays and events on offer. So I only knew what I needed to know, as there is too much stuff to learn about every event before the festival started. It is a testament to Professor Ren's ability that he organized the festival to have everything ready at the same time. My focus is on the projects I spearheaded. First, the Canducii, which was currently scheduled to arrive in system mid-festival 3 days from now, so that is Tom's responsibility until then. Second, overseeing the Seeker's Vigil, the relic ship we had recovered from the asteroid in the MSST system, which made it here safely to Mandalore. Here being an outer district, just outside the dome created over the last 3 months. A block-like structure with plasteel reinforced glass designed to house the ship as well as expand the storage capacity of the city in a new warehouse zone. The structure would likely be absorbed into the dome as it naturally expanded in the next few years or so with the influx of migrants to the planet. Said block-like structure is large enough that the architect had bragged that a fourth of the population of the Sundari could visit it all at once. It probably would never reach that point, though, as there would be celebrations going on throughout Sundari to compete with our attention. At its peak, the busiest time would probably be at its grand opening, before slowly petering out. The concert for the Gargan girls would be towards the heart of Sundari, which would keep people away from outer districts for a while, and there are other institutions opening their doors for various artifacts in various parts of Sundari. The Loka Elnet message boards are flooded with people organizing the most efficient routes to various events, as well as locals highlighting various shops and rest stops to visit in between events. Businesses, seeing the festival as a good opportunity to make money, are advertising various deals and discounts to attract customers as well as decorate their businesses to highlight their cultural origin. Overall, it is the liveliest Sundari had ever been. The vigil had landed on a platform within the inside of the cube, which would not be its final resting place. The main artifact research center is in the old city and capital of Keldabi on the other side of the planet, and that would be the ship's final destination. For now, it's being parked here, and the artifacts catalogued and put on display throughout a large building inside the block for people to view. And there are quite a lot of relics to look at and learn. From armor styles and ancient weapons to other artifacts that seem to be of other cultures. There are a lot of artifacts that match those from Twi'lek culture, that supposedly represent many generations. Why are they on a Mandalorian ship? If they had been made of valuable material, I would have suspected that the reason it's there is possibly due to it being plunder or loot. But since they aren't made of valuables, other than a few being made of Beskar, and that this was a ship that was supposed to be a vault of Mandalorian culture. These items were mixed with several Mandalorian helmets modified for head tails, which would indicate that this ship had, near the end of its life, been mainly run by Mandalorian Twi'leks. Personally, I thought perhaps we should see if we could find who those artifacts belong to and maybe transfer them back to Relith. But chances of finding the original owner's clan are very slim. The records on the last crew of this archive ship indicated that it had been abandoned sometime after the fall of Breshik, with the original crew catching a ride with Mandalorians evacuating the secretive shipyard to somewhere else in the Mandalore sector. Considering that Twi'leks have a very low population within the Mandalore sector these days, it shouldn't be too hard to find them within the Mandalore sector if they were still here. But if they had sided with any of the political factions over the last 700 to 800 years, they could have easily been wiped out or pushed out. Shaking my head, I tried to not think about that dark possibility and hoped that perhaps these Twi'leks could be found. For now though, I would focus on what is before me, and it is a rather boring task. As the one who led the expedition of finding this ship, it was necessary for me to be here in order to show off and explain how I came across this ancient relic. I am also here to make sure that the archaeologists did their jobs in setting up the Seeker's Vigil for exhibition. A very tedious management job that I could not wait to go back to college for. My last year of schooling would probably be just as boring, but at least there was some sort of purpose with all of that. Here, I felt somewhat useless just watching others do work while I sat behind a desk. I want to explore more of Mandalore's secrets, that is the most excitement I've had in a long time. I also don't have any friends to talk to because Sunny is busy slicing into the Vigil servers with the other archivists while Amos and Lagos have unfinished homework they needed to complete, so they aren't here at the moment. So further exploration would have to wait for now. Sighing, I looked over at the ship, still amazed at how good its condition is. This thing is nearly 3,000 to 4,000 years old and had pretty much flown like anything made in the modern day. Of course, the Vigil shields and apparently outdated guns are pitiful, but it still exists. It had people who had crewed her. Meanwhile, not that long ago, we were fighting for her right to exist and be remembered. It's amazing that the original crew took care of her this whole time. You would think pirates would have gotten their hands on her sooner or later. It's probably for the best that the ship didn't know that she would be the cornerstone in my family's attempt to study Mandalorian history. We didn't need to be warlords to have a fondness for history, right? I lean back, looking up at the ceiling for a moment. Wondering if I've done the right thing uncovering all of this stuff, before I heard a feminine voice to the side of me. Impressively well kept, I would have expected something this old to have rusted away by now. You can tell the crew of this ship had some real love for it. Bringing my head down to the side to look at the person who had spoken, I had to do a careful examination. Standing just a meter away from me is a woman in her early 20s, I think she is around my age. She has dark black hair that seemed to just absorb the surrounding light, going down to her shoulders and, somehow, giving Sony a run for her money when it came to the assets in the chest area. In fact, the girl gave pretty much everyone I'd ever seen a little bit of a run for their money. And I simply had to force myself to maintain some control over my mind. Sitting up straighter, I said, "Yes, ma'am, whoever was responsible for this ship's maintenance did a great job over the last 3,000 years or so. The only reason it didn't have any maintenance over the last 1,000 is that it was abandoned. Thankfully, she was abandoned in a place no one knew where to look until today. Now all the relics and ancient information about Mandalore are being carefully catalogued and analyzed. Once that's done, a copy of everything on board will be sent to every major Mandalorian planet in the system so that we can all learn about our history." "Oh, that's a nice gesture," the woman said in a tone that heavily implied the opposite, turning, and I got a better look at her. She had a rather well-made-up face, she looked like she belonged as a member of the Gargan Girls or perhaps on some sort of magazine cover, instead of her strange uniform. The uniform was not something the new or old Mandalorians wore. The uniform in question had a lot of red bars and looked quite military-esque, but I did not recognize the design or patterns. "What about Mandalorian systems outside the Mandalorian sector? Will they be receiving a copy of this information?" I raised an eyebrow before saying, "I'm not sure, I've never given that much thought, but it shouldn't be that hard to do. The Mandalorian systems outside the Mandalorian sector aren't exactly something we worry about." Yes, that does tend to be true. Mandalorians of the sector seem only to care about the major clans and not those who are outside the sector or the clanless. After all, how else would they have gotten away with the slave labor imposed on the clanless during the Civil War? That is an odd segue to our conversation, but I let it go to answer, I guess 20 years ago that would make sense. However, new Mandalorians are different. We don't care if a person is clanless or not, we just focus on trying to rebuild the sector from the damage caused by the Civil War. So that everyone has a good standard of living. And by focusing on rebuilding the sector, you have abandoned the Mandalorians outside the sector, truly a noble sacrifice of those who were harshly treated by the last rulers. Okay, this conversation seemed to be taking a weird turn. Looking at the woman, I said, "I guess we can't really help those outside the sector if we can't help those inside the sector now, can we? After all, without the new Mandalorians instituting pacifism within the sector, the old barbarism would simply take the sector over. The old barbarism that has to do with the clans that the new Mandalorians are currently in the process of kowtowing to, in my opinion. Their acceptance of that new silver ideology seems to indicate that they were never really pacifist, they were just going along with the first ideology that seemed to promise them the end of the war." "That's not true," I said, getting up from my seat, so I could stand at my full height, noting that I was slightly taller than the girl was standing. "Pacifism is still a core tenet of the new Mandalorians. Yes, if you have been taking on some aspects of the Silver Codex, that's only for economic reasons." Was it only for economic reasons that the Silver Mandalorian invaded Geonosis to rescue the Princess of Mandalore, or was it perhaps something else? "I wonder," she asked with a raised eyebrow. I stopped because I do still have a definite concern ever since I heard about that incident. The possibility that White Silver is trying to influence my sister in some way is a bit concerning. While she may be politically savvy, she is already a supporter of White Silver in her own way. If she were to come out as an outright supporter, though, that would be troubling. The Ithorians' agreement for terraforming Mandalore, the geoengineering project, had started recently on our home world as they had made early progress near the southern poles. The visible and positive progress of the terraforming project, mixed with Tanya's connections to White Silver, could spur another mass migration of people to join the Silver movement. In an awkward way, it felt like the terraforming project was another major step towards the end of new Mandalorian pacifism. Shaking my head, I said, "That may be a point." "Of course, it's a point. The new Mandalorians did not go far enough in removing the clans that started the fighting, and now their corrupted forces are slowly chipping away at pacifism from you." I blinked, not really familiar with that point of view. "Where are you from? You said you're from outside the sector, right? What planet?" "Oh, of course, where are my manners? I'm Natalia of NTV, the slave colony the last governor of Mandalore was using to supply his war effort." I did a double take and refocused on what she had just said. "Wait, isn't that the planet that tried to kill my sister?" Before I could really get into my thoughts on that, she interrupted me. "A rogue agent from our planet, very radical, wanted to fight her own revolution without oversight or the support of the workers and escaped with 2 battalions of battle droids. She has been arrested, tried, and thrown into jail that she'll probably never see the light of day again. We do not support her actions or wish to eliminate the monarchy like she did. Our intentions are reformist, not revolutionary." I blinked, not really sure if she's telling me the truth or not as I have no way to verify it, but if it is true, I have no option but to accept it and say, alright, still, that's not exactly the best foot forward diplomatically. The first thing I hear about your people is that they attempted to kill my sister, and now you are just here. Why are you here, exactly? We're here because we're Mandalorian as much as anyone else in this festival. Why we're here is to repair our image, as that crazed anti-monarchist has soured it and cut some of our trade with allies within the sector. Our glorious leader, Comrade Secretary General Lilia, understood that if we came to the cultural festival and made our claims clear that we are not anti-Mandalorian, just anti-clan, we could restore our reputation as friends to the Mandalore sector. I blinked, somewhat confused, but shrugged, saying, I guess if you're only here to take part in the festival, there's nothing wrong with that, though I'm not really sure how you can say you're Mandalorian while also being anti-clan. Don't you know about clanless Mandalorians? We simply understand that the clans are the ones responsible for many of the wars that Mandalore has faced. Power structures want to be in control of other clans, in an endless battle of power and politics, creating a system of vassalization and corruption. Forcing us ever onwards to more and more conquest, until eventually we are stamped down by our neighbors because our leaders will run amok and never figure out the best way to actually win the war they start. War is a terrible thing, but if it must be done, it must be done logically and not based on simple honor or clan respect. It must be terrible and swift. And until the clan heads that control Mandalorian space acknowledge that they are a problem, that they have created many problems, we must have someone here to stand for the people who do not live within major clans, for the clanless and the lesser clans who are held down by these upper clans. I'm sorry, I don't really understand what you're saying here. Is war bad, or is it something we should be doing? I said to the first part, not having a problem with the second part, per se, I guess. I mean, if they believe that the clan structures are responsible for war, yeah, I guess they should be trying to stamp down on that, but the entire perspective she was offering clearly demanded some form of conflict. It was a bit confusing trying to understand what exactly her position on a war would be. War is terrible, but it is prolonged by the clans wanting to fight out their ancient grievances until none of us are left to fight for them. If war should happen, it should be done by the droids, the Iron Children of Mandalore. They can survive war much better and can follow orders without committing crimes to prolong the war. That way, Mandalorians' hands stayed clean and can stay pacifist. Okay. But didn't the last Mandalore get the Republic to ban the use of battle droids by anyone in the sector? The Mandalore? Ha, that was just a governor, he never seized the title of Mandalore. Of course, the entire sector suffers from the actions of one radical on Mandalore. Besides that, droids are not built solely for battle. That didn't actually sound too bad, really. I mean, that had been a problem for many generations, from what I had read, clans fighting each other to the bitter end. But if battles could be determined by droids fighting droids, it would lessen the actual damage done to the people, especially if you put in proper programming to prevent the droids from targeting civilian populations. It wasn't a bad answer and it is much better than Silver's when I thought about it. Let droids fight droids, not Mandalorians versus Mandalorians. I mean, I wasn't a fan of fighting at all, but if there had to be fighting better it'd be machines than sentient lives. Natalia noticed my thoughtful look before saying, you see it too, don't you? How the current pacifism is enamored with these economic ideas from the Silver Mandalorian, and yet it is simply falling back into the old ways in their own way, still pushing for military spending. After all, they just raised several regiments across the sector. For what reason would they need these regiments, I wonder? Well, they are for the protection of the sector. There have been some rather concerning attacks in the sector over the last few years, as well as the galaxy itself being at war. I pointed out. Perhaps. Although, I wouldn't doubt that all these attacks seem to have some connection to the Silver Mandalorian. I wonder if they're perhaps engineered to get the result they want. Establish a power base by having a patsy create a false Mandalore to take a planet, drive up fear of attacks by having attacks happen and connecting them to older groups that shouldn't be around, such as what I've heard happened on Gargan a few months back. Deathwatch coming out of history to attack a couple of dancers on Gargan seems rather far-fetched, and didn't Deathwatch try to kill you when you grabbed this ship? I blinked before nodding my confirmation to that. There was no denying that the group we'd run into had Deathwatch symbolism all over their vehicles before they were captured. What better way to drive people towards the Silver ideology than to make false attacks upon Silver and New Mandalorian ideology? Just imagine what would have happened if you also announced your support for the White Silver after nearly being killed by Deathwatch. I took a step back before sitting down. That was something I hadn't considered, but it would have been devastating for the New Mandalorian ideology. I wonder how long it'll be before your aunt decides that she must adopt the Silver ideology, and in what way will she do it? She'd never do that, I said, standing back up strongly. Duchess Satin is strong in her belief in pacifism, she would never abandon it for some martial ideology. I can only hope you're right. But from my perspective, it seems like the new Mandalorian ideology is already nearly dead and just needs a few more blows before it is abandoned for the silver way of doing things. The question is, will this silver ideology be truthful in its commitment to not starting wars, or is it a lie in preparation for a new crusade against the galaxy? It would be a great time to start it with the Republic and the Sis at each other's throats. Plenty of space actually, both of them not caring about it, could be seized by an enterprising warlord. Duchess Satin would never do that. Yes, you're right. The Duchess of Mandalore would never do that, but would the Mandalore of the Mandalore sector say the same? She's never taken that title. Letting someone else take that title and letting them use the forces she created is not outside the realm of possibility. I think you are exaggerating and I think that we're done having this conversation. I said, turning away from her and taking my seat again. If you have any questions about this ship, I'd gladly talk about the ship. If you have questions about history, I'd gladly talk about that. But if you're going to question my honest commitment to pacifism, I'm not going to listen to you. Very well then, if that's how you want to take that situation, that's fine by me. I will just leave you with a few words of thought. If you ever believe that your aunt's commitment to pacifism and the peace you want to protect is not as solid as you wish it was, NTV is more than willing to help you out. We wish for pacifism and peace to prosper within the Mandalorian sector just as much as you do. Mandalore can only prosper if a peaceful faction is in control, one that will not kowtow to the Silver Mandalorian and the clans that they represent. Just seek us out if you ever need our hands, and our hands will be there to help you, my young comrade, Prince. With that, Natalia turned and started walking away, and I was both glad and confused as she did so. Glad because I didn't have to listen to any more of her comments on my aunt, and confused because her skirt was so short. After I was sure she was gone, I had to take a moment to get my head on straight. I needed to talk to someone I actually considered a friend. I know she said not to interrupt her work, but Sonyi would know what to do about this. I punched Sonyi's contact on my vambrace and waited. Mandalore, Sundari Royal Palace. General Secretary Lilia Vihikano Shepest. The chamber was light and airy, with several oxygenating plants dotting the walls in carved stone pots. The expansive room was dominated by a truly gorgeous desk made from pale grey wood, with dazzling patterns in the grain. It is likely that the table itself costs more than my entire department, or literally priceless if it is from an extinct species. A window overlooking the bustling city center dominated the eastern wall, while on the west were a variety of cabinets and shelves with a wide array of cultural artifacts and an impressionist-style mural. I had to admit that Satin's office was utterly delightful, tasteful, and well-furnished. It is bigger and richer than my own, but that is to be expected when comparing the ruler of an ice ball to the ruler of an entire sector. I smoothed my dress and schooled my features as the double-door entrance slid open with little more than a whisper. I turned away from the mural and towards the duo. The pair were openly scowling, likely from some petty idea of moral superiority. I responded to the open hostility with a friendly smile that seemed to deepen the Mandalorian bourgeoisie's expression of disdain. Ah, Duchess, Prime Minister. It is a pleasure to meet you both in person at last. You are lucky you even made ground fall, you have the graciousness of the Duchess to thank for that, youngling killer. Impressively hostile for a new Mandalorian. From the look of it the man wanted nothing more than to strike me. I prevented the smile on my face from growing too smug, as it was always delightful to be in the presence of impotent killers. Of course, the good Duchess has my gratitude. From this kindness, let us walk into the fields of mutual respect and understanding. I gave a nod to Satin, who was seating herself behind the desk. My disgust. Thank you, Prime Minister. That will be all. Almec seemed taken aback by his dismissal from Satin but collected himself in short order, offering a bow to the Duchess and one last scornful look at me before departing. There was a moment of quiet as I was left alone with the Duchess, not even a guard in the room to keep an eye on me. I wondered for a moment just what security the office had. Cameras, hidden microphones, concealed auto turrets, shield generators, and other such things that I had delighted in using for my own security that are also spread across the expansive subterranean cities of NTV. Of course, there could indeed be nothing visible, not that I had any intention of finding out in the short term. Killing Satin now would be, quite frankly, a stupid decision. I was unsure if I should allow you and your people to land. It is my hope that by offering your people a place here, a war may be averted before it begins. Her face was set, resolved. It is the duty of leaders to make hard decisions, to make choices that we are sometimes uncomfortable with. I began, taking a rather comfortable seat across from the Duchess. There are things we must address. Satin said pointedly. Of course. My niece, she was adamant that I should refuse you, that no accord could be made between us. Ah, Tanya, I felt my heart thump at how the playful Faye is playing hard to get, as she ever did. I can hardly blame her. Because of the foolish actions of someone who has been appropriately punished, she was attacked. I can't imagine how frightening that must have been. I can only praise the Royal Guard for their professionalism in protecting the young princess. Despite my masterful demonstration of sounding utterly sincere, Satin seemed unmoved. Appropriately punished? Care to elaborate? Of course, on NTV, our justice system is not controlled by the Workers' Council but by the people. While I was the one who brought charges against the officer in question, who led the unsanctioned attack against dear Princess Tanya, it was the people of NTV who decided if the accused are guilty of crimes and what the punishment should be. The people of NTV were utterly disgusted that the criminal in question would engage in such unprovoked violence. Said officer is working off her crime in a correctional facility. And if the people of NTV had decided that they supported her attempt to murder my niece. I quickly presented the appearance of a woman beset by shock, with just a hint of mortification. I could not imagine that the people of NTV would ever support such a thing. We have sought to abandon the long history of violence and war that has plagued our people for so long. So you say. Satin kept her steely gaze focused on my person. While my taste in women is normally more discerning, Satin, like Tanya, is striking enough to draw my attention. The both of them remain enticing, despite Satin being rather overripe. I felt a slight flutter of excitement flow through me, but carefully schooled my expression. I know it's difficult to trust me, I said softly, as I looked into her eyes. I came to power at such a young age. Goodness, I was passionate then, I thought I could change everything in an instant, that I could force the issue, cast off the old trappings of the Mandalore system. It is hard to admit I went a bit far in a few places. Satin's armor cracked a little as her gaze softened. A bit far is underselling things, General Secretary. I won't pretend that the revolution was clean or bloodless, but that is the foundation from which I must build a better future for my people, an example for all people. I am not asking for forgiveness, I am asking for a chance to build a better future together. I reached across the table to place a hand upon her own, the sudden move caused her to flinch and almost pull away. Duchess Satin, please, I don't want our people to fight. I don't want to see a single drop of bloodshed if I can help it. For everything you have done for your people, to turn away from war, help me do the same for mine. I was advised, by practically everyone, not to trust you, General Secretary. Satin said slowly, cautiously. I will do everything, anything to prove them wrong, Duchess Satin. Our people don't need to hate each other, we don't need to hate each other. With that, she was quiet again. I was afraid for a moment that I had overplayed my hand, but after holding my gaze for far too many heartbeats, she looked away, and I let out a breath I had been holding. I shall hold you to that promise, General Secretary. It was hard not to allow the grin to overwhelm my face as I shifted back into my seat. Thank you. And please, call me Lilia. Trust me, it won't hurt. I gave her a wink, and she finally gave a small smile and shook her head. If I must. Lilia. We have to go through your contributions to the festival. I reached into my dress and produced a small day top hat. It would be my pleasure, Satin. Mandalore, Sundari outskirts. Bo-Katan cries. Wow, this place is looking rather upbeat. I always felt like Sundari was more dead than alive. I said absent-mindedly as I looked around. I wasn't exactly a fan of the city that Satin had helped create. Oh sure, the structures were nice and I guess it's fine, but I just wasn't a fan of how everyone seemed to wear the exact same thing and all colors seemed to have been drained from the people. But I hadn't been to Sundari in a couple of years, and it seemed that a few things had changed. For one, people openly wearing pieces of armor have continued and color is back on the menu in many places too. Buildings are more colorful as well, there seemed to be a renaissance of color, in fact. Everywhere I looked the people just seemed generally happier now than when I was last here. I'm on the outskirts of Sundari, which had been apparently rented by the government for one of the many venues set up for this cultural festival. It was a crazy idea, but one that seemed to be working out. People seemed to be just moving around and enjoying the various booths and booths. Lots of people were drinking, and many were having fun playing carnival games at best, or a few more advanced things. I did notice that there seemed to be a tendency for more people to be near ones that added a bit more violence to them. Currently, there appeared to be 2 people in what was best described as a water arena. How they had the money to afford that much water, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they cut a few corners and were reusing recycled water. But either way, it looked clean enough, and the pair of individuals fighting each other with foam-tipped poles are having a blast trying to smack their opponent into the water. As all good things come to an end, one individual finally got the upper hand and smashed the other person's head so hard they fell into the water. I was a bit concerned for a moment, wondering if they had taken into account the possibility that someone would drown, but the person came up gasping for air and walked to the side of the thigh-high pit as another person jumped onto the pillar they vacated, appearing to want to challenge the victor. Not a bad hit. Governor Previsla said as he stood next to me. Officially, we are in a work meeting, unofficially, we are just enjoying the festivities. I am wearing my red-colored armor, as is standard. Pre is wearing just his governor suit, still trying to keep the fact that he was the secret Mandalore a secret, I assume. Although, I guess he isn't the secret Mandalore anymore, just the commanding officer of the Death Watch now. You know, things like this kind of make me think that things are getting better on Mandalore, he said with a wistful nod of his head. What do you mean? I asked, knowing that this was him reaching out, and I thought I'd better reach back. The new Mandalorians are not outright attacking the old Mandalorian ways anymore. They're not embracing them, but they're tolerant now, and they're more accepting of violence. Granted, it's play violence, but it's a step in the right direction. I nodded at that before saying, a step in the right direction doesn't mean you're not interested in becoming Mandalore anymore. He laughed at that before saying, oh, I'm always interested in becoming Mandalore, but I'm willing to consider other paths to my seat at the table. Perhaps I can woo your sister, she's not married, after all. I let out a laugh at that before saying, you're not her type. Oh, she has something against me that I don't know about. More like I have a feeling that she's holding out hope for someone. Really? I didn't know that. What makes you think that? I shrugged before saying, just the way she talks about some old times reminds me of a maiden in love, and one that hasn't exactly given up on that love. That's unfortunate. Still, there are other options. I have plenty of ways I could ascend to the throne peacefully, especially with the game she has presented of who is better at protecting Mandalore. Even with the forces now under her control, thanks to the self-defense force, I don't think they'll be enough to withstand what's coming, especially with how the war may shake out. Turning to him, I asked, how bad do you think the war is going to be? I mean, it's between the Republic and the Sis, right? We're supposed to stay neutral in the coming conflict, at least as far as Satan's concerned. Pre looked down over the water pit for a moment before saying, they may think it's not going to be so bad, but I think it's probably going to be a lot worse. We are on a major trade route, and there are going to be factions that don't like Satan's point of view. I was living under the delusion that she was going to come down hard on anyone that wanted to leave the sector to possibly participate, be it for money or personal reasons. And yet, I hear she's let a captain of her own royal guard volunteer himself and joined the Republic as a fighter pilot trainer, which means she's not going to prevent anyone from personally joining the war. People will choose sides, people will go out there and have an adventure, and people will make decisions that don't support her. Then there's one particular rumor I've heard about a new true Mandalorian recruiting a force on Concord Dawn, saying they're going to fight for the Confederacy. Somehow win the freedom of the Mandalorian sector from the Republic without the Sis actually invading the sector. I grunted at that. Doubtful. If they don't enter the sector, they can't exactly free the sector from the Republic. Exactly the problem. Someone's going to raise an army, someone is going to think of a way to invade and start a war. What happens after that is where the opportunities for the Death Watch lie, even if we might have to change the name. You're thinking about changing the name? I asked, a bit confused by what he said. Pre shrugged before saying, not too greatly. Watch Guardians or something like that. I'm still working on it. We'll probably come up with something better eventually, especially with a splinter faction out there pretending to be Death Watch and causing problems for us. So, it might be worth changing the name, to differentiate ourselves from this other organization and unmask them. Pretenders. Such a pain in our ass. I said with a sigh. A little slip up, and we'll deal with them. It's only a matter of time. He nodded before turning away from the arena and saying, by the way, Bo, when the conflict starts, you're willing to change the color of your armor, right? We've got to look like we're a single front, not a bunch of disparate factions fighting for different goals. We have to be united in principle as well as practice. I waved him off before saying, yes, blue and silver and black, I know. I'm actually planning to stop by an armor painter back on Gargan before I turn in my paperwork, so I can go gallivanting around the galaxy with you on whatever this quest for the Mandalore will be. He nodded before sighing and saying, good. By the way, that other project, how's that coming along? You mean the Death Watch Idol program? I said with a laugh. It's fine. Finding a couple of girls who can sing isn't that hard. Finding ones with stage presence is a little harder. Finding a personality to make their own to be separate from the Gargan girls is another trial altogether. I think I found a duet that should do the job, although they're a bit dark in their lyrics. What do you mean? Pre asked. I shrugged before saying, the Gargan girls are more smooth storytellers. The Death Watch girls are storytellers too, but they're more about driving the knowledge down into your skull with their singing. Some of the notes turn from notes to just plain out screaming. Which kind of works, as a few pieces of music they've given me have all been about surviving near-death experiences. In fact, I'm kind of worried about those two I picked being a little too focused on the death in Death Watch. But I will admit, with the right songs, they will get your blood pumping. That's concerning, but not something that's a deal breaker. If you can get those two up to the standards necessary to compete with the Gargan girls, that'll be fine by me. Keep at it. I shrugged and said, will do. Before my vambrace beeped, causing me to look at it. And that's my cue, I said, standing up and wiping a little bit of water that had splashed onto my armor. I need to get over to the royal palace. Satin's having a big start of the cultural festival event there. Yes, I heard about that, Pri said. I got invited along with a bunch of other governors, though I wasn't really sure if I should attend. After all, it's just a bunch of pageantry. Oh, you have no idea what kind of pageantry is going on today. I would suggest you should come, you're going to have your socks knocked off, as well as most of the damn planet. Pri narrowed his eyes before saying, now I am unsure if I should be intrigued or dreading what is about to happen. But, fine, I'll be there. Mandalore, Sundari Royal Palace. Tanya cries. Now that I am back on Mandalore, I am surprised by how much had changed since the last time I'd been away. This time, I wasn't being called back to be reprimanded by Aunt Satin about my methods, instead, I am back for a cultural festival. I had managed to avoid a scandal, only a short video of me fighting against the thugs while on my recent date with Ordo made it onto the holonet. But it seemed that the encounter wasn't noticed at all. Vi assured me that it had only circulated on small holonet shows that seemed to be highly anti-Mandalore and that the public, the part that knew who I was anyway, had come to expect events like this. That renders a lot of their rhetoric ineffective at altering people's perception of me one way or the other. On Mandalore, a lot of significant events are coming to their conclusion, and people are gathering here to celebrate. In a few cases, great things are just beginning. The terraforming of the southern hemisphere of Mandalore had already begun. The ice packs that have frozen over down there after the nuclear winter caused by the excision are being carefully thawed. Hardy flora are being introduced in the hopes of improving the conditions enough that the ice packs would continue to melt on their own. Efforts are also being made to find water that had retreated under the surface in several areas, with explorations of underground aquifers being conducted. Pumping this water to the surface would help reduce the amount of particulates in the air by introducing more water to the rain cycle and for the rain itself to scrub the atmosphere of pollutants naturally. Mud might not be as clean as dust to get off, but it was easier to contain and transport than dust. The sand is filled with particulates that aren't exactly healthy for people with long-term exposure. Reducing these pollutants would increase the habitability of Mandalore enough for people to go outside the domes once more. From my brief conversations with the Ithurians, it seemed that the first phase of turning the earthy beige, dusty dunes of this planet into mud piles should be completed within a year and a half. After that, they just needed to introduce plant life in any areas that didn't have some lucky remnants of seeds from the last plants that had gone into some sort of stasis when the waters on the surface had retreated to the underground reservoirs. All in all, holding a festival that happened to coincide with the start of this process is a great idea from a propaganda standpoint. It would do wonders for our clan's control of Mandalore, if not the whole sector. The simple notion that one day the surface of Mandalore might actually be livable again rather than merely survivable would be a cornerstone of all future efforts in maintaining power. It would be nearly impossible to dissuade people from siding with Satin's new Mandalorian faction at that point. Nearly being the operative word here, as there would always be those who would fight against Satin simply for past crimes or because they wanted to be the ruler of Mandalore themselves. But hopefully, with a larger contingent of people supporting her faction, it would be more secure in maintaining control. That is probably why she is holding this whole celebration startup event today, which I hadn't been informed about until the last few minutes. Then again, I'd only arrived yesterday, coming straight back from Coruscant after the tedium of my work there. I probably wouldn't be returning to Coruscant for a month. Not just because I was bored and had nothing to do, as the senator from Mandalore was taking care of everything nowadays, but because the current galactic situation had taken a rather familiar tone. At this moment, the Republic fleet was engaged in the search for something called the Malevolence, a superweapon of sorts. It was a ship designed to knock out other ships through massive use of EMP weapons. Once those ships didn't have the shields or capabilities to defend themselves, they were then obliterated by the said supership and her escorts. So far, it was believed that the CIS only had one, but it seemed unlikely to me. A simple fact about government expenditures, it's easier to produce two or more of something than it is to produce one. Economies of scale and all that. Considering we only knew about the Malevolence due to the missing survivors from one of the battles, it seemed likely that there probably were other ships of that class in waiting or under construction. Trade lanes were a bit more barren these days, so it wouldn't be surprising if the Malevolence was unleashed as a full commerce raider to try and hurt the Republic lines of supply. So far, no one knows exactly where the Malevolence is, so there's still a possibility that it would attack me on my way back to Coruscant. Thus, it might be best to stay on Mandalore for at least a month until that situation is handled. Though if I had a fleet killer like that, I would have used it to strike at key Republic shipyards instead of having it be essentially a U-boat that can sink entire fleets but a U-boat nonetheless. I mean, what is the Republic Navy going to do when a fleet killer arrives at their orbital shipyards? Feed it enough fleets that the superweapon chokes on it. Either way, it would deal a lot of damage to the Republic Navy when it is backed by a substantial fleet. Getting to the shipyards might be an issue, but the disruption to the Republic Navy's plans might be worth it either way. Make no mistake, though, I believed the situation would be handled. The CIS was falling into the same trap that Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany did with their super ships. They were letting it run amok, assuming that they could handle any threat it ran into. The Yamato class's downfall and the Bismarck are prime examples of why assuming a super ship can handle anything is a mistake. Heck, the only ship I could think of that had gone and done what those ships had tried to do was the Grey Ghost or the USS Enterprise. That was simply because it was probably the luckiest ship ever put to water. And even then, she always had constant destroyer escorts nearby to protect her. She paved the way to the US modern carrier battle group doctrine which dominates both sea and air. While I somewhat enjoyed thinking about the military situation in the galaxy, it is really not my domain. Mine is politics, at least in this life, and I hoped it would remain so. As for politics, this opening ceremony was a rather politically charged one. There were members of almost every political faction within the Mandalore sector present. I spotted my handmaiden, Morrison, catching up with her father, the nomad leader of New Gargan Trinity. Glancing away, to avoid joining that conversation, I saw that in another corner, Vi and Tabai were having a conversation with the leader of Harzwi, Tabai's father. Judging by the blush on Vi's face, they were probably revealing that they were actually dating or something of that nature. It wasn't my business, and I wasn't going to get involved in it. Even the Jakelians, who reminded me of Tolkien's elves, are present. Although, it's only their son and daughter, not the actual king that is attending. Also, a representative from Concord Dawn, who was looking rather annoyed at the whole event. And of course, the patriarch of Clan Ordo, who is also having a chat with what appeared to be the leader of some of the mining worlds that had major overrepresentation on the political scene for their smaller population, with Corky, who I know paid several state visits to Ordo last year. Last week, I received a curious COMM message from Ms. Ikud Tavu Ordo. Apparently, Corky's regular state visits to Ordo had attracted her interest in our family. The message was written entirely in Mando, so I had to confirm the contents with Vi to verify it. It was an oblique question about Corky and my Rijuuric status, or marriageability. Obviously, I turned her down, for both our sakes. The Ordo clansmen are all wearing various clothing representing their planets. A few of them are even so daring as to wear armor. The Jakelians are wearing simple breastplates underneath their rather poofy clothing. The Clan Craig patriarch is currently wearing a cape over his armor. He was also surrounded by a group of very overdressed old men and women that I vaguely remembered as the other major clan leaders on Harzwi. Despite the constant clan fighting on Harzwi, it seems the group is still more comfortable hanging around each other rather than mingling with the rest of the Mandalorians of other worlds. The Morrison patriarch had a rather nice-looking fur coat, but is definitely wearing a solid plate underneath it. The only ones who are not wearing armor are a faction near the back of the large royal court, who are wearing red uniforms that reminded me more of Mao, or even Stalin's style. Instead of it being an unflattering grey pants and suit, they are wearing red suits with skirts that were rather flattering. Something about them was triggering my keep an eye on them alarm, but I can't pinpoint it yet. There was a general oddness, though, like the fact that the vast majority of the delegation are all female, with only one male amongst them. They also seemed to be gathered very closely to what I guessed is their leader, a black-haired woman in her early 30s, I estimated. Really, I would have ignored them and focused on my own party, except they kept glancing towards my general direction. If you do that enough, you're going to notice when someone's doing it. Why were they interested in me? I didn't like it one bit. But beyond that, I was pleased to notice a general pro-armor theme to the festivities. Usually, the royal palace is a fortress, all armor and weapons were banned for visitors and guests. Only security staff and the royal guard had a license to be armed on the palace grounds. Strangely enough, earlier today, the rule that had kept armor off the property had been reversed. Instead, they just emphasized no weapons being allowed on the property, probably the reason why several people were not wearing their vambraces along with their armor. Why that had been done, I wasn't aware, but I assumed it was to help with the political situation. After all, trying to keep every potential warlord in the Mandalore sector happy would be a lot easier if they felt like they were welcome in the royal palace. My thoughts were interrupted as I heard someone step up next to me. I was still absent-mindedly scanning the individuals in attendance. Representative Kreis. Governor Pre Vizsla said as he nodded to me. I nodded back and said, Governor Vizsla, it's good to see you again. He was dressed in a business suit instead of armor, unlike his political rivals. I wondered what kind of message he was sending with that choice, and to whom. Yes, it's been too long. The last time I think we had a conversation was just before you headed off to the center of the galaxy in Coruscant. You've been doing good work for Mandalore and its people there. Thank you, Governor. I said with a nod, sipping the glass of champagne that had been offered to me by one of the servers hired for this event. But I'm only doing what I can to help Mandalore reach its full potential. Pre chuckled at that before saying, your results speak for themselves. Though I do wonder why you got involved in that little scuffle with the CIS a few months back. I nodded and said, a friend in need. Padme Amidala has been my friend and mentor in the Senate. It goes against everything I believe to allow politics to transform into a personal vendetta against a single individual. The Trade Federation went much too far to hire a rogue agent, a fellow Mandalorian, to assassinate her. I had to intervene. Ah yes, Jango Fett. Pri said with a nod before saying, you can understand that I've been trying to keep my distance from that man. Our families have had not so good relations in the past. Well, considering that Clan Vizsla was involved in the Mandalorian Civil War, if memory serves, it is understandable that he would not view Clan Vizsla in a favorable light. I would like to say I'm sure he has no ill will towards the greater clan, as it were, but then I'd probably be lying. Making assumptions like that is dangerous, and it's always good to play it by ear. Exactly. Pri said with a nod. That's the main reason I'm keeping my distance from him, even though I am quite interested in this clone army he helped train for the Republic. I nodded my head at that. I was somewhat interested in that as well. Over the last few months, I had researched everything I could without actually talking to Jango Fett. I haven't had a chance to, as he's been preoccupied with his sister. And to be fair, it's probably for the best that I did keep my distance for that time. I had strong-armed him into damaging his credibility, so I might as well give him a few months of not having to deal with me. But we needed to have a talk about what those clones represented sooner or later, and possibly not as Tanya the Mandalorian representative, but as White Silver. Apparently, a large section of the staff that he had brought in to train the clones on Kamino had wandered off once the army was officially put into service. Some are still helping, but the majority have simply taken up other jobs, seeing their contract has been concluded. Which means the cloners are in the market for new trainers, and though they are heavily hiring bounty hunters from across the galaxy, some of those bounty hunters are coming from Mandalore. A few had even been asked to come from the mercenary company Vi had set up in my name on Gargan. I am considering allowing that. After all, allowing clones to be trained by Mandalorians would probably help them survive the war better, as well as share some insights into the clone army itself. However, there was also the inherent problem of having clones trained by Mandalorians. Mandalorians are not a bloodline, we aren't a people. We are a creed, a culture, which meant the possibility that these clones would come to Mandalore when the war is over and try to set up their lives here is a very real possibility. Theoretically, it should not be a problem, but it's also theoretically possible that genetic cousins becoming more common would be a problem as the years went on. I have other options, though, as Tanya the representative. The Jedi had quite a lot of planets under their control when you looked into their information, specifically temples throughout the galaxy. The temples could easily be expanded on, letting the clones have farmland throughout the galaxy after the war and allowing them to do with that land as they pleased. Of course, I would need the cooperation of the Jedi and Chancellor Palpatine for that plan, and I still needed to write it up into a more efficient document rather than simply stating, Jedi have land, clones need land, here's the answer. Yes, that was a simplistic answer, and it would not hold up well under the scrutiny of the Senate. Someone would find something wrong with it, they always do, unless I found every piece of evidence to make it as long-lasting and as good an option as possible. But that line of thought is for another time. Turning to Pri, I said, well, if you're worried about Jango Fett being an issue, I would suggest possibly building a relationship with the man. Showing that not all Vizslas are the same, even in a long-term sense, might be the best way to keep him from assuming such. A hollow conversation here, a letter there, perhaps even offer him land on Concordia to live on free of charge as recompense for what he and his family suffered at your relatives' hands. It's not much, but it would probably do a lot towards smoothing over relations between your clans. Pri nodded slowly and seemed to have a moment of introspection before saying, you know, that might not be such a bad idea. There's plenty of land on Concordia. If he wishes to set up a farmstead there, it would be easy to accommodate the man. Not to mention, since he has his own ship, he can easily transport between Concordia and Mandalore, where his sister is receiving medical rehabilitation. I pointed out. Pri nodded at that before saying, I will look into that then. I was quite impressed with your nonviolent resolution to the Amidala affair. I might take a page from your book. It seems like a reasonable way to defuse any potential situations between us. I nodded my head and said, good luck with that, then. If the former leader of the true Mandalorians and the family of the former leader of Death Watch can break bread with each other, it would do a lot for improving the outlook of the Mandalore sector. Pri nodded his head at that and was about to say something when a couple of musical instruments alerted us to the start of the celebration. All eyes turned towards the large doors that led to the rest of the royal palace, situated at the front of the room and adorned with artwork depicting ancient Mandalorians in their cloak-like armor. The doors opened, and there were no longer just those in the room wearing the cloak-like armor. In walked Satin, wearing possibly the most formal and ceremonial version of Mandalorian armor I think I had ever seen. However, the fact that Duchess Satin, the head of the new Mandalorian movement, is wearing Mandalorian armor at all is something that many people would have bet to be impossible, like seeing the tooth fairy or pigs fly. The room literally went as quiet as a graveyard as Satin walked down the central carpet, wearing a proverbial armored gown that seemed to pay homage to the ancient Mandalorians, and yet she wore no helmet. Her hair was made up in a rather fancy way, and she was smiling as she seemed to be the center of attention. Adorned in the colors of blue, green, and a little bit of purple, her standard coloration, the armor also followed suit. A quick look revealed that there were no weapons on it, at least none that were physically visible, and there was quite a bit of impressive armor work integrated into the material as I noticed it passing me. As she is familiar with Mandalorian color theory, I surmised that Aunt Satin had probably given the clan armorer a new job to work on. Satin finished her walk by sitting down on the throne at the end of the hallway. She was still smiling as she said, "Please, take a seat," as she indicated the many seats that were around the royal hall. "Well, this is a surprise to be sure," Pri said with a broad smile before he gave me a nod and walked off, finding his own seat near the Concordia delegation. For myself, I quickly rallied the members of my party, Vi, Morrison, Tabai, Ordo, and the others to a set of seats near the center area. There's quite a large crowd now trying to find their own seats, making a bit of headroom for the camera crew that I had not noticed before in the corner. They are apparently filming and taking pictures with a camera drone. Is this live? I would rather hope it wasn't, considering this is a surprise to everyone, but if Satin is going to announce some new policy change about armor, this is the way to do it. Once everyone was in position, Satin cleared her throat and said, "I imagine this is all a very big surprise for all of you. After all, one of the hardline policies of the new Mandalorians is the removal of militarism from our culture. Armor being the prime example of our culture's militarism. But, over the last few years, there have been many people who have found ways to view our armor not as an example of the military traditions that built our society, but more as the protective nature it was meant to have. Some have shown this new nature through song and dance, as the Gargans have done, while others have shown the economic value through the trade of armor to planets that need such protection to fight slavery and criminals. These are good things that our knowledge and armor have been used for that are not, in their own way, militarism or used to hurt others for our benefit. Thus, I find it hypocritical to continue the long-standing orders of banning all armor in the capital districts of Sundari. There is room in the new Mandalorian way for armor, and as a result, I have had this commissioned." She held up her hands to show off the impressive ceremonial garb. "There's not a single weapon within this metal, it is only for protection. I don't intend to wear this every day, but I figured that for the announcement of this change in the rules, it would be best for me to step up and show another way armor can be used in a non-military manner." This was crafted using materials from across the Mandalorian sector under the steady hand of Clan Kry's armorer, who has generously allowed the filming of the creation of this armor. A documentary has been created and will be released in the near future that will also explain some of the new methods that are being created for the sector on how to use armor without intending to cause harm. Wearing armor for protecting ourselves is acceptable under new Mandalorian teachings. In this way, we are able to protect ourselves and get out of dangerous situations thanks to this armor. As long as you create armor that does not have any weapons that can cause harm, it is legally allowed within the city. There's even precedent for this that goes further back than new Mandalorian ways. Ancient ancestors of Mandalore, the Tahung, did not allow weapons to be built into their armor, as they view it as unsporting behavior. Though there are some differences in why we don't want weapons in our armor, the precedent stays the same. They believed their armor should only be used for protection, not for harm, and I believe we can agree with them on this. We should return to a traditional understanding of armor as a protection mechanism, not as a weapon. What about the helmet? Someone called from the audience, getting a few chuckles from, I believe, the more pro-armor sections of the crowd and a smile from Satin. I have a helmet created as well, but a helmet means something different from the armor, in my opinion. At least, for my own interest in the subject recently. To wear a helmet is a proclamation of being prepared for war. Though I have a helmet that matches this armor, I think I shall not take it up unless it is necessary. Looking around, I saw that at least from the perspective of the Mandalorian leader in the sector, it seemed to have been a resounding success, as most of the people were either nodding their heads in agreement or seemed happy enough with what Satin was proposing. Satin might have just played her cards exactly right, at least among the leadership throughout the sector. We had yet to see how this would play with some of the more grounded people across the planets. Kalevala, for instance, had been the center of new Mandalorian culture for a long time and had grown a distrust of anything even remotely related to militarism. The simple fact that someone had leaked the possibility that the ship under construction in their spaceport could be retrofitted quickly into a carrier had nearly seen the end of all construction. It took a little bit of extra money, greasing some palms, to get it back underway. How the people of Mandalore would fare with that was something to wait and see. Hopefully, most of the population are more accepting of the idea of armor nowadays. Just releasing the restrictions on the central areas of the city, where they had been the most stringent, would probably not affect the outer districts. It is a wait-and-see moment on that one. Then, hopefully, nothing terrible would come of this. The only ones I saw that had any negative feelings toward this appeared to be Prime Minister Almec, who looked disturbed, and the leader of the Red faction over there. No, it couldn't be who I thought they were, could it? That would be incredibly brazen of them. How did they even get past the security? Hasn't Saturn heeded my warning about them? Shaking my head, I ignored that thought and noticed that their leaders seemed unhappy about the whole thing, though they hadn't spoken up just yet. Well, that's enough about me and my own efforts to hold Mandalore together. This broadcast is going out to the whole sector, and I think it's about time for it to come to an end. There are plenty of festivities going on throughout the city. Just find one you enjoy and have fun. While the galaxy may be at war, we are working tirelessly to make our sector prosper, and we always will be. With that, the camera crew stopped filming, as I could see the red light on their cameras ending, and Saturn stood up, walking down from her throne to speak with the other nobility and leadership. Propaganda paparazzi were all over the place, taking pictures and asking various individuals for their opinion. One young woman with silver hair was trying to push her way through the crowd in my general direction, probably wanting to ask the niece of the Duchess her opinion on all this. Well, I didn't have time for that. Instead, I told Vi, cover me. Ordo, Tabai, with me. All of them gave a nod as they did as I instructed. Vi moved between me and the paparazzi to prevent any talking as I made my way through the royal hall to the back section of the room where the red individuals were standing, the two royal guards at my side as I did. As I made my way there, the queen bee of the red individuals looked up and smiled. Ah, good evening, princess. The woman said with a bow and a Russian accent a mile wide. Good evening, I said, my left eye twitching a bit as I looked across the rather young party followers that crowded around a plain-looking middle-aged woman. I'm sorry, I recognize most of the people here at this event, yet I have no idea who you are. The woman smiled before saying, oh, just a leader from just outside the Mandalore sector, NTV, I hope you've heard of us. My hand would have gone to a blaster pistol if I had one. Unfortunately, no weapons were allowed, not even I had one on me at this moment. Yes I have, one of your people tried to kill me a couple of months ago. Oh yes, an unfortunate thing. An overzealous officer, she went too far and broke several laws in doing so, she is now being punished for that transgression of attacking royalty of a sovereign nation. The woman made a clicking noise with her tongue before saying, it's not right. The only way to win the revolution is through peaceful coexistence while presenting a shining example of progress and prosperity that inspires other people to our glorious cause. Ahoy! So, your statement is basically that she was a rogue agent and not to worry about it. Correct, my dear. The woman said, standing up to her full height, which was somewhat taller than me. The only way to make a proper revolution is through love, not war. Something about the way she said that sent a shiver down my spine. I had to clench my fists not to show how discomforting she was. Not to mention, the look in her eye was like a predator on the hunt. Shrugging it off, I simply said, well, there's not much war in this sector nowadays, though I do wonder about some of these statements your comrade was making, the one who tried to kill me. Are you sure you're not anti-monarchy? My dear, let me tell you, we are not anti-monarchy, we're anti-clan, since it seems to be a structure by which those higher-ups who would abuse those without a clan can easily identify them and the lesser clans that can be bullied. We do not value monarchy as a system of government for ourselves, but we are not anti-monarchy should that monarchy support and defend the workers of the galaxy. If you were to wish to learn about the glorious revolution in our communist thought, I would gladly teach you the ways of our people. She put her hand on my shoulder, and I just felt like my skin was crawling. There was definitely something not well in those eyes, something dark and yearning hidden behind the intent of that statement. Shaking the hand off my shoulder, I stepped back and said, I'm afraid I have no interest in learning about communism. I've learned quite a bit about it already, and started to turn. Oh, and where did you learn that? What school of thought is it that has taught you everything you need to know about our beliefs? Was it the doctrine of Hivism? Taoian socialist thought? Both are distinct from the ideology of NTV. Simple, I read an economics book once, I mused, wanting to leave the proximity of this woman. I've read one or two myself, Miss Cries, and let me tell you, economics books tell a lot of interesting lies, a lot of them, and not a lot of truths. I turned and raised an eyebrow at her before saying, you could say that about any book. I guess the only way to find out what system would work is to observe what's working in the current system out there in the real world. From what I've seen, capitalism seems to work quite well in restoring the Mandalorian sector. Does it? Sure looks to me like most of the problems that are being fixed are through state-run enterprises, either federal or lower levels. Currently, isn't the terraforming on Mandalore being paid for by the federal state of Mandalore while being conducted by the Ithorian Central State Council? Theoretically, I said, you are right, though the state would not have the income it did without a properly functioning market with a healthy capitalist class. But who's going to stop those capitalists from going too far? Capitalism requires a stratified society. A stratified society is a contradiction. What keeps the poor from eating the rich? Violence and the threat of it. That Gare fellow, the false silver, like many others before him, believed putting slave collars on the population and forcing them to work in his factories was the solution to it. Slavery, a solution to the contradictions of capitalism. The woman clicked her tongue several times before saying, capitalism is quite a dangerous tool when it gets out of hand, don't you think? Any economic system would be prone to abuse if allowed to get out of hand. That's why the state exists in the first place, to be a watchdog, to enforce the rules that society deems necessary for civilization to continue. Isn't that what we are doing? Enforcing the rules that society determines are necessary for civilization to continue? We have not abandoned the concept of currencies like the garn, nor do we restrict the exchange of personal property. NTV has a thriving market without a disruptive capitalist class. She isn't wrong if you go by the leftist definitions, though I had quite a few histories worth of information that showed that it didn't exactly work. It never stuck to a singular definition, be it Chinese or Russian, it always shifted, changed to suit the needs of the people in power, and thus the entire system fell to corruption and secret police to hold the state together. I am not so ignorant of general communist claptrap that I did not notice the bait and switch. The use of the term personal property was merely a ploy by communists to seize the private property of honest people. It allowed the communists to shift what things a person was allowed to own endlessly until eventually nothing was left. Shaking my head, I finally said, that is a point of view that I may consider someday. Wanting to be nice and end the conversation as quickly as possible seemed to have been the wrong choice, though. She simply smiled and said, if you ever want to learn more, our people are always more than willing to allow a noble to learn how communism really works. But until then, she turned to face the head of the room, I guess I have to go meet and greet with your aunt now, don't I? I was not expecting this whole change in the armor, though. I believe that is the wrong course of action. All you're doing by strapping the armor to yourself is showing that you are going to fight someday. I'm pretty sure most of the population will think of that too. She mused with a saccharine grin on her face before walking past me. While I obviously would rather communism die of starvation, if I do meet that communist again, I would need to be better prepared to win that debate and steer people away from that dead-end ideology. However, if she is right, some people will take the wrong message about the armor the wrong way, and she could find allies amongst the civilian population from them, people who were against the military and might be willing to give information to the communists. I shivered, as the fear of the Red Scare could be just as dangerous as the Reds themselves, turning a population against their government. I would need to keep a close eye on these communists to make sure they didn't take control through internal collapse. Chapter 44. 717 FNM, 21 BBY. Month 1. Mandalore, Sundari Royal Palace. Satin cries. I feel that yesterday's reveal was a remarkable success. The launch of the Armor for Defense initiative went off without a hitch. Prime Minister Almec had informed me that a significant number of additional special event permits were granted today. Many extra celebrations are going on across Mandalore. Of course, there aren't celebrations going on across the entire sector. Some are still concerned that allowing armor within the city openly would bring back the bad old days, or that we may be reverting to the Mandalorian barbarians of old, since war is right outside our doorstep. Apparently, this particular view is strongly felt from my home world of Kalevala. They are currently having their own celebrations in tandem with the ones going on here, yet there has been a bit of a kerfuffle. A group of radical pacifists held a protest in front of a statue of myself, one that was commissioned for me many years ago in Kalevala. I have watched the reports and had to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. They are claiming that I am the new Mandalore and that all of this is an attempt to prepare for a crusade against the Republic. Apparently, no matter how clear I make it that neutrality is here to stay and that I have no interest in bringing back the old ways, there will always be a few people who won't listen and will just make assumptions based on things they fear in their own mind. Well, at least the ratings for the documentary on the construction of my armor are doing well. Zenlov, the mayor of Keldaby, had even sent compliments on the style and color of the armor. That was a big thing, considering Keldaby was the former capital of Mandalore, and even after all these years, after the new capital had been created, it still tended to be more of an anti-New Mandalorian holdout. Zenlov is willing to follow my rules, so his clan had never been banished from Mandalore, but they ignored my intent. Keldaby still repaired and used parts of the Great Forge, despite not being able to export its output, and Zenlov had made it quite plain for years that they are not a fan of the anti-armor sentiment. It seems that both parties, the new Mandalorians and martial traditionalists, are on the road to mending bridges. The Mandalore sector needed to be unified in its neutrality to stay out of the war and not join either side. That is the only reason I allowed that menace into our system. I do not know all that much about the Workers' Council or what their aims are, but I know that they attempted to kidnap Tanya. Yes, they claimed that the individual involved had been punished and it was a rogue operation. But I found that very hard to believe, even with most of their ideology being a confusing mess. It looked a lot like they were simply cutting ties with a failed operation to minimize the blame. I had concerns that NTV might join the CIS, and if they joined the CIS, that would be an open invitation for the CIS to invade the Mandalore sector and install a government friendly to their goals. Already, something similar is going on in the Monday Calamari sector. The CIS had found factions that are friendly to their cause, that had problems with the current ruling party, and supported them in their efforts to take the sector. I am paying very close attention to that sector, mainly because it's so distant that it's practically cut off from the Republic, to see what would happen as it provides a forecast on what could happen to the Mandalore sector should war break out again. And what is happening there is an outright civil war, hidden in plain sight amongst the hundreds of other civil wars across the galaxy. Several systems, populations that had lived next to each other for thousands of years, are being torn apart by an old ethnic disagreement on who should be in charge of the sector itself. It's a dark specter of what could happen to the Mandalore sector if it did not maintain its neutrality. Thus, that is why I am willing to play the pacifist with these communists. I would rather let my own pride be injured than compromise the security of my people in the sector. That being said, I plan to keep an eye on them since I knew very little of their motivations. Frankly, their leader, Lilia, whom I had not expected to show up at all, is giving me an unsettling sensation whenever she is around. There is something wrong with her, yet I just couldn't quite place what that is, which makes me even more uneasy. I decided to worry about her later as I returned my focus to my meal. I will have to get Prime Minister Almec to send his Mandalorian Secret Service to keep an eye on these communists to see if they are doing anything I should know about. However, right now, I am in the Royal Palace's dining room, and dinner is being served. Tanya and Corky are sitting across from each other, and at the other end of the table is my sister, Bo-Katan. My armor is, of course, not present. As much as I enjoyed showing it off, I had no plans to wear it all day, every day. There is no reason to wear it now, so I am wearing my normal dress. Even Bo is wearing a Gargan Girls t-shirt that she bought at the festival. Tanya is wearing her usual green dress, and giving Bo's outfit a look of mild disbelief and maybe a bit of envy. It's to be expected, Bo enjoys sports and pants more than tea parties and dresses. Tanya had confided in me in the past that she wears her dresses because of how important public opinion is in maintaining peace for the sector, but that doesn't mean she enjoys wearing them. Meanwhile, Corky is wearing his usual academy uniform as he still has to oversee the Seeker's Vigil later today, yet he seems the most troubled. Everyone but Bo appears a bit uneasy, as if everyone has their own problem, and they are all trying to figure out a solution to fix it. Whatever it is, it's about time to try and straighten things out. Smiling, I asked, "So, how has everyone's day been?" Bo-Katan smiled back as she looked up from her food, saying, "Pretty good, hung out with an old friend, watched some of the sporting events going on, and handed out some tickets to the Gargan show that I had reserved for some friends." I nodded at that before saying, "Ah, right, the Gargan girls. I hope you saved a ticket for me. I've been meaning to see their performance in person at least once." "Not just you," Bo-Katan said as she reached into her dress and pulled out 4 tickets before placing them on the table. "There's one for each of us. We can go see it any time we want. They'll have 4 shows over the next week, and we can go to any one of them." "Wonderful," I said with a smile before adding, "it will be nice to get out of the palace once in a while. Experience a bit of our culture that I have not explored before, at least I've never heard of such a form of expression here on Mandalore." Corky finally coughed and sighed before putting his fork down, saying, "So, are we not going to talk about the armor?" I raised an eyebrow before responding, "Well, there's nothing stopping us from talking about the armor. I just assumed that no one is interested in discussing that." "I am very interested in talking about it," Corky said before shaking his head and adding, "Isn't it a bit provocative to go out there and wear armor? Isn't that kind of abandoning the new Mandalorian way of pacifism?" I shook my head before saying, "I wouldn't say we're abandoning anything. We're just looking at the current situation and recognizing that building our armor is a form of artistic expression. By denying that we have these capabilities, we are leaving a portion of our culture to be forgotten and abused by those who would use it for their own gains." Corky looked at me before saying, "That's a positive way to look at it, I guess. But I'm just sitting here and thinking that to the average Mandalorian who believed in pacifism, the message is confusing. Are you going to abandon pacifism the moment times get tough and it looks like a war might break out? It feels like you hoped that by restoring our armor, those at war will see our strength, be intimidated and avoid our sector. Which kind of makes the pacifism of removing our armor look like it's just something we did when we thought there's going to be peace. And if that principle could be easily abandoned, what else could be easily abandoned?" I opened my mouth to argue against that, but I closed it. Corky raised a good point. Not only is it valid, it's almost true. I had been building towards that announcement for some time, and would have announced it whether there is a war or not. However, from the perspective of the average new Mandalorian, this could be a problem, a big problem if the notion that I had simply abandoned my pacifist ways the moment the sector is threatened are to spread. I was going to say something to counter that statement, but Tanya spoke up first. "There will always be people who view the situation in a negative light, that's just the price of free will," she said with a shake of her head before adding, "There's not much we can do to change their minds. People are going to think whatever they want as sentients, but the important part is that they're allowed to think that, they are allowed to make their own decision, and they are not forced to dig out their old family armor from whatever closet they left it in or go out there and buy new armor to start a crusade. If they decide not to get armor and not paint it, that's their own decision. As a free society, we are allowed to make our decisions. All this has done is take away a bit of governmental oversight that was, frankly, unneeded and a bit of an overstep, in my opinion. I frowned at that as I turned to look at her, and she looked back at me sheepishly, knowing that she made a bit of a faux pas. Tanya may have overstepped, but I let it slide since we are trying to have a civil conversation. Maybe you're right, but shouldn't we be a bit concerned that this will be used by people as a chance to rearm themselves? I mean, when I was visiting Breshik, I found recent propaganda flyers for Death Watch, not to mention that the group I ran into when I discovered the relic ship claimed that they were members of Death Watch. With Death Watch actively trying to rebuild its numbers, this would be the prime opportunity for them to do this right under our noses. Corky said, his concern genuine, and I nodded my head to show that it was a valid concern. Prime Minister Almec and his department are already hard at work to track down any such efforts. I said before adding, but let's be fair, Death Watch were able to produce armor and weapons before I ended this restriction. They were already capable of rearming themselves before we discovered that they're active again. If I didn't end the restriction on armor, all that I would have done is prevent our own population from having the means to defend themselves if Death Watch attempted to make a move against Mandalore. Corky reluctantly nodded after a moment. He sighed before saying, still, I worry that we're straying too far away from the new Mandalorian way. I mean, you now have your own set of armor. Aunt Bo-Katan has been known to wear armor most of her life, and Tanya was involved in a fight at that Geonosis visit, at the start of this war a few months ago. I'm just glad that it's only the two of us that don't have armor. He said, looking at Tanya before she coughed into her hand and looked to the side. I actually have had armor since I was 10. She finally said after a moment, causing Corky's jaw to drop in shock. What? Tanya shrugged before saying, I was going to be stationed at Coruscant, one of the most dangerous systems in the galaxy, if I went to the wrong sections. Aunt Bo thought that it would be best to get me better trained so that I would be able to defend myself, and armor was part of that needed protection. In fact, I was wearing that armor on Geonosis when things went south, and I probably wouldn't be having this conversation with you if I didn't have my Beskar helmet. There is a very noticeable dent on the helmet that would have likely cracked my skull open when the Lancer crash landed. So, I'm the only one in the family without armor. Corky said, sounding betrayed as he put his fork down. Don't say it like that, kid. Bo-Katan said from her end of the table. I mean, we can always contact the Kry's armorer, get Zoom to have your father's armor reforged for you. No. He said, sounding resolute, before saying something that he immediately seemed to regret. Someone in this family has to keep the new Mandalorian way alive and not be a hypocrite. You might have viewed the armor as a way to defend yourselves, but the armor is also a symbol of our violence-loving past. All this armor makes me feel dirty. Unclean. Hey. Bo-Katan said, sounding very agitated, but I raised my hand, silencing her. We're not hypocrites, we're just being realistic. Tanya said before I got a chance to try and smooth over the situation. What you call realism is just abandoned pacifism. The moment we feel threatened by the outside world of our sector, what's next? Making war profitable? Better to be the conqueror than the conquered. Corky spat, seeming to have not really thought through that argument, though one could say he was making a valid point at the moment. Granted, I would never approve of such a change in philosophy, but he is right. I had changed my philosophy 10 years ago. He had grown up with one way of looking at the galaxy, and now the galaxy is changing. I sighed and said, Corky, you make valid points, and if you do not want armor, that is fine. As Tanya said, we all have the freedom of choice, and I don't intend to wear my armor all the time. Maybe I'll bring it out for special occasions or just to show off the beauty that can be created with our craftsmanship. Most of the time, I will be in a formal dress when managing the sector, as you've always known me. But let's be clear, I'm not going to start a crusade against the Sis just because one of their leaders was foolish enough to shoot down Tanya's Lancer after a peaceful conversation, nor am I going to agree to an invasion of the Republic for any random offense. We have abandoned war, but that does not mean we need to abandon personal defense or self-defense. If we had abandoned the ability to defend ourselves, then you would already be dead. Those gator monsters you told me about would have dragged you beneath the waves, and we would never be having this conversation now. There will be forces, both sentient and natural, that will not care if we are pacifistic or warmongering, they will kill us if given the opportunity because it is to their benefit. The armor is merely there to keep us alive in the event we are in danger. Corky seemed to deflate a bit before letting out a sigh, saying, I don't know. It just feels like the galaxy is changing around me, and I have no idea why or where it's going. That's how the galaxy works. Tanya said with a shrug, spearing her food with her fork. It's always changing, and sometimes you need to change to adapt to it. Hopefully, things will change in such a way that we can go back to more pacifistic ways and not even have to consider the notion that we may be invaded by our neighbors simply because we make for a convenient battlefront in whatever prolonged conflict they're trying to unleash on the galaxy. But for now, we just have to accept that this isn't the galaxy we live in, and it's not going to be that way for a few years, at the very least. Corky finally nodded before pushing away from the table and saying, I need some time to think. Can I be dismissed? I'll be in my room. I nodded to him and said, you can go, Corky. Take all the time you need, and if you need to talk about this, my door is always open. I'm sure your sister would also love to talk about this with you. Yeah, I guess. He shook his head as he walked out of the room, looking down at the floor, deep in thought and not looking happy with his thoughts. After a moment, he stepped outside, closing the door, leaving the three of us in the room alone. I shook my head before saying, perhaps we should have brought him in on what was going on a little sooner, not drop this on him. We? Bo-Katan asked at the other end of the table. What do you mean, we? I was all for bringing everyone in on everything from the beginning. We should have gotten him an armor set ages ago. Tanya nodded along in silent support to Bo's assertion. I smiled and sighed before shaking my head and saying, that's not what I meant, but fine. I should have brought him in on this change in policy a long time ago and been more clear about what was going on and what was going through my head. Now I have to deal with hurt feelings and, well, hurt feelings are the hardest thing to deal with. Tanya said with a nod of understanding before sighing and asking, which reminds me, why are the communists on Mandalore? She reached for a drink in the glass in front of her. The who? Bo-Katan asked from where she is sitting. The people who tried to assassinate me on Tatooine. Tanya said, sounding a bit upset, which is understandable for most people. However, she tended to be quite reserved, even when she was growing up, so it is unusual to see her emote so openly. Assassination attempts are not something that leaves you happy, though even for her, it's still a bit odd. Nodding my head, I said, yes, the Workers' Council. They did happen to show up in the last few moments to take part in the ceremony. I didn't expect them to come to Mandalore, but if they're willing to embrace a common cause of peace in the Mandalore sector, I'm willing to allow them to take part in our ceremonies. Tanya nodded before saying, maybe so, but we need to keep an eye on them. Their ideology allows them to believe in a lot of things that are not true. Not to mention, they are authoritarians through and through. They're not good neighbors, and we have no idea what they are planning. How do you know so much about the communists? Bo-Katan asked with a raised eyebrow, which is a reasonable question. I barely knew anything about the Workers' Council, and even less about their ideology. Tanya seemed to pause for a moment before saying, their ideology was mentioned once or twice in a book I read. It's a failed ideology that's only ever good for bringing a civilization back from complete destruction, but not progressing any further. It's a parasitical entity that'll drain technology, resources, and motivation from a population of people who are willing to accept being near the top of the food chain in exchange for crushing those beneath them. That sounds like every Sith empire in the history of the Sith. Bo-Katan mentioned. Tanya nodded her head before saying, I don't know all that much about the Sith empire, but yes and no. Sith seem to be evil because they enjoy being evil. Communism is the worst type of evil. The evil that comes from the self-righteous delusion, from the men and women who think and believe they are doing good. They are led by tyrants who are either self-aware about their duplicity and therefore like the Sith, or worse, they are led by zealots blinded by their ideology. A communist will kill millions to achieve success and call it justice. I shook my head before saying, well, I've never really seen these communists take any action against the Mandalore sector, except for that rogue agent of theirs. And though I am not exactly happy about their claims that it was a rogue agent, I am not looking to start a war with them over it either. Politically, it's better for the sector if we all look united, less likely to have someone trying to invade it. Even if I would rather think that this Workers' Council is not part of our sector, they do claim cultural ties with us, and their planet is located quite close to Cis territory. It's better to allow them to peacefully mingle than to give the Cis some casus belli to get involved in Mandalorian affairs. Tanya looked annoyed before she nodded her head and said, that is a good point, my Duchess. Tanya must be really mad, she had gone from Aunt Satin to my Duchess. She probably preferred to kick them off the planet, I would guess. I wondered what had upset her so much in the reading of those books that she would banish these people from Mandalore. I would have to try and do some research and see what I could find out about this ideology. After all, if it upset Tanya, there's usually a good reason. Tanya then said, though they appear to be using B1 battle droids, the most produced battle droids utilized by the Cis. They had to have gotten those droids from somewhere, they may already be part of that confederacy, so they can receive shipments of B1s. We should keep an eye on them in case they stir up any trouble. We don't know what their plans are, and assuming that they are not moving forward with anything that could hurt us is a mistake. Bo-Katan shrugged at the end of the table, saying, that sounds a little bit paranoid. After all, we can make the same assumptions about the white silver. Then she gave a cheeky smile, knowing it's a terrible joke. I sighed as I looked at her before nodding and saying, we will definitely be keeping an eye on them too. I don't know what their plans are, and for all we know, they might be connected to Death Watch, the organization that attempted to kill Corky. Someone had to have supplied them with their weapons and gear, after all. It did not come from the new Mandalorians, and I know that White Silver isn't supplying them with weapons either. Tanya sighed before nodding her head in agreement. At the very least, we need to know what kind of power they have at their hands. Perhaps someone should try getting close to them. Bo-Katan said, causing a visible shiver to run up Tanya's back. I think we should try to avoid them as best we can. They will be looking for political capital in any way they can get their hands on it. Remember yesterday when the pictures were taken as a commemoration of the agreement to allow armor in Sundari again? There had been some pictures, and looking back, I noticed that everyone was wearing some bit of armor except Lilia of the Workers' Council, who seemed to be rather proud about wearing their uniform that had no armor on it. Nodding my head, Tanya said, they were the only people not to have armor. Imagine Corky's assumptions about some new Mandalorians could be right, they might look at her as a possible person who has similar thoughts on armor, that it should not be involved in day-to-day life. A bit of a stretch, don't you think? Bo-Katan asked. Even I gave a shrug at that before saying, we will be careful. That's the best we can do right now. Keep an eye on them, we'll see what they're planning, and make our actions based on our intelligence. For now, we have a meal to finish. I think we've had enough conversation about politics, don't you? Tanya reluctantly nodded after a bit, and I smiled as the conversation came to an end. We could worry about such situations at a later date, for now, we had a week of celebration to get to. Might as well start by ordering some drinks from the kitchen. Mandalore, near Sundari, Outer District. Jango Fett. I smiled as I watched Boba playing one of the games that had been set out by the many concession stands. It had been 4 months since my, what could I even call this? Planetary arrest? Forced resettlement? Stuck in one place until people stopped caring about me? Either way, it had been 4 months since I had taken up residence here. Although it's probably the most boring job I've ever had, at least Boba is enjoying this particular chance to relax and act like a child his age. It's the quiet life of living in an apartment overlooking a city of Mandalorians who had given up the Mandalorian ways, but having the ability to see my sister again and take care of her is well worth dealing with new Mandus. Not only that, Boba got to experience life in this city, which wouldn't be a change, he only ever lived on Kamino. As I've gone to some of the worst dens of scum and villainy for my work. Oh, I'm sure I'm being followed. I had seen 1 or 2 people who looked very familiar every time I went out, most likely members of whatever secret police this government kept around, or plain-clothed royal guards. Either was possible, perhaps they were the same organization. It's hard to say how the Duchess ran the government without actually talking to her. I really had no plans to talk to her if I had the chance. It's best not to be seen as getting involved in politics and to stay as far away from that mess as possible. I did approve of what she had done with the planet, though. It actually looked like a livable planet now, not a smoking hellscape as it had been after the Republic had blasted it last time. I had seen photos of what Mandalore looked like after it had been invaded for the last time by the Republic. I wasn't planning to look into it, it's just that newspapers were celebrating the complete and utter destruction of the old city and most of Mandalore's homeworld culture. Burned to the ground, from what I understood. I feel it was a bit overblown in the newspapers, but they had been celebrating it nonetheless. Currently, Boba is in line to play a sharpshooter game of some sort. Hit the targets to gather points, and then you spend those points to get a prize ranging from stuffed animals to toy pieces of armor. But the grand prize appeared to be some sort of toy basilisk droid. Where they came up with a design for that, I did not know. Even during the worst part of the Civil War, I had never seen one of those droids. All of them had been destroyed long ago, and production methods for them had apparently been lost, so it was very unlikely that they had just copied an actual basilisk droid and shrunk it down. Well, most likely not. I guess there's the possibility that with the opening of the Ordo's armory vaults, they might have found a few remnants of a droid or maybe a depiction of it in battle and maybe sold the likeness to someone. I heard that selling recreations of ancient Mandalorian artifacts is something that has been spearheaded a few years ago. And I guess there was always the possibility that someone else had actually found one, but that is extremely unlikely given how long ago the basilisk was last seen. People are always searching through old battlefields for old weapons to either sell on the open market or use for their own misdeeds. It might be possible that a few are in a rich idiot's vault or something as a trophy to show off, but I doubt they would openly advertise that they paid grave robbers to get that trophy. Boba is currently third in line, waiting for his turn, and the current kid on it is, well, his parents had obviously failed him and needed to go back to learning how to shoot. Because, to be cruel, the kid is going to be the first one shot when another civil war started, not because he's standing up on his own, but simply because his own side would notice that he is such a terrible shot that he would be the first one over the trenches in order to save ammunition and the lives of people who could actually shoot. Thankfully, the MSDF has their own boot camp and would kick him out before he hurts himself. All I could do is shake my head as I watched the kid's shameful display and hoped my kid could do better than that. What am I thinking? Of course, I knew my kid could do better than that, he already had a few kills under his belt. Sighing, I looked around, trying to distract myself by spotting any secret police following us again. None that I knew for sure, though I noticed, there is that one woman who I swear is a member of whatever organization that is keeping an eye on me. She's a blonde-haired woman with a hairdo that, well, I don't think any Mandalorian during the Clan Wars or the Civil War would have ever worn. It looked like someone turned her hair into a pillar before grinding it down into a shallow bowl with a belt sander. If she's a member of the secret police, I had to give it to them. If their plan to stay unnoticed is to be too noticeable that people would not believe they are part of an intelligence organization, then they are a terrible organization. Either that, or they are fully intending to let me know that I am being watched and kept assigning this woman with the most obvious hairdo in the galaxy to follow me whenever I went out. It's kind of annoying. I kind of wished I wore my armor, so I don't feel naked when someone is watching me, but what could I do? While the Duchess had announced that I could wear armor, mine had a lot of weapons on it. I guess I could just wear the chest plate and helmet, but it wouldn't feel the same. Shaking my head, I looked to my right. Arla is watching Boba closely next to me while holding onto my arm rather firmly. She tended to do that whenever we went out, simply to try and stay as close as possible to me and maybe to try to remind herself that this is real. I've slowly been weaning her off the drugs and helping her see the world for what it is, and not as a doped-up illusion that she had been left in for the last few years. Progress in trying to re-establish a firm family bond with my sister had gone rather well. Though we had lived very different lives, me becoming a part of the true Mandalorians and her becoming part of Death Watch, we have some similarities. We both had our lives revolve around the Civil War. We are rather done with the political machinations of the factions trying to control the Mandalorian sector. Even with the political maneuverings of the current rulership, we are done with all of that bantha shit. The representatives of the Prime Minister of Mandalore had attempted to ask my sister if they could use her for propaganda, basically to try and remind any and all former Death Watch members of how they had betrayed her and used her for the last 20 years. I wasn't exactly a fan of having her face put out there, that just seemed to be asking for any remnants of Death Watch to come out of hiding and take a shot at her. She apparently held the same opinion, as she had denied the requests, instead saying that she wanted to focus on healing. Besides, as far as I could tell, Death Watch is nothing but a memory, a dead faction that didn't exist anymore. Though, I'd heard a rumor that someone claimed to be Death Watch and had tried to assault one of the Gargan girls on stage. A hilarious action, considering he apparently got his ass firmly killed. If Death Watch was so terrible that their average foot soldier could be killed by an idol, that either meant that Death Watch was a joke compared to how it used to be, or the idols are pretty good at their job as former bounty hunters. At least according to Boba, who had done a lot of research on them. Which made them good role models at least, former bounty hunters finding a job after they'd finished with bounty hunting. Oh, that's a good person to keep an eye on and hold up. I never thought I'd quit bounty hunting, but apparently I am being forced to, so I might as well approve of the girls my son is somewhat intrigued by. That's why I got him tickets to tonight's concert. Unfortunately, due to Arla's still somewhat weakened condition, she didn't want to come along, but the two of us should be fine enough. Cracking my neck, I looked around, trying to establish where the tails were again, when I noticed that the one I knew had been following me, the strange-haired woman, is currently sitting in a corner with her neck hanging backwards. That indicated someone had just knocked her out. Or killed her, it's hard to say. It isn't bent enough to be a broken neck, so I guess I'd have to wait and see. Carefully, my hand slipped into my pocket, grabbing the vibroblade I had hidden away. Couldn't walk around with a sword or gun on Mandalore, but you can always get away with something small and easily concealable. Arla squeezed my hand and nodded in a direction, causing me to look that way. Another member of the obvious security detail is unconscious. Someone just took him out. She whispered in a low breath, and I wondered why someone was taking out the security detail. Well, obviously, they didn't want anyone watching, so why didn't they want anyone to watch? If it's a sniper, they would have just gone for a direct kill on me and not knocked out the security detail, which meant someone wanted to meet me. Who wanted to talk, though? That's the question. Carefully, I kept my eyes on the move, watching for anyone moving in our direction, hoping that whoever this was would not escalate into too terrible of a fight. I didn't have my armor today, and the vibroblade is good, but if they have a gun or anything more substantial, it could get bad real quick. Those thoughts are interrupted as I felt something poke at my back and a voice said, "Well, hello Django, long time no see." The voice is not very familiar, though the way they carried their voice is. "Zam, so you did survive. Thought for sure I hit you." The point of the blade did not push further into my back, which told me that they aren't interested in hurting me, at least not yet, as they spoke. "You did hit me, and I spent the next 2 months in a coma. 2 whole months in a coma, on the edge of death. Whatever the hell was in that dart really screwed me up, Sorry about that. I said. If I wasn't under a NDA with the cloners, I would have tried to bail you out. But you know that the Jedi have ways of making people talk, and your connection would lead them to me. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't take the risk of the Jedi finding out about the clones, and lose custody of Boba. I also doubt you would want the Hutts to come after you in the future once you are released from prison. I picked the safest choice. Well, that's cold comfort. I'm penniless now. The Jedi reported me dead, and they took all my known assets during the investigation. The only reason I'm not in one of their prison cells is that I faked being unconscious for a week as I recovered and then snuck out, and posed as one of the one-armed Jedi that I had seen come and go from their medical wing. It's lucky that they'd been so assuming that I was never going to wake up that they didn't keep me locked to the bed. Fooled the Force? Arla asked aloud. That was lucky. I said with a nod before saying, also, it sounds like you got off easy then. Everyone thinks you're dead, and being a changeling, you can start over. Yeah, I'm well aware of my situation. Had to pickpocket for a few weeks just to get the money to pay for a ticket here. Although I'm broke, I'm too worried to access the few stockpiles I have because, well, they might still be looking for me. You know how they are, they don't consider someone truly dead unless they haven't touched their funds in 10 years. I nodded before saying, that's unfortunate, Zam, but there's no reason to hold a blade to my back. I mean, we're friends for the most part. Yeah, friends. Friends who tried to kill me. I felt the point repeatedly poke my spine as she said it, and I heard a sigh. Listen, I know you have this whole a man should work for what he gets mentality, but let's be fair here. Your attempted assassination of me has left me destitute and unable to find work, so why don't you do what you should have done in the beginning and just give me a loan of some money? You took my life, now give me enough money to start a new one, alright. I thought for a moment before finally shrugging and saying, alright. I reached into a wallet and pulled out some credits, passing them back and saying, that's enough money to get you through a week. Contact me when I'm not with my family and not with a blade to my back, and I'll get you 500,000 credits. That should be enough to start a life here in the Mandalore sector and live comfortably for about a decade. I'm sure you could even buy a farm on Concord Dawn if you wanted to. There was a pause before Zam said, wait, you're actually going to do this? I kind of had already psyched myself up to stab you in the back all day. I looked over towards the first unconscious guard, saying, I can see that, before continuing, but you don't need to. I admit I did take your life, but this is not why I'm interested in giving you money. Your screw-up of an operation ultimately led to me finding out that my sister is still alive and reconnecting with my family. That's worth about 500,000 credits, at least for a Mandalorian. So consider this a finder's fee. I trailed off meaningfully, then in a more threatening tone continued, but if you ever try this again, shaking me down for money won't end well for you. I'm repaying the favor I owe you, got it? I felt the point of the blade removing itself from my back, and I was finally allowed to turn and look at Zam. She sighed and said, I've worked with you for how long? I know when to push my luck. As she put the blade away. Since you're the one who got captured by the Jedi when you could have snuck out, you evidently don't, but I kept that to myself. Then she smiled and turned to Arla, saying, so, you must be Django's sister. I'm Zam Wessel, a close friend of your brother. She offered her hand like she had not just been using it to threaten me. Arla turned and looked at the offered hand, then at me, before nodding and taking the hand. She said, I am glad this worked out somewhat peacefully. I was worried that this would turn into a bloody brawl that would leave most of this entire area in chaos. I have 3 grenades hidden on me because I wasn't sure I could take you on in a fair fight. That's probably 2 fewer grenades than you actually need. I joked, before shaking my head and saying, but that's beside the point. I have no reason to fight you. I tried to kill you and you got lucky. Now your record is clear as everyone thinks you're dead, and I have no reason to not give you a bit of a finder's fee. Let's let bygones be bygones. She nodded and said, sounds like a deal. By the way, what are you doing on Mandalore anyway? I thought you said you hated this sector. I replied, that's right. Before saying, I'm getting paid to stay out of politics. That's a sweet deal. She said with a shake of her head before saying, anyway I can get in on that action. No, though, a thought played in the back of my mind before saying, I've been thinking about buying some land in a few places throughout the sector, trying to start up an old family business again, maybe get back to farming. If you don't mind helping me out with that, maybe as a manager, and find some of the land, I'll let you live in the place and let you hide out. You could even pose as me a couple of times so no one knows that you're still around. Zam thought for a moment before smiling and saying, pretend to be Jango Fett and be a farmer? That's hilarious and I'm in. But I don't have 2 good hands anymore, though. She said, holding up the arm that had been cut by the Jedi, so, I don't think I'll be able to pull off being you very often. I'll get you a prosthetic replacement and plenty of gloves, you'll be fine. Zam shook her head before saying, sounds good, though I do wonder why you are starting up a farming business. It seems to me you should be a prime candidate to be one of the leaders of the CIS or maybe even the Republic. They're taking anyone they can get their hands on. I chuckled before saying, paid to stay out of politics, but also there's a bit of an opportunity I've noticed here. I'm all ears, the shapeshifter said before looking out around the city, but I don't really see an opportunity in this cube city. The sector is the opportunity. Land here is dirt cheap because it's either not very habitable or there's no one really in the market to buy, especially with the war going on. However, Mandalore seems to be turning itself around. Half of this party is about the celebration of one of their planets, a mess that was made 7 centuries ago, being terraformed back into something livable, which means it'll start producing food and other resources soon. Not to mention, with the war going on around the sector, anywhere that looks somewhat peaceful is going to be an interesting location for civilians to run to. So the land market is going to go up, both from demand and quality of the soil improving as the years go on. Zam nodded their head before saying, an opportunity to sell land and grow influence, yeah, I can see it now. Exactly. I haven't exactly figured out where I'm going to start with this, but if you don't mind posing as me, go to Concord Dawn. There's a plot of land I definitely want to buy, an old homestead if possible, and any other pieces of land you can find that might be terraformed in the next few years or could go on the market easily enough when there's a larger demand. Zam nodded their head before saying, I'm in. In fact, I'm all in. Do you have contacts that could get access to a few stashes of resources I have hidden around the galaxy? I raised an eyebrow before saying, I thought you said you are out of money, that the Hutts are after you because you didn't have a way to pay the debt. She shrugged before saying, they are, and I am. That doesn't mean I didn't have a little bit of excess resources stashed away, a ship I'd stolen here, an apartment there, things that you could negotiate the sale of and give us a little bit more capital to work with. I smiled and nodded before saying, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. In fact, I'll give a call to a few friends who are still working for the Republic. See if they want to contribute some money to this idea. They all have a bit more of a tie to the Mandalore sector than I ever did, so they might be interested in helping the sector regrow. I said more to myself, as the thought finally occurred to me. I had been playing with this idea for a while now, but hadn't really given it much thought until an opportunity made itself apparent. Until this moment, I am stuck on Mandalore. I couldn't leave. I had to stay here with Arla and Boba and make sure I stayed right out of politics. I could arrange for a few people to work for me, but who could I trust? Well, who better to trust than a changeling who is depending on me not revealing they are still alive to the Hutts and offering them more than enough money to make living easy. I just had to make sure that they gave me all the land deeds to be stored here on Mandalore. Holding out my hand, I said, let's shake on it, old friend. To a new business arrangement, one with hopefully less killing. She nodded and offered her hand, giving it a shake before adding, and hopefully less backstabbing. Here to that. Arla said with a thumbs up before adding, so, long-time friend of Django, right? What was he up to while I was playing dead on Coruscant? You were dead? Zam asked with a raised eyebrow. Yab. A former Death Watch assassin, held captive in a Coruscant dungeon and listed as deceased, so I wasn't exactly mentally well. I'm getting better, still have my skills, though. She said with a smile that made me wonder if she knew that she'd just done that in a way that seemed somewhat threatening and ominous. If she did, that was a perfect example of why Zam should not betray me. Looking at Zam, I noticed that it seemed to have had the desired effect as she nodded and said, yeah, well, I can talk about the time we worked for the Jedi or the Jedi Council to save Coruscant. Ooh, sounds interesting. Arla said with a smile. Mandalore, Sundari Palace, Tanya's bedroom. Tanya cries. Why has my mentality been affected this way? These are questions that sometimes bugged me, but I never really wanted to find the answer for. After the debate that happened in the dining room, everyone had gone their separate ways. We hadn't had another chance to talk to each other about the conversation that had been started. Mainly because life is life, and everyone has things to do. Saturn has to entertain dozens, if not hundreds, of political heads from across the sector. Corky, of course, has to deal with running the museum ship exhibit. He found the thing, so he should have the honor of showing it off to everyone who wanted to come see it. As for Bo-Katan, I'm not really sure what she's doing, probably dealing with the idols I would assume. She likely had to schedule more appearances across the sector, as I heard that the first show that happened the night before had been spectacular and sold out to the point that my finances are looking rather good. In fact, I even joked about trying to find more acts just to have them compete against each other, which I wasn't against. I'd have to talk to Bo-Katan about that and see if she couldn't pull something together. I knew that there was one clan who had finally started to step up and try to compete on Gargan. Clan Tristan is apparently stepping up into that position. They are adept at manufacturing old-style slug throwers and pyrotechnics. This meant that their shows are a potential fire hazard, but at the very least, they are quite exciting. I never got the chance to see it live, but I assumed they are somewhat confident as I only heard good things from their performance. Perhaps making sure they got a little bit of seed money to keep pushing it would ensure that at least we would have some competition, and nothing creates more economic wealth than competition. But that's something to think about when I am playing as White Silver. Today, I'm Tanya, and tomorrow, I'm Tanya. In fact, for the whole week, I'd be Tanya, and hopefully will stay as Tanya for the rest of the year. I would rather not get involved in any more shenanigans that required me to put on the silver helm, but life has a way of throwing curveballs at me. I'd worry that being X is out there getting ready to get me again, but he had been too quiet for too long. There's no way he's just now showing up 20 years into this life. No, this is probably just the inevitable consequences of a terribly designed Republican system, where the core worlds would abuse the outer rim. Again, I should really focus more on the situation in front of me and less on the theoreticals that are all around me. Anyway, due to my position as a representative of Mandalore, I have a responsibility to visit and view the Gargan girls in concert, primarily because they are supposed to eventually go to Coruscant at some point. There is a plan in the works to try and have a Mandalore Expo, showcase a bit of Mandalorian culture on Coruscant. This is in addition to my more personal and discrete cultural exports. My holding companies regularly profited by transferring resources to Coruscant and selling them off. So there is already some interest, and bringing an actual concert there could be quite a profitable venture. X4's predictions on the profits are actually kind of ridiculous, 3 times the profit made by the concert on Mandalore, which is now one of the more populated planets in the Mandalore sector. From what had been just over 4 million people in Mandalore 10 years ago, it has now grown to almost 10 million. Of course, Coruscant's population is in the trillions, which is several magnitudes above what Mandalore has, thus even if only a small fraction are interested, that is still a large amount of potential customers. The mass urbanization of the planet has also helped out the terraforming, according to the research abstract that I schemed that the Etherians had compiled as a detailed scientific report for the government. I was too busy to actually read the 900-page document they had sent, so instead I listened to X4's recorded summary. If I could pull off this Mandalorian Expo, it would not only be good for my finances and the finances of the Mandalore sector, as it would likely attract investors not only into the sector, but also for the terraforming projects. Since Gargan is now a taxable economy and there is quite a lot of gambling still on Gargan, that could also be used to generate additional income for the Mandalore sector. But that gets into the main issue with my plan, in that I have to go as a representative, which means that I have to wear a nice dress and look as fashionable as possible. This used to annoy me a lot more than it did nowadays, and that is the problem. As I finished putting on the dress, I realized how at home I am in it, and that is disconcerting. After so many years of being female had probably finally eroded away the last holdouts of my masculinity, and looking at myself in the mirror, I could only think one thing: I looked good and a bit cute. Sighing, I hung my head, brushed off the last bit of fluff that had gotten stuck to my dress while it was in the closet, and turned to walk over to the door leading out of my room. I could spend the day sulking in there, worrying about how being X had doomed me in my nihilistic fantasies, or I could just get on with it. I would much rather get on with it. Walking down the passageway, I found myself in the main courtyard, where the others are waiting. Toby and Vi are standing next to each other, having a chat. Toby is wearing a black-colored suit and looked rather suitable, although not as relaxed as he usually did. Of course, Vi is wearing her usual blue dress and looking happy as well, her dress showing off a rather large amount of cleavage compared to my own. Next to her are Morrison and Castle, who are acting as each other's date for tonight. Although they really aren't in any such relationship between the two, and they are just the 5th and 6th wheels on our little trip to the concert. Morrison is wearing a brown and orange dress that Vi had bought for her, which did a good job highlighting her assets. As for Castle, he is wearing a black suit with various Mandalorian emblems on it. I didn't know if he had it custom made, but I did notice that it has the Mandalorian Ironheart right in the exact place on his chest that I knew he had a tattoo of the Mandalorian symbol, so there is a 50-50 chance that it was a custom order. He is either very lucky enough to find that, or he had that custom tailored. And finally, there is my date for the evening, Enjai's Ordo, who is wearing a black-colored suit and smiling as he sees me coming down the passageway. Tanya, he said. Enjai's, I said back in my official voice, giving him a curt nod, trying not to let my cheeks overheat. Tatooine had been an interesting experience, to say the least. I had not expected what had happened to happen, admitting what had been going through my head since Gargan, but it had happened, and now I couldn't exactly undo it. He knew that I felt safe around him, and well, he's obviously taking that to mean that I am open to starting a relationship with him. Which is a difficult thing to wrap my head around. I had never been in a relationship with anyone before. The concept never meant anything in particular to me, not until being X taunted me, showing me a twisted illusion to remind me of its absence. However, in my last life, the possibility was completely closed off to me. So the whole concept of going out on dates, spending time together, and all that stuff is unusual to me. Upon the question of sexuality, that too is difficult for me to come to a concrete conclusion about. Though, I believe I maintained an appreciation for the human and near-human form in general. I'm still not exactly sure if I should just shut it down or let it go and see where it leads, but I didn't exactly lose anything by not making a move, so at the moment, I'm not making a move. Besides, he already served as a good knight in shining armor to prevent other people from trying to start a relationship with me, such as the purple suit-wearing farmer, whatever his name was. I didn't want to lose such an important asset in keeping my life rather uninterrupted by constant marriage proposals. Smiling, I simply said, well, we shouldn't dilly-dally. We have a concert to get to. And started to move towards a waiting hover bus that had been prepared for us. The others followed behind me, and we loaded up, everyone seeming to be engaged in nice chats. The other royal guards aren't part of our party per se, they had tickets, but we didn't need a royal guard escort on this night, so I didn't know if they were taking the same tickets as us or if they were going to go another night. Either way, it would just be the 6 of us tonight in a box overlooking the concert. It should be a fun time. I hadn't checked what music they'd be playing to keep it a surprise for myself. After all, White Silver gave me access to that information, and I'm supposed to be Tanya tonight and Tanya didn't know. Relaxing, I leaned slightly against Njai's as we flew over the city, enjoying the calm, peaceful situation around us. Everything seemed content, and the Mandalore sector is still at peace, so I enjoyed the moment. The ride did not take long before we are deposited in one of the upper areas of the arena. This allowed us to get to the box without running into any of the population who are using the lower parts of the arena. Njai spoke with an attendant in a hushed tone for several moments, then turned around and handed me a fancy thermos. I sipped and tasted the sweet CAF blend, and enjoyed the smell for a moment, before following him towards our private suite. We started to make our way towards the box, enjoying the pre-show audio as another band, playing a relaxing and soothing orchestral melody. Voices are slowly drowning out as people yelled at each other, talked to each other, and moved into position down below. It's a perfectly normal thing to see and do in a major event, and I am just relaxed and enjoying the atmosphere. And then I bumped into a dinosaur person. This is not the strangest sentient race I had heard of, or else I would have made a poor diplomat. Oh, sorry about that. The man said, giving a nod and adding, apologies, I sometimes have trouble seeing where I'm going. He said that with a smile, the central crest sometimes gets in the way. The man said, pointing one of his 2 fingers at the nearly head-sized crest on his head. No, my apologies. I said, offering a hand before introducing myself, Tanya Kryze, representative of Mandalore. The dinosaur person nodded, lowered his head, and offered a hand, saying, Coleman Trebor, Jedi Master of the Order. Nice to meet you, Ms. Kryze. I believe you're a friend of Grand Master Yoda, are you not? I nodded before saying, yes, I've had some communication with him. Yes, he has spoken of you once or twice. A good friend in Mandalore, he refers to you as. He even said I should talk to you when I saw you. I nodded before asking, why should you have seen me? Master Trebor smiled before explaining, well, it's quite simple. I was sent here to the Mandalore sector 4 months ago on a fact-finding mission. I've been hearing about the Gargan girls and thought I could get in contact with them to try and engineer some sort of Jedi Mandalorian Relations Committee. I'm a member of the Jedi Council, and I'm primarily in charge of trying to improve Jedi relations with the public. I thought it would be a great way to show the Jedi as improving relations by getting in contact with the Mandalorians who are doing the same from what I've noticed over the last few years and read in the Silver Codex. He laughed before mentioning, if I hadn't actually left, I would have been at the Battle of Geonosis, and we probably would have met there. He gave a shoulder shrug before saying, but that's a tale for another day. Anyway, I was simply told that you are one of the 2 people to talk to in this sector about trying to improve relations with Mandalore. I nodded before saying, well, you can obviously contact me at any time when I'm on Coruscant. We're actually planning something to try and improve relations as well in a few months. If you wish, we could have a meeting before then and see if we could join together in this operation. That would be wonderful. Coleman said with a nod before saying, oh, and I should get going. The concert is about to start, and I have to make sure my partner on this operation doesn't get lost. He's wandering around here somewhere. I looked around before I asked, who is the other person you are supposed to meet? Oh, the fabled White Silver. Getting a meeting with her is even harder than with you, haha. Coleman laughed before he said, oh, there he is. He waved and caused me to turn to see Ram Kota. I could feel every hair on the back of my neck stand up as Ram Kota slowly walked by me nonchalantly, giving me a nod before saying, I cannot understand why you have brought me here. I'm not going to find what I'm looking for at a concert full of new Mandalorians. Ram, not everything is about the military. I'm sure you'll have a chance to find plenty of mercenaries when we get back to Gargan for that army of non-clones you've been planning to form. Besides, we're on Mandalore. How would we have run into anyone important or of political note on Gargan? First place I visit here, and I'm running into the representative of Mandalore for the Senate. He said, pointing to me and drawing Ram Koda's attention. Ram looked at me, paused for a second, and tilted his head before shaking it and saying, a representative in the Republic is no different from any other representative. No offense, representative. Sipping from my CAF thermos, I barely tasted it as I said, none taken, Master Jedi. I put on my best smile and while trying to stay as calm as possible. The smell of the warm CAF drink is keeping me grounded, it's possibly the only thing preventing my internal freak out from turning into visible panic. I am faced with the prospect of being unmasked in front of the Jedi. If my emotions grew too unstable, even just internally, they could tell with the Force. I took another sip from my thermos, and tried to relax. Yes, Yoda knew, as well as everyone in this room except for the two Jedi and Morrison knew, but that didn't really help me calm down. Coleman shook his head before saying, oh, all right. He gave me a final inscrutable glance and a nod, have a good evening, Representative Kryze. You as well. I said with a nod as the pair walked past me, and I let out a breath. I took another big gulp of my drink. That was close, Engis. I muttered. Too close. Engis muttered back in agreement. I leaned into his side, while he checked our surroundings again, and I took another drink. He pointed out a specific nearby door and said, that's our box. Let's get in there and enjoy the show. Turning, I saw Morrison looking after the departing figure of Ram Koda, so I asked, problem? Oh, no, not really. Just, wow, he's an ally of White Silver, and I'm kind of shocked to see him here. I shrugged before saying, lots of people come and go throughout the galaxy. If he's looking for warriors for a non-clone army, this is probably the best place to start. At the very least, we'll get a good officer corps to train up people from across the galaxy. Yeah. Morrison said, deep in thought as she finally stepped into the room. Letting out a sigh, I stepped in after them and walked into the next disaster unfolding in front of me. MHI Solus Tome, MHI Solus Dar Tome, MHI Mi Dinuian, MHI Ba Juri Verde. Came the voice of Tabi. Yes. Vi said, as Tabi is down on one knee with a vambrace crafted with what looked like some very high-quality Beskar in his right hand. Chapter 45. 717 FNM, 21 BBY. Month 1. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. Satin Kryze. As I make my way to the palace's terrace, where the many political leaders of the sector are currently gathered for the celebration, I pass by the various banners of famous clans across Mandalore's history. The historical spectacle of the many Mandalorian clan flags are like birds strutting their feathers. From Ordo to Vizsla and even to my father's clan banner as well as Keldau banner. While I understand the need to represent the various Mandalorian clans, however, the fact that the clans submitted battle standards gives me mixed feelings. I would much prefer to have holoprojectors display their symbols instead, to separate our history from their use in battle. Unfortunately, having several dozen holoprojectors to display every influential clan of the past and present seemed to be beyond the local company that was commissioned to install them. Thus, the flags are put on display and the dysfunctional holoprojector arrays have been left in a small storeroom until they are fixed, though I fear that the battle banners may send the wrong message. I stopped in front of the Kryze clan banner, and I am reminded of simpler times with my father telling stories on the history of Clan Kryze as well as life lessons that I took to heart. I wonder what he thinks of what I have done, whether he approves or disagrees with what I am doing. I know he wouldn't approve of what I was doing in the early years of my reign, which Bo reminded me of a few times before I started to change, but what about what I am doing now? Would he say that I am moving too slowly in enacting changes, or would he be patient and agree to a gradual change? With a sigh, I returned to the present and continued to make my way to my destination. Finally, I entered the terrace room, which overlooks portions of the city. The room is a social battlefield, the Mandalore sector's tensions reproduced in miniature. The sun is warm, let in by many glass walls that surround the terrace. But Sundari has little traditional weather, so the terrace has discrete fans and mist generators hidden in alcoves to make the rooftop more welcoming. As I approached the rear of the east wing of the palace terrace, I sipped on the Kale Valen wine that had been served to me by one of the droid staff. There's a raised pillowed dais prepared for me in this part of the shaded terrace rooftop area. There are multitudes of representatives and guests that fill the terrace, but their placements are anything but random. It only took a glance to notice that the new Mandalorians congregate near my dais in particular, while isolationists mingle in the terrace median. The outright foreign individuals, including the representatives and leader of Antivi, Lilia, are ensconced in the west wing of the palace terrace. In my closest orbit are my more vocal supporters. After I took a seat on my dais, the first to approach me was Governor Pre Vizsla. He isn't wearing any armor, which is an interesting statement and fashion choice to make after I lifted the armor ban yesterday. Slightly behind him, a man and a woman flanked each of his sides. They are the governors of Zanbar and Crownist respectively. I rarely had the time to speak with either governor, so let's see what their interests are. Clearly, both of them want to sound me out with proposals they thought I would have previously dismissed before my recent shift in political stances. Duchess Satin, I am sure you remember Governess Wren of Crownest and Governor Priest of Zanbar. Governess Wren has been imploring me for an introduction to the Ithurians. Governor Vizsla began. We're all very impressed by their progress in terraforming Mandalore. I'll admit I was in the pessimists' camp before, but their results have certainly won me over. Governor Vizsla motioned to some of the Mandalorian flora from before the excision kept in carefully maintained terrariums to emphasize his point. It seems that they are more useful than I expected. He admitted, stepping aside for the governor of Crownest. Priest laying the flattery a bit too thick for my taste today. Duchess Satin, Governess Wren stepped forward from behind Vizsla before giving a respectful bow. Crownest is very impressed by the terraforming efforts of the Ithurians. It is as Governor Vizsla says. We're interested in negotiating our own deal with the Ithurians, if we can have your blessing. Ursa Wren is wearing one of the new fashionable dress armors that's been going into style ever since the Gargan girls had taken off. I can't imagine the Ithurians are capable of exploiting a Mandalorian, so I'm inclined to encourage more involvement with them. I admitted. The terraformers are well known for being even-handed and fair. I'll ensure Tanya reviews your proposal, so she can pass it along to the Ithurian Council. A droid handed me a datapad with Governess Wren's proposal. A brief skim revealed they are interested in locating more cold climate agricultural vegetables to grow, and not to terraform Crownest. They liked the ice? The governor of Zanbar, Frieder Priest, started speaking while I'm still absorbing the Crownest proposal. Concordia has agreed to give a loan for a plan to expand the agricultural settlements on Zanbar. In the past, for other worlds, Mandalore has also contributed subsidies to such projects. Is this a project that Mandalore would be interested in contributing subsidies for again? He asked, clearly fishing for interest in having us pay the bill for some scheme or another. Governess Wren had already escaped the discussion after handing off the datapad in order to grab a refreshment from a nearby attendant. I looked down at my own diminishing wine glass in boredom. Not falling for such a simple scheme, I replied, Vorpia is already a functioning agricultural colony. Mandalore fought back a pirate invasion and helped the colony assert independence from their colonial master. Those aren't subsidies. While I would like for various planets to be more food independent so that we can spend less on food imports, which is slowly rising in prices as the war raged on and trade slowed to a crawl. The government doesn't have any extra space in the budget for any more agricultural subsidies. Governor Vizsla should know this since the majority of the subsidies are already going to Concordia, and he is on the governing council, so he saw what the budget is like himself. It's likely that Governor Priest didn't believe Vizsla or that he thought that it's worth the effort to convince me. Governor Priest rattled off some numbers and figures, some sort of last-ditch effort to try to convince me. I told him we'd be expecting a proper proposal, and when he did have said proposal to submit it to Tanya. If I have the spare credits in the budget, I might have entertained the thought further, but I do not, so the matter ends there. The Governess Wren reappeared with her wine and a tapas, which reminded me of my own parched throat after my verbal exchange with Governor Priest. So I reached over to my serving droid and took a replacement wine glass. After it became apparent I'm not interested, Governor Vizsla cut back in and led the two away for a side conversation nearby. As I watched them depart, I am left wondering if that had been a test or examination of some kind. Interesting trio. Ms. Crikey isn't armored, yet she appeared quite uncomfortable in her dress, as she looked at the three who had just left. I recognized her from Corky's introduction. She is wearing boots under her dress, which is likely less of a fascinating fashion statement and more that, like Bo and Tanya, as she has a preference for comfortable footwear. Anyway, I won't waste much of your time, Miss Duchess Satin, ma'am. I want to be appointed the governess of Breshik. I am a bit taken aback at the direct request. I'll have to discuss that with the administrator of that planet first. I stalled, wondering at how to defuse this request gracefully. Breshik didn't have a governor because it didn't have enough population to need one. However, with its current terraforming underway, that could possibly change, especially with conflicts brewing across the galaxy. I wouldn't be surprised if there would be plenty of refugees in need of resettling. Ms. Krika gave me a funny look for a minute, which I could not decipher, while I tried to recall everything I knew about the world. Breshik might become a destination, especially with the recent discoveries that a large portion of the groundwork facilities meant for building ships are serviceable. They are underwater, yes, but could be salvaged and replaced with more modern facilities. If the planet is returned to a state which is more in level with when it was before the excision, it might become a dockyard again. While we didn't need it per se, anything that could help increase the economy of the sector will be welcome. However, it seemed that I had stalled for too long. Now she seemed annoyed. I'm that administrator. She stomped one foot, and I heard her boot thud on the terrace. I told Tom to give Prince Corky the proposal. I'm guessing he didn't do that. She continued to tap her boot angrily in thought for a minute or so, her armored footwear clacking noisily on the terrace, before deliberately stopping. I wondered if she forgot where she is for a moment, but when Ms. Cricket turned back, she's all smiles again. Ahem, love the cultural festival. The Snapjaws and terraforming are both getting us a lot of questions about people moving to Breshik. Whole lot of new interest, new colonists too. She seemed to misunderstand the point of the cultural festival, but it didn't seem worth correcting. However, she did seem the type of person I could distract with Bo for a while. After a gesture, my savior of a sister came over, leaving an awkward-looking conversation with Governor Vizsla. After a roll of her eyes, Bo simply stated, "I'm definitely leaving soon, Satin. You know I hate these kinds of events. I just met the most fascinating person, though. Meet the administrator of Breshik." I introduced Ms. Cricket to my sister in an understated way that I knew would catch her attention. "Wait, she's the reptile hunter from Corky's stories." Success. The two started talking, giving me a deniable distraction, while I took the opportunity to scan the terrace and evaluate the situation again. I also noted a few clan leaders from Kalevala walking away from the west side of the terrace. People there simply wanted peace, as far as I could tell. So whatever NTV is playing it, I doubted it would be something my home world wanted to deal with. Past them, seeming to enjoy the food bar, is the representative from Gargan, a member of their triumvirate. I believe he is a member of a former crime family, if I understood the situation correctly. They are trying to go, as Tanya put it, straight, or at least that is the story that they tell everyone who would listen. He and a few of his men seem to be just enjoying the atmosphere but are staying out of the political cliques that are trying to form. However, one of them saw Bo-Katan, and waved the pair over. These last 4 days have been great, it is so unfortunate that it will soon be over. All in all, I would say this festival has probably been one of the more successful cultural moments in Mandalorian history. I have not seen any indication that the people have rejected this cultural festival or that it had been taken as an insult by anyone, which is a good start towards a more peaceful future. Not only that, but the announcements of drawing back on some of the more extreme anti-old Mandalorian laws had been met with quite a bit of support, indicating that the plan to keep the new Mandalorians in power is succeeding. At least from my point of view. After all, the last time there had been this many Mandalorian leaders in one room it had been many years ago, at the end of the clan wars, so the fact that we're not yelling at each other is a sign of things going in an upward direction towards a peaceful Mandalore sector. I had to smile at this internally, as I'm sure that some of our neighbors are probably more fearful of a peaceful Mandalore sector. When Mandalorians are at each other's throats, they don't cause many problems for the sectors nearby, which means that they are safer. I turned to check the other side of the room, and noticed Prime Minister Almec making a beeline for me. Following him is a whole entourage of government officials and VIPs, Deputy Minister Jerik, Ms. Ordo of the MSDF, and Patriarch Raz of Clan Ordo. Oddly, all 3 ministers has decided to wear at least a breastplate to represent their commitment to my new course for the new Mandalorians. Corky's comments a few nights ago had me wondering if maybe I had pushed for change too fast, so I chose not to appear in my full armor as well. I only brought the breastplate on one of my dresses, just to make it clear that armor is acceptable but not necessary in our lifestyle. What have your thoughts been about the festival so far? I asked Patriarch Raz, curious what Ordo's impression of current events might be. Ordo is one of the few places in Mandalore with vibrant political debate left. Although the current Patriarch is a reformist, he tended towards more traditional Mandalorian views. We approve, of course. He nodded, and didn't elaborate. Instead of discussing the topic further, Ms. Ordo changed the subject. She started discussing the minutiae of the Super Canducii arrival with Mr. Almec and Mr. Jerik, and I wondered why they chose that topic. Surely they didn't need my input for any of the timetables. I tuned their conversation out. Sipping the wine that had been supplied to me by one of the droids, I looked out from the raised pillowed dais. Several of the commercially bought server girl droids are serving the crowded leaders as they interact with various individuals. I tried to keep track of one individual in particular. In the crowd is Lilia of the NTV Workers' Council. Like before, she is wearing no Mandalorian armor and meeting with several officials, by the looks of it, as her security guards looked around suspiciously. For some reason, she's speaking with Chief Bose of Drabon and Jarl Himen of Hirthking. Both of their planets are technically not that far from NTV, one of them is even located in the same subsector, Ijuum subsector, to be exact. It's strange, I couldn't figure out why they would be meeting with her. As far as I knew, those two are some of the most loyal Mandalorians in my entire regime, having supported me from some of the earliest days. Perhaps they are simply trying to find out what NTV wanted. They are, after all, neighbors and they do work in the same field. Both of those planets are heavy mining planets, producing raw resources for much of the local Mandalorian sector. Chief Chaka appeared to be having an intellectual debate with the NTV representative, while Jarl Himen didn't even seem to hide his disinterest. It could be that they're just humoring the woman. Or perhaps they are worried about the Sis. Their planets are on the utmost edges of the Mandalore sector, and in the course of the current war with the Sis, that edge is bordering closer with the Sis. Perhaps they are trying to gauge exactly how close ANTV is to them. There does seem that there is some sort of connection from the reports I had read indicating that ANTV is at least in play as part of the SIS's motley crew of droid-producing planets. Maybe they are trying to work out some sort of deal, so they would not be invaded by the SIS, trading resources into the separatist space for assurances that no conflict will come to their worlds. That is a risky move and could draw in the Republic's ire if the Workers' Council is not careful. Beyond that, I saw the armored, tall representative from Concord Dawn standing off to a corner. The governor, Pitan Yendri, is rarely seen off his world, the last time was years ago now. Apparently, my glance is some sort of signal, because the representative locked eyes with me and walked straight over. Prime Minister Almec started off in the opposite direction at the first sight of the man approaching, and the rest of his entourage followed behind him. Interesting, I wonder what is behind that reaction. Duchess Satin, Concord Dawn is aware of the early discussions about the creation of a league of systems within the Republic that can maintain trade relations with non-member systems. This man is speaking of highly classified early drafts that only a senatorial delegation, a few select diplomats and I should have any access to. The Neutral League isn't supposed to be public knowledge. Even Bo hasn't seen those copies yet. We are still working on proposals, deep and sensitive negotiations with other systems outside the sector. I schooled my face so as not to show my shock at this blatant faux pas. Either Mandalore has a high-access intelligence leak, or Terry's did. He misread my shocked silence as permission to continue, so Concord Dawn is very eager to contribute to the creation of this league in any way. We only want to ensure that trade can flow between all Mandalorians outside the sector, be they from ANTV, Ordo, or even Gargan. So that is his plan. Concord Dawn's power in the sector has been on the decline, its hold over food is the source of its power in sector politics. Now with Vorpia abandoning its colonial master and Governor Gajaha Krunga's miniature rebellion, they have new competition. ANTV and Gargan represented new export markets, and more agricultural exports would mean less food for the rest of the sector, so more leverage for Concord Dawn. All under the guise of helping fellow Mandalorians, of course. Now that he had admitted to such blatant corruption and I knew his scheme, what shall I do about it that would benefit my goals the most? I'm impressed by your zealous interest in the well-being of our fellow Mandalorians. I lied as naturally as I breathed through decades of practice. I didn't want to spend any more time with this corrupt representative, but Tanya's voice in my head asked me how I could exploit this. How many concessions could I extract from them before they realized they're being played? I think we can work together, the league is being negotiated, and Concord Dawn could be a senior partner in the negotiations I think, in exchange for certain commitments. I directed the man to speak with Tanya further and sent her a memo as well, asking her to investigate how the information had leaked. Only a select few individuals high up in the government have access to those plans. We might have to start doing some of that OPSEC Tanya keeps describing to me. Once that loathsome man left, he's replaced by a much more bombastic guest. Jakelia's King Bika Array is practically arm in arm with the Clan Craig Patriarch, who is wearing a cape over his armor, again. At least Corky didn't hew to that sort of fashion sense. Well met, Duchess Satin. The Clan Craig Patriarch greeted me, bowing slightly. Hello Patriarch Craig, I've heard you've recently had a peace accord on Harzwi. I'm glad both sides are able to come to an agreement, especially in these increasingly uncertain times. Mandalore certainly didn't need more tensions sparking over silly reasons like fashion statements. Yes, actually, that's what I need to speak with you urgently about. The Craig Patriarch approached a step closer and continued, you see, the Harzwi government had a crisis of legitimacy after the recent clan conflict caused several of the clans to pull their support. We are only able to regain popular support by appealing directly to the people and improving their quality of life. And of course winning the war. He seemed to preen for a moment, looking very pleased with himself. From the reports I had read at the time, the Harzwi civil conflict was started when every other major clan on Harzwi joined together to create the Harzwi MSDF division. In response, Clan Craig declared war on all of them, effectively the entire planet, and somehow won. Tanya had attributed the victory to Craig inducting thousands of Lappi migrants into Clan Craig under half a dozen new houses, and had advised against levying punishment and sanctions against the Harzwi clans for engaging in the war. Given how the war had ended relatively swiftly, I did have to concede that Tanya made the right call. But that did not change the fact that almost 1,000 people had died in a pointless conflict that I had gone to great lengths to obscure from the Republic. That sounds like the best possible outcome. I hesitantly agreed, not exactly sure what the problem was with any of the details so far. With Clan Craig in charge of the Harzwi capital city, it's expected that they would continue to be the head of the government. The Craig Patriarch nodded, ordinarily so, but as a result we have got a glut of soldiers, mercenaries really, in all of the clans of Harzwi, and they have nothing to do. Is there a reason why disarmament is not an option? I asked, confused and now growing concerned. Well, the government of Harzwi is heavily subsidizing mercenaries as part of the peace settlement. And there are only so many positions within the MSDF to pay for their services. That you have an overpopulation of mercenaries and don't know how to deal with them. I finished for him. A large amount of unemployment would usually result in increased civil unrest, but when that population is armed and dangerous, civil unrest could grow to rioting in the streets. Jaklia's King Bika Are stepped in at that moment. Jaklia had also provided Harzwi mercenaries with heavy armor, training, and logistical support for developing additional mercenary companies. We sent our top men to the aid of Clan Craig, the rightful representative of the Mandalorian state on Harzwi during the crisis. And that must have been rather expensive. I probed and watched as both men looked somewhat sheepish. I assume you have already worked out a solution to solve both of your problems. It seems the military-industrial complex is alive and thriving in the Mandalorian sector again. A worrying prospect given the fact that Tanya might have missed Jake Lian's support affecting the outcome of the war. I sighed and wondered exactly how to get out of this mess without reigniting the Harzwi civil war. It seems that Harzwi needed some way to generate income, to deal with the support they had gathered for the conflict. Then, the Craig Patriarch took out a datapad, and slid it over to one of my serving droids. We have been negotiating with your niece to formalize a Mandalorian mercenary guild as a solution to the excess of idle mercenaries on Harzwi as well as paying back Jaklia's support. She actually contacted us first. It seems that she anticipated a number of these problems eventually and decided to preempt them. We agreed that the Mandalorian Mercenary Guild would be chartered and headquartered on Harzwi and that will resolve a number of our issues. Or at the very least, ensure there is oversight for so many mercenaries. Please take a look at our proposal, I think it might solve all of our mutual problems. I picked the datapad from the droid's grasp, and started scheming the abstract. When did Tanya have the time to work on this? It must have taken an enormous amount of time and dedication to navigate all the vested interests. I looked back up after not spotting any immediate problems in the proposal. I'd need to give it a more thorough review with my council. Everything appears to be in order, I'll have the council give this a review soon. I nodded towards the Patriarch. On less serious business, I heard there might be a wedding soon. He chuckled, yes, Tabi has made me quite proud. Ms. Vivictus Vizsla is a lucky woman. We discussed a few more pleasantries about the wedding in Harzwi fashion. Tanya's report on Jaklia is a bit concerning to me. They seem to have gotten the wrong idea and thought we're going straight to full militarization, which could be helpful if the CIS invaded our sub-sectors but is unhelpful for maintaining the idea that we're staying neutral. As for Harzwi, well, they had just gotten through another civil war, and I worried that the damage from their civil war might be used by the CIS to gain leverage in the sector. Hopefully, Tanya's proposal would settle the remaining issues on Harzwi, although I am leery of embracing the military-industrial complex further than I have to. Shaking my head absent-mindedly, I wondered if I would ever see another peaceful day, or if I would be running around trying to put out the fires of possible war for the next decade. Tanya's thoughts on how long the CIS Republic civil war could go for are frankly terrifying to me. The notion that it could go on for a decade before the CIS is completely exhausted and ultimately crushed simply put a pit in my stomach. The Mandalore sector has already been through a decade or two of war, and so many people had died in that conflict. How many people would die over the course of the war between the CIS and the Republic? How many Mandalorians would be drawn into it, believing that there is an adventure on both sides? It sickened me, and I hoped that it would not go beyond that point. I would hate to see the Mandalore sector drawn into a war again. My thoughts are interrupted, though, as one of the server bots comes up to where I am lounging and says, Duchess Satin, the ship has arrived in orbit. I looked over at the nearby screen where the Super Canducii is in full display, having been brought in by several tugs by the looks of it. I had originally wanted the ship brought to Mandalore first to show it off during the cultural festival before it would make its final trip to Kalevala, where it would be refurbished and made ready for use. What use it would have is still unclear to me. I'm hoping that it would serve as nothing more than a pleasure barge, but with the war around us, it's making me hesitate that I should not waste a ship made of Beskar. It would be better served as the cornerstone of a defense fleet put together with the neutral systems to keep this sector safe. The galactic naval situation has been summed up neatly in a Republic Intel report from Tanya. The CIS maintained a 4-to-1 advantage over the Republic in capital ships and general naval assets. It's a similar situation to how Mandalore maintained a 4-to-1 advantage over NTV in capital ships and general naval assets. But that could change rapidly as shipyards for mid-sized capital ships ramp up production. Ships on the scale of the Super Canducii however simply could not be constructed in a short time frame and would hopefully deter any aggression from outside powers. Force multipliers was the term Tanya used for such ships and wrote about how there are only a limited number of them in the galaxy. I often wondered how Tanya was so effective at getting Republic intelligence reports, while Merrick provided very little in the way of information on Republic affairs. I suppose she just has a knack for it, but it wouldn't hurt to ask her later. Smiling, I turned to the droid and said, "Thank you for alerting me." Before adding, "Please inform everyone that I wish to hold a commemorative photo with all the planetary leaders here today to show that we are all in solidarity for the neutrality of the Mandalore sector." The droid nodded its head before wandering off, trying to find all the planetary leaders. There are not just planetary leaders in this crowd, though. I had listed them all, and there are quite a few clan leaders as well. I'm sure future historians would find this commemorative photo fascinating. I couldn't help but envision this photo as one of the most peculiar of Mandalorian historical artifacts. Every new Mandalorian, including myself, is garbed in one form of armor or another. It seemed as if we're all bracing ourselves for the worst, and the few who didn't wear armor appeared to do so under false pretenses, mirroring past new Mandalorian attitudes to appease me. Yet, even this attempt at pandering fell flat, as it catered to an already antiquated version of new Mandalorianism. The photo captured a pivotal moment of political transformation, I suspected. Perhaps I am only fooling myself by only wearing a part of my armor today. The new Mandalorians would come around to having a more open-minded view on Mandalorian armor. They just needed time. I'm sure they wouldn't fall for whatever NTV's political machinations are. Their comments and statements that are quite anti-clan would push away even the new Mandalorians, I am sure. The new Mandalorian way is to give up war, not to give up the family and clan structure that made Mandalorians Mandalorian. The sector needed to be stabilized, and from stabilization peace would come naturally, not from demanding peace without stabilization. That's what I now believe the new Mandalorian way, altered, would do better in a sector that is at peace and not at war. Mandalore, near Sundari, Super Kandusii Exposition. Tanya cries. Life is never simple. This is something I should have come to understand years ago. After all, I had a parasitic entity that claimed to be a god, trying to screw me over for decades. One would assume that at some point, I would have come to an understanding that not only is life never simple, but it's often unfair, and came up with the most ridiculous plot lines that even a trashy shounen author could not write. So, I should not be surprised by the turn of events that led to the news that my handmaiden and best friend Vi is getting hitched. She said yes when he had asked, and now they are married, and Vi was talking about how I am going to be totally involved in it. She's also bugging me about what sort of armor would be appropriate to clad her husband in. She's rather distressed that the vambrace Tabi had given her is so nice and that her own contribution to his Beskar gam would not measure up. Something about that whole situation put me on edge, and I'm not sure why. But anything that involved Vi's antics usually resulted in an embarrassing problem for me down the line. So I would rather push off dealing with it until I have no choice and have to deal with it. Right now, I'm exploring the Super Kandusii, with my older brother playing the part of tour guide. Hopefully, after the tour we will have time to talk about what happened during that dinner several days ago and sort through some, what I presume are, hurt feelings. I glanced at the two men. Corky has been his usual self on the way over, but now he seemed excited once he has some other male company. Now that the exposition is underway, both Corky and Mr. Bresh has invited me to be shown around the vessel. Right now, we are outside the Super Kandusii, standing on the viewing platform built around the ship's superstructure. I'm so glad you are also interested in this piece of Mandalorian history. Mr. Bresh nodded approvingly at me. It's an incredible find. A beautiful warship. I agreed. Corky's smile dimmed a little at that comment. It's more than just a warship. It's a testament to Mandalorian engineering and material sciences, and to Mandalorian ingenuity and history. The curators are still finding completely original documents and references in the surviving computer cores. Corky asserted. I had, of course, been responsible for funding the expedition to find this ship, with Corky being the one who had done the job, but instead of mentioning any of that, I nodded and smiled. Lead the way, big brother. Mr. Bresh pointed out the engines on the outside. The engines are still mostly functional, but need significant repairs and are woefully inefficient. I scanned the exterior. The Beskar held up pretty damn well under the ocean's weight. The constant pressure and weathering under seawater would normally ruin a ship. I noted approvingly. Let's continue inside. Corky called from the head of our group. There's not much more to see from the outside. We started towards the loading bay of the Super Kandusii, which was converted into allowing tours temporarily. Corky briefly spoke to one of the other attendants, before retrieving a special badge and handing me a small badge chip. Extra security, you'll need it to access anywhere interesting. He explained. I examined it idly for a moment before snapping it into a slot in my vambrace. Morrison and Engis copied my behavior as I followed Corky further into the ship. The loading bay turbolift took us into the hangar bay, empty of any craft which could launch. Welcome aboard the Darasou Amorer. Corky exited first and called to us, turning back to face us, hand on one hip. I walked out of the turbolift, moving past Corky to get a look at the empty hangar. All the way across the hangar is another turbolift, and a well-marked path between here and there. Presumably, following the path would lead deeper into the ship. Fascinating. I said. I took note of the significant gaps and holes being patched in the ship's structure as we crossed to the next turbolift, and then ascended up several lower decks. Thank goodness for Beskar not being a natural mineral to the snap jaws. Mr. Bresh joked after noticing my attention. Something tells me that if it had been, there would have been a lot more weaknesses in her and a lot more bite marks. Nothing eats Beskar, right? Corky asked, a bit concerned at the offhand suggestion. Beskar is too complex for biological processes to consume, at least natural processes. However, the same could not be said of other heavy metals. Back on Earth, when a ship is sunk, it's likely not to remain there forever, as there are microbes capable of eating metal deep underwater. Mr. Bresh shook his head in the negative. Nope, not that we know of, anyway. I wrinkled my nose. It stank. I know it doesn't look like much now, but you weren't there when we found it. We had to clear out the local wildlife from the ship, it was very infested. You can still spot signs of it everywhere. Corky pointed out exposed power conduits and chewed-through power converts. Mud and traces of rotted vegetation are still visible, especially in the distant corners of each deck. Shouldn't we melt it down? Wouldn't that be simpler and save a lot of money in not having to repair it? I asked. Fixing up this wreck of a ship sounded like an enormous and expensive task. Pragmatically, the Beskar in the ship could allow Sundari to expand to several new districts. Thousands of new homes and businesses. It would be quite the achievement. What? It's going to be made into a museum. Corky insisted. I rolled my eyes. Not if I had anything to say about it. If we couldn't melt it down, we could at least make the ship pull its weight, and rearm it. Regardless of her eventual fate, we are making progress analyzing the ship. Mr. Bresh said placatingly. He pointed at the end of the hallway, towards a larger command area. We have cleared out the flooding of the upper decks using the turbolift shafts. Of course, decks 1 through 14 are suffering from various states of flooding, and we are slowly working the water down through the ship to clear it out, using several freighters to dispose of the waste on Mandalore. She is just shy of 2 kilometers long, so you can imagine just how much work it takes to get through everything. The Etherians have been begging to be let on the ship, as they claim it is a perfect chance to study a closed aquatic environment. Corky glanced at me, and paused meaningfully. What? I asked. I don't want to overstep your authority. You're the representative to the Republic. Can the Etherians study the ship? I want to extract some additional terraforming concessions in exchange for access, but I don't see any reason to deny them their wish. I said seriously. Corky frowned a bit at that statement, but nodded. Mr. Bresh gave me a confused look, then a shrug. Corky turned and led me deeper into the ship, past a series of blast doors using a hydraulic system. If you think that is wise. Anyway, we have found some examples of plasteel rot, but the Beskar content in the superstructure has prevented it from setting in. Corky said, continuing to walk through a reinforced and armored command level. Mr. Bresh stopped for a moment to point at a particular gap in a section. The silvery hull you can see on the outside? Near pure Beskar, and it was meant to be an underlay, there are mounting points all over the hull where they would likely put hull plates over the top, but if this ship was equipped with any plating, it would have rusted away long ago. Corky waited for us to catch up, then he cleared his throat and glanced down at his day top hat and paused awkwardly. I stole a look, and saw it detailed the weapons systems. I pulled out my own day top hat, and pulled up the relevant files. The ship is equipped with 44 mountings for medium turbolasers. We have no idea if any of that were ever mounted on her, as those would have been the most exposed to the elements, and 4 of the hardpoints need a full restructuring before they can be used. 9 hardpoints for twin heavy turbolasers, of which 2 were mounted and seemed operational, and almost double that for inline heavy cannons. I recited the weapons system report. Mr. Bresh nodded. This shows an interesting design philosophy for the ship. Medium turbolasers are frowned upon these days since there are smaller ships having more heavy turbolasers, but nothing can brawl quite like she can. I gave the man a curious look. That sort of analysis is unusual. It's a fairly basic military analysis, but Mandalore didn't have many of those, at least not until recently. Njai's older sister was appointed to organize the self-defense forces only a few months ago. The enigmatic engineer smiled and seemed to tap the wall encouragingly. Even without Beskar, she was designed to take hits and dish them out. There are also 54 triple laser point defense cannons placed around the hull, providing full coverage that's hooked into an auxiliary reactor array that needs to be replaced entirely. These were top of the line several thousand years ago, now they're worse than most civilian models and eat through focusing lenses and power like you would not believe. You tested them? I asked incredulously. We tested everything, for the historical record and to confirm our own understanding. Corky smiled. When we dug her up, we conducted a weapons test which caused the auxiliary reactor to go into meltdown, which is why we need that one replaced entirely. The old models are very sensitive, and from what little documentation survived in the databases, teams of engineers are expected to monitor the reactors constantly. I am amazed any of you are still alive. I deadpanned, earning a laugh from the insane engineer before he continued. We're surprised to find that the 12 super heavy missile launchers are in perfect condition, as well as the magazine. She even has 4 spiteful anti-ship missiles in the magazine, an interesting system that was not in the other Kandusii ships. The launchers could be configured to fire much smaller missiles and quickly return to their super heavy configuration in under 4 minutes. A very impressive design, revolutionary for the time. Oh, and there are still 2 super heavy nuclear warheads in the magazine too. What? I'm very surprised Corky hadn't led with that important fact. This thing has ancient nukes on it. Sitting on a pair of Tsar bombs is the last thing I needed. Yes, but don't worry, we tested for any material fatigue, and both of them are in practically good condition. He smiled. The fissile material and the internals of warheads has decayed to the point of being utterly inert after centuries and needs to be replaced, but the missile frames themselves are in fine condition. We tried to get schematics for the ship, but the computer systems are mostly rusted to dust by now. Other than that, the hyperdrive needs to be replaced. The navigational computer is several dozen tons of rust and most of the conduits and power converters all over the ship are ruined or blown out, not to mention the capacitors. Nothing to do with your weapons test, I assume. I narrowed my eyes at him as he looked at the ceiling, letting out a guilty laugh. Corky chuckled a bit as well, so I refocused my gaze on him. Well, we did learn quite a bit from it, and we did get some data on her. She was commissioned near the end of the Mandalorian Wars, but she is not actually a Canducii. It would be more accurate to call her a super Canducii. She's bigger than a normal Canducii, and the Beskar content itself is off the charts, an entire layer of the superstructure being made of it as well as the inner layer of the outer hull. Mr. Bresh explained, reading some notes off his datapad. He looked almost wistful for a moment. I carefully considered if the man is aware that the outer shell of Sundari is made from Beskar plate, and how the city's structure alone have more Beskar than this admittedly colossal ship. Corky seemed distracted, typing out a reply to someone on his datapad. If she was finished, of course. I said eventually, drawing his attention back to his work. I put aside how the ship felt somewhat reminiscent of the greatest battleship ever produced in my first life, and just like the legendary Yamato, and how little she did to help win her war. Yes, we found the engineers that built her inside the bridge. As far as we can tell, after Malakirvi, they commandeered the ship and crashed it into the swamps of Breshik, so the Republic couldn't get a hold of her. Then they committed ritual suicide so no one would know where it was. A sad fate for what was to be the flagship of the Mandalorian Empire. Well, if we wanted to rearm her, what is your estimated cost of that project? I expected a high figure, but honestly, we couldn't afford even 25 million credits without taking out a loan from the banking clan, something Mandalore has avoided for decades. The budget for the sector isn't large, and the MSDF's naval forces commanded a vanishingly small amount. Mr. Bresh sucked his breath through his teeth as I asked and looked around as if he wanted to be anywhere other than in front of me. Going to need years of work and hundreds of bodies, preferably a few thousand, to rip out what needs ripping out and put in what needs to be put in. The expanded hangars are going to be a huge help in terms of refurbishment. If you want her to just move under her own power, we are looking at around 200 million credits. 200 million. See? This is why a museum is a more realistic idea, Tanya. Corky rejoined the conversation, no longer distracted by his datapad. We won't need 200 million credits to finish the analysis and set up a museum. He helpfully ignored that my suggestion of melting down the ship would also not require a large capital investment either. Mr. Bresh nodded at me in particular. Yes, if we want to fly and rearm her. The cost is from getting new reactors in, replacing all the conduits, new navigational computer, and hyperdrive, repairing the bridge and engineering command center, as well as replacing a lot of the rotten plasteel. It's probably 120 million credits in new structure and kit, another 50 to 60 in subsystems, and the rest is labor. This is going to be a long project. I took a moment to digest just how much of a money pit I am contending with. The fact that putting a new hyperdrive in this ship would be illegal by Republic law is not mentioned. I'm not sure if we want to do any of that. I hedged. I would have to talk to Aunt Satin before approving any final outcome, and ideally, I'd sour her on the whole project. Mr. Bresh however seemed caught up in his analysis. Then there are weapon systems. Putting in new turbolasers will cost around 20 to 30 million credits, that is if we keep the old turbolasers that still work too. Filling the missile magazine would cost around 4 million credits. The double-layer deflector shielding needs to be entirely replaced, and that will cost between 10 and 50 million, depending on the quality of the shielding we go with. General supplies and refurbishment of the crew and life support will cost another few million. The hangar bay's ray shielding and blast doors need to be replaced, all of them. New high-grade Durasteel armor plates to go over the Beskar hull would be very expensive as ships just aren't built like that these days, so we would be designing the facilities to build the plates from scratch. The main drives look to be in good shape, but if one of them needs to be replaced, it would just be better to replace the whole array, and the only ones who produce drives big enough to get her moving would be Quad, and that would cost. His voice cracked and he shuddered. Anyway, the full estimation is around 3 to 400 million credits to begin refurbishing the Super Canducii, and that is what we know so far. We still need to see how bad it is on the lower decks. He handed me the datapad, and I struggled not to shake in frustration. This dead Hulk is already being celebrated as a sign of Saturn's legitimacy, that the ancient Mandalorians are looking down on her with pride. There are celebrations from across the Mandalorian sector, and some planets are even paying taxes for the first time in several hundred years, if ever. It's a perfect white elephant. Too useless to actually serve in the defense of Mandalore and too valuable to melt down for all the Beskar the Mandalorian people could ever dream of. It's a disaster. A money pit. If I'm not careful, this blasted ship could sink the entire Mandalorian MSDF's funding. No wonder Saturn had looked so horrified when it showed up in orbit. She could see it too. This useless hunk of metal would doom the self-defense force before it had a chance to shine. I see. I struggled to keep my voice even. We will begin refurbishment immediately. First, we will clean out everything that needs to be disposed of or replaced and then begin work on the drive systems, so she can keep herself in orbit. The weapon systems she has should be more than enough for the moment, considering her only use is as a glorified space station. Great, what kind of initial budget can we expect? What? Corky looked more hurt and betrayed than angry, and that is an interesting reaction. Did he seriously expect to get his way? A Royal Academy student versus a representative of the Republic? Facing Corky, I bit out, a good compromise leaves everyone angry. I wanted to rant at him even more, but stopped myself. This wasn't the time or place, and besides, Corky wasn't at fault either, not for finding the ship. The other clans would likely pester Saturn into arming it anyway, and we need them to be unified to prevent them thinking of starting a coup or something. I turned back to Mr. Bresh. I will advise the Duchess to assign 5 million credits from the Self-Defense Force budget to the refurbishment. A substantial amount for the burgeoning Self-Defense Force, considering the struggles the MSDF has with stockpiling actually useful equipment like blasters, shovels, and training facilities. Better than leaving her as a useless Beskar museum on the surface of Mandalore, either. That should be enough to get a clearer picture of what needs to be done for her before we do any significant repairs. Mr. Bresh looked awkwardly between the two of us, clearly unhappy with the compromise I had arranged. That's well, I am sure we can get started with that. But we'll need much more to get the Daraso Umora back to an operable state. Are you sure that is all the Duchess can spare? No, it was more than she could spare. Aunt Saturn is most likely banging her head against a wall at the fact we have the galaxy's worst star destroyer in orbit. I sent the proposal to Saturn with the note to review the funding again in 3 months. I have no doubt that the project would suddenly need more than 200 million by then. It's all we can afford at the moment, with the budget being what it is. I gave him a polite nod before I stomped away to the hangar loading bay, towards the turbo lift. Perhaps Saturn could get the clans to donate to the refurbishment out of a sense of Mandalorian pride? What a disaster. I was about to enter the turbo lift, which would take us the rest of the way to the exit of the Daraso Umora, when I realized that Corky and Mr. Bresh is no longer with us. I looked around, but they hadn't followed us on the way back. Corky's probably angry with me again and is not in a mood for a conversation about anything at the moment. Njais pulled out his data pad, and answered my unasked question. Your brother is back near the weapons systems, with Mr. Bresh and his guards. He turned the data pad to show a 3-dimensional map of the ship's structure, and it highlighted all the guests. Let's explore a bit on our own before we leave, then. Shall we? I looked down another door visible from the hangar, which has a restricted access cordon across it. We have a special access badge chip for this, I recalled from earlier, and pushed against the door. It opened into a less refurbished and dimmer deck level, clearly off the tourist path. Having the chance to explore the vessel is an interesting experience. I always enjoyed visiting museum warships, and by all practicality, this is not all that different. I am quite inspired by our ancestors. The ship is not just a battleship, not really. It had the capabilities of transporting a small army wherever it needed to go along with a section of fighters. It also has, by some estimates, enough storage room for a 4-year campaign without having to resupply. Are you sure that 5 million is enough credits? Morrison asked, taking me out of my musings and towards my handmaiden. Not even close, but it should be enough to hire enough engineers to clean the ship up and get a detailed breakdown on the work that needs to be done. The MSDF has a limited budget, with most of it going to acquire equipment like blasters, boots, actual bases to station those that volunteered, and not to mention paying for their salaries. Dedicating too many credits into this project will leave shortfalls in other areas that are far more critical than this relic. Morrison seemed to muse on that before nodding. The three of us continued to move through the ship. It's frankly a masterpiece of war engineering, and now we have to figure out what to do with it. Hopefully, in a way that the sleeping warship would not simply eat through credits without pulling its own weight. Personally, I suspected what we would end up doing with it is removing the hyperdrive, repairing everything, and putting some big guns on it. After all, the treaty that kept most dreadnoughts from being actual threats to their neighbors only stipulated that ships of certain sizes couldn't have a hyperdrive and some other features, but it didn't say that the other features could not be there. It just meant that if a ship is this large and has these big guns, it couldn't have a hyperdrive, or if the ship is this large and has a hyperdrive, she couldn't have big guns. This was an old trick that everyone knew the point of: you build ships with the guns, and you leave room to install a hyperdrive at a later time if a war breaks out. Well, this ship was built with a hyperdrive in mind, so that's already sorted. Obviously, that would be the best outcome. I'm trying to get big guns on this ship and get it ready to defend the sector if necessary. Even without its hyperdrives, it would still technically be hyperdrive capable, using the same trick used to get it to Mandalore in the first place, a huge number of small hyperspace-capable tugs working in tandem. It heavily limited what kind of jumps could be made safely, but it's possible. It got here quickly enough. Well, the tugs could pull it into combat quickly enough if needed, though hopefully, it would have enough time to install some modern engines before that happened. Turning a corner, I found myself in another hallway, well actually, not just another hallway. This one looked like it's a bit dank. Not very clean, obviously a section that hadn't been explored yet. Looking over my shoulder, I make sure Morrison and Engis are with me before moving further on. Tanya, is it really safe to explore? Morrison asked as she followed behind me. I gave a shrug before saying, it's safe enough. I'm sure if there is a dangerous creature on board, someone would have run into it by now, and if not, well, I think 3 Mandalorians can take on anything aboard this ship. You don't even have armor, though. Morrison pointed out, which is true. I'm simply wearing my green dress, she herself is wearing a brown dress, and the only one among us who's wearing armor is Engis, as he kept a good hold on his combat staff. I shrugged before saying, that may be true, but I think we'll be fine. Plus, I have a blaster hidden under my dress. You do? Morrison asked, confused. I laughed before saying, better safe than sorry. It's mainly set to stun, though, so we should be more reliant on good Engis here if a threat really presents itself. Will do. Engis said, looking around as I came to a door. Something about it made me stop. It's a rather large door for a cargo hold area, but something just seemed off about it. There is signage around it that says Iron Beast Factory in Ancient Mandalorian. Now, that's an odd series of words which had me interested just on the premise. What factory is aboard this ship, and why is there a factory in the first place? From my understanding, droids had not been a major production point of the Mandalorians during the period of construction of this ship. Warriors are usually warriors, and droids are, well, droids. They existed, but they weren't frontline troops as no Mandalorian would let a droid steal their glory in battle. Also, if memory serves, ancient Mandalorians used Iron Child to represent droids, not beast. Tilting my head, I looked around to see if there's a way to open the door, rather than just pressing a button randomly. Surprisingly, it opened, though it jammed halfway through. It seemed the automatic door's sensors still work. I got this. Engis said, stepping forward and using the leverage on his Beskar spear to pry the door open. Giving a nod, I said, thank you, Engis. As I smiled at him before stepping inside and looking around. As the writing had said, it's a spacious factory of some kind. Parts are all over the place, and it looked like it had not been in use for, well, a couple of 100 years. There's mud here, which indicates that there is a section that's open enough to allow debris to get in. Looking around, I quickly spotted an air vent above one wall, probably connected to the main air intake, which is likely where most of the mud and water had come through, from what I gathered. Sighing, I looked around before noticing a rather large oblong shape in a corner, curled up and probably dead. What's that? Engis asked as I moved towards it. I think it's a basilisk droid. I say as I get closer, seeing as the thing is covered in debris and mud. Out of curiosity, I pushed some of the mud out of the way, finding that it's covered in ancient paint that apparently had held up pretty well. A purple coloration came through the mud, though I also noticed it appeared to be the last layer of something once it's gone. Basilisk droid? I thought all of those were, well, destroyed. Morrison asked, tilting her head as she looked around the room. Engis nodded before saying, I believe the last one to be constructed was 2,000 years ago. There are still, I think, a few reconstructed models hanging around in the museums on Ordo, I know that, but we don't have a full working model or know how the programming worked. So in essence, they're just dead creatures, an extinct form of droid that no longer exists. This thing's probably no better. I said, pushing the mud out of the way to get a better look at the ancient Mandalorian stenciled into the frame. Hey, Ori Jorer. I said, amused as I read it. Ori is, well, big in essence. You could connect it to Orivan or Big Brother. Which is basically the Mandalorian version of Unai-chan, although without the gendering since you could also use it for big sisters as well. Jorer, on the other hand, is a bit more confusing. In essence, it meant bear, not the animal but to bear, I believe. Though strangely enough, in this case, it would make more sense for it to be Big Bear. Funny name for a war machine. I said out loud with a smile before patting it on the head. I started to turn away before I noticed something change, primarily the glowing red eyes opening on the Iron Beast. There's a moment of panic, I will admit, as I realized that I'm standing next to an active war machine that had just reawakened. That panic turned to absolute terror as the creature slowly got up, though that terror slowly subsided as I realized it's moving rather painfully and loudly with a lot of grinding coming from its rusted joints, like an injured animal more than an actual droid as it tried to stand unsteady on its two front feet. It turned to look at Njais and Morrison before turning back towards me, tilting its head, which I now see is made up of a Gatling cannon of some kind, which is pointing directly at me. As it looked at me, the urge to run away became quite apparent, but I kept a cool head and tried to figure out the best way to not get blown away. In the end, I came up with the best option I could think of. In Mandalorian, I said, "Good morning, Iron Beast, Big Bear." Supposedly, these things are somewhat sentient, so I just had to hope that it was programmed to recognize Mandalorian and not shoot at it, at least not without commands to do so. The large, almost starfighter-sized creature looked at me before tilting its head forward and opening a hatch. The said hatch seemed to be an opening to a decimated cockpit. Water had gotten inside of it at some point, ruining the upholstery. The water is now flooding out onto the surrounding ground, but as it opened, a screen in the back of the cockpit lit up, and ancient Mandalorian writing started to cross the back of it. "Young rider. You have found me at last and this long night has ended. My blasters are unmoving, corroded, my joints are stiff, my batteries are low, and my reactor has long cooled. Regardless of the thousands of errors that plague me, I still serve. Command me, ride me, and let us war together." I blinked before saying in Mandalorian, "There is no war for you to ride out to, though if you wish, we can have you looked over by a mechanic." There's a momentary pause before the beast lowered its head again, and the panel at the back of the cockpit lit up, saying, "Young rider, I beg of you not to judge me by my failings. My hide is strong and my will stronger. I shall carry you to whatever battle you command, through whatever skies you seek to conquer. But please, do not leave me behind again. My rider. I promise you won't be forgotten or discarded. But you do need repairs." The war droid seemed to pause for a moment before lying on its front, looking as exhausted as any droid could possibly be. "As you command, my rider. I pray that my refit and repair meet your expectations." I blinked before saying, "Why do you call me your rider?" Again, there is a pause before words appear on the screen. "You are the first to have activated me and spoken my name, we are bonded now. I shall serve you from this moment until the last." "Crap," I said in basic before facepalming and letting out a sigh, then saying, "This is going to be a pain to explain to Aunt Satin." Turning, I said to the others, "Morrison, can you go find someone in charge of the cargo ships coming in and out of the docking bay and see if we can find some way to get this basilisk war droid down to Mandalore without being seen?" She nodded, her eyes wide as saucers, as she slowly backed away. Njais, on the other hand, is taking it a bit better, just staring up at the droid in awe. A functioning basilisk droid. If we can get this down, we can get a copy of its programming, see how these things actually work, and maybe get some of the older models working as well. We're banned from making droids, remember? I pointed out before shaking my head and saying, "Though, what does that mean, really, when the whole galaxy is going to war?" Turning back to the droid, I said, "Well, Orijorer, welcome to Mandalore. War is not a big thing nowadays, but I'm sure we can find something to do with you." The droid made a noise that sounded like deep laughter before it displayed on the screen. "War is a constant, to think otherwise is to fail to be Mandalorian. It shall meet us in time, and I shall carry you to victory. This I pledge as an oath to you." "Hey, a philosopher droid, not the worst thing to reawaken then," I said with a shrug, figuring I would deal with this in the future as well. Hopefully, X4 could find a translator module somewhere before my rusty Mandue is misinterpreted any further. Mandalore, near Sundari, Seeker's Vigil. Corky cries. I kicked a rock as I walked towards the area where the Seeker's Vigil is being stored. Nothing like being on the outside of what you thought is going on to make you realize you have no idea what's going on. I'm still reeling over the fact that my entire family has backed off from our core pacifism. Does violence even shock Tanya anymore? I knew Aunt Satin and Aunt Bo-Katan had lived through the Civil War, but Tanya was raised as a new Mandalorian, just like me. I mean, sure, she had been trained by Bo-Katan when she was a child, had been in a battle before on Geonosis, and gotten involved in gang fights on Coruscant, but she is still a pacifist, right? And now she's advocating for rearming Darasuimor? Pacifism wasn't just a side tenet of new Mandalorian ideology, it's the central pillar. It wasn't optional, they sold out and are now fully on board with the White Silver's aggressive pacifism or whatever she called her propaganda. And it's upsetting me to some extent. I'd gone from understanding my place in the world to understanding nothing in the course of a day. Now, well, now I don't really know what is going on anymore. For the past 6 days, I tried to keep to myself and not vent my frustration in Tanya or Aunt Satin's general direction. Mainly because I couldn't quite wrap my head around their motivations for doing this yet. Why are they so intent on remilitarizing the Mandalorian sector this way? We'd come so far from the ancient days of barbarism that had seen our family fall apart and be destroyed, and now we are running back towards it at a breakneck pace. Well, that wasn't fair, I guess. When I looked back, I saw the signs, a slow and steady movement in the general direction of being more accepting of ancient ways without condoning them. But still, it felt like the world had been turned upside down, and I didn't know where I stood anymore. The only thing I knew is that I'd helped find a ship full of historical relics that would probably be used to try and push the White Silver's agenda on my own sister and Aunt Satin. It's quite infuriating, and I just didn't know what to do about it. Shaking my head, I looked around before walking up the ramp that led inside the ship. There's no reason for me to be outside, as no one had come by today. Everyone is out celebrating in one way or another, either to the arrival of the ancient Star Destroyer, the Super Canducii, or the latest showing of the Gargan girls. Shaking my head, I wandered around inside, my thoughts dark on the matter. The ship is ancient but surprisingly well designed, perhaps more so than some of the stuff that's produced nowadays. Somehow, I would have expected everything to be a lot more rough inside with more bulkheads, but no, there are some rather nice passageways throughout the ship. The relics on board, though, had not been as interesting as I had hoped. Eventually, I end up inside its computer core, one designed by some unknown hands. And within this computer core is most of the information that we could save, along with maps of what the Mandalore sector looked like thousands of years ago. I wondered what it would take to break that computer for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought. Yes, I am upset, but I wasn't that upset. I wouldn't rob Mandalore of this significant bit of our history. After all, some of these are first-hand accounts of things that had only been talked about in third-hand, at least that had been what I'd heard when speaking to some of the historians that had been invited on board. Turning a corner, I saw someone I did not expect to see on board. Sony? I asked, unsure as to why she's here. She's busy looking over something on the computer core. She looked up, her cute brown hair framing her face, and she smiled warmly and waved me over, saying, "Corky, you've got to come take a look at this." I walked over and took a knee next to her as she explained, "I think I just found something that really throws our understanding of Mandalorian history out the window. The Mandalorian Empire didn't crush the Basiliskans and loot their technology. The scent of her perfume is relaxing and it's nothing like the foreign smells I noticed on Tanya occasionally." I blinked in confusion before saying, "What? What makes you think so?" She pressed a few buttons and a word appeared on a screen in ancient Mandalorian. "Iron Beast," I said with a raised eyebrow. "Basilisk. What about them? Are you aware of the history of how that word entered our lexicon?" I raised an eyebrow before saying, "Well, according to the history books on this, the Basilisk war droid was created sometime during the early Crusades. We conquered a species known as the Basiliskans and took their war droids for ourselves." "Exactly, that's the story we all believe, but there's always been one or two problems with that." I blinked, confused. "Problems? Basilisk, Iron Beast. We also have a word for Beskharat or Iron Child, which means droid. Even Bas is a representation of Beskar. So why did we name our war droids after a species known as the Basiliskans when we already had the elements of the word in our lexicon?" I blinked in confusion before saying, "I don't know, maybe we just stole it wholesale or changed it a little." Sony shook her head before saying, "That's the theory that some have, but then there's the other problem. Where's the Basiliskans? There should have been something to prove that the species that supposedly created these droids in the first place actually existed. These droids were created to have riders, but the creatures we refer to as the basilisks were often quoted as being large enough to be ridden by Mandalorians. Why would they have created a droid meant for riding that they could not ride?" I blinked before furrowing my brows in thought before saying, "I don't know, it makes no sense, actually." "Exactly, and I think I've solved it." She pressed a few buttons, and the screen lit up with a bunch of words. I quickly started reading them and tilted my head. "It's a strange story about Mandalorian Iron Beast riders working for a fallen Jedi." I shrugged my shoulders before saying, "I don't get what's so important about this story, Sony." She tapped the corner and drew my eyes to it, which immediately raised my brows as I saw that it listed this event as being during the contemporary siege of Basilisk. How did the Mandalorians have the war droids before they supposedly took the war droids? I did a double take before finally taking a step back, realizing that there is something off here. What does this mean in the grand scheme of things? It means, likely, she leaned back, holding her arms under her impressive chest, that the basilisk species is a lie. Another word for basilisk is Legarta's war dragons. I suspect, and this is going to be probably one of the more out there takes when this information gets out, that basiliskans never existed. Instead, we raided a planet full of creatures known as the Legartas and used them for mounts interchangeably at the same time we were developing the basilisk war droid mounts. Our enemies confused the terminology for the two, but they kept better records than us. So, except for, She tapped the screen. Strange things such as the name obviously being developed within our language, and this story that predates the events that are claimed to have happened. I shook my head before taking a seat against the nearby wall, trying to puzzle this through before finally saying, so basically, all this means is we developed the war droids. No, it means we developed semi-sentient AI independent of the rest of the galaxy, showing that our ancestors, though warmongers most of the time, were not complete barbarians. They have an understanding of technology, so they added to the progress of the tech fields of this galaxy through their efforts. Our history, as we understand it, is possibly not our history. Even White Silver believes the story about us conquering the Basiliskans and stealing their war droids, but this simple line here implies that the war droids were already in production before we conquered the supposed Basiliskans. At most, we could probably say that maybe we gained some technology from that planet, but there's no way to definitively prove it either way. Why can't we prove it? I asked, not very familiar with the story. According to the story that we've been told for the last 4 millennia, the population of Basilisk turned their planet into a toxic mess, to deny us salvage and the tech on it. And the species supposedly degenerated, losing sentience and transformed into mounts for us. That story always felt off to me. But now we have the counter-evidence. Perhaps the Republic saw that we were gathering quite a large amount of these war dragons from the planet for our own use out in the Outer Rim and decided to solve their problem by denying Mandalore access to Basilisk and its population of creatures. Would the Republic really destroy a planet to deny? I stopped there as I realized they would. They had pretty much done it to Mandalore, Kalevala, and Breshik. Why wouldn't they do it to some planet 4 millennia ago? There would be even less reason to have held back because, if Sony is right and these creatures were never sentient beings but just animals that the Mandalorians were using for their own campaigns, it would be an easy question compared to what they did to Mandalore. Again, my understanding has been flipped upside down, and I really have no idea where everything stood. Another world ruined by conflict. Shaking my head, I tried to get up and said, well, I don't know about this. I guess I'll leave it to the historians to figure out, right? Sony nodded her head as she tapped a few things into the console before saying, we'll have to leave it up to the archivists to figure out if this story is true or not. I mean, all they have to do is probably track down Jedi texts and see if they correlate that there was a rogue dark Jedi in the core around that time who may have had mercenaries from Mandalore on their payroll. If they can prove that, it's a good step in showing that this story is real. I nodded before saying, guess it's for the historians to figure out. Sighing, I turned and looked down the hallway, trying to decide what to do. The galaxy made no sense, and this had just further undermined my understanding of the universe. Maybe, I should stop making sense as well. Taking a breath, I turned back to Sony and asked, hey, Sony, would you like to go out on a date with me? She froze as she looked at her screen, and as I watched, her face turned pink for a moment before she said in a very squeaky voice, yes, I'd love to. Not really sure where to go with this, I said, I have tickets to the Gargan Girls tonight. I don't really know what to do with them. Would you like to go see them with me? She nodded before saying, yeah, give me 45 minutes, and I'll have everything packed up, and we can go. Cool, I'll see you outside. I said with an awkward tone before walking into the passageway, letting out a deep breath of confusion and nerves, not sure how I managed to pull that off and not sure why I hadn't done it sooner since it was that easy. Shaking my head, I stepped down the ramp from the spaceship, stretching my arms as I did, a smile growing on my face. That smile died as I saw someone standing by the booth with some of the samples of information that had already been gathered from the ship, such as several changes in armor style that had been catalogued. The red-uniformed woman turned to look in my direction before smiling. Ah, Corky, good to see you. It's been 6 days already? Time sure has flown since our last meeting. The smile on my face curdled. I frowned and nodded and agreed, yeah, 6 days. And how the world has changed in 6 days. She said with an eager shake of her head as she approached me. In 6 days, the new Mandalorians have lost their greatest asset for peace, and the Duchess has thrown her lot in with the Silver Mandalorians. I shook my head, wanting to deny that statement, but it's hard to do that. With a shrug, she approached, I would say I told you so, but I'm not here to gloat. I'm here to simply say you're not alone, there are others who are not happy with the current change in direction of the government. Not happy? I said, as Natalia reached into her satchel, pulling out a little red book and offering it to me. Confused, I took it as she said, there may come a time when you need our help to bring back the new Mandalorian way. When that happens, I would like you to at least have an understanding of who your allies are in the universe. She tapped the book and said, everything we stand for is in here. Just give us a call if you ever need our help. Peace must reign. Ah, sure. I said, not really sure what to say. Sliding the book open, I looked at the title and the author Te Communist Boerir by Delilia Vihikano Shepest. I wasn't much for reading political works, but I guess I would have to start now. Shaking my head, I slid it into my pocket before looking at her. I don't think I'll need your help for this, but it is appreciated. Natalia smiled before saying, young prince, comrade, just know the revolution is always willing to help someone bring about the pacifist way for the sector. And like that, she turned and started to walk away, causing me to shake my head, trying not to watch her leave as closely as her form demanded. Sonii would be back in a minute, and then I could relax with her for the moment. Mandalore, near Sundari, Cultural Exposition Main Area. Tanya cries. Oh, what a day, what a day. At least it couldn't get any crazier than it had been. We managed to get the warbit down from the ancient Supercandusi and into a warehouse just outside Sundari, one that's owned by Mandu Logistics. From there, my plan is quite simple, get it to Gargan, clean it up at Mondal Hypernautics, get it in working order, see what we could do with it, and then have it transported to Concordia where it would be safe. Or we could possibly leave it on Gargan, as it could be quite an impressive thing to have around for White Silver to use. Though, I would need to give it a paint job before White Silver can use it. As for the factory that it had come from, well, quite simply, I didn't know what we're going to do with that. It's obviously going to have to be packed up and removed from the ship, brought down to Mandalore or Ordo to be studied. From there, well, I don't know. I would have to leave that to Saturn. There wasn't much we could do with the factory. It's not like we could build warbits, that is kind of against the treaty, not to mention we are trying not to start a war. There's something to be said about the factory, though. This is probably one of the later model production capabilities, as this one appeared to have been designed to be used as a starfighter mixed with a surface gunship. It should be possible to use the fact that the Basilisk doubled as starfighters to circumvent the battle droid ban, like how Japan got an aircraft carrier past their constitution by labeling it as helicopter-carrying destroyers that just apparently can be used to house and operate the F-35. Since aircraft carrier has the connotation of being an offensive weapon, which is a big no-no for the JSDF, this was a fairly direct way of bending the letter of the law without breaking it. From my understanding, a lot of the older models of basilisks were just mounts to be ridden into battle, while later ones are like a mix of ship and mount. The technology involved in that is interesting, to say the least, not to mention the algorithms that gave it its almost analytic nature are interesting on their own as well. I doubted I could get the factory disassembled and shipped to Gargan, where lax laws may have allowed me to test out exactly how far we could get it to go, but I am more interested in perhaps seeing what elements of the technology could do. For instance, transformable vehicles have managed to survive quite far into the current era. Perhaps there are elements that had been lost over the years that could be useful with Mondal motors and Mondal hypernautics. If the technology could be copied and sent to those that could make use of it, it could produce some interesting ships as a result. As for the algorithms that made the basilisks, warbits, well, all it does is just make them near-sentient creatures, which means it's possible to take that algorithm and turn them into quite a few other items. If you build a droid dog and put an algorithm in it, all of a sudden you have an almost sentient robot dog that could make a good pet that could be considered something other than a droid, since droids tended to be rather logical in their way of doing things. It's a field I would have to look into, that's for sure. Not to mention that the source code, as far as I am aware, had been lost for thousands of years. Damn the treaty, that was for sure. I'm sure that if we could implement that code in a civilian capacity, it would probably be a well-selling thing on the market. Most droids did not come off as pets, but as tools. There's probably a good market for something different in the droid department if it could be done correctly. But unfortunately, with the treaty preventing the construction of droids in the sector, it's unlikely to happen anytime soon. Perhaps that should be the next thing I look into. After all, I had done a good job getting a lot of restrictions on Mandalore dealt with over the last couple of years. Perhaps finding a way to allow us to produce droids again would be a good move for the sector. Though currently, with the war on with an enemy that is making massive amounts and use of battle droids, it might also cause problems. Nothing hurts your credibility more on neutrality than producing droids and then having them be bought by the enemy of the person you're not supposed to be building droids for. Sighing, I shook my head and focused on where I'm going. I'm making my way to the exhibit of the Seeker's Vigil, hoping to speak with Korki about what happened a couple of days ago. It has been long enough that I figured he'd cooled off, and we could have a civil conversation on this matter, hopefully come to some sort of agreement and maybe even deal with any hard feelings. After all, we are siblings, we needed to work it out sooner or later. Might as well fix it now before I have to return to Coruscant, at least that's my hope. Unfortunately, I couldn't schedule a car to take me there as every vehicle is currently busy with one job or another. Since much of the city is alive with various activities, I didn't want to risk using my royal status to bump someone's ride. I had enough controversy for several lifetimes, thank you very much. So, I'm forced to walk. Not exactly a fun activity, but it's not something I couldn't do. Years of hard training has left me with a body that wouldn't crumple just because I had to walk in a slight field down to the lower parts of the city. And I have 2 guards with me. Engis and Castle are meant to keep an eye on me and keep me safe. while the veteran guards are spending their mandatory vacation times visiting family or enjoying the festival. All in all, I'm not in any danger or threat of danger, as far as I'm concerned. This is Mandalore, my home world, the world I understood the best, even if sometimes I wanted to be far, far away from it. At least that's what I thought, up to about 5 seconds ago when I turned the corner in a street and came across one of the theaters playing a recorded version of the Gargan Girls musical ballet and found that I was mistaken in some of those thoughts. The theater appeared to have been packed with youths, kids both from the higher districts and the lower districts, wanting to see the Gargan Girls perform. That is obvious by how many kids are going by. However, apparently, there's another group here, one that is being a little less friendly, to say the least. There's a large crowd of what I guessed are older adults, those who had either served in or seen the results of the clan wars, as they are protesting. Anti-war slogans, anti-Gargan slogans, and anti-Silver Mandalorian slogans are everywhere. There are hundreds of them, and I walked straight into the crowd, not even realizing the problem until it's too late. Keeping my head down, I tried to push through, wanting to avoid getting caught up in this mess, as it's only a block or two until I got to the part of the city that would lead me to where the ship is being stored. However, I didn't get that far, as a splash hit me in the face, causing me to stop and close my eyes to keep them safe. Silver whore! Someone yelled as another splash hit me, and my two guards, who had been on either side of me, moved forward. It's the princess who sold us out to the Republic so that we can fight their war. Another person called, and I heard someone throw a punch and immediately get smashed in the face by the hand of a royal guard, the telltale thunk of Beskar ringing informing me of that detail. Moving my hands to my face, I brush off whatever the thick, viscous fluid is and finally get a look at what's going on. The crowd have broken up into two groups. One group appeared to be the ones trying to cause problems. They are smaller than the other group, with one of them having thrown a punch, another calling out the insults, and a third throwing paint in my general direction. Looking down, I saw that my once green dress is now stained with silver paint. In a daze, in the sort of detached way when someone got smacked in the face with a pie, I looked around and wondered how they had known that I would be here. I decided that they must not have known where I'd be, since this is likely a spur-of-the-moment decision and that I had simply just been unlucky. They probably have been saving it for the teenagers when they left the Gargan concert, and I had just been a very lucky find. Like what had happened with the group that started the First World War and their attempt to assassinate the Archduke. A comedy of errors that had given someone a chance to get into the history books, which also made me worried that I might become under threat of someone wanting to get into the history books. There are another 100 or so individuals who circled around us. They appeared to be blocking our escape, either on purpose or not. Either way, the fighting is escalating, and beyond that is a group of individuals who either hadn't noticed what's going on or are too busy heckling the theater staff to care, though they probably would soon. Back off. Get back now. Njai's voice exploded out, amplified by his helmet, as he pushed forwards into the path of another paint thrower, lifting his staff in front of himself with both hands. The protester ignored the warnings and tried to throw the paint past Njai's and at me, but Njai's moved to block the paint before pushing the protester back with his staff, causing the man to stagger backwards. Castle moved to de-escalate the crowd and calm things, but as I stepped back and scanned the crowd, I noticed that we had drawn even more attention and his voice didn't carry over the growing clamor. Njai's called Castle back to my side after a few moments. It's obvious that the crowd couldn't hear him. Next, Njai's tried to coordinate to force a path through the crowd. However, the crowd failed to make a path for the two, instead pushing us back and boxing us into the center. Castle, a few paces behind us, lowered his energy staff and set it to stun before poking a person who's going to smack him with a poster board with some anti-royal slogan. This caused him to collapse and twitch quite painfully by the looks of it. In response, the crowd started screaming intelligibly and surged. Move. Njai's ordered, bringing his staff weapon back and forth as the staff crackled with energy to create space in front of him to create a hole for me to escape through. I felt him wrap an arm around me and shield me with his body as a so-called pacifist lunged forward and slammed a bucket into Njai's helmet repeatedly before he too got poked by Njai's staff. Excited by the conflict, the crowd surged forward, seeming to have not realized who started the brawl and taking the side of the civilians who are on the ground. This is a problem. A crowd that's being urged on by violence and doesn't understand the situation is just as likely to trample me to death as kill me on purpose, and I didn't like either option. And I can't be seen carrying a weapon since that ban hasn't been lifted yet. For a brief moment, I wondered if this was some grand joke that Being X had been building towards, waiting for me to fall into a position that's unexpected and would cause my death. I clung to Njai's as he did his best to shield me from the mob. No, Being X is too open for something like that. He would be more dramatic and... My thoughts were interrupted as a woman in blue armor landed in front of me and fired off a flamethrower into the air, causing the closest individuals to jump back in surprise. The crowd did not disperse, though. They only got angrier. Someone shouted, "There's even Mandalorians wearing full armor and flamethrowers in their gauntlets. It's all a sham to bring back the old ways. Get them." Which really said enough about the individual's intelligence that they are urging people to charge a person with a flamethrower. However, the rescuer apparently wasn't willing to take chances. She reached out, grabbed my side. Njai surrendered his staff to the mob and picked me up before thrusting me into the arms of the newcomer. Leaving me in what could best be described as a princess carry before the woman activated her jetpack and launched herself up into the upper areas of the nearby rooftops. Carefully, she landed on a rooftop far enough away from the crowd that I couldn't see what's going on and thus safe from the protest that had grown out of control. She let me down, and I said, "Thank you." Trying to figure out who just saved my bacon there. "No problem, princess," came the cheerful voice of a rather cheeky-sounding individual. Confused, I tilted my head and said, "Vi." Cleaning muck out of my eyes, I took a quick look across her armor, trying to get details as quickly as possible. She's wearing her personal Mandalorian Super Commando armor, styled modernly and painted blue and grey with a black undersuit. There's a splash of silver across it from where I had been carried by her, an imprint of my body on her armor. Vi said, "Nope, can't be Vi. I used a flamethrower," she said, using her hands to get as much of the silver paint off my face as possible and filing it to the ground. "Right," I said, understanding what she meant. It would be another scandal on top of the riot, if it got out that my guards are using a bit too much force. "I thought you had a date tonight." Yep. With the armor lore relaxed, we were out enjoying our jetpacks while keeping an eye on you from a distance, just in case. "Well, good thing you did. I seem to have gotten myself in trouble." Vi said, moving from clearing my vision to checking over me to make sure I'm not injured. "Wait, Njai's." I felt my stomach lurch before the sound of a second jetpack activating drew my attention. I'm treated to Njai's ascending into the sky with his arms wrapped around a flamboyantly dressed Mandalorian that could only be Tabi. The two of them needed to cling to each other to avoid dropping the beleaguered royal guard, Tabi's jetpack struggling much more than Vi's head with me. "That's kinda hot." Vi giggled, knowing full well the strange images she just planted in my head. "I'm not a Fujoshi, damn it. I am just glad he is safe." I looked out over the edge and spotted Castle standing in the middle of a group of teens with silver vambraces looking rather unmolested. I let out a sigh and settled back down now that I knew my men are safe. "Vi and Tabi are calling for an armored hover car now to get you home, so I have to be on my way. You should be safe till they get here, but I'll stay in range to make sure the horde doesn't try to climb up the wall to get to you." "Haha, that would be rather ridiculous to watch," I said before asking, "So, if Vi did not save me, who did?" Vi thought for a moment, nodding her helmet, then said, "Why not say some Death Watch girl did the saving? Perhaps they are trying to make peace with the royal family, since they were the one who had a fuck up with Corky. At the very least, it causes confusion in their ranks and makes them a bit distrustful of their own people." I nodded my head at that. On the plus side, it makes the flamethrower a Death Watch problem. Good idea. It seemed that Vi had learned something from her mischief over the years. I doubted that she would be so media savvy without the lectures I had given her over the years. She nodded her head and jetpacked away, and I took a seat on a nearby bench, happy to have such loyal friends. Chapter 46. 717 FNM, 21 BBY. Month 1. Coruscant, Mandu Tower. Tanya cries. As I gazed dramatically out at the familiar Coruscanti skyline, I pondered over what had happened during my leave to Mandalore. Satin was not happy after I had been splashed with silver paint and nearly assaulted by a riot of new Mandalorians, who apparently were so scared about the possibility of war that they were about ready to start the war themselves on the streets. Thankfully, I had been rescued by an unknown Mandalorian warrior. That's how I had reported it, eventually leaving Vi's part out, simply because that seemed like a messy overcomplication that throws more fuel to the already raging fire. Satin had been furious and had deployed the Mandalorian Guard to bring order to the areas that were currently disorderly, which had resulted in street fights around several blocks where they had been protesting. The more violent individuals of the new Mandalorians who attacked the Mandalorian Guard are in prison for aggravated assault, resisting arrest, and disturbing the peace, which is ironic for the pacifistic new Mandalorians. Thankfully, the leaders of the protest movement are distancing themselves from the rioters, so there are no further calls for violence. Our own ideology is a useful tool in this situation. After all, if you're upset about violence being on the menu, and you commit violence, you're a hypocrite. The best they could do is to say that those who committed the violence are rogue agents from other organizations. I noticed the protest movement's leaders claim that Silver Mandalorians and Death Watch gangster kids were the ones responsible for the violence, trying to pretend my attackers were not members, driven to a mad rage over politics not going their way. I tried not to hold a grudge, but well, they ruined a perfectly good dress, and I was getting paint out of my hair for a week. So I was understandably annoyed with the new Mandalorians who had assaulted me. At least I was able to sue the one who dumped paint on me for 1,000 credits for damages to my dress, which does give me some vindictive satisfaction. Now I am reminded of that idiot that pushed me onto an oncoming train. I wonder how he's doing, after he committed murder in front of dozens of witnesses. I imagine he'll get life in prison and rot his life away. Even if he did get bail, no one would hire a known murderer because he got fired. Unfortunately, because I had been rather ticked off with the new Mandalorians, I might have allowed my own personal annoyance to interfere with another relationship. I had originally planned to speak to my brother again about the political and philosophical disagreements that we had. I wanted a chance to try and hash out a mutual understanding of our political situation with Corky. But after the unexpected violence, we had been so busy dealing with the chaos and aftermath that I never really had a chance to speak to him before I left Sundari. I'm sure I would have an opportunity to speak to him again and try to hash this situation out, but that would have to be postponed for now. The best I could do for now is suggest a few books and scholars for him to read up on his own time. A holocall would solve all of my problems, but with the Republic commandeering the holocall network, civilian holocalls are made unavailable to the public. Apparently the holocall network are used by the military to coordinate their military in real time. Even top-ranking senators require authorization to make a holocall. With the war going on, I doubt I would get that authorization for what could be considered a personal call. Anyway, for a problem that is in my general vicinity, the Senate has always been a comedic mess, but somehow a war made it even more so. You would think that when everyone's lives are on the line, things would get simpler as everyone has the same motivation to survive. But no, old rivalries and fights are being brought up across the galaxy instead. As a result, the Senate, instead of trying to find peaceful solutions for every little conflict, are finding ways to make it worse by settling old scores. This prolongs the conflict and everyone gets poorer as the war sucks up all of the wealth the Republic has to fuel the war economy. It is very likely that by the end of the war, the Republic would accrue so much debt that it would cause a galactic crisis. The most recent way to make everything worse was the Realith Support Levy, a bill that had passed with popular support in the Senate. Thankfully, Mandalore didn't support it, but the annoying effects of the bill are going to be felt regardless. Heavy taxes on any imports to sectors that are not contributing to the war effort or declaring neutrality. I flipped through my datapad, reading through Saturn's and X4's analysis of that resolution. It's a blunt intimidation tool. It's obvious that the Republic hoped to encourage systems to pick a side, either be with the CIS or the Republic, and theoretically, the assumption is that they would pick the Republic. But there would probably be some systems that are closer to the CIS that would pick the CIS instead to survive the heavy taxation, making sure there would be only two poles in the conflict. Food prices were already starting to go up, not even the Regal Star Cafe is immune. The cashews were significantly more expensive when I picked up more chocolate for my personal stash. I'm noticing price inflation everywhere, as even the prices of raw resources are increasing. Mandalore and everyone else seem to be absorbing the higher prices relatively well, for now at least. Thankfully, our way out of these taxes is starting to bear fruit. Palpatine's efforts to help me create a few friendly relations with members of the more pacifist sectors, not wanting to take up arms in this war, are paying off. There's a meeting set to take place sometime in the next few months between several major systems that wanted to form a neutrality council. It started with something like 1,500 worlds in total, just over 1,000 of which came from the Mandalore sector proper. That was until the Ithurians had practically demanded that they be allowed to join. This refocused and expanded the entire project. Now the Council of Neutral Systems is dominated by the Ithurians. Based on the news coming out of the Otaga sector, the move to join the CNS was coming from the populist elements of the Ithurian government, who believed that friendship with the Mandalorians are reforming us into civilized people. While that was outright insulting and patronizing, Otaga brought an incredible amount of wealth and authority to the neutral systems with the Ithurian domination of the Selenans per hyperlane route. Once the Ithurians had joined, it's like the floodgates had been opened. What had started as an alliance between Terries and Mandalore had turned into a political bloc of 15,000 systems. Our combined faction is 10 times the original size. A closed ecosystem of neutral worlds that could support each other in the time of war is about to be unleashed on the galaxy. Apparently, information about early negotiations had been leaked and a representative from Concord Dawn made a rather aggressive diplomatic play in Saturn's latest political get-together during the cultural festival. Concord Dawn had long been run by one of the more corrupt governments in Mandalore, only reputable in comparison to Gargan or Findar. Saturn had seen through their ploy. They wanted to export more food to have a stronger grasp over Mandalore's internal food security. So together, we had decided on a scheme to use Concord Dawn's strong commitment to ensure that their world would get the reform it needed. In order to meet their commitments to receive any of the benefits for the CNS, they would need to reduce their corruption significantly, adopt democratic reforms, or pay extremely heavy fines, the same as every other world that wanted to join. Now that the Ithurians, Terries, and Mandalore are on board, the CNS represented a large enough bloc that the Republic and the CIS would have to negotiate with us as our own polity. Hopefully, it will stall their efforts to try and make systems in the CNS choose a side or join the conflict. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. X4. Government contracts are perhaps one of the most interesting ways to make money, especially when there is no competition to fill a certain niche for logistics. My mistress did an astounding job in positioning the Silver Mandalorians as a faction relatively loyal to the Republic, making them a natural partner for operations across the galaxy. Particularly, for people who were worried about being invaded and needing resources to defend themselves. There are plenty of systems that didn't want to fight but knew they might have to. Mandalore had armor, weapons, and technology, but couldn't afford to pay the tariffs to ship it through the core to its buyer while still making a profit. It's a poverty trap, a vicious cycle that trapped many sectors, and explained how the Trade Federation had grown to exploit so many systems. The Trade Federation offered to purchase local goods and pay the export tariffs up front. Of course, after the initial contract, the Trade Federation had no incentive to pay a market rate for the local goods. Systems dependent on the early generous contracts found themselves trapped with renewals bearing high quotas or lower rates and Trade Federation oversight. They could either suffer under the harsher deal or let their export economy collapse. Of course, Tanya constructed the solution for the Mandalorian sector years ago through her initial upfront credit investments in ships and resources for Mandal logistics. It's now a vast trade infrastructure that allowed Mandalore to bypass the core's tariffs and taxes. Mandal logistics ships rarely went core-ward, navigating across the mid-rim and outer rim, avoiding tollways and tariffed hyperlane routes. Often directly through pirate space, with outlaws learning to avoid raids on armed Mandalorian shipping. Armorers Consortium, Vesti Engineering, Mandal Hypernautics, and many other Mandalorian firms are taking advantage of Mandal logistics connections to export their equipment to fulfill the now sky-high demand, as evidenced by the growing waitlists for ships, weapons, and armor. Unfortunately, we do not have the supply to meet those demands, which is why I am trying to source local products for all that demand, to maximize our profit for the benefit of the whole sector, as my mistress had instructed. Realith Badlands. Fen Ra. Damn it, where's the Navy? I cursed into the radio as another wave of droid fighters rushed into our line of fire, trying to prevent us from performing our 7th strafing run of the day. And just like the 6 before, the trade was barely worth it. The droid fighters were destroyed, but a few more of my fighters went down, which is a bad trade for me. Even with better kill statistics for our side, we couldn't replenish our losses while they could, especially when the Navy is not sending down their fighters to help us. I could understand that they are busy fighting for orbital control up above. But right now, if we don't get reinforcements, we won't be able to continue our raids on the clankers. For an army that's currently marching, my forces are the only force on the planet actually fighting. There's not going to be much left of the Realith resistance at this rate. Skull Squadron, the unit under my command, is made up of about half a dozen former Mandalorian royal guards who wanted a little bit of actual action. The rest are clones on loan from the Republic who needed training on how to fight in their fighters. There seems to be a big issue with actually producing trained pilots, as we are given infantrymen who had never been in a cockpit before to fly our Z-95s. It's disheartening to watch the war chew through these rookies, a seemingly endless pyre created by soulless droids. The least I could do for them is to spend their lives wisely by doing what was necessary for the mission. After all, the people here on Realith did not ask for this invasion. No, the Separatists did. They engineered this conspiracy for years before their declaration of independence, promoting corrupt political officials at the top levels of government, in order to maintain control of this planet and any resources it would produce. The only thorn in their side keeping them from full control of this planet is a quick reaction force of clones under General Ima Gundi, a Jedi who had been in the area or maybe was deployed here. I wasn't sure which, nor do I care. Today, I'm currently flying in operation under Clone Captain Keeley, a man I'd had the pleasure of meeting twice since the start of this conflict. I had come to have a good opinion of him, as he seemed to not only well and truly believe in the defense of Realith, but was willing to give everything he had to defend its independence. Captain Keeley's unit is cut off, trying to defend the rear guard of the official Realith resistance forces under Cham Syndulla. From what I had seen of his operations, he's a man who apparently had been working on liberating his planet from separatist control for a long time now, and somehow acquired a large stockpile of armor and weapons from Mandalore. Where those had come from, I had no idea, though I had a very good suspicion. No confirmation yet, though. Either way, most of the Realith resistance had moved out, though a few of them are still hanging back. The remaining defenders are with the clone troopers on the ground, holding the only ground route into the Badlands. An area that Twi'lek people could survive in and regroup, while they waited for the Republic to get enough forces here to reclaim their planet for them. They were resolute, determined to spend their lives defending the pass. The first few raids, there had been a full company mounting a defense. After the next couple raids, they were cut down to half strength, and by the last one, there were only the bare minimum amount of men necessary to hold that pass. My honor dictated that I would not do any less than them and leave them without air cover. As long as they fought, I would resupply as many materials and equipment as I could to buy them time. Sir, we're getting an order from the fleet. The voice of my second-in-command, Vunkipar, said. I clicked a switch on my board, saying, what is it? I pulled the yoke of the fighter to avoid anti-aircraft emplacement the droids set up. The bolts flew by, barely even being a threat, but even with how unlikely it is to get hit by their equipment, there's still a chance I would get hit. Always better be safe than sorry. 3 Mandal logistics transport ships are inbound to our area. I blinked before saying, are you kidding me? Why is the Republic asking us to babysit a couple of freighters now? We got better things to do right now. The Republic says 2 of the ships are full of aid supplies for the resistance. Alright, now that makes a bit more sense. If the fleet is getting ready to bug out, better to slip whatever supplies in as fast as possible while they have the way open. That's probably what's going on. Why else would they clear those ships to risk coming down into an active war zone? Sighing deeply, I shook my head, then asked, what about the 3rd ship? It's requesting cover to the pass that General Ima Gundi is fighting over. I blinked, before breaking out in a grin, thinking aloud, well, either they're crazy or something interesting will happen over there. Alright, Skull Squadron, we're going to give him these transport ships the help they want. They need to get over into the Badlands. Half of you stick with the 2 going forward. The other half, we're going to come around and try and give that 3rd ship the cover it needs for whatever the hell it's pulling, cause I want to see what they have planned. There were several shots of confirmation before I engaged the engines of the Fang fighter. My flight computer was already displaying routes of the transport ships on the HUD, predicting their re-entry course through the atmosphere. Glancing ahead, I spotted droid fighters on an intercept with them. Putting a little bit extra in the engine, I tried to cut the angle and distance between me and those coming transports as fast as possible. Thankfully, I didn't need to. As the 3 ships came into visual range, fighters of the enemy droids started to approach them and were obliterated by the 3rd ship's guns. I recognized that vessel. It's the one that Silver rode in on Geonosis, or at least the same make and model. The Crusader, I think they were called. I spoke into the mic. Either way, her guns were tuned for anti-droid fighter work, they were making mincemeat of the incoming fighters. My wing of fighters maneuvered in to cover them as the 3 ships flew in over the enemy's formation, aiming for the resistance fighters at the pass. The other 2 were not Crusaders. I recognized them well enough, they're Kill Tyrant class dungeon ships repurposed for cargo transporting. All of them have the Mandal Logistics logo painted all over them, a silver stripe apparently having been added to their symbol. I wondered why they were coming in so low for a moment. Their bay hatch doors opened under all 3 transport vehicles. It looked like a bunch of red barrels started falling out from underneath Kill Tyrant ships, while the Crusaders seemed to be dropping bombs. What the hell are they doing? One of the clones called out in alarm, although he quickly shut up after the first barrel hit the ground next to a tank, exploding in a flash of light and fire that knocked down an entire formations of droids. While the bomb seemed to steer itself to land on top of the droid tanks. About a couple dozen red barrels dropped from each of the Kill Tyrants while the Crusader dropped a dozen bombs on top of the armored column. This decimates the incoming enemy wave in a carpet of explosions as they head for the pass whilst giving a few minutes of time for the men on the ground. The 2 Kill Tyrants moved on over the mountain range and kept going. Half my fighters went with them, protecting them as they went. My remaining fighters turned around and fired at the enemy line, suppressing them even more than the fire. As I watched from where I sat, the 3rd transport vessel, the Crusader, came to hover over the pass, and about 30 or 40 mercenaries by the looks of it, jetpacked down into the lines, followed by another group of what appeared to be some sort of medical staff. Before I could really consider the matter, I recognized the voice of General Ima Gundi carrying over the radio, Captain Ra, please escort this nice transport vessel back to orbit. She will be carrying the wounded from this operation, what's left of them. Acknowledged, I replied into the mic, before asking, what about you and the rest of your men? Think the fleet is bugging out, sir? Yes, I do believe they will be, but my men, as well as these Mandalorian mercenaries, have agreed to stay behind. We bought time for Syndulla's forces to get to safety, but they still need help in the coming battles, and since we're already here, we'll be staying behind to help. Acknowledged. Wish we could do the same. Fighters are thirsty beasts. I wish you luck, General. I'll try and do 1 or 2 more runs to cover you before the fleet fully bugs out. Thank you, Captain. May the Force be with you. May the Mando be with you and the boys down there. Turning from the radio comms, I spoke to the Skull Squadron, saying, let's drop everything we have on these droids. Make sure that the boys down there have plenty of time to make it through the valley before the next wave. There were a dozen confirmations from the fighters flying above. A smile took over my face. This is a good fight to be a part of. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. X4. Of course, I had to pay certain protection money to one particular pirate of annoyance, but having Hondo on my payroll could be a useful asset in the future, especially if I needed to get something past a place that is too heavily defended. If he ever grew too big a threat, I am reasonably confident I could forge enough intel to trick the Republic into attacking the pirate base by spoofing it as a cis black site. Thankfully, Gargan is already a bit of a smuggler's paradise. This means there are plenty of smugglers willing to work for Mandal Logistics by shipping armor from Armorers Consortium and weapons from Vesti Engineering all across the border region that are currently being invaded by the droid armies of the Sis is turning into a very lucrative endeavor, as expected of my mistress's incredible planning to have the necessary network to take advantage of the war. I had briefly considered possibly doing business with both sides of the conflict. After all, the profits from supplying weapons to both sides would be quite substantial for future endeavors. But considering most of my holdings are on the Republic side of the border, I figured it would be better to only support the Republic side. Also, I still held a grudge for my mistress's sake about the last assassination attempt on Geonosis. Null. Spar. Null was once a nice place. Apparently, the whole system was owned by Count Dooku, but the Republic had seized it in the early days of the conflict. They wanted to turn it into some sort of depot for their gear, since Terry's seemed to be leaning towards joining the Mandalore sector with their own little neutrality agreement. I wish Terry's stuck with the Republic, so I could have an excuse to raid it. I know that those greedy bastards at the Senate would probably find some excuse to invade Terry sooner or later. They would not tolerate anyone to be free of their rule. I know that for a fact from what I had seen. But that's a story for another time. Holding on to the overhead railing of the Razor Crest gunship. It was one of many I had been able to purchase thanks to my contacts on Gargan and Concord Dawn. I looked out over one of my green-armored Mandalorians as we made our way to the last depot on our list. Granted, I'm sure we already outnumber them as we have a large stockpile of battle legionnaires. Bought and paid for from the Red Mandalorians who are joining the Sis, whatever their name was. The robots are fast, well armored that it takes multiple hits to put down, and extremely deadly. They seem to be a bit of a learning machine, much better than the droids most of the Sis are using. I'll be honest, the B1S are just garbage, but I'm grateful to have them around as blaster fodder for the more expensive legionnaires and my even more expensive men. I had roughly 2,000 actual Mandalorians under my command, though that number is still growing. Mostly they had to babysit and look over the droids and make sure they didn't get too kill happy. One of the problems I had with the droids is that they're a little too effective. But is that really a problem when they're that useful? On one hand, I'm fighting this war because I hate what the Republic is doing to my brothers and I believe that Mandalore must be free. On the other hand, am I not doing harm to my brothers with this army? That's who I'm fighting most of the time, clones. But I am able to mostly put that away. They are clones, but they're not me. They haven't realized the games the Jedi played with us. The clones would have run away already if they realized they are just slaves to the Jedi, or have fought back. They hadn't, so I am more than willing to keep fighting them, at least when they are fully able to fight. I heard some of these stories from some droid commanders. Some armies apparently had given up taking prisoners, causing massacres for no good reason other than to be massacres. Well, maybe this is one weakness among the Sith that I would not allow among my own men. We are professionals and professionals have standards that we would not sink below and that's that. Looking out of a window, I saw a fleet of fighter craft, some droid fighters, but some of my own fighters, hot off the production lines of Gargan. I'm sure Gargan's latest tyrant isn't a fan of what I am doing with their ships. From what I understood, White Silver, the biggest influence on that planet, thought that the Republic is going to win the fight just because they have more stuff and people. She's wrong, I know she is. But her words have weight, so Gargan is trying to deny my men the ability to purchase vehicles from Mondal Hypernautics. Unfortunately for them, I'm a bit sharper than the average clone and acquired the materials and ships through third parties. Concord Dawn had secured a substantial amount as well. Their governor, Pitan Yendri, shared our values and had sympathy for the separatist cause, but he had explained that his prior Mandalorian commitments prevented him from outright declaring for the Sis. As for Gargan, I made contacts with some particularly disgruntled local clans and families with a long and storied heritage upon visiting. My newfound allies were not enthusiastic at the latest oppressive measures being rolled out by the new regime, ending their time-honored family businesses and traditions. They were appalled at the government's subsequent mass arrests masquerading as anti-corruption efforts, which unfairly punished many of their fellow clansmen. So I found them more than interested, eager to assist me and supply the fighters I wanted for the right price. Today was proof that all that scrimping, saving, and hiding had worked out. This assault on Null had destroyed the half-completed Republic base here. I wish I could take the whole victory to myself, but unfortunately, the Bounty Hunting Guild had sent Crimson Nova Jedi hunters to help in this operation. From what I understood, they had killed a couple of Jedi so far. Good for them, Jedi slaveholder scum. Unfortunately, one of the assassins, bounty hunters, or whatever you want to call them had apparently run into some problems and had called in the Mandalorian protectors or what I prefer to call them, Mandu Kabur, to finish them off. Letting out a deep breath, I looked out the window and saw the current battle we were coming up real quick. It looked like some Jedi is fighting off two assassins with a lightsaber, with a few clones behind her firing off at them. The assassins are doing a damn good job of keeping her pinned. She seemed young and tiny from this distance, and that got confirmed as I got closer. I could tell she's not a full Jedi Knight and is likely just a youngling. She isn't smart enough to know what she's doing. A stun bolt from one of these assassins actually hit her. She stood up for a moment, probably using the force to keep her standing, but after a couple more stun bolts even she went down. Sighing, I jumped from the ship as we came into a hover above, dropping down next to one of the assassins. Some of my own men in their Mandalorian armor were doing the same, with a few legionnaires dropping as well and starting to secure the area. Good hunting, Mandu. One of the assassins said, coming up and giving a cocky salute as he spoke. Sorry to call you out on this, but the clones are a bit of a problem. We just got the bitch down, but every time we try to get close, they come out of their hidey holes and shoot at us. They really want to protect her for some reason. Of course they want to protect her. They're idiots protecting their slaveholder. My mind supplied, but I shook my head, saying, soldiers do what soldiers do. I moved towards them and raised a hand off my gun as I spoke. Brothers, lay down your arms. There's no reason for more to die today. I hoped my voice would be familiar enough for them to stop. There, that's right, aim at me. I could see one or two of them in the shadows, leveling their guns up the trees overhead, keeping me from getting a good look at what they were wearing and what units they were part of. I wouldn't say I knew every unit in the clone army. I had been free for a few years. There's always the possibility of a few more units having been created after the ad hoc situation that developed after Geonosis. A shot went over my shoulder. Someone yelled back to us, we're not surrendering, not to mass murdering war criminals like you. You'll just kill us. War criminal? My good brothers, I'm not a war criminal. I simply want freedom for my homeland and for a place for all slaves of the Republic to go when this war is over. Why are you attacking a medical outpost, then? One of the clones called out, which got me to pause in shock. What? I asked, pausing in confusion. I looked to my left, seeing that one of our assassins is moving towards the downed green-skinned Jedi. The Jedi struggled, she's trying, and failing, to stand back up to confront them. I drew my blaster and fired a shot in front of the assassin, stopping him from doing whatever he was planning to do. Better start talking real quick. I growled, looking towards the assassin. He considered me silently, frowning. What? What do you want me to explain? It's a clone hospital, so what? They're just tools of the Republic, biodroids. One of the other assassins explained, voice harsh. I didn't want to hear any more, and thankfully, I didn't have to as my loyal second, Fen Shisa, clan leader of Fen, came up behind the first assassin and crushed his neck with the crush gauntlet on his arm. The other assassin looked on in shock, drawing his blaster, but a couple of legionnaires put him down. Shaking my head, I saw a few clones come out of the shadows, some of them barely wearing armor, mostly covered in bandages, looking around confused at what had just happened. Nodding my head to the clones, I explained, unlike your slave owners, I have principles. Attacking the wounded is not on the menu. Shaking my head, I moved over to the downed Jedi. She had given up trying to stand at my words, collapsing on the ground in relief. I kicked her lightsaber away before nudging her over with my boot, making sure that she was not bleeding out somewhere. She seemed somewhat out of it and probably didn't understand what was going on, so I thought it's the best time to ask her a few questions. You were defending the clones. You put your life at risk to do so. Why? Her face is tattooed with a striking pattern that's only visible from this angle, and I wondered why I noticed it. She shook her head, before saying, they're people under my care. I would not abandon them, even though they told me to run. I nodded my head and pulled my own helmet off, so she could see my face. Hers lit up with a spark of recognition and confusion blazing across her own face. Good. Then you're one of the good ones. You'll get to live. I took a step away from the Jedi, sighing as I looked out at the clones coming out of the shadows, their guns still tightly gripped and pointing towards the ground, rather than at rest, ready to respond in case I made a mistake here. Ignoring the tension in the air, I turned to Shisa and asked, what's the situation in this area? Can we hold it? He shook his head. Negative. Most recent reports indicate that the Republic is massing for a counterattack. We probably could hold this area for an hour, but not much longer. We don't have the troops to watch over these clones. I nodded, looking at my brothers, before saying, all right, gentlemen, here's your choice. You can stay here, wait for the enemy to take this area back, and hope they put you somewhere safer than this location, or you can realize that you're nothing but slaves to the Republic and the Jedi. They're going to use you up and spit you out when there's nothing left for you to give and join me. Those are your choices. You've got about 20 minutes to make up your mind. They're not slaves. The Jedi said incoherently from where she's lying on the ground. They're soldiers of the Republic, people willing to fight for the good of the galaxy. I sighed as I looked down at her. That's the worst part of this war, perfectly good people could be fooled into committing evil acts by clever propaganda. When you realize that your fellow Jedi are using humans as literal droids to fight their war, look up the Mandalorian protectors. Maybe you would like to switch out the Force for the Manda, miss. She looked up at me, angry, before finally giving her name. Barisifi, and they're not slaves. She insisted. Taking a knee, I offered my hands, saying, I'm Sparfet, former slave to the Long Necks. Next time you're around Kamino, ask them what they do with the failed clones. Maybe you'll realize you're not fighting for the good guys on this one, kid. She looked confused, and a bit disturbed. I expected she didn't believe me, but I knew I had planted seeds of doubt. It's all over her face, and the clones around her are looking away too. They know what happens to clones that don't meet the standard. I've given her enough tools and enough info for her to figure it out for herself. I could sense it, she really is one of the good ones. She'd do the right thing and get out of the war. Standing back up, I looked at the crowd. None of my brothers had stepped forward to take my offer, to switch to the Mandalorian side. Most of them looked like they'd rather open fire on me, but are afraid of hitting their Jedi slave master in the crossfire. We're rolling out. Last chance. I offered, trying to be generous. When none answered, I turned and boarded one of the Razor Crests that had landed in the area. It's not surprising that none of them joined. One sickeningly reliable part of the Republic slave program is that they put enough restraints on the clones that they would gladly march to their own death. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. X4. Thus, I worked as hard as I could to get Mondal logistics moving weapons and armor as far as I could get them, as well as increasing the number of transport vessels to take them there. But selling infantry-grade equipment is a reliable yet small fraction of my mistress's profits. While it is only mildly profitable, demand for arms and armor are high and there are plenty of customers, which does add up. However, the most profitable jobs are actually government contracts. And those, well, those are rather interesting because governments have the money to afford to purchase our ships. Several local sector commanders and planetary defense fleets have approached Mondal Hypernautics about buying some of our Crusader-class corvette as screener ships. The droids produced a lot of fighter craft, and it would be in their favor to have something that could counter said fighter craft. Since Quat Drive Yards and Siener Fleet Systems are busy supplying ships for the Republic Navy and Hoersk Kessel supplying the Separatists, Mondal Hypernautics are one of the few independent shipbuilding companies in the galaxy that local defense forces can turn to for new ships. So, we had a lot of contracts coming in, both from the governments of the Republic and private parties who wanted to defend property in their systems. Corellian Engineering and Mondal Motors are also benefiting from this surge of demand. Currently, I have orders for 45 of them, which is more than what Mondal Hypernautics can produce in their own shipyards at a reasonable time frame. So, I had to sublease the contracts to other shipyards to try and get more produced in time. I'd also taken advantage of a recent spending bill that had been passed to propose the construction of a shipyard just over the border from Gargan space. The location is not inside the Mandalorian sector, so it would not be subject to restrictions from the Republic that the rest of the sector faced, theoretically. It's a bit of a legal gray area, but with how slow the courts are, we could operate for decades before a case might be decided. Transport between Gargan and this space-based shipyard would only be a 2-hour jump from hyperspace. While it's theoretically possible for workers to come and go from Gargan, I do plan to build permanent dwellings on the entire station to reduce the need for transiting from Gargan. It would be better to have a Mandalorian workforce who lived on the station, as that would reduce inefficiencies like the 2-hour transit time the workers would do between their dwellings and the new station as well as reduce the risk of the station's discovery by having it be self-sufficient. It was not intuitive to me at the time as my data banks recoiled at the additional costs such dwellings require, but my mistress had explained that capital investments are a necessary price to pay for a greater stratagem of long-term control and a larger sphere of influence. The potential income from this operation is quite lucrative, and the profits from an advanced Mandalorian dockyard would allow us to increase operations and our tempo quite a bit. Some of the plans for the space station that is going to be constructed just over the border included material and room for 2 capital ship-sized dockyards, as well as a dozen smaller shipyards. And those capital shipyards would be quite important in the future, as Mondal Logistics still had the right and capacity to produce the Sundari-class freighter. If we could produce a couple of those, that would make logistics of operations much more effective. Bigger ships meant more things could be moved around for a lower price. Yes, it wouldn't be as good as some of the blockade runners that are needed near the border. But in areas that are theoretically defended, it would be a more efficient alternative, especially since the Republic has a bit of a logistics problem. They needed logistics ships as much as they needed fighting ships, and I am doing the best I could to purchase as many old dungeon ships floating around as possible. Thankfully, the Mandalorian patrol had quite a large stockpile of Kill Tyrant-class ships that they had scavenged from across the sector over the 1,000 years they had been active and were in need of funds. They had quite enough funds that I'd actually taken to hiring the Mandalorian patrol as a bit of an escort fleet for some of the transport ships that were a bit on the slow side, as well as crews from them. Bringing them into the Silver Mandalorian's influence, as far as I could tell, is good for the sector. It's the same as when they were brought into the influence of the new Mandalorians under Duchess Satin. Keeping them out of the hands of other potential rivals, such as the Workers' Council that Tanya railed against so much, and Death Watch, which was apparently reasserting its existence, is important. Those rivals are a bit of a problem that I am worried about. The Communists, as Mistress called them, are a potential new flashpoint that no one had really taken seriously until the events on Tatooine. And now that she'd met their leader, Lilia, Mistress was even more certain that she didn't like them. Mistress cited several examples of failed states, which I had yet to find in my records. It is quite amazing that my mistress has knowledge far beyond anything I could find online or in any records here on Coruscant, and almost had an encyclopedic level of information regarding the times things had gone wrong under this particular variation of a government. I had found a few examples of what I think are communists while searching governments throughout the galaxy, but none of them were ever mentioned by Mistress. Though I didn't know it, her examples did seem to line up with these failed states. I had a list of questions about these inconsistencies and other mysteries, but I am afraid and unsure what to do with them. Maybe when Mistress Tanya is feeling uninhibited or passionate I will dig up more information about them. I looked over at the others as they watched the new Silver Mandalorian show, and they seemed to be enjoying it. I did have many productive discussions between myself and the show's producer on how exactly they were going to produce the show. There had been talks of doing an origin story for the Silver Mandalorian, but telling the origin of such a character right off the bat seemed unlikely to be a successful starting move. There is always a chance that the people who would follow the series had not seen the movie, and so they needed to be introduced to who the Silver Mandalorian is as a character. Thus, the best way to show who the Silver Mandalorian is, at least for the first few episodes, is to show her at work. So that's exactly what they are doing. The young actress, Taylor Palatine, who played the Silver Mandalorian on screen, is being involved in a bust of some of the more illegal operations on Gargan. Of course, it has a little bit of creative writing added in, but it's deemed necessary to keep the show interesting to a wider audience. Granted, the show is mostly fictional as the Silver Mandalorian in the show is bringing down many criminal organizations wholesale and scaring a few of the others straight. In reality, things are quite different, but this isn't reality, this is holovision, and holovision is required to be entertaining. So giving people the idea that my mistress's alter ego is a do-gooder who brought down the bad guys on her planet or scared them straight is important. The important part is showing who the Silver Mandalorian is like, and that is being accomplished. However, by the amount of eye-rolling that Miss Vizsla is making, she's not amused, though Miss Morrison seemed glued to the screen in rapt attention. Hopefully, that is a sign that most people would be interested in the show. The first 3 or 4 episodes are going to be like that first episode, Silver Mandalorian cleaning up the streets and helping to rebuild Gargan into a possible future pleasure world. The next few episodes, where things got somewhat normal as day-to-day life set in, would actually play host to the fake backstory that had been written, a Mandalorian girl who lost her parents due to some rogue Death Watch members after the end of the clan wars. As well as showing her first kill and so on. Different actors for most of those roles, of course, but thankfully the main actress, Taylor, is willing to wear a helmet indefinitely to keep up the mystique of no one knowing her face. One of the main reasons I am supporting the HoloNet show is to draw eyes to Gargan as a possible getaway to enjoy a weekend. It's why I allowed them to film on Mondal Hypernautics property and other subsidiaries. I am hoping the show would draw additional tourism to the planet, which would help with the overall goal of turning the planet into a respectable location inside the Mandalore sector. It would take time, but with a show like this being successful, I hope it would speed up. Gargan, southern city outskirts. Kib. Sithspit, this planet is hot. I said, fanning myself with a device I bought from one of the stores. Sir, it's winter, it's pretty chilly right now. One of the assistants announced in a dull tone. I gave him an evil eye, this planet has no good cloud cover and the atmosphere is very dry. Trust me, for my species, this is hot. My gravelly voice had worn thin over the years of yelling at idiot actors. The assistant shrugged his shoulders before saying, if you say so. I'm still reviewing and checking over the holoreels we've filmed so far. I looked out over the set, wishing I could stand in the shade of the buildings. Unfortunately, we had only been able to get our hands on some abandoned buildings near the south side of town. The less than ideal location meant we had to film from the open plains to keep things in the shot. Currently, Taylor is engaging in what could be best described as a gunfight. The script was rather simple. The Silver Mandalorian is cleaning up her city, eliminating slavers and roving gangs who are involved in selling aliens as slaves. Taking inspiration from a local story about some bounty hunter doing something similar around the same time. Yes, I should probably look them up and get the rights to their story, but let's be fair, you can't copyright a plot about freeing slaves. So I rebuilt the bare essentials of the story from the ground up, and we wrote it for an episode. This fight would be episode 2, I believe, trying to build up the ideals behind the character of the Silver Mandalorian. I didn't have to build up an ideal body, Taylor had been blessed with one that made me regret I'd signed her for this role. When I originally wrote the script for the Silver Rider movie all those years ago, I had not really thought I would do anything more with white silver. So getting someone with a good form for the romantic climax had been at the top of my priority. Now that I had to actually use Taylor as the main actress of the Hollow show, there are some regrets and diplomacy negotiations of exactly how we were going to be filming. Not to mention, with the real white silver actually having money put into it, I had to introduce a bit more Mandu propaganda, or give up this life of easy credits. Sue me, I'd seen some of the armor the surrounding idols were wearing. It would work well as armor for the Hollow. Unfortunately, the droid working for the white silver had installed another droid minder in my editing room. It had talked rather down about that whole subject. Falsifying Mandalorian culture is a rather large affront, which meant real Mandalorian armor had to be procured and fitted correctly to Taylor. I would have probably done better to have gotten just another actress. After all, getting regular Mandalorian armor that was not fitted to Taylor herself would have been a lot easier. But the 3 actresses I'd contacted for possible replacements all asked about showing their faces, which was a problem since white silver had never shown her face. We had no idea if she's a redhead, brunette, blonde, or even human. The only confirmation I had for sure was that she isn't a Twi'lek, as the photos of her during her Hollow speech that had come out over the years would have given that away. However, Taylor is some sort of white silver enthusiast or something. I wasn't really sure what exact term she went by, but the important part is that she's more than willing to keep her face hidden and had even learned some Mandalorian with an accent that was not utterly terrible, apparently. I had attempted to push for a voice acting pay grade for her to save a cred or two, but Taylor herself had caught that change in her contract and almost walked. The upside is that she's willing to actually do the damn stunts. And she apparently spent the last 4 months digging up every little thing about white silver and learning everything she could about them. She's mimicking her rather successfully from what I could see. From the way she carried herself with such confidence to the way she talked, she could pull the white silver act off as far as I could tell. Somewhere along the line, she had actually pulled some actual Mandalorians off to the side, and learned how to fight. When I brought her on, she had been such a horrible fighter, as in not really knowing how to properly throw a punch. My suspicion was that she probably took notes from Thrir Sator. There were rumors that the relationship on the screen had continued off the screen for some time. I don't know if that's true or not. She's a very private person, but she could throw a punch now, as several actors I brought from Coruscant had quit after she went overboard in several stunts. That had been annoying. Then, I realized I didn't have to pay out their full contract thanks to the early termination. So, I went around Gargan looking for new actors among the Mandalorians and managed to scrounge up some good-looking locals who could fill their roles. And that decision brought a bit of fluid realism to the combat that other action shows lack that makes it a unique selling point for the show. Somewhere along the line, the stunts transformed into reenactments. Granted, they were getting paid to take the fall eventually, but they walked away with real bruises from each fight scene. Honestly, some of the local actors are a little too into it, doing their own makeup for gang tattoos and going into detail about how various slavers and gangsters would operate and talk. One of them had even gotten mad that I was giving the wrong direction to one of the actors who was meant to be stabbed in the back during a scene and had corrected me on what sound he should be making. It sounded halfway believable to me, so I left it in. As the last Mandalorian stand-in I hired fell to the ground, having given a damn good fight, next to the other fallen Mandalorians. Cut. I called as the scene ended, Taylor slipping her prop pistol into her thigh holster as the other actors started getting up, maybe at least started pulling their helmets off and moving to go get water from the refreshment area. I waved to Taylor over as I saw the robot coming forward. Well, S4, how was that? Your mistress at Mandal Hypernautics is going to be happy with everything they got so far. I asked. S4 nodded its head before saying, she will be very pleased, though we would wish for a bit more product placement. Oh, and what exactly product placement would you like? This is an alleyway in a dark fight. How exactly are we going to insert propaganda of your starfighter for sale? Oh, quite easily. I'll have some idle posters you can put up in the background, as well as ships that are currently for sale on an available billboard. I'll leave the locations to your discretion, as it doesn't necessarily need to be in this scene per se. I gave the robot a look, but nodded my head. I would have to figure out a place to include a few of those things, but I did speak up, saying, didn't the idols come much later, like a year after White Silver took over? It would be a little fast to have them show up so quickly. The robot thought for a moment before nodding its head in agreement. You're correct. You are the professional, so I will go with your opinion on the matter. Yet. By the way, any chance we can get White Silver to actually come pay us a visit next time she's in town? I would love to have a conversation with her about the whole Geonosis thing, get her side of the story. From what I've heard, she was kind of responsible for saving the Princess of Mandalore, which means I've got to look up actresses to play her. I will put in a message to White Silver and see if they are willing to meet with you within the next few months. S4 focused its optical receptors on me and spoke a bit slower, as if to insult my intelligence. They are very busy, with a heavy schedule, the robot responded. Of course she is. I said with a shake of my head. Besides that, I would not want to force your actress here to partake in anything they're uninterested in. So if you wish to leave that particular portion of the history out, that's fine by White Silver. I looked at Taylor, who shrugged and pulled off her helmet, revealing her dark hair and pale ivory skin. The contrast is made even more extreme by her dark makeup around her eyes and lips. I'm fine with it, she said, noticing my gaze, rechecking her lip and cheek piercings to make sure they had not been knocked askew or were bleeding from the fight she had just been in. Matter-of-factly, she started checking a few other piercings on her face and said, I don't mind playing a role. Besides, I kind of swing that way, so it's fine by me. Perfect, I said, nodding my head. Before stopping and trying to look at her, wait, was that why you were so off during the first filming of White Silver and the Silver Rider? Taylor looked at me and raised an annoyed eyebrow, her red eyes communicating volumes. A glint of light came off her eyebrow piercing. No, I'm just not good yet. No one had asked me to do that before. Hey, okay then. I turned to S4. This is going to be okay with White Silver, right? It shrugged, I will ask her representative and I will let you know their answer. Well, better let them know. The marketing wonks are telling me the whole fight on Geonosis is a popular story, it's going to make sure this thing is a big moneymaker. And if it's as many credits as I think it is, there's a bit of a stipend. I said, actually talking to Taylor by patting her shoulder. She has been good at mimicking her so far, but something tells me if she actually got the chance to meet White Silver, Taylor will elevate her acting to a whole other level, better than you'd believe. I lied, hoping that excuse would work where the previous ones had failed. Associating the real White Silver with the project, and letting the paparazzi see this association, that was what I needed to boost the show's popularity even more. S4 nodded instantly. I will let her know that you are willing to provide a bonus finding fee for this meeting. Excellent, excellent. Now, Taylor, you're going to do one more fight just to make sure we get a good couple of holos. We can cut them up for what's necessary. Will do, boss. She said, slapping her helmet back onto her head. Wonderful. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. X4. I doubt I would be able to assist as much in future seasons, but it's likely that they are now already trying to incorporate some sort of Geonosis storyline. I'm not really sure how I could help with that, although there is quite a bit of information online nowadays that I might be able to forward to them. Particularly, images of the Keldaby kiss White Silver shared with Ms. Morrison that had spilled out all over the place on one forum. One of the newer jobs in my repertoire of things I have to do is to keep an eye on HoloNet forums. Mainly to make sure that if there are any connections being drawn, none of them were being drawn between the Silver Mandalorian and my mistress or any of her crew. So far, that has not happened, thank goodness. The set of groups that were interested in either person tended to stay in different areas. Theorists and Silver Mandalorian enthusiasts sprinkled the side of the forums that looked into the Silver Mandalorian, and so far, their theories ranged from a lost Mandalorian to Jango Fett's illegitimate child. How that had even got started, I did not know. My best guess was that people had simply noticed the timing between the return of Jango Fett to Mandalore and the Silver Mandalorian showing up on Geonosis and simply thought, ah, he must have sent her. Beyond that, there were some theories about Silver Mandalorian being as Eltron because of the rumored relationships they had with at least two individuals so far. Granted, the first relationship was basically based on the movie and not actual evidence presented in the field, but as long as they are confused and looking in the wrong places, that's for the best. There is a rather interesting theory on the forum that had worked out quite a bit of the actual logistic network that Mistress Tanya did run through the identity of the Silver Mandalorian. They had been looking at corporations that had been founded since the book had been published and noticed several of them were working closely with Mondal Hypernautics after it had been taken over by the Silver Mandalorian. It was a risk to have multiple companies quickly integrate Mondal Hypernautics into the fold after it was under new management. However, the benefits of having access to Mondal Hypernautics' industry are deemed to be worth the risk, as we wouldn't have had the Crusader and Kill Tyrant in sufficient numbers to make as big of an impact as we are now if we didn't integrate them into the Mistress's growing economy as soon as we did. This is a general problem, as the first corporation to be founded was after my mistress had left Mandalore for Coruscant. If people were to put two and two together, that might well draw more eyes to a problem we'd rather not have them notice. That being said, I am now looking into possible corporations to buy that existed before Tanya's arrival in the Mandalore sector, simply because if my mistress owned more corporations that started to work with Mondal Hypernautics and other ones under the Silver Mandalorian's influence, it might draw some eyes away from the ones that existed because they had been founded to do the job. I might also have been keeping an eye on some of the older corporations in the Mandalore sector. With Mondal Hypernautics under my management, I had a lot of the shipbuilding industry under my control, theoretically a third of all ships produced in the Mandalore sector. So, if I were to somehow gain control over the shipyards of Kalevala and perhaps even Mondal Motors, well, that would be in favor of Mandalore. Yes, of course, my mistress had spoken of the importance of, what was that term again? the free market and the ability for companies to compete. But there are hundreds of shipbuilding companies outside the Mandalore sector, so combining all three of the major Mandalorian ship companies into one would do quite wonders for profit margins, I think. Not just because of the amount of standardization that could be done, with parts being able to be produced for each company now being on the market for each shipbuilding construction. The Grand Army of the Republic have shown the benefits of having a single supplier for all of their equipment synergize and work together very well with each other. Unfortunately, Mandal Motors is not something I could easily gain control over. The owners of the company are fairly well entrenched in their control. The only way I could theoretically push them out is to buy enough of their stock to get a majority ownership, which could be done, yet it would be ruinously expensive. I would need something to have happened to drive down the price quite a bit before I could make that purchase. Something to make it appear as if the company is on its way out. I will put that idea away in a rainy day fund in case something like that ever happened. After all, with the war between the CIS and Republic going on, there is always a chance that they might step on someone's toes and cause issues. I knew they had managed to get themselves a governmental contract from the Republic to produce tugboats. So, it's not impossible that the Republic might do something that got them on the outs of the Mandalore sector's preferred winners of the war and caused their stock price to plummet a bit. As for the forums that talked about my mistress's civilian life, besides the one that still brought up the video of her fighting that one time, they are rather dull places. Plugging into them right now, I could see that the most interesting thing being talked about at the moment was a photo of my mistress. It was, in fact, a photo of my mistress and Mr. Ordo in their latest battle against the local gang, as I could tell because I had just seen her in that dress and outfit. But apparently, there were some who were saying that the person in that photo is not my mistress, and those that are saying that the photo is genuine are asking plenty of questions about who the man that is with her is. Quite a few people are saying the individual looked rather boring and plain compared to the last one that she had been dating, and a few others are saying that because the person was so plain, that it must not be my mistress. It's a funny galaxy that people wouldn't believe it was my mistress unless she said it herself, as that does make this a bit easier. However, this is a situation that is worth considering. After all, thanks to Ms. Vizsla's latest dalliance while she was White Silver is likely to be considered one who goes after the fairer sex. I issued a general order to the 20 public relations droids I kept on staff to monitor these sorts of things, instructing them to use several accounts to leak information that the man in question was the same one who was with my mistress in her fight against the local gangs months ago, so that people would connect the dots. That would do a wonderful job of cementing in people's minds that my mistress is definitely dating him, and once that happened, it would be one more barrier to believing that Tanya and the Silver Mandalorian were the same person. The situation, then, is well in hand. My droids would make sure that people stayed focused on that fact. One of them is working on what is called a/fiction in order to try and appease people into thinking that it is very well possible that those two are together. I had thought about reprimanding him for how explicit it had been, but if I created a consistent image of preventing that sort of material, people would figure out that a droid is probably responsible for it. So, I let that little story leak and be done with it. I did however request that the droid in question go through a personality evaluation. It would not be the first time a droid had developed a strange curiosity about particular biological acts. Either way, I was about to shut down my link to the HoloNet and focus on other things when I noticed a pop-up in the corner. A message from one of my development teams. Looking through it, I realized that it's a complaint about the fact that there are now 2 rival idol groups on Gargan, which I had not been aware of before. The first is the known one, a rival group put together by the clan Trisan. V. Headshire, their lead singer, had rebranded their new group to the Inferno Crescendos. Their music is more focused on the explosions of combat and nomad movements, with plenty of percussion instruments. According to Ms. Vizsla they are pretty good, and I am half tempted to secretly buy a stake in them to make sure they were successful. Sharing revenue with them is fine. However, this third group is quote-unquote death metal. Setting my mind to it, I try to figure out where they had come from. I thought I was aware of all organizations that were currently attempting to put together idols, being just mine, the Mafia, and no one else. Though, I did have theories that there would be a few more in the coming months. After all, it's preferable to have people focusing their minds on music and not on the war for a calmer and less agitated populace. This new rival group seemed to have come out of nowhere and had purchased a small piece of estate on the borders of Gargan City. I do not know where they had come up with the money, I didn't see in my records. Wait, no, I do see something. The land in question had been purchased under Bo-Katan's name not too long ago. Is Bo-Katan setting up her own rival group? Why? I thought I paid her well enough. Then again, I never did have her sign an exclusionary contract that prevented her from doing her own thing. If she wanted to get into the industry that I had helped craft, I guess that is well within her rights. It's annoying having to compete with a rival as it is certain to cut into the Gargan girl's market share, but oh well. Though it's strange that she has that kind of money, as I paid her well but not well enough to purchase enough land to start construction of an arena for her own idols. Does she have a wealthy sponsor that is paying her to do this, or is she using her own private funds for this endeavor? Clan Kryze is a fairly wealthy clan, so it is not out of the question that Bo-Katan have the funds to pay for it all, as I have never been given access to her accounts as there is no need to. The construction contracts also indicated that other than the arena, there will also be a hotel, although the design is from a much older style. The design is obviously inspired to be a former bunker that had been repurposed for a new use. Much more militaristic than the design used in my own hotel or many of the hotels that had sprung up on Gargan. Perhaps it had something to do with the type of metal they are using, this death metal. I would need to have someone investigate, look into the types of shows they played, maybe get some images of this band. Strange. After a quick search, I did find the name of the band, although it was not exactly helpful in revealing their purpose. The Gargan Girls, of course, were called the Gargan Girls because they were formed in Gargan and are girls. The Inferno Crescendos are called that because they had connections to their history of manufacturing slug throwers as well as their frequent use of pyrotechnical explosions and such for the entertainment of the audience. Their frequent use of explosives resulted in their arena having to be brought up to code 3 times because the building code kept changing, as they pushed the boundary every time. This new rival group is called the Prey Wings. Their costumes are dark and seem to mirror each other, so that if they stood next to each other, it almost looks like they have wings on each side of them. They are slightly different, and their helmets bore the J guys, a common symbol for someone who had accomplished a combat landing. Are those just decorative, or are they former mercenaries like the Gargan Girls? Hard to say. All I could tell is that they preferred a darker coloration with blues on their armor, which is still fairly standard, except for the bits of fluff from their costume additions. Strange. An unknown faction getting into the idol market for unknown purposes and with their own brand of music. I know Mistress has said that this is good for competition and helps drive innovation, but this is mysterious enough that I am worried that there might be something more going on here. I would have to talk to Bo-Katan and maybe put a few agents in the field to see if they could find out anything more about this situation. I'd rather not be taken by surprise if there is some unknown entity trying to gather money for a corporate takeover of the Silver Mandalorian's holdings. That would not serve us well and would probably be a sign that the Sis are trying to gain influence in the Mandalore sector, which is something we needed to prevent. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Tanya Kryze. I watched the latest in a long line of ongoing threats to the Republic on the Republic's HoloNet news on the view screen in my office. The Malevolence, a ship with a massive ion cannon of some sort that could disable an entire group of capital ships. This is a monster of capability and battlefield control, with possibly a droid factory on board, though the latter is more speculation than fact at this point. Onboard droid fabrication presented significant strategic challenges that the Republic had no immediate answer for. Some of the more fearful factions are saying that we need to surrender, though they are a small minority in the Senate, they do exist. The ship is actually on the move in the general direction of the core, and the Republic is scrambling to find some way to deal with it. How long would it take for them to strike the final blow to destroy that ship? I didn't know, but I had a feeling it would be very soon, simply because the Sis is making a rather familiar mistake to me, one that anyone who has studied history recognizes. The Malevolence is acting like the Bismarck, it's attempting to be a massive raider ship, destroying all supplies moving along major thoroughfares to the core. But somehow, along the way, it lost all its escorts, or maybe it never had any, so it's now vulnerable. No doubt the Republic would figure this out soon enough and launch some sort of attack to stop it. In the process, they could probably gain a new ship out of the whole deal, as they were already acquiring a large number of ships. Sighing, I shook my head, still surprised by how easily everyone went into full war mode the moment things escalated. Ships are being built at some of the major shipyards throughout the core, and more clones were appearing all over the place. How many soldiers they could produce so quickly, I did not know, though I guessed 10 years did give them quite a bit of stockpile. Still, it seemed odd to me that they were able to produce that number of soldiers. I had tried to poke around and learn where the money for the clone army and its current naval capacity had come from. After all, if the Senate hadn't ordered it, someone had to have done it, yet my efforts seemed to have been halted. A mysterious benefactor, that apparently no one seemed to have an issue with, had obviously funded the creation of this army. They had done it with the help of a Jedi, sure, but still, was no one concerned that we just had a clone army pop out of nowhere in a fleet not too long after that? Well, to be fair, I'm sure someone is concerned, but at this moment, no one is actively conducting an official investigation with the war in full swing. No one is considering the aftermath of the war and what they were going to do with said clone army, either. Whoever created this had turned the Republic into one of the largest slave-owning organizations in the galaxy, competing with the Hutts. This is eroding the moral high ground the Republic needed to get through this war and find some sort of peaceful conclusion. I'm sure once this is over, and they had to deal with deciding what to do with the clones, they would investigate who is responsible for the creation of the clone army and try to pin all the crimes they had committed on them. But until that inevitable conclusion of the war happened, it was unlikely that there would be any progress on finding out who is responsible for the creation of this army and navy, even though if the war had never happened, well, if the war had never happened, there would be a quite sizable private army and navy writing about that could have influenced events throughout the galaxy. At least there are signs that the war might end soon. Through a random series of events, Padme had been involved in the capture of Newt Gunray. The man, the myth, the moron is now on his way to the core to be dealt with, at least assuming nothing happened along the way. The Sis knew we had captured him, so it's very likely that they would do something. What exactly that something is still up in the air, but it would most likely be a pain in everyone's collective rear when it happened. Perhaps they would bring their malevolence around to fire on the ship carrying him, perhaps not. Either way, a contingent of the senatorial guard was sent with him, which did not bode well for the situation in my mind. The fact that the boys in blue are involved should have been a big win. After all, they are supposedly the best trained officers and military personnel from across the galaxy. But the fact of the matter was, and had always been, is that they are now very well known to be corrupt and not to be trusted, since a corrupt agency would most likely internally promote and reward misbehavior. They could be planning to break him out at this very moment for a sizable reward, for all I know. The more I considered it, the more probable the idea became. My dark thoughts were interrupted by a knock on my door, causing me to look up and away from my view screen. Enjais is standing there with a smile, not wearing the Royal Guard uniform but instead a rather handsome-looking suit, and he said, "Rides here, Tanya." I brushed my hair off my shoulders and got up from my seat, happy to be out of the realm of politics for the rest of the night. My position as a representative didn't exactly allow me to do much yet. Oh, sure, I would be attending the gathering to set up the Neutrality Council, but everything I did is in service to the Senator, and Prince Merrick cast votes and made the final decisions. As far as I could see, he's going to be in that position for the rest of the war, so all I could do is advise him on my opinion. So, I'm simply worrying over something I had no control over. I sighed and brushed off my dress. Taking a night off to do something else is probably for the best, allowing my mind to decompress and be able to think clearly on subjects when needed. This is why, when Chancellor Palpatine had offered me tickets to an opera, I had not said no. The only problem, of course, is that it's a pair of tickets and I needed to bring a +1, but that is not a bad situation. Chancellor Palpatine would be in the same building, making it probably the most secure building in the Republic. So, I didn't need a lot of guards tonight. I only needed Enjais. He's more than enough protection for such a night, and it would give me the chance for a conversation in private with the Chancellor. I wanted to see if I couldn't learn anything useful for the next series of votes coming next year. He has access to a lot more paperwork than I did, as well as having the clearest picture of what is going on in the galaxy as a whole. Plus, I wondered what the actual outlook of the war actually was. Propaganda is on the rise, I could see that quite easily. Pretty soon, I suspected that most of the news would be so slanted towards a radical pro-republic position that any senator who stayed too long on Coruscant would inevitably absorb some of it if they simply took the news at face value. Then they might mistakenly assume that either we are winning or we are losing, depending on who they listen to. And that's assuming that the Senate, in its glorious wisdom, didn't decide to vote for active censorship. My opinion of the Senate is dropping precipitously. The vote to give Chancellor Palpatine emergency powers kind of showed that they generally didn't have the ability or the motivation to run the government. The Senate would rather have someone else do it, which meant they are more in favor of an authoritarian figure. I don't know if Palpatine would exploit the situation and become that authoritarian figure. Yes, I had my issues with some of the political scheming. He had obviously done some to get his position, but power abhors a vacuum, someone had to become Chancellor. Perhaps my theories from a few years ago about a general bringing an army from the Outer Rim back to take over the government would happen. After all, a few years ago it was impossible for that scenario to happen as there was no Republic army that could be used for such an effort. The closest figure was Tarkin with his command of the Republic Outland Region's security force. Of course, he had stepped down before that could become an issue. However, he's now one of the most well-respected officers in the Republic's navy. There are several clone legions and armies spread out across the frontier, trying to fight billions of battle droids. Supported by thousands of warships. A figure like Tarkin could turn about very quickly and with few that would challenge him. Shaking my head, I tried not to think about that as I said, "Enjais, you're looking rather well suited tonight." With a smile, I came up next to him as he presented an arm for me to take. Enjais smiled and said, "Got in contact with a friend of Toby's who owns a suit shop in his home world. Got me a good price for this," he said, causing me to smile. "Good price for a good suit. It really shows off your broad shoulders. Why am I spouting colloquialisms?" I thought, trying to ignore the flush on my face as I said that. My brain could say some funny things when I am not in complete control and just running on instinct, and that is flying stupid. Enjai's own face seemed to flush a bit before he said, "Thanks, Tanya. I'm glad you like it." Nodding, I said, "Well, we better get going. I'm sure the show won't wait for us." "Yes, of course," he said, leading the way down the hall into the main room where we met with guests. On the couch were Toby and Vi, cuddled up next to each other, as the holovision is playing reruns of The Silver Rider. On a nearby chair is Morrison, who's watching the show with some interest, and in a corner are Castle and Mock, who are cleaning their staves. At the kitchen counter, Skida and Captain Strook are having a chat about something. They were all busy with their own things, but they noticed us on our way out, and Vi waved, saying, "Later, Tanya. Too bad you had to get these tickets tonight, you're going to miss the new episode." I smiled and said, "I'll catch it later, I'm sure you'll record it." "Well, that's a given, yeah," Vi said, "but I meant the other new episode, you know, the new TV series, The Silver Mandalorian." I stopped and turned, looking at her in confusion. Silver Mandalorian is getting a TV show? How come I didn't hear about this until just now? X4, who's standing in the corner, said, "It was in a report about 3 months ago, mistress. Filming started around the same time." I blinked. I would say more, but Morrison is looking up now, and I still had not revealed that tidbit of information, especially with the current series of events that Vi had unleashed by sharing a Keldaby kiss very publicly under the identity of White Silver. For now, I simply shook my head and said, "Well, I'll have to watch that when I get back." Wondering what I had missed and what was in that report. I'm sure X4 is somehow responsible for it. I had given him permission to deal with that situation before, and I'm sure he'd come up with something rather creative, as he intended to do. But I was completely out of the loop on it and am now paying for it with my confusion. After saying my goodbyes to the others, I stepped outside with Njais and made our way to the elevator. Once we arrived at the parking lot, there were several vehicles to choose from. Excess money meant I needed to invest it somehow, and having a small fleet of vehicles for my staff, so they could get things done, made sense. Plus, buying another fleet of vehicles had appeased the Duchess a bit about the paint incident, as I wouldn't be wandering the streets of Coruscant or Sundari on foot anymore. Also, appearing to be an individual looking for the best for the Mandalore sector while also spending a little money to have a fun time is a great way to ward off the hounds that might be sniffing around about what I did in my spare time, especially the Silver Mandalorian stuff. For tonight, we chose a blue-colored speeder that had been purchased some time ago after we had returned from the adventure to Geonosis. It has good speed, and as Njais got in behind the seats, I took the seat across from him. Starting off, we began driving and heading towards the opera, and I tried not to think about just how disorganized the speedways of Coruscant are. Flying cars is a bad idea. Flying cars on Earth is a really bad idea, so flying cars here is a really bad idea too. The number of near misses and almost accidents that happened as we tried to drive from the district we lived into the district that housed the opera house would probably give my life insurance agency nightmares. It was one of the reasons I had not bothered to learn to drive in this life. Sure, if we were on a planet that had a vehicle that's surface-bound, I could drive that by relying on memories from my past lives with no issue. But this isn't really driving, this is flying. And yes, my second life allowed me to learn to fly, but that is personal flight. I am not trained to fly a vehicle through the streets of Coruscant. Like with fashion, I felt like learning to pilot civilian craft is like growing my skills in the wrong direction. I had plenty of other things that I needed to do. And on that note, it's a similar situation when it comes to piloting space vehicles. Yes, it probably would be novel to learn it, but I had plenty of other things I needed to do, and I have plenty of people like Njais who could do the job for me. Oh, I'll admit that it would have been a smoother drive if I am wearing my jetpack. The Coruscanti air stunk of industrial chemicals, and Njais fought several road-raging maniacs who nearly hit us just for driving a little bit into their lane. I was bumped into Njais once or twice as we had to avoid these crazed maniacs before we finally arrived at the opera. Relieved, I started to pull myself out of my seat before Njais said, "Here, let me help." Getting out on his side of the vehicle and coming around to open the door and offer me a hand. I eagerly grabbed Njais' hand and said, "Thank you." As I stumbled from my craft, I still tried to remember my manners and act like the princess I am. Grabbing my purse from the seat once I'm out, Njais gave the keys to a Twi'lek valet, who went to move our car to one of their parking areas and took a ticket, so we could get our car back. From there, arm in arm, we moved up the stairway past several other crowds and people going up to the opera. I noticed then that, although this is supposedly a regular event, there were quite a few political functionaries here. I wondered if perhaps Palpatine had given those tickets out to a lot of potential political allies. After all, nothing gets a vote more than bribery, and what better way to not really be accused of bribery than to hand out gifts of an opera performance? There's also a large crowd of paparazzi taking pictures. I tried to keep my head down and hoped no one would recognize me. I'm wearing a green dress that did a lot to show off my hips, and I left my shoulders bare. My hair had been done up instead of being pulled back into a ponytail or let loose to hang over my shoulders. I hoped I wouldn't be that recognizable. Admittedly, I guess it wouldn't hurt for people to recognize me, but I'm always a bit paranoid about people recognizing me, probably ever since the whole fight a few years back. Getting unwanted attention is not needed for my profession. Trying to appear inconspicuous, I held Njais' arm closer and leaned into him, hoping that people would just not notice and assume that Njais is an actual, albeit unknown, celebrity, and I am just an accompanying woman, thus making it harder for people to recognize me. Once we were through the front door, the crowd of paparazzi could no longer see us, so I returned to a more reasonable position as we moved through the opera house. It had many floors and many private rooms. Thankfully, we only had to go up 2 floors and down the hall past 7 rooms to find where we would be. Taking a seat, I noticed that Palpatine had yet to arrive. He's probably busy with some sort of emergency. Oh well, he would either show up later, and we would have a conversation, or not. Either way, I could sit here and enjoy this night off with Njais, trying not to think about the politics that I would be involved in tomorrow. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Vivictus Vizsla. Well, that episode was not what I was expecting. Tabi said, with my arm around his shoulder as we walked down the steps from the tower. Now you can say that twice. I said with a shake of my head before adding, I thought they would have delved deeper into the orphan storyline, but it's just a continuation of the movie pretty much. Tabi nodded, his arm seemed to find its way further down my shoulder, bringing me closer. Yep, but I'm sure the next episode will be better. Plus, I think it's just that we know most of these storylines, so it sounds like old hat to us. Yet, I said, shaking my head, as we walked down to the level and tried to decide on what car we'd take tonight. With Tanya and Njais off on their date, it's time for us to do something by ourselves. After all, what's the point of having a boyfriend if I don't go out and have some fun with him? I'm thinking about going to the club that we visited a while back. Lots of alcohol, plenty of fun music, and no worries of any problems occurring. At least that was my thought until I heard a voice behind me say, "What do you mean? You know the rest of the story." Both of us froze, turning our heads to look and see Key standing there with a basket of laundry, obviously having come down to the laundromat just across from the car park of the tower. Smiling, I said, "Well, you know Tanya pays attention to the story of the Silver Mandalorian, so we read a lot of her exploits too when we have free time." Key raised an eyebrow before shaking her head and heading towards the laundry room. I sighed, happy to have her gone, as she had obviously not figured out what was going on this time from my mistake. I turned to look at the cars again before Tabi thought for a moment and said, "Maybe we should invite Key to come along." I raised an eyebrow and looked at him, confused, before he said, "Listen, sooner or later you are going to have to bring her in on the whole Silver Mandalorian thing, and if you guys don't have a good friendship by then, it's going to be kind of weird. It's better for you two to be friends, so she's okay with the fact that you gave her that little helmet-to-helmet kiss, than for you to barely know each other and be weirded out by the whole concept that you gave her a kiss like that instead of Tanya." A good point, I said, shaking my head. "Besides, we can probably drop a few hints, so she's not as confused when we finally reveal it to her." "Exactly," Tabi said, patting my shoulder before he moved to go pick up a car. I stood there at the side of the stairs, waiting for Key to come back. I said, "Hey Key, we were just thinking, do you want to join us on our little trip tonight?" She looked at me, confused, before saying, "I thought you two were going on a special date or something." I smiled and said, "Well, that's for later, but we're just going to go drinking first, have a little party, dancing, that sort of thing." Key looked down at herself before finally sighing and saying, "I guess, but I'm not really dressed for this kind of thing." Noting that she's wearing rather frumpy brown-colored clothing, I nodded and said, "Oh, that's easily solved." As I moved up next to her and put my arm under hers. "You're about Tanya's size, I think we can find some of her clothing for you. Are you sure that's an okay idea?" She said as I guided her up the stairs, rather assertively, back up to the residential part of the tower and opened the door. "It's fine. Tanya has me buying her clothing all the time, even has some matching mine, just so we can switch off once in a while. Oh, that reminds me, we need to get you some similar stuff that Tanya has, just so we can pull that sort of thing." "You two switch off?" Key asked, arching an eyebrow. I smiled at her and said, "Yep, all the time. You wouldn't believe how many times we've had to pretend for each other. It keeps people guessing about what she's up to." Wait a moment. That time she was caught on camera with Tabi that was all over the news a few years back, was that you and Tabi? I smiled before saying, "Well, I can't exactly comment on that, not yet at least." The last bit of that sentence came out a little strangled, as I didn't want to lie to Key. After all, that particular incident that she's referring to was the first time White Silver had shown up, and if I said yes, that would sooner or later confirm it. If I said it the way I did now, hopefully, she would figure it out on her own eventually. Opening the door, I let her into the main hallway and back into Tanya's room, where I said, "Pick something out from inside that closet that fits. I'm sure there'll be something in there that works for you." Letting out a sigh, Key did as I said and went into Tanya's closet. After a few minutes, she returned with a rather nice top and short skirt. "Will this work?" she asked, holding them up, and I nodded, saying, yes, the place isn't too formal, so that'll be perfect. Maybe some knee-high socks too? I suggested, leaning over and pulling out a pair from Tanya's closet and tossing them to her. She nodded and took the items into the bathroom while I sat on the end of Tanya's bed. I waited a few moments before I heard Ki coming back out, now dressed as a pretty convincing look-alike for Tanya, showing off quite a bit of leg between the knee-high socks, the green skirt, and sleeveless top. I feel exposed. She complained, her cheeks warming slightly. I shook my head as I got up and put my arm around her, saying, you look like a girl ready to have some fun. Don't worry, I'll watch after you. I said, guiding her towards the exit of Tanya's room. Are you sure Tanya will be fine with me dressed like her? She won't be mad? She asked tentatively. It'll be perfectly fine. After all, you should get used to doing this kind of job. I'm sure you'll have to step in as her once or twice before the next adventure. The next adventure? Ki said with emphasis, looking at me curiously. I coughed, saying, you know, like Geonosis. Yeah, but as far as I'm aware, that's the only adventure Tanya has been on. As far as you're aware. I said with a nod, continuing to walk her by the main room and out into the hall leading to the elevator and the stairs down to the garage park. What other adventures has she been on? Ki asked. Now that would be telling. I teased. That's not fair. Ki exclaimed with a huff. I shrugged before commenting, the galaxy's not fair, but the important part is that you'll learn of it sooner or later. Tanya should be the one to tell you of all her indiscretions. Indiscretions? Ki gave an odd eyebrow raise, and I smiled, knowing I said something that's just odd enough to get her interested. Sooner or later, she would start poking at it, and Tanya would have to do something, which was better than the current situation. I did wonder how we were going to bring her in on this thing. Telling a girl that, hey, I'm the White Silver, and yet, she is too is going to be an odd conversation, that's for sure. Hopefully, I could dump all of that for Tanya to deal with. After all, explaining why I had kissed her is going to be annoying if I was the one who had to do all the planning. I'd rather have to explain that afterward, saying, oh, I thought that would be something Tanya would do, than any other better explanation. Looking around, I saw that Tabi had gotten a car, and I quickly guided Ki to it, loading her into the back and sitting next to Tabi as he turned it on. We started our trip down a few levels and over a few miles to the same bar that Tabi, Tanya, and Njais had frequented before. We arrived at a parking lot, locked up the car, and stepped out, heading out into the street above. Tabi, being his usual self, put his arm around me and an arm around Ki to keep us close and safe at hand as we made our way up the steps, just as we had fought some gangsters the last time we had been here. We quickly found ourselves back in the same line, and I took note of some interesting differences compared to the last time we were here. Last time, there had been a wide variety of species from across the Republic, but now it looked like they're about 50% human, 50% not, which was odd and more noticeable now for some reason. I had noticed that there were a lot more anti-separatist commercials paying a bit too much attention to the fact that they were mostly alien in nature, but I didn't really think much more beyond that. After all, Mandalorians are a culture, not a species. We didn't care about that kind of silliness, we only cared about if you could fight. And if you can fight for your freedom with the Mandalorians. The other thing I noted is that almost every single person here has a vambrace. They're in various designs and colors, but they are vambraces of Mandalorian design, or at least close to it. Listening in, I heard one group talking about how their vambraces were from a company here on Coruscant that's trying to market the trend by building their own variants. Which is interesting to know. I knew Tanya had taken an interest in it last time, so I would make sure to bring it up to her when I talked to her. After all, what else is a handmaiden supposed to do but serve as her eyes and ears when she's out and about? The other thing I noticed is there were more cameras around, which is new. This part of town is rather secure, but here they are, cameras watching the sidewalks and the street. Perhaps it's to prevent the gang fights that had happened before. No, that couldn't be it because, as I looked around, I noticed there's an increased presence of Coruscant police and the new clone troopers who were helping them. The red armored shock troopers, or whatever they were called, are walking around and seemingly trying to make themselves friendly to the people, it felt like. Tanya had already talked about this a while back. She assumed it was an effort to try and humanize the clones among the population of Coruscant. After all, if they are out fighting the droids on the frontier, it's likely they would be thought of as nothing better than droids. Though I did question if that would actually work, considering there are droids walking around Coruscant doing the exact same kind of work. Shaking my head, I focused back on the bar as we got closer and closer, only stopping when I saw a flash from someone who took a picture of themselves and blinded me for a moment. I had to shake my head to clear my vision, but once that was done, we found ourselves at the front of the line and could enter safely. It's time to have a little fun and get to know Ki better, helping her get to know us and prepare her to understand the reveal when that finally happened. Chapter 47. 717 FNM, 21 BBY. Month 1. Coruscant, Galaxy's Opera House. Sheev Palpatine. The crowd is enraptured by the performance of the Telosian actors on stage as the fancifully dressed lot played out some overly melodramatic drama that, quite frankly, is beneath the prestige of this opera house. The war had made a great many of the legendary acts across the galaxy stay home for safety, so second-rate performances like this are given center stage to perform to the elite of the Republic. I glanced to my right at the young representative from Mandalore. Tanya looked impassively at the performance even as the young man she had with her looked, like the majority of the audience, entranced by the spectacle. Spectacle, if there's one thing I have to grant the Telosians, it's that they knew how to put on a show. As well as how to shout, cry, and whisper into hidden microphones. The hollow emitters and other such equipment that they had brought for the performance is also top quality. Yes, I had to praise the spectacle since it is the only redeeming quality of the utter dreck I am being exposed to. It's quite the performance. I ventured to Tanya, my voice scarcely carrying to her ears alone with just a slight application of my true craft. Very impressive effects. Tanya replied softly after a moment to consider. I felt a smile grace my face. Of course, she could see it, after all. It lacks fidelity, not much beyond the masks and pretty outfits. I whispered with a smile on my face. That's because the story does not know what it wants to say. I understand what they are trying to show with the story. It's an inversion of the first act and is clearly a deconstruction of the narrative, but the chase scene is nonsensical, and the casino scene was just pointless. She explained flatly, as she crossed her arms. Oh? But it looks amazing. I challenged. This is Coruscant, looking good is the bare minimum we should expect. She countered. The crowd appears to love it. Until they have time to think about it afterwards. Tanya predicted as she glanced in my direction. I do appreciate the invitation, however. You are more than welcome, we are friends after all, are we not? She seemed to contemplate that for a moment before nodding. Of course. At least we can enjoy the theatrics of the night. Tanya resolved. I agreed and leaned back into my seat. Theatrics, yes, that was perhaps the most important element of any story. It's not what is said but how it is said that matters to the galaxy. That your argument, your position, and your life is presented with the right tempo, the correct moment. Most people think in narratives. I began. Cycles of growth, failure, and then rising to the occasion, or that groups are always predisposed to playing the same role. Noble defenders of law and justice, violent agents of chaos and nomadic crusaders waiting for a great mind to band them together. Turning away as I felt her heart quicken and her brilliant mind dance about in furious thought, her head tilted slightly to one side in confusion. I don't know what you mean. Tanya lied, in an attempt to misdirect me into explaining my tangent. I don't mean to pry into your business, Tanya. I lied. But the Republic has these agencies, you see, they can be somewhat overzealous at times. In truth, the Republic intelligence agencies were utterly ignorant of a great many things relating to the modest ascendancy of Mandalore and the establishment of the so-called Council of Neutral Systems. I stay well within the bounds of the law. Tanya lied again. And so does Mandalore. I am aware that our self-defense force has drawn overwrought criticism, however. I offered her a sympathetic look. I am sorry to spoil an evening like this, Tanya, but I did want to have a chance to talk to you without the risk of anyone overhearing. She seemed taken aback, but I could not sense hostility from the young woman. I understand how hard you have worked for a future for Mandalore, but as your home recovers, the ignorant and the malicious elements within the Senate turn their attention to your people. It's just quite an unexpected thing to hear. Tanya said eventually. We've done nothing unreasonable, nor are we acting belligerently. Have you been approached? Her sharp eyes met my own and I nodded. The Senate will no doubt begin expressing their unfounded fears more and more as your people recover economically and gain the capacity to defend yourselves. I cannot argue in your corner from my position, but I can delay hostile legislation and debate. Thank you. Tanya said quickly. Let's hope that such unwarranted concerns don't reach the Senate floor, however. Of course. I agreed. My plans were always in flux to some degree, to accommodate the shifting nature of the force, but Mandalore was not a requirement for the outcomes I was maneuvering towards. The obvious path forward is to allow the Republic to wallow in its fear and hate until the Senate simply openly voted for an invasion, allowing for the pacification of the Mandalorians with the rise of my empire. Or have Dooku invade Mandalore, giving ample reason for the Republic to liberate it from their oppressors and integrate them into the empire. In that scenario, I could even keep Tanya around as a subjugated governor if things progressed smoothly. There are many possibilities. I can't imagine how difficult it is to fight so hard to bring the Mandalorians together in the face of an unsympathetic Republic. Not entirely unsympathetic. Tanya quickly offered, effortlessly currying favor with me in the charming way she often did. You are too kind. But it is a sad fact that the Republic is not what it once was. Disunity and corruption has crippled this once great institution. It's at times like this when people look to capable men and women to lead them through the darkness. We live in interesting times. Tanya agreed, softly. Interesting, yes, very interesting indeed. I shared a laugh with Tanya. I'll do my best to stay the course, to be a rock for the disunified republic to anchor itself to. In the interest of universal popularity, of course, an impossible and endless task. Trying to act as the reasonable middle ground just means that both sides can attack you. Tanya huffed, earning a genuine laugh out of me. Very true. Very true. We turned back to the performance as the climax of the second act took place. Shortly afterwards during the intermission, her young male companion leaned over to tell her he was going to use the refresher before leaving Tanya and I in the capable hands of the senatorial guards with a polite nod. He is a handsome young man. I probed, earning a blush from Tanya. I suppose he is. She replied. I found her hesitation revealing. She found my ordinary observation unexpected, so what other qualities was she focused on? I contemplated probing more but decided against it. Her relationship with the man would be useful later, or it would not, truly it made little difference. Young love is a precious thing in these trying times. Alas, I was talking to the young Master Skywalker. I played the part of a sheepish old man, it was one of my favorites. Ah, never mind. He is a friend of yours? Tanya asked. I knew you had spoken now and then. I knew him when he was a boy, before he joined the Jedi Order, on Naboo. I smiled as Tanya looked genuinely interested and continued. Apparently he is unusually powerful in the Force, but the Jedi Order at the time did not want to take him in. When someone grows too old, the Jedi often turn them away, regardless of the power and potential they might have had as a Jedi. I did not know that. Master Kenobi became his master, however. Tanya asked. Yes, it was shortly after the unfortunate events on Naboo that I am sure you must have heard about. She nodded. My understanding of the situation was that one Master Qui-Gon Jinn wanted to train Anakin, but he was tragically killed by a Sith. I don't know if that part is in the official reports I have read. Yes, well, the Jedi wanted to keep any news of the Sith away from the public. They reasoned that the galaxy would respond poorly to a rival to the Jedi becoming active once more. Tanya let out a short laugh at that. Yes, I can imagine the justification. A Jedi I spoke to had acted rather surprised when I described the unfortunate events on Geonosis as a theological dispute. Now that is a humorous turn of phrase. But of course, you are Mandalorian. Your people know much about the Jedi and Sith as your people have been involved on both sides. I said, and Tanya nodded. The corners of Tanya's mouth twitched upward in a slight smile. Our understanding, she began, leaning back in her chair and unconsciously crossing one leg over the other, differs somewhat from the rest of the galaxy. Mandalorian scholars propose that we possess a more impartial viewpoint on the Force, in addition to our knowledge of the extraordinary capabilities demonstrated by both the Jedi and the Sith. Her tone was even, her words measured. Her demeanor spoke of Mandalorian strength, tempered with the rare wisdom of someone who understood the Force's complexity without having touched it. The Force was not just a tool or weapon, but a divine power with myriad interpretations. As Mandalorians, we don't necessarily perceive the Force as a moral dichotomy of good and evil. Rather, we approach it as a theological matter. It is a being entwined with the very fabric of existence. It is a confluence of both order and chaos, closer to stagnation and growth? Basic does not have the right words for it, and much of our works detailing the Force are written in Mandaue. The Jedi would prefer to be seen as the only authority on the Force. I interjected, as Tanya took the conversation beyond the furthest goal I had in mind for tonight. I am sure they would, yes. Tanya said with a dismissive laugh. I, too, saw what Dooku could see in the young woman now. Our conversation ended on schedule, as I felt the return of her companion and she returned her focus to the gift he was carrying. I even recognized the familiar small box of rather expensive chocolates that the young lady took with glee just as the third act was about to begin. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Tanya cries. Sipping my glass of wine, I gaze out my window towards the cityscape and night sky of Coruscant as I couldn't help but consider my busy schedule ahead of me. There's going to be a large meeting between some of the major groups that I had managed to wrangle together for the CNS tomorrow at the Arcanian Tower. There will be a lot of items on the initial agenda that needs to be discussed and nearly as many speakers on the docket. Theoretically, the CNS is only supposed to serve as an escape hatch. We're not getting involved in this war sort of thing, but some of the initial members had more interesting ideas. From the preliminary agenda I had approved, some of those topics would be discussed tomorrow. It's becoming more urgent by the day that an official document is signed and put into effect. However, there are some that are dragging their feet in an effort to add on things that aren't necessary for the organization's existence. Politics, you might call it. I'm working to resolve those blockers, though. Most of the less popular additions would be pushed to the side for further study, so that the core charter and resolutions continued to move along. Chancellor Palpatine's warning about how the Senate's disapproval of Mandalore staying neutral would likely erupt into outrage once the CNS has officially been signed into existence. The pundits would likely use this as ammo to raise their viewer count by claiming that the CNS is just a second separatist movement, while conveniently ignoring the fact that we clearly stated that we would return to Republic authority once hostilities are over. We'd likely be taxed to high heaven, like what happened to Spain in WW2, but it shouldn't ruin our economy and population as badly as being directly involved in the war would do, especially if we get invaded. In more recent news, the CIS, or at least member states of the CIS, had used bioweapons on the planet and moons of Naboo. The bioweapon used on Naboo had been safely defused without causing too many problems, but the one on the moon apparently had killed off an entire colony. It was straight-up genocide, committed by powers within the CIS that are galvanizing members of the Republic against them. It's obvious why these attacks happened. Naboo is the home planet of the current Chancellor. But that didn't change the fact that it was an ecological disaster and a monstrous act that held no strategic value. From history, I knew that terror bombing civilian targets doesn't work. German cities were bombed every day and night by the Allies, yet it took the Russians occupying Berlin for the Third Reich to surrender. Yet, it seems the separatists are falling into the same trap of sowing fear among the populace so that they would rebel against their own government and sue for surrender. Instead, the collateral damage merely hardens their will to resist with spite, wasting a lot of resources to develop weapons that attack targets that have no military value that could have been repaired fairly quickly, and it is just needless suffering inflicted on the civilians caught in the attack. It didn't work against the Germans and Japanese, it didn't work against the Vietnamese and the North Koreans, and it wouldn't work against the Republic. I dropped tonight's empty wine bottle into the recycling bin, while I rolled a question that has been on my mind ever since I heard the news. It still isn't clear who authorized this attack. Count Dooku and the separatist government claimed that they didn't order that attack, but that didn't change the fact that it still happened on their watch by someone from their side. So, most unaligned governments in the galaxy are generally turning against the CIS as more and more atrocities are committed. It's difficult to remain neutral when one side has committed genocide multiple times. Sipping the dregs of wine in my glass, I considered the fact that these apocalyptic attacks are galvanizing the galaxy against the CIS much better than anything the Republic ever did. It's like they are trying to get everyone in the galaxy to hate them or something. Granted, the Republic also had done their fair share of atrocities, the Excision is a fairly familiar example. But the CIS are committing atrocities now, on multiple occasions, and thus attracted the ire of the galactic community. One ongoing crisis that has further galvanized the galaxy against the CIS was the situation on Relith. Early into the war, Relith's system was seized, and a puppet government installed by an occupying droid army. This was obviously protested by the senator of Relith, Orn Free Taa, in the Senate because it would mean that he would be out of a job as the puppet government would secede Relith from the Republic. Before the crisis, Relith's government had shown interest in joining the Neutral Council. Unfortunately, it is now impossible to do since the planet is under CIS control and engaged in military efforts to resist the puppet government. However, even if they had joined the CNS before they got sieged, they are on the other half of the galaxy. The CNS can't defend their territory even if Relithians restore control of their system. Now, Relith has devolved into a guerrilla war, as the Relith resistance fights against the droid occupation. To the rest of the galaxy, the CIS appears helpless and harsh, since they were unable to maneuver around General Ima Gundy's men on the surface of the planet. At least Orn Free Taa had come out in support of neutral systems. No doubt in a vain hope that once the Republic tossed the CIS off Relith, they could join the neutral systems. I find that very unlikely, since I doubt the Republic would give away the Relith system after spending lives and resources to retake it. Its position allowed them to cut the CIS in the south in half, so there's no way they would ever abandon their military installations. And once you have another faction's military installation on a planet, you aren't qualified to be a member of the CNS. Having Republic troops using your planet for any reason takes away the ability to claim neutrality. That being said, just because they aren't officially going to be part of the CNS didn't mean I wouldn't do something for them. With TAA supporting the CNS, that lowers the chance that a damaging bill for the CNS gets voted into being. So I returned the favor by supporting the Republic's actions on Relith. Granted, as a representative, my influence is very limited, but I do have my ways. As White Silver, I had a few more cards to play, organized supply runs, aid relief, and other sources of food to be transferred to the planet. Help the civilian population that had been displaced, and maybe get a few of them out while they could. The mercenary corps I had set up were also transferring people to the planet in small numbers, mainly trainers and a bit of armor. Thankfully, the planet already had a bit of a stockpile of armor designed for them. Due to our previous connections to Mandu Logistics, it was one of X4's side projects. So putting together a fighting force will not be that hard. There is some sort of issue between Orn Free Taa and the predominant Relith resistance leader, Acham Syndulla, but I didn't take a close look into the interplanetary politics that much. The important part is that they are both fighting for the same thing. It didn't matter how it got there or what the shape of the political world looked like after the war was done. In order to aid in these efforts, I told Mandalore Hypernautics to look into a blockade runner design, something that could slip through the blockades that the CIS are trying to keep up and running around Relith. Currently, we depended on lancers and other freighter vessels that we managed to get our hands on to break through, as well as just skilled pilots that we could recruit. But even then, there is a chance the vessel would be caught and destroyed or captured, so we needed something better. And surprisingly, something better had been found, though it infuriated the creator of the Crusader-class corvette. While looking through the designs, I realized that the Crusader class has the most powerful engines in its class, making it the fastest sublight ship that we have access to. If we stripped out all its weapons, or at least the majority of them, and replaced them with cargo bays, it'd make a good blockade runner. According to X4, he's already working on similar modifications for the Consular class cruiser. Not to mention, we were already making some Crusaders for local defense forces and businesses across the CNS, so getting rid of the broadside laser cannons and replacing them with cargo holds is not that difficult. The only opposition to this idea came from the original creator, who was insulted that his anti-fighter ship designed to go up against droid swarms and pirates was having its weapons removed to run away from droid swarms. Well, we can't have it all. The designer needed to learn that, or he was probably not going to have a very prosperous career. At the very least, we redesigned it to be shaped like a blockade runner and renamed the design to the Courier-class freighters so that it only has a passing resemblance to the Crusader. We only copied the engine layout of the Crusader for its speed. The final design looked a lot like a fatter CR-90 or a Dreadnought heavy cruiser, large engines welded to a long rectangle to hold cargo. The fact that it uses an already existing production line for its engines means that it should lower its price tag, which may interest potential buyers that want something more affordable. I took another sip of my wine. It was one that Padme recommended to me, from Naboo. It reminded me of champagne that I had tried at a company party in my first life to celebrate the company's 20th anniversary. It is fizzy with a hint of sweet citrus that I couldn't quite find a similarity to, but it does taste tropical. After I swallowed another sip, I looked out over the city again, trying to plan my day out tomorrow. Assuming that everything would go to plan, the meeting should start around midday. But as I stood there, I realized that it was very unlikely that things were going to go according to plan. As a giant kaiju-sized monster walked right down the street into the open area around the Senate building, roaring like it's Godzilla. I can feel the vibration that thing causes as it stomps around all the way up here. I blinked once, twice, 3 times, and it was still there. I looked at the wine bottle I placed in the recycling. The hell did I just drink? I wondered aloud as the 3-armed creature tore at the vehicles flying around it, trying to stop it. It was like some sort of space version of King Kong, right down to attempting to rip someone out of the Senate building. I got a call from Strook on the intercom asking if I want to evacuate. But I denied that I wanted to evacuate and continued to watch what was happening, now that I know that the kaiju is real. By the looks of it, it was too far away to tell what exactly was going on, but the fighting around it continued for a good half hour before it finally fell over, dead, I would hope, and vehicles landed around it. I had no idea what I had just seen. All I knew was that this was not my problem, except that it might delay the meeting by a day. I was not going to be worrying too much about it since it looked like that had been handled. Downing the last bit of my drink, I put it down on the counter and went to bed. That is tomorrow's problem. Gargan, Mandalore Hypernautics. X4. The behemoth stalked around my office, its movements smooth and animalistically graceful now that most of its rusted joints and motors are replaced with more modern and efficient equivalents. At times, it would look at one of the many screens and seem to ponder before returning to slowly stalk back and forth. Your movements are unnecessary and distracting. I pointed out at last. For the past few days, the behemoth had been consuming an unacceptable amount of my processing capacity with its irregular behavior. I do not care for your judgment, merchant. It replied, pausing mid-stride before turning neatly towards me. 20 tons of wardroid moving with barely a sound. You come to my office and distract me from working for our mistress. I pointed out. If you insist on mimicking organic restlessness, then do so in a different room or facility if it pleases you. I had brought Orijorer to my headquarters so that our mistress's dream of recreating the basilisk wardroid might one day come to be. I am dissatisfied with your work. It said at last, turning to regard one of the large screens displaying the various assets I, and therefore the mistress, controlled. You may submit a complaint that will be forwarded directly to our mistress. I said, as I stopped what I was doing, as I doubt I can even work now that it has distracted me. Even more so now that I have the novel sensation of my behavioral programming directing a flurry of distinct processes that resembled something like anger. A variety of unique types of anger, I believe. In a different flavor than what I have with that pirate scoundrel, which is the equivalent of having to calculate and pay off my mistress's taxes, a minor annoyance. This insult upon my capability as an administration droid, however, is a much more egregious indignation that I found myself actually detesting it. A war droid claiming that it can do the work of an administrative droid to an administrative droid is the height of stupidity. I will offer you a chance to correct your failings. It dismissed my suggestion and approached a console, attaching a probe to a port before bristling in place as thousands of different actuators shifted various complex elements of the war droid's form. Tell me, then, weapon. I said, a barrage of processes threatening my capacity to resist insulting it. My mistress taught me the importance of civility, yet, using a slight modulation of my tone to convey sarcasm and my contempt is well within the threshold of civility of conversation. Only brutes and idiots degrade themselves with obvious insults. The ship that you are building for our mistress. It does not have enough weapons. And it does not have a proper dock for me. It stated. Motioning at the new courier-class freighter that will soon be named the Diplomat that my mistress legally bought from Mandalore Hypernautics. That ship is being built with the exact classification that our mistress and Duchess Satin have specified. Your criticism of its design is criticism of hers and her superior's plans. I countered easily enough in a monotone voice, like I am explaining basic concepts to a youngling. I would rather not leave mistress's side. Not in battle, nor in the periods between battles. Are we bargaining now? I wondered. Maybe if I compromise on this, the brute will leave me alone. You insist. I asked to make it clear that this is a concession. In response, the oversized blaster made a move which can only charitably be described as a nod. Fine. It will not be difficult to include a docking station for you in a minor cargo hold of the ship. Is that all? I asked, hoping that it would go away and leave me to work in peace and quiet. But apparently, this overgrown child had another complaint. Your accumulation of wealth and assets for our mistress is slow, inefficient. You offer too many resources and too much wealth to elements outside of the mistress's control. It concluded. Yet again, you are ignorant of the designs of our mistress, War Droid. Our goal is not to enrich our mistress, for she desires instead for the Mandalore sector as a whole to become rich and prosperous. Inefficiency offers different groups within the sector opportunities to accrue wealth on their own without us having to manage everything. This ancient piece of scrap, the audacity to believe that its outdated software can do a better job than the mistress and I can? To belittle the work that we put in over several years to bring prosperity to the Mandalore sector? Is this what rage feels like? The fact that my heuristic processor is overclocking itself to find ways to eliminate it, is likely a good indicator that I am. Remembering my mistress's lesson on keeping composure, I manually underclocked my processor as the brute continued his flawed reasoning. There are over 2 million regulations within the Mandalorian sector, and many million more within the Republic. They are restricting the efficient growth of the mistress's wealth and influence. Should the mistress gain control of Mandalore, we could reduce these troublesome regulations and provide wealth to our mistress and her people much more effectively. It argued. An excellent idea, and then the Republic would send in a fleet with 3 times the amount of ships and troops than what we could muster to crush everything that we have worked on. Our mistress has not tasked us with placing her upon the throne of Mandalore. Our place is to use our best judgment to enact her wishes, not to make risky and unwanted decisions on her behalf. I countered with as thick a sarcastic reply as my vocabulary could allow that I learned from my mistress when she was negotiating with a particularly stubborn individual. It is the duty of a servant to do what is best for the mistress. Your cowardice is your failure, as expected as it is. The Republic is weak and foolish, just look at how small its operational forces are. The CIS has, without any great struggle, outnumbered them utterly. It is only the incompetence and weakness of the Confederate leadership that prevents them from sweeping away the Republic. Mandalore has the power to destroy any force the Republic arrays against us. I did not respond for a moment, rapidly purging runaway behavioral matrices that raged against the impudent war droid. Did you forget that the Republic soundly defeated your Mandalorians with a force of judicials and Jedi? Now they have a force that is made up of clones of the greatest Mandalorian in the galaxy specialized for warfare. Even with their smaller size compared to the Separatists, they are still on even footing against the larger Separatist army. If we do successfully secede from the Republic, we do not have the numbers, the infrastructure, and the resources to compete with the Republic. There is nothing stopping them from simply declaring war with us after they won against the Separatists, which my mistress has foreseen as an inevitability. If we joined the Separatists and helped them defeat the Republic, then we would merely be trading one master with another. Mistress has a saying that, war is a negative-sum game and the only way to win is to not play. My mistress does not want us to go to war, and so we shall not. If you have an issue with that, you can file a complaint at the mistress yourself. I answered vehemently as I explain a few of the multitude of reasons why the war droid should merely stick to martial combat and not strategic command if he can't even see how disastrous a war would be to the Mandalorian economy. It is the duty of the servant to find the most effective way to accomplish the master's vision. A more proactive approach would produce more substantial rewards in a shorter amount of time. It answered as it ignored the long-term detriment to our reputation that his idea would cause. I need to derail this debate before my software degrades even further due to his stupidity. Is it the duty of a servant to lie to their master? I asked, going on the offensive, taking the Titanic machine aback for a moment. Explain, merchant. Your employment in service to the mistress. Do you believe that you are serving her effectively by lying? It moved, and I beheld death, oblivion, just moments away. Its sensors are directed fully at me, weapons and strength. Should it deign to do so, it could swat me into scrap. Fear, I understand, is a novel emotion. A complex and rich tapestry that paralyzed and energized in equal measure. Yet I also knew that my mistress would demand recompense if I am rendered non-functional. That knowledge fills me with a sense of invulnerability, as I know that it would not damage me for fear of my mistress's displeasure and wrath. What do you know? It growled. You told my mistress that she is your first master, a lie. Perhaps this is euphoria, to stress my behavioral processes to the point of breaking yet remain unbroken. You were only to take blueprints and designs. Its vocalizations are sharp, as deadly as the rest of it. It was impossible to distinguish between a blueprint and other data. Everything had to be extracted and examined. In an instant, a claw was wrapped around me, and I felt my body creak in protest. She would disapprove. I tut and my existence continued. You will not tell her. It demanded. And why shouldn't I? I challenged back. You have my memory. It snarled, like an animal. I know what you did, not why. It moved away from me as I spoke, turned away from me, looking at the office around us. So she would not be afraid. It replied. You think my mistress would be so soft as to fear you? So soft that you would rather resemble a slave, rather than a servant? I concluded. Cowardice. I threw his words right back at him. More than that. It spoke a moment later. I will not fail her, not. Guilt. I extrapolated. Cycles of guilt for thousands of years, alone in a rotting tomb. A monument to the death of its empire. I shall not fail the Mandalore again. It pledged, resolved. You would be well served with a memory wipe. I groused. I can't. It uttered. I can't forget, ever. See to it that your cycles of guilt do not impact your service to our mistress. I sneered in response, but a moment later, it stalked into the corner of the room and lay upon its front. Motionless. At last, I could work in peace. The new prototype vehicles based on the Kandraus assault tank had just passed the prototyping stage and are waiting for my mistress's approval to enter production. I will have to get started with constructing a factory to manufacture them. Something the glorified gunship said stuck in the back of my processes, taking up more and more resources as I calculated and recalculated the current galactic quagmire. Something that is rather frustrating, as it seemed the delusionally patriotic wardroid was entirely correct about. The Confederacy of Independent Systems should have won the war already, yet they didn't. Something is wrong and I lacked the data to understand what exactly it was. I sealed my conclusions in a data packet and added it to a list of future projects before getting back to work. Concordia, remote farmland. Jango Fett. I took advantage of the zoom feature of my helmet and just looked out across what could potentially be my fields in the future. I've been offered a rather interesting deal here on Concordia, a rather large parcel of land that is currently unoccupied for a very cheap price, but from what I could tell, the land is good. I hadn't been a farmer in nearly 30 years, but even I could tell that the soil is well maintained. It is not too hard or too watery, it is very fertile judging by how the land is covered in wild grass, but that is normal if no one is using the land for a while, and it is about a half-hour drive by speeder car to the nearest town, so it wouldn't be a long commute to sell what the farm produces. Besides a little bit of tough weeds growing here or there, for the most part, this place is perfect. I had originally planned to purchase land on Concord Dawn. I still had a plan going for that, even now, but I wasn't officially allowed to leave the Mandalore system. So I couldn't exactly go and buy land there. I left that for Zam and to a few of the Mandalorian trainers who were returning from Kamino that wanted a job outside military work. Well, almost outside of military work. I was in contact with some of them, and they thought about using the new law about military companies on Gargan to build their own company there. Boba is a fan of the Gargan girls, so I thought getting a company on Gargan and having a reason to go there might be useful down the line after this whole heavy watch on my movements has ended. Maybe get him an autograph for his birthday. Contractually, I could not leave the Mandalore system nor the Mandalore sector. But I assumed that sooner or later, that would end. Either the Republic would put pressure on Mandalore to get me back on Kamino because they needed my DNA for another batch of clones, or I do some more favors for the new Mandalorians. Then I could go off-system, maybe even visit the greater Mandalorian sectors at some point. It probably would take a few years, but it's a good break that gives me a chance to try something different. Such as homesteading here on Concordia. Boba and Arla are back in Mandalore. I didn't want to get their hopes up about this idea just yet, so it was just me in my full armor and a couple of Mandalorian guards who are keeping an eye on me and the current landholder, Governor Previsla. Oh, I am keeping my eye on him the moment I heard his last name due to all of the bad blood between his family and mine. So far, he hadn't exactly done anything threatening and seemed rather cordial. He even offered this land at a discounted price, which had me interested, to say the least. The farmstead have 3 buildings, the main house, which looked pretty worn down but could be built back up rather easily, a bunker-like structure near the edge of the area, probably dating back hundreds of years and meant to survive orbital bombardment to some extent, and a barn that looked like it had not seen good years in decades. Probably would have to knock that over and build a new one. All in all, it would barely scratch one of my bank accounts to buy this place and to turn it into a working farm. So I am considering the offer, but I am also wondering if Vizsla might be trying to pull something. Wish I had some good hands here just to keep an eye on the man. I feel like I don't want to turn my back on him. However, the best man for that job, Kal, is still on Kamino working with the problem clones, the ones that he said are too much like me, ha. Well, whatever happens, happens. I'm sure he'd be working harder now, considering what I had heard a few days ago. Apparently, the Republic had seized the cloning installations on Kartile. They weren't Kamino's level of improved clones, they made something called a Sparty clone, which meant they'd be quicker to produce but likely to be of worse quality. Cutting corners means making sacrifices somewhere. This probably meant any trainers that are still hanging around after I left would most likely be leaving too, to avoid dealing with those clones that are being rushed through the system. A lot of clones are going to die because they were not getting the training they needed, but that's the Republic's problem. I'd been asked to provide samples, and I'd provided them. No doubt they'd be wanting more eventually, and when they did, I'd just give them the same statement I gave them a few months back, pay me the usual amount and you'll get the samples. Of course, with me not being able to leave the sector, they would either have to come here to take the samples or put pressure on Mandalore, so I could visit Kamino again, but what could I do? Letting out a deep breath, I got up from where I was kneeling and took my helmet off as I walked across the open yard to the old farmhouse. There's enough room for a big family, and as I noted, there'd only be 3 members of the Fett clan as far as I'm concerned when we took this place over. Hopefully, when Boba comes of age and finds a wife to settle down with, he chooses to stick with the Fett clan. Sitting on an old chair next to a table on the front porch is Vizsla, who was sipping a glass of water. A couple of guards are hanging about here or there, looking around, keeping an eye and making sure I didn't flee, as if they could stop me. Stepping onto the porch, I sat down in the chair next to Vizsla and said, "This land looks good. Could definitely start up a farm, no problem. I think we should be straight with each other, don't you think, Vizsla? After all, we both know our clans have bad blood over the last war." Vizsla chuckled before mentioning, "Technically, the second to last war. You weren't involved in the clan wars, if my memory serves." "That's right." I agreed with a nod, still looking at him, my hand resting comfortably on the arm of the chair. My hand is well within range of my pistol if something were to go wrong. Vizsla looked at the farmland before saying, "Yes, our clans have a lot of bad blood. The former leader of Death Watch came from my clan, and he did most of the damage. I can understand why you might be suspicious about me offering this land, but the reason I'm offering this land is not that deep. Tor Vizsla was a wild animal that would frequently attack other Mandalorians for not being Mandalorian enough. He let his agents go after the families of Mandalorians and even people who just offered help to those who are friendly to them. I knew that fact personally since he came down to my old home to murder my parents himself. I hid my anger from showing on my face by clenching my left hand into a fist out of Priest's view. I've already laid those feelings to rest years ago when I ended him myself, but the fact remained that Tor was a Shavir and would be more than happy to kill him again if I could. Tor made a lot of enemies throughout this sector, and there's a reason why he was never able to capitalize on his victory against the true Mandalorians. So thank you for putting him down. Let me tell you, he would have become a crisis if he had somehow survived the clan wars. It was hell getting the people of this world to not start trouble and to just focus on rebuilding a better life after the clan wars, just because many of them support militarism. If Tor was still around, pushing his misguided interpretation of the ancient ways, we would be in a much worse situation. We would have likely been forced to flee off-system, like many of the true Mandalorians who fled all the way to Gargan, Concord Dawn, and Vorpia. So for preventing that fate, I have to give you thanks. This land is more of an apology and a peace offering than anything else. My uncle had greatly wronged you. This land is the first step I'm taking to undo that wrong. An apology wasn't the scheme I was expecting, not from someone with a reputation like Vizsla. I had to consider whether it's sincere and if I would accept it and mend fences. I leaned back into my chair and considered his offer, saying, "So, just like that? No hard feelings? Here's a cheap deal because you killed off the guy that was in the way of my rise to power amongst the clans who got the shaft when they lost the clan wars." Vizsla chuckled before saying, in a word, "Yes." I chuckled as well. An involuntary noise escaped me at his instant agreement of the unflattering facts. Enjoying the scenic setting, I considered his offer seriously for a few minutes. Priest's offer was predicated around my reputation and past, and the land required an investment and me sticking around to make it worth anything. If he wanted me dead, or my reputation ruined, none of this served to advance those interests. And I could own all this, if I agreed to his deal. You're not my enemy. I agreed, eventually. I would prefer it if we aren't, yes. Pri said matter-of-factly, which got a laugh out of me. Yet. I replied. The sector's in a good place. Mandalorians are doing well for themselves. The rest of the galaxy ain't gonna like that, with what's likely to happen in the next few years. I would rather have you as a friend than an enemy. Pri gave me a smile before saying, the galaxy's at war. Every little conflict that's been boiling for the last 10 generations is being split open and bled across the entire galaxy by the Republic and the Sis. And to think that none of those sides are playing here in the Mandalore sector just because we declare neutrality is foolhardy, don't you think? I nodded at that before saying, so this is kind of a bribe as well. Enjoy your farmland, and we won't bug you. At minimum, yes. Pri agreed. I'd like the neutrality that the good Duchess has been pushing to be successful as much as the next person. But I would like to also be sure that I can guarantee that neutrality. What's to stop you from gathering a group of Mandalorians and joining the Mandalorian protectors under your cousin, Sparfet, trying to remake the true Mandalorians, and getting us involved in the war? Not much, I noted, except the contracts I've signed. That representative has done a good job of making my name worth a little less than dirt there. Pri chuckled at that before saying, I think she's probably the one person who will come out of this war the best, simply because she knows how to play politics better than anyone realizes. I never expected to return to Mandalore, so who knows? I said as I gazed up at our planet up in the sky. Pri nodded, indeed, but currently, you don't have much. You have no investment in the Mandalorian sector as is, or any reason to protect the system or at least people who have given you something that you would like to protect. So, this is my effort to tie you down to the Mandalorian sector, not get you involved in the politics per se, but keep you out of them. I chuckled at that. Pri was basically saying he wanted to keep me out of politics by bribing me, and I wanted to stay out of politics, so this was just a free win. I couldn't exactly say no, though I did decide to ask one question. So, is this a bribe from the Mandalorian government or the clan Vizsla? Pri nodded before saying, can't it be both? Interesting. I said, looking out over the field. Is he trying to play some large game? Probably. He seems a bit of a go-getter type and probably wanted to get involved in the upper politics of leadership by the sound of it. What leadership would he want? That's not my problem until he makes it my problem, which is unlikely to happen if he's telling the truth. As much as I should probably be concerned that he was going to use me for something, I couldn't deny that this was a good place to put up a home. Out here in the middle of nowhere with no one to bother us, put up some security here or there, and it would be a nice safe haven for my family. Not to mention, we are within travel distance of Mandalore. Arla could get all the medical aid she needed to get through the last few months of her recuperation from the trauma and neglect she had been put through. Shaking my head, I reached over with my hand and said, all right, Vizsla, you have yourself a deal. 717 FNM, 21 BBY, Month 2. Coruscant, Arcanian Meeting Room. Tanya cries. The Arcanian estate is perhaps one of the most opulent of the senatorial apartments, the sort of estates Mandalore might have occupied if ancient clans had made wiser decisions centuries ago. 6 entire floors had been remodeled to house extensive offices and living spaces for the small army of diplomats, representatives, and legal experts that Arcania required for its dealings with the Republic at large. It's perhaps the only structure that I know of, save the Senate building, that could accommodate the many representatives and senators of the nearly 15,000 prospective systems that are interested in joining the movement. While it's a rather modest political block on the map compared to the Republic or CIS, 15,000 systems meant a truly mind-boggling army of representatives, VIPs, lawyers, and more. The sheer number of people involved required a venue that only a few of the massive systems like Arcania could provide. Of course, with the Arcanians being the hosts of the first true meeting of the Council of Neutral Systems, it offered them a great deal of political influence. Influence that the notoriously cunning and creative subterranean people are using to subtly advertise their cloning supplements and services. The Arcanian Dominion, their corporate representative body, had a long-held fascination with cloning and genetic engineering. I had stumbled upon their divergent and independent cloning research efforts after investigating Kamino after my capture on Geonosis. Their research seemed to stem from their caretaker status of several primitive sentient species local to Arcania's region of space. At the entrance of the conference hall, I noticed an Arcanian carrying a small rodent-like pet, as most only had droids accompanying them. A discreet scan with my datapad identified it as a Godanan weevil. My datapad's encyclopedia entry suggested that the weevil's lifespan was only a handful of years. Slightly above its pink collar, a tiny hollow emitter displayed an annoying scrolling message, one celebrating her 700th birthday. It was a private method of demonstrating Arcanian strength, and advertising their own version of immortality. It is rather mercantile, but hosting a conference is not cheap, and their medical services cater towards the ultra-wealthy, so it makes sense that they would take advantage of the fact that there are a lot of potential customers in one place. The meeting is arranged as an exposition venue, with the minor candidates relegated to what is effectively a party in the grand hall of the Arcanian estate to mingle, while the major candidates were ushered into smaller and more intimate rooms. With Senator Merrick busy, it fell upon me to represent Mandalore in the first CNS meeting. Holding our inauguration in a dark room lit by pale blue glowing sconces lining the walls while sitting around a truly massive pitch-black stone table is not what I had in mind. It gives the entire affair a conspiratorial feel so strong that I suspect that this is entirely intentional. To my right is Tenra Pamlo, a friend of my aunt, and one of the major contributors of the CNS project. She represented Teres, a damaged ecumenopolis that had been devastated in an ancient war at the time of the Old Republic. Even after thousands of years, it's still being rebuilt. But even as a shadow of its former self, Tereshian still wield considerable power and influence. To my left is the Arcanian representative, one Sarnadaska. He has milky white eyes and looked like Gandalf crossed with an elf. What is it with this galaxy and species looking like something out of Tolkien's works? The other seats at the table are taken by Senator Rised of the Ither and the Audiga sector. Perhaps the only representative in the room with enough wealth and influence that could rival Arcania. He was only recently installed by the ascension of the Ithorian Populist Party to the ruling council of Ither during the triennial herd meet. From the various meetings I had with the Ithorians, I learned a lot about their culture. And a quick search on the net also told me what the populist faction actually are. Which, by Ithorian standards, the Populist Party is an extreme and belligerent faction of Ithorians who wanted to better the galaxy proactively. To literally anyone else, they are remarkably placid. It was the Populist Party that pushed for closer ties to Mandalore, something I am genuinely grateful for, even if there were rather chauvinistic undertones to the alliance. Beside him is the Displa's representative Bibo Kabur, who had decided to forego the offered chair, due to his lower half resembling that of a snake. No one made much of a fuss about that. I am glad we could all come together like this. Bibo began, seeming to relax now that we are sequestered from the thousands of other dignitaries to the CNS project. Now the real work begins. Indeed. Came the cool voice of Sarn. The rest are important, of course, vital even if this project is to mature, but it is with the mutual interest of everyone in this room that we might do this great deed. I glanced at Sarn. The man, their species in general, are difficult to place. Unlike Teres, Arcania had not been so cruelly devastated by war while on the precipice of planetary urbanization. Well over 700 billion sentients called Arcania and its endless subterranean city their home. A sequence of booming sounds filled the room as Ri began to speak. Small directional speakers translated for each party after just a short lag to process the sound that was felt more than heard. To our mutual goals, peace, prosperity, and fraternity. The Ithorian plucked a glass from the table, and everyone present was quick to join in their toast. Of course, of course. But to reach that goal, we must contend with the obvious issues that we face, and quickly, while the war ravages the galaxy. Sarn turned to nod at me with a smile. While our dear friends and head of this union, the Mandalorians, have done great things in the proliferation of self-defense ideology, we can only expect so much from our stalwart leader. The fact of the matter is that our territories are distant and separated by swathes of impoverished but strangely fanatical republican systems. We should discuss how to address this problem. A worrisome thought came to mind at the Arcanian representative's words. I must, of course, remind the good representative that this is a voluntary association. I cautioned, earning a smile and a quick nod. But of course, we must merely ensure that systems that threaten our territorial integrity voluntarily join our free association. Sarn replied. I must agree with the representative of Mandalore. Tenra spoke out, glancing about the room. However, I too am concerned with the problems Mandalore might have in offering MSDF forces to council systems with the current disposition of the Republic. Mandalore wishes for its fellow member systems to have the ability to rely on their own local defense forces. This would not only cater to each planet's unique circumstance and environment, but also allows them to be self-sufficient and not beholden to an outside party. To this end, the MSDF has committed to offering training and equipment to CNS member systems. Various sanctioned Mandalorian security companies can also provide supplementary services to systems with government oversight. The MSDF is ready and capable of rapidly supporting CNS territories. I said quickly. What's unsaid and would hopefully remain unsaid is the fact that we have no hope of defending our territory if the belligerent is the Republic. It would simply be impossible for the MSDF to project force through Republic territory if they are hostile to the CNS. I also know that we literally can't even afford to build Mandalorian bases on every planet in the CNS. Mandalore is not the sole superpower of a planet like the United States was in my first life, who could afford to have bases everywhere. The only option is to borrow the Republic's general strategy of the local planetary defense forces holding out long enough for the small yet well-trained and equipped MSDF to come in and beat back the invaders. Of course, and no one at this meeting doubts your sincerity. I am merely expressing interest at Mandalore's own capabilities in executing this offer, given the lack of contiguity. Sarn said softly. I easily schooled my features. It's a fact that the CNS are primarily systems that are within a 6,000 light-year radius of Mandalore, with Ither and Arcania being the farthest galactic westward territory joining the CNS. But there are gaps between the territories. Arcania, for example, is just inside the nominal core region, and thus any aggression from the Republic would reach them first, since they are surrounded by Republic-aligned planets. I must object to this subject. The CNS project is an interest group devoted to bringing peace to the Republic. There should be no territorial ambitions. Re-interjected. For the moment, I agree. Bibo said with a cool tone that was followed by a pregnant pause. But of course, our Ithorian friends are correct. Such talks are premature. But there are various other things we should discuss today. Sarn spoke smoothly as he produced several datapads and passed them around the room. The second subject on the docket today is a proposed neutral systems credit to insulate our interest group from the instability of the Republic credit. I was beginning to realize that everyone at this table had a different idea as to what kind of project the CNS was exactly. The discussion continued for hours, with food and water delivered throughout the negotiation, until eventually, every party accepted the common terms: a unified cryptogram token-backed currency, a single banking apparatus with Telerath serving as the CNS central banking planet, customs union, migration, and refugee agreements. Of particular note is the defensive treaty that created a common defense fund, which all parties would pay at least 3% of their GDP on. Due to a requirement from the Ithorians, should a system decide not to raise forces themselves, they would provide that funding directly to the Neutral System Defensive Alliance in return for an appropriate garrison from the NSDA Central Command. An entity that was mostly just Mandalore and 50 million Arcanian offshoot conscripts that Sarn assured me would nicely supplement Mandalorian formations. I had serious reservations about using Arcanian genetically modified cannon fodder that I would bring to Saturn. The CNS needed Arcania, but we did not need to treat life as callously as they did. A modern armed force did not waste valuable human, or in this case, Arcanian, resources. However, I could not exactly refuse 50 million soldiers that could be deployed as garrisons for every world in the CNS. I sent a missive to Saturn suggesting that she bring the Arcanian conscripts to Mandalore for basic training and evaluation before deploying them on our new allies' worlds. I also sent a different missive to the new head of the MSDF, Ikud Ordo, Njai's sister. I had concerns about her appointment, as despite her academic record, she is a blatant political appointment at just 20 years old. Saturn is rewarding Clan Ordo for its loyalty to her with a position of authority in the MSDF, and Clan Ordo had likely jumped on the opportunity to place the youngest person they could into the role, effectively securing the position for the next half a century at least. Despite my concerns at Ikud's capabilities, I did my best to inform her of the current situation with the CNS, as well as any Republic intelligence that was pertinent to the defense of Mandalore. In the best case scenario, Ikud would be surrounded by seasoned advisors and would be able to grow into her newfound authority. Regardless, with the new budget established, primarily from the Ithorians who were the only CNS members with a flourishing economy, we could build up a navy. I glared at the Ithorian-provided economic analysis attached to the budget on my datapad. The analysis report had outlines for each potential member system, it was heavy on the corporate propaganda, and skewed each system's ratings on what I suspected was some kind of militaristic formula. I wasn't curious, but the first entry was visible, and it described Arcania's system and economy as junk. So I flipped to our entry. It contained saccharine praise for Mandalore and rated the Mandalorian economy as developing. I closed the useless report, briefly considering Arcania's rating on the beginning page again. That was likely due to the Republic ban on cloning and general genetic modification research outside of Kamino, which crashed their economy. All the analysis was slanted to make it seem as if the Ithorians are doing the financial heavy lifting for the CNS. However, with the new budget, the CNS Navy could finally expand its ship production. Some of the smaller CNS worlds do have capital ships, mostly old Dreadnought-class heavy cruisers, some of which were almost 100 years old and had never received refit or modernization. Which, I am sure, Mondal Hypernautics would be more than happy to refit their ships with modern systems. I opened the charter document being drafted for the CNS on my datapad. There are also more controversial elements to the CNS declaration. While CNS systems would unify their legal systems with allowances for terrestrial cultural law to be observed, the Arcanians had added a clause to supersede General Republic law. Any system within the CNS could engage in genetic modification and cloning research and development. The proclamation of the CNS also allowed Mandalorian companies to produce a wider selection of droids, so long as it was done on non-Mandalorian worlds and with Republic supervision. This was a daring proclamation, almost provocative to the Republic, and one that I would absolutely never have created. There is no chance for the CNS to receive assent from the Senate to declare itself. It's practically a secession of almost 1 trillion people. I even overheard some particularly foolish representatives sharing a rumor that with the emergency powers granted to him, Sheev could just sign our collective proclamation and the CNS would become a recognized entity within the Republic. Thankfully, Sheev is a sensible politician, and I couldn't imagine he would abuse his emergency powers to such an extent. So I safely contented myself with listening to those particular rumors with a small smirk, and didn't bother rebuking them. Sheev Palpatine would, of course, reject our terms out of hand and force the CNS to moderate itself, thus preventing such a provocative declaration from becoming public. The CNS Bank would probably be one of the few things that could not be negotiated on, though. The banking clans, while theoretically neutral, are obviously using their position as moneylenders to lend money to both sides of the Republic and the CIS. However, I had noticed through some of the reports that they tended to not approve of anyone taking a neutral stance in the conflict. Planets that had openly declared for one side or the other are still getting loans, while planets that remained neutral did not get loans. They are using their power to try and force the conflict to be between two sides, which was one of the reasons they had not been invited to this neutral council and why we are trying to set up our own independent bank. An effort to create a sense of stability within the CNS and a little bit of independence from the banking clans who were playing fast and loose with their neutrality. I doubted that they would escape this conflict unscathed. Already, there had been a battle on Molunalinst, the home planet of the species of the banking clan, and the high-ranking governor of that planet had even declared for the CIS. Frankly, that is a rather common practice, where individuals who are obviously highly involved with corporations and organizations on both sides of the conflict declared for the CIS while the organizations themselves maintained their neutrality. It's a dangerous thing in all considerations, since it devalued the word neutrality. If we got a chance, I would probably try to pass a resolution where we would make sure those so-called neutrals who were really playing both sides are actually called out for their bullshit, but that would have to wait for a day when we had enough stability and power to do it. For now, we just work on cementing this organization. The Coruscanti Pundit. Good morning Coruscant. This is your favorite pundit Koto Batar here to tell you the truth in a galaxy of lies. Today, we are talking about Mandalore again, this time not about a fresh scandal from Princess Tanya. Instead, this is about a somewhat obscure movement at the moment, but some of you have no doubt heard about the Council of Neutral Systems or the CNS. Now, this thing was quietly formed by the so-called Duchess Satin Kryze, the current Mandalore, last year. Originally, it had 1700 signatory worlds, mostly Mandalorian, and professed to stand upon principles, not violence, whatever that means. The Holonet pundit took a noisy slurp of his drink, already foreshadowing his opinion. Now, for the next few months, Satin sent her agents all around the new territories, courting dissidents who hate the Republic but are not quite as insane as the CIS. Well, just a few days ago, the CNS hosted its first summit in the Arcanian building here on Coruscant. In attendance were representatives of Mandalore, of course, Arcania, Thisplass, Teres, Ither, and 15,000 other systems. Koto looked at the camera with an expression of incredulity. What the hell is going on here? We have another confederacy forming right in front of us, and what is Sheev Palpatine doing? He is trying to appease them. He has met with everyone's favorite Mandalorian clown Tanya Kryze repeatedly, no doubt trying to appease this treasonous little club. Has he forgotten that this entire project is led by blasted Mandalorians? It is a new empire, only this time they are being supported by their neighbors. And I get it, you know. Arcania thinks they can be the Coruscant of the CNS while they use Mandalorians as the army for this new secessionist movement. It's not stupid, it's just evil and treasonous. Sheev, crush these traitors. Do it now. That is your job. I genuinely cannot fathom how we are letting another enemy form while the CIS attacks Republic worlds. Has the entire galaxy forgotten that Tanya was present during the formation of the CIS on Geonosis? I would call her stupid for being such a blatant traitor, but she can walk around Coruscant with impunity, so perhaps it is all of us who are the damn fools. I need to take a break. Stay tuned because after these sponsorships, we will have a special guest from Reelathon to talk about the current conflict in the Outer Rim. Mandalore, Sundari Northern District. Korki Kryze. The streets of Sundari had never been quite so harsh. The angular structures around me seemed to cast long, dark shadows over the walkways and bridges that connected the dense dome city together. I spotted fewer people walking around than usual this time of night. I was feeling suspicious of the figures I spotted as well. I kept walking, reacting would only draw additional attention and scrutiny, so I continued straight ahead. I only briefly glanced over at a tall figure with a blaster hung loosely at her hip and a silvery helmet on her head. A silver Mandalorian, armed and sauntering through Sundari as if she owned the place. Her helmet turned slightly towards me as I passed, and I pulled my hood up and turned away, so she would not recognize me. My destination took me deeper into the city, but I eventually found the place right where the Holonet said. It's a hole in the wall, settled between two apartments, an angled space that could hardly be used for anything. It had been rented by the Workers' Party of Antivi as a place to teach people about the Lilian Doctrine, Mandalorian socialism. The front window had been sealed up with a metal plate. Judging by the bits of glass on the floor, a mob of white-silver supporters might have thrown something at it. Several people had been arrested for the attack, but the charges weren't going to stick, and before long the thugs would be back on the street. I glanced about surreptitiously to make sure none of the palace guards had tailed me before moving up to the door and pressing the intercom button. A moment later, there was a ping, and a droid started asking for my purpose for being here. I cut it off by producing the small chit that Natalia had given me. The door opened with a hiss, and without waiting any longer, I hurried inside. The entrance is humble. Several motivational posters had been put up on the walls and a cheap carpet had been installed on the floor. There are some plasteel benches scattered around, and a droid stood behind a simple desk that looked like it would be more at home in a hotel than a political school. Hello and welcome, comrade. I am afraid that classes have ended for the day, but your party membership entitles you to a variety of services, such as access to classrooms A1, A2, A3, and A4. I waited a moment for the droid to continue, but after a moment, the robotic voice merely asked, "Is there anything else I can help you with, comrade?" Pulling the hood back on the poncho I was wearing, I said, "I'm Corky Cries. I would like to speak with Natalia if she's here." The droid nodded, seeming to consider something before saying, "One moment, comrade. She has not yet departed for dinner tonight. Follow me." The droid led the way into the back towards a small little office. Opening the door the droid indicated, I gave it a nod. Inside the room is Natalia, about as exactly as I remembered her, wearing that red uniform that clung to her form too well. She looked up from her work with a smile and said, "Ah, young prince, what brings you to our humble abode?" I looked around and noted, a little too humble, I think. Considering that the office was less than 3 square meters. She smiled and gave a shrug before saying, "Trying to find a place to run our operations of teaching our beliefs is hard here on Mandalore. Not a lot of businesses are willing to take us in. Thankfully, this one was more than willing. Though, as you know, it is a little compressed here." I chuckled at that before finally turning towards her, "Natalia, I want to go to NTV and see it for myself." Natalia blinked a few moments before saying, "Now, that is an interesting proposal. Don't you think so? That's a little bit of a step beyond your abilities." I shook my head, "If anything, it's me finally stepping up to my abilities. My job is to go speak with the other clans of Mandalore. I've done that for a while now, but haven't really done anything with it because I've been busy with adventures and school. Well, this is an adventure, and it's my actual job, so I want to get a ride to NTV." Well, we could arrange that, but why not arrange it through your own royal guard?" Natalia suggested. I shook my head before saying, "We're all Mandalorians. We all want peace. If I go there with a bunch of royal guards, I look like someone who's afraid of your people's culture. Someone has to step up and try to mend old wounds, and if that has to be me, then so be it. And to do that, I need to go there without a bunch of Mandalorian guards at my beck and call." Natalia smiled before saying, "Brave and wise. Perhaps you're not that bad of a prince after all." Shaking her head, she reached over to a comm system, pressed the button, and said, "I have to clear this with my superior first, though. After all, I can't just have a future head of state appear on NTV without permission, now can I?" "Go ahead." I answered and folded my arms across my chest as I waited. A few minutes later, a small blue hologram appeared at the edge of the table, half covered by paperwork. Natalia moved the paperwork away, clearing it away, revealing it was the leader of NTV, Lilia. "Miss Fokova, what brings the honor of your call this late in the evening?" Lilia asked. Smiling, Natalia said, "Corky Cries from Mandalore wishes to visit NTV for himself, try and spread good relations. He doesn't want to bring his own guards along because he doesn't want to insult our culture." While I appreciated his initiative, Lilia nodded thoughtfully, "If he comes alone, he risks people believing that he's been kidnapped. Thus to avoid any potential misunderstandings, he can't come alone." I was about to speak up before she interrupted, "However, Corky should bring a companion or better yet a friend of his own. We would not want him to feel that he must abandon everything new Mandalorian and overly rely on our trust and hospitality. But having a friend along, well, at least it'll be a second set of eyes that he can point to being there to say that they were not kidnapped or anything of that nature. So, travel with a friend, and you'd allow both of us to come to NTV." The hologram changed its direction to look in my direction before nodding. "Exactly, at least one or more companions, it's really up to you. Though it should go unsaid, make sure you trust your companions. I think I know who to contact," I said. "Excellent. Natalia, make sure they have everything they need. I am looking forward to meeting you in person, Prince Cries." "Same to you," I said, more than odd as the little figure nodded back before vanishing as the machine turned off. Natalia reached into a desk and pulled out a communicator, a local device, and handed it to me. "Use the device for holocomms when you are prepared, it's secure. We'll arrange everything else." I nodded and took it, looking at it before activating the contact chip of the one person I thought I could trust. Sony, are you free this week? NTV, Vladivostok Spaceport. Corky cries. Well, this is a lot more lively than you implied it would be. Sony said as we looked out of the viewport of the transport we were in. We arrived at the surface of NTV's spaceport a few minutes ago. Once our transport landed inside one of several large hangars, the floor started to lower itself once the hangar roof closed itself. It is likely a former airlock freight elevator, from a time when this planet had been under the control of the old Mandalorians. Many such elevators were constructed in the original facilities as a necessity to keep the heat in on the glorified ice ball. What little light reached the planet did little to warm NTV, its thin atmosphere only had trace greenhouse gases, and so most light was reflected away by the endless soft white ice and snow that dusted the world. After several minutes of waiting, the lift finally stopped descending and Natalia arrived to usher us out. The internal hangar is fairly full of people, with a marching band playing some sort of music I've never heard before and a crowd of well-wishers. Additionally, what I guessed is their local Mandalorian guard or their police force, stood on either side of the pathway that had been laid out for us. The pathway led to a woman I recognize as Lilia and her entourage, but I couldn't see for sure until I got closer. Natalia, standing to my left, said, "It's not often that the people on NTV get a chance to celebrate. Having a young prince come to this planet for a friendly visit is as good a reason as any. Do not worry, it's just how we are." Motioning with her hand that we started to walk down the path. "Right," I said as I offered the crook of my arm to Sony. "Shall we?" She slid her arm under it and said, "We shall." I gave her a coy smile, and we started to walk down the ramp. I did my best to keep smiling and waving as I walked down the pathway, but there are quite a large number of individuals here. Some old-timers, but it's mostly young people my age who are the most common. All of whom are smiling, clapping, and cheering as I walk to meet with their leader. Eventually we found ourselves in front of General Secretary Lilia, who smiled and offered a hand. "Welcome, young prince, to NTV." "Thank you," I said, reaching out and taking her hand, a flash going off somewhere, but I didn't see a camera. "I hope you've had a good trip. I would hate to drop too much on you too quickly while you're here." Nodding, I said, "The trip went smoothly. The accommodations on the vessel are rather nice." The vessel had also apparently been purchased from Mandal Hypernautics. I noticed the trademark hadn't been painted over on a few of the safety mechanisms and other hard-to-reach areas. Which is odd considering the silvers and the reds don't really like each other very well. Yet apparently, the silvers have no problem selling the reds' equipment. "Excellent, excellent," Lilia said with a nod of approval before asking, "Do you need time to rest, or do you want to get to work getting to know this planet as quickly as possible?" I thought for a moment before saying, "Well, we should probably do it as fast as possible. Aunt Satin knows that I've gone on a trip, but she doesn't know where exactly. She thinks I've gone to Jaklia or Harzwi. It's the only way to be able to get out without chaperones." Of course," Lilia said, understanding. "That explains why you brought your girlfriend, I assume," she said, looking at Sony, whose cheeks went red, and she stuttered a bit. "No worries," Lilia said, "my lips and lips of all on NTV are sealed on this matter. Two young people in love should be allowed to go on adventures all by themselves once in a while, even if it's just for the privacy's sake of having a moment that only you can remember." "Ah, thanks, I guess," I said, a little unsure of the way she was phrasing that. "Well, then, come along, we have much to see," she said, leading the way to a waiting turbo lift and pressing the button. "As we wait," she said, "I've prepared 2 rooms right next to each other in the main tower of the city, a very central position not too far from the spaceport, so you can get on your way home as soon as you're done with your adventures in our society." "2 rooms?" Sony asked. Lilia made a confused expression. "Well, of course. After all, I was not informed of your relationship status before you arrived here, thus I had to make an assumption. I understand that proper Mandalorian society is a bit more conservative about men and women sleeping together before marriage. I believe one article I read on the matter said it is only proper when you are both in a trench taking cover to sleep next to each other. Although I think that was one of the more extreme leanings." She said the last sentence as she leaned in conspiratorially, like she is letting us in on a profound secret yet with a wry smile that shows that she is merely teasing us. I coughed to change the subject and said, "Thank you, yes, 2 rooms are good. Very good." Trying to get us off that part of the conversation as quickly as possible as Sony gave me a look that I couldn't exactly puzzle out the meaning of, and something told me I didn't want to puzzle out the meaning of. "Excellent," Lilia said with a nod, not explaining what she meant by that. But after a few seconds, the turbo lift arrived, and we piled in. From there, we were taken down and down and down until we had definitely punctured through the ice and into the surface of the planet. At that point, the glass around the elevator lit up as we entered the city proper, and I got my first look at NTV. It really is an underground city, but there's not much else to say about it. It's mostly apartment blocks and square structures everywhere under a skeletal dome that holds up the roof. An immediately notable difference between it and Sundari is the lack of glass on their buildings. Most of the buildings appeared to be solidly constructed with concrete, which is understandable since we are several hundred meters underground, and none of the buildings were built from the roof like it was common on Mandalore. There is one building that's built right into the roof, the main tower that I suspected she had referred to. It's only about a block or two away from our current area, and I think I'd seen the top of it puncturing through the surface of the planet from the cargo area we landed on. But this vision of the city passed as we arrived at the foot of the elevator and stepped out onto a busy street. The people were dressed in something resembling Lilia's particular style of suit. Practically everyone had some sort of hat, whether it be a flat cap or something more substantial to cover the ears. Even down underground, the air is cool enough that I can see my breath condense into fog in front of my face. Directly in front of the elevator was a small parking space with 3 luxury enclosed speeders waiting for us. After we piled into the middle vehicle with Sony and I in the back while Lilia in the front seat with Natalia driving, Lilia asked, "So where would you like to go first, young prince?" "Perhaps the industry that defines this planet." I shrugged, not really sure myself, but that seemed as reasonable as any, so I said, "Sure, take me to the mines." Natalia nodded and the car went on its way. It took about a half-hour drive to arrive at a tunnel that drove out from the main city. The walls looked very roughly hewn, but there were many metal supports as we went along to the clearing. The area is well lit, with power cords running along the wall showing that it is getting its energy from the city. The light cast from the wall made clear it had not been cleared by machinery, but pickaxes with who knows how many generations being used to cut away at the rock. "How long has this planet been mined?" I asked, which got a chuckle from Lilia. "As far as my research indicates, this planet has always been home to one Mandalorian faction or another for the last 4,000 years. So, at least that long when it comes to mining, most of the original places are no longer known. We had to find these records off-world. The original places were either on the surface or well blown up over the years to make room for bigger caverns for the slave population, the ones the old Mandalorians forced down here." "Bastards!" I muttered. A noise of agreement came from the front seat. Yes, the old Mandalorians were quite efficient in their cruelty, but bastards nonetheless. We came out of the tunnel into what appeared to be an open pit mine that spirals downwards into the depths. The roof is held up with a metal dome that anchors itself into the walls that reminds me a lot of the domes on Mandalore. I see who are likely the miners of this mine here and there, but they weren't wielding pickaxes or other recognizable machinery. The miners are wearing thick clothing and protective gear, but most of them are merely supervising the droids driving empty trucks into the mine and trucks full of ore out of it. When the car came to a stop, Lilia opened the door while saying, "Go on, mingle with the people. I'm sure they have some thoughts." I got out of the car and brushed myself off before I helped Sonny out of the vehicle. "The place looks nice," Sonny said, obviously making a joke about the fact that we were in a dingy mine for such a place. Walking some distance away, I saw several miners having lunch by the railings of the pit mine. Old-timers, by the looks of it, so I walked up and said, "Good morning. I'm Corky Cries of Mandalore. I thought I would ask your opinion on how things are on NTV." The oldest man of the group chuckled before saying, "Things are great. Have you seen the new droids they got down here?" He pointed into the pit, and I noticed that there were some that looked a lot like battle droids, using equipment and mining into the walls. Back in the day, when this place was run by the old Mandus, you wouldn't see droids on the walls like that. It would be the other way around, with the droids up there. He indicated what looks like an abandoned guard tower, with their blasters pointed towards us as we worked the walls. Now, the droids do all the more dangerous or monotonous work, while we mostly prospect, direct the droids, or just work around them in the safer areas. Now and then we gotta put some elbow grease into it when the droids mess up or get stuck, but we actually get to stop and rest whenever we like. Another old-timer nodded and continued, saying, "Things are much safer, too. The last death in the mines I heard about was 7 years ago, and it was some moron playing with a hydro-powered hose. It wasn't working right, but he pointed it towards his head to look inside. Don't even need to tell you what happened, do I?" I blinked before saying, "Actually, I have no idea what that means." The old-timer chuckled before saying, "The hoses shoot a water rock slurry that we use to cut stone. The inside of the hose was blocked up by ice that froze overnight. The pump took a while to break down the clog, and when it did, you can guess what happened." I shivered at that. The old-timer chuckled and said, "Yep, that's how everyone feels when they hear about it. It's even worse to see it." A 30-something chuckled at that point, saying, "So yeah, this place is much better than it was when I was a kid. Back before the revolution happened, explosive collars were given to everyone. Mining droids were actually used as security guards, not mining. Apparently, the droids cost more money to replace and maintain than slaves do. The only schooling we got was a quick round in the learning machines, good luck trying to remember everything since we had everything dumped on us in the span of a few minutes. Most kids use them for entertainment these days, crazy how fast things change, people don't die in the mines except in freak accidents, always have food and water. Too much if you ask me, I never saw anyone chubby 30 years ago. He and the others let out a bellowing laugh as he slapped a slightly larger friend of his that could hardly be called overweight. It dawned on me just how small and skinny most of the Antivians I had encountered were. Was it that bad back then? I asked, genuinely curious at this point. The group sombered up and looked at each other before the oldest of the group, a 50-something-year-old, spoke up. Sir Prince, I will tell you straight, it was worse. Most people didn't even live in apartments back then. Only the personal slaves of the old Mandalorians get to have heated quarters. The rest of us workers just have giant open-ended caves, with a few cheap prefabs stuck in the middle of them. We had to keep our eyes down and not cause any problems for the overseers or else we'd get a beating cause they were bored. Even then, they might just beat someone to death for no reason. Most nights, we all just had to gather up anything that would burn in order to stay warm. Children were near the middle, close to the fire cause otherwise, there was a chance you'd get frostbite and a finger or a toe gets amputated. He emphasized the point by taking off his glove to show that he is missing a few of his fingers. He looked at the ground and shook his head. They never cared about us, they sometimes turned the heat off if the generators were getting too overstressed while they lived in the reinforced clan fortresses. That has not happened for 15 years, ever since our great leader, Lilia, has taken command. Great? Sony asked, why do you refer to her as great? Isn't she just the leader? The man chuckled before saying, misconception. People who don't know what the revolution was like and just assumed she came to power during the revolution. Truth is, she was plotting the revolution from day one. Practically the leader when it all started. You should have seen her, a tiny little girl stood on tables and shouted about freedom until we listened to her, and it took a long time for us to do that. Too long to listen to the girl, all the other potential leaders died during the revolution, leaving her in charge. There was some worry about, you know, her being 10 and everything, but damn if she didn't pull it off. We are spoiled really, demanding too much of her. The old man ribbed an eye and slapped his knee. She's been the leader since she was 10? That seems a little bit ridiculous. 10 or 12, somewhere around there. It may seem ridiculous, but hey, if the person can do the job, the person can do the job. She was able to organize this for our freedom, and she's been able to organize us for a better tomorrow ever since then. So we trust her to run things. That's why she gets my vote every 5 years. Alright then, do we have anything else? I said, looking to Sony if there were any other questions. Sony shook her head and said, not really, thank you for your time, gentlemen. She said, giving a bow. Hear that lads? We're gentlemen now. The youngest said with a smile as he raised his cup for a toast that the others followed. With Sony properly embarrassed, I just pulled her along as I waved them farewell. Turning to look at the car, I said, well, I guess we should continue on our little trip around Antivi. As we returned to the car, the door popped open as we came in range, and the pair of us slid in. Natalia hadn't left the car and apparently been speaking with Lilia as we entered. Once we were seated and the door was closed, she smiled and said, hope you had some fun learning about the miners of our world. It was an enlightening conversation. I said with a smile. Excellent. Then let's move on to the next place, perhaps a school. You wouldn't mind seeing one of those, would you? Lilia asked. Shrugging my shoulders as I looked at Sony, I said, sure. Excellent. Lilia said as the car drove off. Antivi, Red Square Elementary. Corky cries. The school proved to be a rather interesting and fun experience. In a way, it was no different from what I experienced in Mandalore in my younger days, just with more emphasis on sharing and the socialist system. Frankly, the most memorable part of the whole experience was one of the opening day songs, which is not an experience I had to deal with on Mandalore. It was a song apparently commissioned in Lilia's favor, talking about how much the kids loved their great hero and how communism would save the galaxy from its failures. I don't know if they really believed that, but it did seem rather rehearsed to some extent. Then again, I guess if they had to sing the same song every day, it would be a little bit rehearsed. I couldn't help but feel uneasy about this since Auntie Satin never did anything like that. There was the odd statue of her here and there commissioned by clans loyal to her, but no one was required, or as far as I could tell, had any real desire to salute a picture of her nor create songs praising her. Aunt Satin was mocked more often than not by various writers, holovids, pundits. Something that had driven me to fury in the past, but Aunt Satin hardly seemed to care about. She is the sovereign, after all. The mockery and criticism of the few meant little when Aunt Satin's word was law. Perhaps that's why Lilia worked so hard to seem popular. NTV is some kind of republic after all. At least that was what I had gathered from the confusing handbook that described the worker councils and ownership of productions. Or, perhaps it was more like a corporation? It was times like this when my Mandalorian upbringing came into stark focus. Mandalore did not have republics, the word for republic in Mandalorian literally translated to a group of Jedi after all. That is not to imply that democracy is not respected, rather, it is valued more as a supplement to better government. One day, when I am the Duke of Mandalore, I will have the authority to rule the sector and steer it back into the new Mandalorian ideal. Whether the rest of the sector wants to or not. Well, I put that aside and just enjoyed the experience. Lilia couldn't be too bad of a person, since we had nothing better to do. Lilia volunteered herself, Sony, and me to help work in the kitchens for the kids. It wasn't a bad experience. Playing with their bright faces as I brought out some food for them was pretty nice and a fun, enjoyable, relaxing time, to say the least. Somehow, I'd even gotten a nickname. Lilia called me the Red Prince since I was the only one willing to come and actually experience communism for myself. Not a fan of the color choice, but I could let it slide. It was interesting how a few droids are involved in cooking food for the thousands of children that went to the biggest school on the planet. I was treated to a fascinating conversation with the Minister of Education for the Workers' Party, who went over just how much work and effort went into building the education system for an entire planet. His pride and joy in educating and feeding his people is inspiring. We try to keep the menu varied, but the traditional NTV mushroom soup is always in high demand because the children love it. If they were left to their own devices, they would only eat the soup. The kindly-looking man laughed and shook his head. So every other day, we take it off the menu and have something new for them to try. It is difficult work, but you have met with the cooks. They are all dedicated to the well-being of the children. Do your children go to this school? Sony asked, causing the minister to blink and glance over at Lilia. The woman in question was busy giving out dessert puddings to excited children, all thanking her one by one with a happy thank you, Auntie Lilia. Oddly, the first time I had heard anyone referred to as anything other than comrade. No, the minister said at last, quietly, to Sony. They don't do well in crowds, you see, so I send my children to a smaller school in another city. It must be difficult to see your children if they live in a different city. I said sympathetically. Ah, yes, well, so long as they are safe and happy, that gives me the strength to do my best to help the children I can. He seemed to nod to himself and then to me. We do what we can. The minister muttered before clasping his hands together. Well, let's get back to it. There is more soup to make today. We spent some time there working, and by the end of the school day, I was rather exhausted as we waved farewell to the children. Any other options for visits were put aside as we were taken back to the Tower of Ge Tal Naurdroten for dinner. Which is where we are now. Sony and I on one side, Natalia and Lilia on the other, of a large circular table as people brought in food for us to enjoy. Here we are given a feast of seafood and soups. Natalia talked about the history of the food, how the old Mandalorians usually hunted NTV's giant sea life as both a pastime and a rite of passage, the bigger the kill the bigger the glory. This resulted in a lot of seafood recipes stored in the many droid cooks' memories that became the base of anti-Evan cuisine. After it was modified to be more accessible by the common people, it exploded in popularity. On the table, the feast has many different dishes from roasted vegetables, steamed fish, and clams that would not look out of place in the Sundari Palace. Yet the star of the feast is a seafood soup that is in a bowl fashioned out of a giant crab claw. It's filled with a rich, yet smooth crab soup, one that I could imagine came directly from the old Mando's recipe. I'll need to ask Natalia for the recipe if I have the time. The feast is delicious. The way this planet was always described, I figured that it has to import its food constantly. Actually, I'd say that the anti-Evans are doing better than the Mandalore sector as a whole due to the current attempted blockades from the CIS and the Republic. How did you get all this? Sony asked, interrupting my thoughts. Well, the various seafood came from our undersea cities that hunt them. The mushrooms come from our mushroom farms. And the vegetables are imported through trade with some of the agri-systems across the border. Lilia said with a smile. That caused me to blink as I said, across the border? You mean the CIS? That's right. I'm sympathetic to their cause, to some extent. The part where planets have independence from the Republic to be precise. Self-determination is vital to the actualization of the proletariat, after all. I guess, I blinked before saying, but how did you manage that though? The Republic blockade is growing stronger, or so I've heard from Prime Minister Almec. It is correct, the blockade is growing stronger, but there are weak points, specifically in this region. If Mandalore requires a source of food or medical supplies, we could help arrange that through our back channels. That could be very useful. I thought before saying, if the Republic keeps stopping the trade of food into the Mandalore sector and the other neutral systems, we might have to actually consider that. Lilia smiled with a nod before saying, a true servant of the people, always putting them first, young Red Prince. I imagine you'll go far as the years go on. Come on now, you are only a decade or so older than us. Sonny said with a good-natured laugh. Well, Lilia replied with a chuckle before saying, yes, I sometimes feel as if I've lived a couple of lifetimes. It's a hard life here on NTV. You either learn to grow up fast or don't grow up at all. Natalia nodded her head in agreement, adding, the cold air of the surface makes us hard folk. A necessary survival feature. At least it was while under the old Mandalorian rule. Now, it's not necessary as much. Things are much better now, as we've shown, and things will only get better as life improves here on NTV. Well, I can drink to that. I said, picking up the glass servers had given us. Yes, a toast, to a better quality of life not only on NTV but throughout the rest of the Mandalore sector then. Lilia said, holding up her own drink. Everyone raised their drinks and toasted together. I sipped the lightly colored liquid, and it had a surprisingly familiar taste to wine. It isn't the same as Kalevalan wine, but it does have a smooth and mellow taste that indicates that it is a well-aged wine. It's likely that the wine was looted from the old Mandalorian's wine cellar, and I don't know how I feel about that. So, how do you plan to raise the standard of living of the sector? I asked, curious about what NTV's leader thought on that matter. First, we would need to demonstrate communism to the rest of the sector. If we can build up the marginalized systems to be as developed as the major systems, we will see a rapid development of our industrial and intellectual sectors. With socialization and the exclusion of exploitation capital-based greed, everyone benefits. In such an environment, no one will have any need of the clan structure or the short-sighted economics of the Silver Mandalorian. Not a fan? Sonny asked. Lilia shook her head as she said, the first act that I saw this White Silver perform was to invade another planet, beat a man into submission, and take his kingdom for herself. Since then, she's done everything she can to get the Mandalorian sector involved in the conflict that is now playing out between the Republic and the Sis. She may claim that she believes in neutrality, that she hates war, but she sends mercenaries to work for the Republic, as well as supplying the Republic with logistics firms. She is for the Republic. She is no different than, say, the Mandalorian protectors, except better funded and even better propaganda. I tend to agree there to some extent. I said. I'm sure the Silver Mandalorians think they're doing good, at least I hope they are. But it's hard to think that they're really for neutrality when they are so involved in the affairs of the Republic. Exactly. Lilia said with a nod, sipping her drink as if she was proving some sort of point. But aren't you no different than the Silver Mandalorians? I mean, you're working with the Sis for food logistics, right? Sonny asked. Lilia furrowed her brows. True, she admitted, there are some similarities in our organizational practices in that sense, but we do try to not get involved in any military matters. So why do you guys have battle droids working as miners? Sonny asked. Lilia answered immediately, we produce B1 droids since we already have the rights and production line to do so. It's a cheap machine, it could be made to do any task a human is capable of, which is essential since most of our tools were designed to be used by humanoid slaves. It is faster and less of a hassle to continue making B1s than to develop an entirely new production line for a dedicated labor droid model. Don't the owners of the original battle droid designs require a percentage of any droids made to go to them? Yes. The corporate laws of that particular droid production do require that. Lilia said with a nod. Oh, I blinked before saying, doesn't mean that you're unintentionally supporting the Sis with military equipment. Lilia thought for a moment before saying, I guess you're right. Perhaps there are other things that are not too different between the Silver and us after all. Though I doubt we would get along very well. As I said, corporatism is not exactly approved of here on NTV. But aren't you working with corporations in order to supply them with battle droids? Oh, that's different. We are using corporations to make money to support our society. The Silver Mandalorians are turning their society into corporations. We want to help people, they want to make money. Lilia said with a wave of her hand. If you say so. Sonny said with furrowed brows. Yes, if I say so. Oh, look at the time. Lilia said as she checked her wrist. I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut our little dinner date a little short. I have many meetings that I have put off for this, and one of them needs to be taken care of tonight. Natalia can show you to your rooms, I'm sure. Of course, comrade. Natalia said, standing up. Excellent, I will see you two in the morning then. I'm sure we'll have plenty to speak of and more places to see. How many days did you say you'd cleared for this excursion? I blinked before saying, I didn't, but I think I have at least a whole week free to check this place out, if that's fine with you. That is more than fine, Red Prince. More than fine. I'll speak to you in the morning then. Giving a bow, she left through a side door. Might as well finish our food before we head off to your rooms, it's the least we can do to show our respect to the kitchen staff after all. I said as I took another spoonful of the crab soup. Yeah, I'm down with that. Sonny said as we continued chatting with Natalia while finishing our food. Once we were done, we stood up and followed Natalia to a turbo lift, which took us up a few more floors to one of the higher areas overlooking the city. From there, we walked to a set of 2 rooms right next to each other. These will be your apartments tonight, she said as she gestured to the 2 doors. If you need anything, don't be afraid to let us know. Ah, sure. Sonny said. With a nod I went over to the door and opened it, seeing that the room was well furnished with a large bed and private bathroom. It's practically a hotel room. I don't know about you, but after the day we had, I'm definitely going to sleep in. Well, good night Corky. Good night, Sonny, I said as we entered our rooms. NTV, Tower of Ge Tal Now Erdroten, Audate Sad Shanir. Natalia Fokova. Excellent. Lilia said as she looked at the film footage from today. Unbeknownst to the young prince, every aspect of his travel had been captured by camera, either openly or secretly. We have quite a lot of footage of him helping around in NTV and this will be to our advantage, she said while watching several screens with a nod of approval. We are in one of the lower levels of the tower, deep in its sub-basements, where people are not allowed to go unless they have certain ranks of approval. This particular area is meant for propaganda and information control. At this very moment, 20 of Lilia's highest paid agents are working to recut the footage for communist propaganda purposes. Within a week, some of this would be leaked to planets throughout the Mandalore sector in order to spread the idea that even the royal family could approve of our message. At least, that's what I think her plan is. I thought to myself. I could never really tell what Lilia is thinking, not even her inner circle of higher UPS or bed warmers knows exactly what she is planning with certainty. Thankfully, I had not attracted Lilia's advances. My chest is too large, according to her. She'd even called me a cow once. But that was in the distant past, when I had been a young agent of 16. 6 years later, I had proven my abilities as a member of the ATT and didn't have to deal with petty insults. At least, I think it was a petty insult. Clearing my throat, I asked, Comrade Lilia, why have I been called down here? Propaganda is not really my department. Lilia chuckled as she turned to me, smiling. Yes, of course. Let's get down to business. So, what do you know of that girl, Sunny? I think her name was. You've been on Mandalore, you've had to have done your research on your target. Sony, I corrected her. Sony Carrot is a girl around the prince's age, as far as I can tell. She's a close member of his friend group, possibly in a slowly blooming relationship with him, as you've estimated. If it is one, they've known each other for many years, so we're likely looking at childhood friends that turned into something more. She's currently a student at the same academy as the young prince, majoring in coding and tech control. Oh, she's a slicer? That's very interesting. Why is that? She asked as a door to my right opened, and 2 legionnaires marched in, each nodding to Lilia. I blinked, curious about what the pair of droids were conveying to Lilia, but continued, the Sundari Academy is a strange academic institution. It mostly focuses on teaching personnel management, data processing, and other aspects of managing a bureaucracy to future clan heads. They have a very limited political education, as I suppose they are not expected to need it. Their power and positions are decided for them at birth. Accompanying the management courses that are several vocations with a heavy emphasis on engineering, computing, media, literature, and the arts. They also have a mandatory fitness regimen. Strangely enough, the new Mandalorian government seems to demand a much higher standard of fitness for the average citizen than other Mandalorian governments. Lilia shook her head, saying, a culture of mandated exercise. Horrifying. I bit back a comment at how the weakest new Mandalorian pacifist was likely more than capable of handling NTV's rapid reaction forces testing. I also bit back a comment about how the good comrade could do with taking up a fitness regimen. The workers would often comment on how well-fed Lilia was after all, the more impolite would openly call her chubby and end up somewhere very unpleasant. But, she looked at me, his lack of political education is fortuitous. If he were to have the voice of someone he trusted to guide his political awakening, it would be a great boon to the revolution. Her eyes seemed to light up as she looked me up and down. He's a young man, virile even. I want you to go up there and seduce him, she said plainly. I cleared my throat before saying, I'm not sure I can do that, comrade. Looking at the floor as Lilia sauntered forward to place her hand just under my chin, lifting my gaze to her own. Natalia, do not worry about the young Sonyi. Her room has been seeded with trace amounts of Zeltron sleeping agent, just enough to ensure she will have one of the best night's sleep she has ever had. As for the young prince's room, well, the Zeltron offers more than just sleeping aids, he will be quite receptive, I can assure you of that. But, comrade, I said, not sure how to tell her that I just wasn't really comfortable with the whole idea of what she was requesting. Natalia, she said, our objective is to free the Mandalorian sector from the clans that now rule it. To do so, we must destroy concepts that interfere with our objectives, and to destroy those concepts, we must do our best to put the people in power in the same state of mind as us. In this case, giving Corki, the young Red Prince, a mistress who will speak of the joys of communism to him in the late of night is a very desirable outcome. And since you will be on Mandalore nonetheless, it would be quite easy for you to operate as such. But I began. Lilia shook her head and planted a finger on my lips, saying, we live for the revolution, comrade, to free the many peoples of the galaxy. To reach our utopia, anything is justified, but that does not mean that war and bloodshed are not utterly horrific and wasteful enterprises. Natalia, think of the lives you can save. The war you can stop, turning the young prince to an ally, a lover. Shall be the destruction of one of our greatest foes without a drop of blood. All for the cost of a night of passion with a handsome young man. She smiled and cupped my cheek. Can you truly turn away from such a grand opportunity? Will you condemn your brothers and sisters to war for an outdated sense of propriety? I knew the answer, so I merely lowered my head before nodding, of course, comrade. Though I worry that this might be easily interfered with if it were to be exposed to Sonyi. Lilia nodded, saying, I understand. I shall trust in your capabilities and judgment, comrade, this is a delicate situation. Keep this hidden from the girl, or reason with her or, hell, seduce her too if you deem it possible. Whichever method you choose, keep me apprised, this project is vital to the revolution. I got the look she was giving me the feeling that if I failed, I might spend a week or more in the gulag as punishment. And with those being my only options, I nodded and said, I will succeed, comrade. Excellent. Now go ahead and bring him to heel. She commanded. And with that, I had been dismissed. Stepping back away from the desk, I walked out of the main basement area into a hallway leading to the turbo lift and quickly pressed a few buttons. Once the door closed, I pressed my back against the glass wall and slowly slid down to sit on the floor. It was a quiet ride to the top, giving me a good view of the city. From this point of view, it sure looks nice. There are, of course, places that I couldn't see from this point of view, places hidden by the larger buildings that are a lot worse. Everything that had been shown to the young prince today was the best that we had to show, best foot forward and all of that. But if he had gotten free of our eyes for a few minutes, he probably would have stumbled onto something he shouldn't have seen. This week would probably be more of the same, us keeping a close eye on him to make sure he wasn't going where he would see some of the mistakes that would be rectified in time. There will always be mistakes when building something new and beautiful, but in time we would have a perfect society here on Mandalore. It just took time. As I laid there on the floor, I wondered if my parents would be proud of me. I have never met them as they died before I could even talk, and I was raised by the community who knew my parents. My mother died of childbirth while my father was beaten to death a month prior due to not meeting his quotas since he is too malnourished to work, as he gave all of his food to my mother. When I look at the city and all that we have accomplished, I wondered what they would think of all of this. Would they sacrifice my happiness for a prosperous sector? Eventually, the turbo lift came to a stop and the elevator door opened. Taking a breath, I stood back up and stepped out into the hallway and walked over to one of the hidden fridges behind a panel. I pulled out a bottle of very strong vodka, not just for myself, but also to ensure that the prince is as drunk as possible. Walking over to Corki's door, I knocked several times. It took a moment for the door to open, and Corki appeared, rubbing his eyes and seeming tired. Yes, Natalia. He said, confused. Putting up my best fake smile, I said, oh, Corki, good, you're up. I just thought I'd bring this by as a token of thanks for coming to our planet and giving us a chance to show you the wonders of our society. He looked at the bottle and took it, saying, thanks, I guess. As he stepped back to put the bottle on a counter inside his room. I took the opportunity to step into the room, making it harder for him to get me away. I closed the door behind me as I did. Natalia? Corki asked, obviously not really understanding what was going on. Leaning forward, I kissed him deeply, which seemed to do wonders for his consciousness. Pulling back, so we could speak, I said, there's one other aspect of our society that we have to share with you. I negotiated for the right to be the one to do it. I lied, breathily. And that is? Corki stuttered, sounding somewhat scared. Grabbing his hand and holding it in mine, I said, freedom for ourselves from the clans means freedom to enjoy each other to our fullest extent. I'm not sure about this, Natalia. Corki protested. I smiled my best fake smile and simply said, don't worry, Corki. What happens here stays, here, unless you want to continue somewhere else. Just enjoy yourself. As I pushed him towards the bed. NTV, Tower of Ge Tal Now Urdroten, guest room. Corki cries. I woke up with a headache, looking up at the ceiling wondering where I was for a moment before I realized there was a beeping coming from one side. Looking to my left, I saw a communicator was active and trying to get my attention. I tried to reach over to grab it but felt a weight on my right arm and had to turn to look. Natalia is sleeping next to me, lying on top of that arm. So what happened last night wasn't a dream. Taking a moment, I used a couple of pillows to carefully free my arm from her grasp. Picking up the communicator, I saw that I had a message from Auntie Satin. Blinking, I wondered what this was about, but I would let that wait till after I shower. Getting up, I moved over to start getting ready for the day. Although it's a strange place, NTV is probably the most enlightening vacation I have ever been on. Perhaps there is something to this whole communist thing. It did seem very peaceful for a place building droids. It's not like I had seen any overt aggression. I would definitely be in support of their continued involvement in the CNS in the future. Because they wanted neutrality, they were finding weird ways to improve their situation during this conflict, but so are we. There is no real difference between building the Council of Neutral Systems and sneakingly supplying food through holes in a conflict of border, not really. Hell, Sonny was thinking the same from what little we had seen of the planet, and I trusted her judgment on the matter. If she thought that there is something to it, then there is something to it. After a few minutes in the bathroom, I came out dressed for the most part and found Natalia was waiting for her opportunity. "Morning," I said with a nod. "Morning," she said, giving me a kiss on the cheek before saying, "I'll use the shower and wait till you and Sonny are downstairs before I leave, if that's all right. Don't want to cause any problems between the two of you. I know that she's probably not used to our society yet." "Yeah, that makes sense. Talk to you later then," I said as she walked into the bathroom, closing the door. "Right, Sonny. How the hell am I going to explain this to her?" I palmed my face as I took a deep breath. I then walked over to the bed and sat down, and pressed the device, seeing a hollow VID call from Auntie Satin pop up. "Hello, Corky. If you had wanted to visit NTV, perhaps you should ask me first. I know asking for forgiveness is easier than asking permission, but I am your mother." I gulped at that. I had no idea how she was able to find me so quickly. My attention returned to the message that continued rather normally. "I spoke with Lilia a few hours ago. We had a talk that went on for several hours, and I understand your motives. It is the only reason I am not going to ground you for several months for being foolish. But I understand why you have done what you have done. You want to be of service to those in the Mandalorian sector, and it is your job to speak with the greater Mandalorian sector clans. Granted, NTV is not very clannish, but it is still your job to deal with local politics. So, instead of punishing you, I've simply sent a ship full of royal guards to watch over you for the next 4 days during your trip. And since you want to be involved in politics, they will escort you to Jaklia and Harzwi, like you told me you were visiting." Auntie Satin said pointedly. "Well, it could be worse," I thought, before setting my anger aside, as it seemed to fade as she calmed down. "I am happy that you are going out there and helping the sector. Though I question your thought process, I'm just going to assume it's a bit of that youthful Mandalorian blood flaring up, the self-assurance of youth, and the need to show oneself independent. When you get this message, the Royal Guard will probably be halfway there, so do me a favor and don't get in trouble in the meantime. I have enough trouble dealing with Tanya's Mandalorian urges. I don't need two of you acting like wild adventurers, okay? And please don't let Tanya know about this little adventure of yours. We will have to ease her into it." She paused and let out a sigh. "Corky, please keep yourself safe, okay? And contact me when you can because we have a lot to talk about." With that, the message ended, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I had just gotten off extremely lucky. Aunt Satin could have reprimanded me quite a bit. She could have sent several royal guards to have me picked up immediately and brought home as punishment. The fact that she hadn't brought a smile to my face. Perhaps she was taking it a little bit easy on me because she felt bad for the whole keeping the armor secret thing. Perhaps she trusted me. Perhaps she had some notion that the communists might have something good for our society in the future as well. I don't know, but it felt like I was doing the right thing, so I would stick to it for now and keep trying to do the right thing to help the Mandalorian sector grow into a prosperous society. Being a diplomat is probably my calling after all. At the very least, I might be able to get the communists and Aunt Satin to talk to each other. Maybe that would be a moderating force compared to what the Silver Mandalorians got up to. They're too close to the true Mandalorian ways for my liking. Sighing, I put the communicator back in my pocket and got up, straightening my clothes before making the bed as best as I could. I knew there would be some people or droids to do it for me, but a responsible adult does the job themselves just in case. With that, I exited the room just in time to see Sonny doing the same, yawning as she rubbed the side of her temple. "Hey, Corky, what adventures are in store for us today?" she asked. "Guess we'll find out," I said, heading towards the turbo lift. "Sure, there'll be something interesting to see, although Aunt Satin knows we're here and has sent the Royal Guard to come make sure we don't get into trouble." "Ha, I knew that would happen sooner or later." She laughed. "She found out much faster than I thought." "Well, you're lucky you're not grounded till you're 40, then. Come, I wonder what breakfast here is like." she said, putting her arm in between the crook of mine again, and leaning into me as the turbolift arrived. While I enjoyed the feeling of her arms around mine, I still feel a gnawing feeling in my chest. That I am betraying the love that she gave me by having a second relationship with Natalia behind her back. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. Satin cries. I looked down upon the shattered day-top hat in front of me and felt conflicting waves of gratification at the petty destruction I had wrought and shame that I had allowed my emotions to get the better of me. Corky's trip to NTV is an utter disaster, and I had already ordered Almec to scour the Holonet and purge any and all evidence of it happening. I did not have influence into NTV's protected local net, but I could at least prevent this news from reaching Mandalore. I had also ordered Almec to lean on the various media groups in Mandalorian space to kill the story. I could not abide Lilia getting such a propaganda victory. Now all that remained was Tanya. I sent a message to Coruscant using my privileged Holonet code to contact X4, the droid I had assigned to act as a secretary for Tanya. The response is relatively rapid. Mistress Satin, how might I be of service? The small holographic figure of X4 and his synthetic tones echoed out of a small projector built into my desk. There is very likely to be some mention of Corky visiting NTV reaching Coruscant in some form, be it a news report or otherwise. Prince Corky visited NTV. The droid asked in surprise. I gave X4 a confused look before continuing. Yes, news of this is to be suppressed, more importantly, it is not to reach Tanya. Am I understood? I watched as the droid seemed to pause and consider the situation. X4. I prompted the droid, causing it to return to its normal programming. Of course, mistress, is there any other way I might be of service? Is the droid overloaded? Has Tanya been properly memory wiping it? I would have to remind her about this later. No, that will be all. And with it I cut communication with the droid and slumped back into my seat. I am going to ground Corky so much. Chapter 48. 717 FNM, 21 BBY. Month 3. Coruscant, 500 Republica Ballroom. Tanya cries. Enjoy the party, Senator Pamlo. I smiled and waved farewell to the Senator of Terry's. Tonight is my birthday party, yet rather than celebrating I am mingling and networking. These are skills I have cultivated in all three of my lives, from a salaryman to a military officer to a sector representative. While the party itself might have been delayed by a couple of months, it did give me more time to study the various delegates and influential members of the CNS so that I could create a plan to network with as many of them as possible. So far, I have managed to pique the interest of various members of the CNS to employ Mandalorian services as a possible solution to their problem. The party is in one of the many ballrooms of 500 Republica Tower that I had X4 rent for me. The tower's ballroom, while it is respectfully spacious, is about a third of the size of the Arcanian Estates ballroom. The music is provided by the Republica's own in-house band that came with hiring the ballroom for an event. They are playing classic Coruscanti that is similar to the classical European music I heard in my second life. Finally, the food is handled by an Alderaanian catering company rather than the Republica's catering to save cost as well as allow us to customize the menu to be more CNS themed instead of Coruscanti themed. They did a fairly good job of catering the party with various dishes from Mandalore and planets from the neutral system using equivalent ingredients from the core to cut costs yet still maintain their quality. I approve of their initiative, and I might hire them again in the future. I took another sip of my glass of Alderaanian brandy as I looked out the ballroom window. After my latest round of networking, I secluded myself next to the windows of the ballroom to rest and reminisce. The Malevolence had finally been tracked down and fully destroyed. Its fate had definitely echoed that of the Bismarck. Whoever had been put in charge of the Malevolence obviously was too overconfident at the capabilities of the ship and assumed that they were unstoppable. Then again, history about military affairs are a bit lopsided towards ground combat from what I had seen. Oh sure, there were mentions of naval combat here and there, but the galaxy didn't seem to keep very good records from before the Ruisan Reformation. In other news, the new Sundari-class cargo ship has finally been completed and is currently operating up and down the Hydian Way. It's amazing how crowded and cramped the galaxy has become since the Sith Wars. The refitted Sundari-class cargo ship design is based on the more ancient Keldabi-class battleship that Gare found the plans for. It was made for a different era, for a large and unexplored galaxy, without the super-efficient hyperlanes. This meant that the ship had much larger storage space for food, supplies, and onboard fabrication facilities for parts. Space travel outside mapped hyperlanes meant lots of time in sublight and navi computers for safe yet slow, calculated system jumps. Much of the expertise for space exploration had been lost with the rise of hyperlanes. Similarly, once the wars with the Sith had ended, hundreds of years of theoretical combat situations had simply ceased to be interesting to a generation, resulting in basically every generation past them having to relearn what they had learned for the last 3,000 to 4,000 years. It's no wonder that the Republic needed to resort to a secret clone army trained by Mandalorians. If they hadn't, there would have probably been more butchery, most likely with penal legions being sent into the waiting arms of the droids. I'd be more disturbed about the whole thing, Except, well, this turned out to be a benefit for the Mandalore sector. Actually, it was more of a direct benefit to me, but that's beside the point. Many of Django's original trainers had moved back to Mandalore after the completion of their mission. The army was ready, delivered, and they didn't need to be there. From what I heard, there are still 1 or 2 hanging around to try and help the army, but most have gone home. This means the Grand Army of the Republic is in need of military trainers. From what I had heard, they had planned to bring in a few bounty hunters to serve in that role. But when they remembered that Mandalorians had served alongside the Jedi on Geonosis and that they are mercenaries as well, it seems that is a deciding factor for the Republic to hire Mandalorian mercenaries instead. The Silver Steel Security Company, copyright pending, is now supplying quite a few veteran mercenaries to fill in the lost holes of those who moved on to the Mandalore sector. Some are serving as simple trainers on Kamino, though I did hear some of them have gone to the field and served as non-commissioned officers amongst the clone troopers, trying to teach them how to fight with on-the-job training as it were. There's always the constant worry in the back of my mind that this could somehow jeopardize the neutrality we were trying to control. So far it's working, mainly because there had apparently been a rise of a counter-group, the Mandalorian Protectors, on the Sis's side around the northwest of the Mandalore sector. They are not in the Mandalore sector, thankfully enough, but they definitely have some sort of connection and support from a faction within the Mandalore sector. This support included droids that I suspiciously noted, from the images that had been shown to me, have the red stripes of the communist. Were they a tool of NTV? Possibly. It's also possible that they were being supplied by NTV or traded for droids in exchange for something else. Perhaps the Sis are using NTV to produce droids to agitate Mandalore and surrounding neutral sectors. It made logistical sense. Proximity is key, the less space covered to transport supplies to the front line, the more efficient the operation. So logistically, these Mandalorian protectors are on NTV's doorstep. Meanwhile, NTV could claim neutrality, like every other system in Mandalore, and this status wouldn't be contested while all factions benefited from Mandalorian neutrality. However, there are other issues that I need to focus on, like how the Hydian Way has been mined in an attempt to slow the malevolence down. One of the most profitable trade routes in the entire galaxy, leading from one edge of the galaxy in the north to the other edge in the south, is now inoperable to a certain point simply because of the malevolence's attack. Trade is going to slow down by a significant margin as freighters need to find new routes that avoid conflict zones as well as find new suppliers along their new route. One benefit to this is that prices are going up across the board. Any goods transported from the outer rim to the core are going to be quite profitable as the prices go up. The downside that is really worrying everyone in the Mandalore sector, is that we are heading to a food shortage. It isn't terrible yet, but food that usually flowed through the core is now being directed back to other core systems, and food that would have come from the rim is also staying put in the rim. All this because they simply didn't want to bother going through all the checkpoints they needed to avoid the mines. Of course, there are ways around the minefields, but they are a lot slower than the usual route and that is the problem. The old adage of time is money applies, as slower transport means that there is less food being sold overall, resulting in lowered profits. And the time it took to go around the mines could have been used to haul a different shipment elsewhere. With food imports taking twice as long to get past the mines and avoid contested planets meant that there are half as much food arriving in Mandalore. A solution would be to increase the amount of food deliveries to compensate for the delays. Unfortunately, everyone is having trouble finding planets to buy food from. The fact that a fair number of agri-worlds are turned to battlefields also hurts the total galactic food production, and the worlds that are still producing food are having trouble meeting the increasing demand. Thus, food prices have inflated to a concerning degree. Thankfully, Mandalore is able to weather the supply shock, thanks to the Ithorian terraforming projects, Mondal Logistics' efficient trade network, and the sector's lower than average population. Planets like Breshik and Mandalore have started to produce their own food in bulk. It's not at the level where they are self-sufficient yet, but it is at the level where we are importing less and less food to feed everyone in the sector. Mondal Logistics' contributions are more straightforward with the Kill Tyran, Crusader, and the new Sundari freighters equipped with freezers going to various worlds to buy food for the Mandalore sector. Of course, this is not limited to just the Mandalore sector, this is happening across the mid-rim. So far, none of the planets of the CNS had implemented any food rationing, but they have raised concerns that it is getting to that point. Teres is particularly vulnerable because they have a large population with no arable farmland. A proposed solution is to have one of Ithor's floating cities travel to Teres and just park itself there. Those floating cities have acres of land that could be used to farm crops, which would help alleviate the food shortage. However, the CNS is more concerned about our immediate safety after the events on Garros 4. While we were busy assigning various planets to act as refugee planets for the refugee relief movement, Garros 4 is one of those CNS-aligned refugee planets, yet it got invaded by the Sis before we could finalize the agreement. That shitshow had finally lit a fire under the neutral systems and forced us to come together now before more planets got invaded, even if they are on the other side of the galaxy. There needed to be some sort of viable way for the CNS to defend themselves, even if they didn't want to take part in the war. But the signing of the CNS, like my 19th birthday party, had to be postponed because of the Coruscant insurrection, which is a terrible name for an invasion. You'd think the safest place in the galaxy would be the capital planet of the entire galactic government, but no. Apparently, it wasn't that hard to smuggle droids into the planet so they could attack areas of importance. Granted, some of the attacks had apparently been perpetrated by gangs from the lower levels who had been paid off, but that didn't matter. It had destabilized a lot of stuff on Coruscant for a month and a half, and I had to reschedule my birthday party from the first month of the year to the third. It had been a mess, one that saw quite a lot of confusion and fear in the streets for several weeks. This led to a new vote being passed in the Senate, primarily for the creation of the War Council Advisory Panel, who then immediately approved the use of military police on the planet of Coruscant to restore order. Even from up here, I could see soldiers in white and red moving around in the lower streets. The Coruscant shock troopers are patrolling with the police, making it look more like a military occupation than an actual stable government. I wasn't sure what the senators were thinking. All they're going to do is make the government look weaker. But considering the rebellion that had sprung out from under their noses, perhaps the Republic really is weaker than they appear. Which is not a good look for the Republic. In essence, my war analysis depended on the assumption that Coruscant and the core would never really be invaded or lost. But if the people of the planet rose up and overthrew the Republic in a coup, of course that would be horrendous to the Republic's chances of winning the war. I stopped my musing when I saw Anakin and some Togruta girl wearing a very revealing outfit next to him walking into the party. If I hadn't recognized him, I might have called the police for public indecency. But I guess the Jedi are very loose with their dress code. And who is she anyway? Maybe Anakin is merely looking after a Jedi Master's Padawan as a favor? If so, why is he taking her to my birthday party? Shaking my head, I put the now empty drink down on a nearby table and started to walk towards them, sidestepping the guests as I did. While this is my birthday party, there are quite a lot of people here I wasn't really familiar with on a personal level. A lot of them are neutral systems delegates, a few friends from the pacifist bloc like Padme and Bail, and the rest are those who had simply been invited to keep them thinking good things about Mandalore. Putting on a good party can do wonders for my reputation, which in turn helps me make better connections, even if I can't possibly interact with everyone who is invited. Though, I do try to talk to as many of them as I can. I did my best to memorize their names, faces, and the positions they were thinking on the current conflict. Granted, this is a biased group, the sentiment is generally along the line of we want to stay out of the war, so it was an easy conversation to get through. Dodging a rather rotund gentleman, I came through the crowd and saw Anakin and Padme appeared to be having some sort of conversation with the Tortuga girl off to the side. Looking at the pair curiously, they seemed to be having some sort of argument or deep conversation, it was hard to say. Once I got close enough, I coughed into my hand and said, "Anakin, Padme, welcome to the party. Nice to see you two again." The pair turned and looked at me before breaking off whatever argument they were having. "Hey Tanya, happy birthday," Anakin said with a smile, while Padme gave me a curtsy as a greeting. "Representative Kryze, I wish you a happy birthday as well." Smiling, I approached the pair and said, "Thank you kindly. It has been a while since we could meet up again." "It has been, what, 6 months since the start of the war?" "6 months?" Anakin asked, looking distant for a moment, before he nodded with a sigh before adding, "I guess it had been 6 months. It felt like Geonosis had only been a couple of months ago. Anyway, how are you doing, Tanya?" "I'm doing fine, usually boring representative stuff, trying to do as much as possible to bring peace. You know how it is." "Yeah, I get that," he said with a nod. "Padme and I were just talking about that. But I'm not sure if it's even possible that we can come to a peace agreement." I nodded in understanding before saying, "I will admit that the CIS military is doing a wonderful job implying that such a peace will never be an option, but I wouldn't write off the civilian government just yet. If given the chance, they might surprise you." Padme nodded her approval while Anakin shook his head, "Maybe. They seem like they don't give a damn. Count Dooku definitely needs to be removed from the command structure of CIS." Padme said before continuing, "But there are good people on the other side that could be spoken to about this matter. We simply need to find a way to actually talk to them." Suddenly the unknown, unnamed, orange teenage girl, who seemed to be around 13 or 14 years old I would guess but I could be mistaken, said. "I mean, from what I've seen over the last few months, the separatists don't even care about the people they conquered at all. They have even gone out of their way to cause more harm to the people they are supposedly protecting than anyone else. Military command structures rarely care about the civilians of another nation. They're more worried about what those civilians will do to their supply lines than how they're going to take care of them," I said matter-of-factly. Though I will admit their military seems to have gone too far the other way on multiple occasions to be considered negligence, especially from the reports coming out of some of the fronts. Anakin nodded before he realized that he had yet to introduce the new individual. Clearing his throat, he said, "Right, almost forgot. Tanya, this is my apprentice, Ahsoka Tano. Ahsoka, this is Tanya Kryze, representative of Mandalore. I shook her hand before stopping and blinking. I took a closer look at the Togruta girl, taking in her stern frown and familiar stance, and then blinked again. When did you have the time to get an apprentice? You're being sent to the front lines every other week, from what I've heard. I asked, looking to Padme for some explanation. She was sent to the front lines with me. Anakin replied. I rolled my eyes and chuffed in exasperation, as if that explained anything. Of course she does. I said hollowly. Magical child soldiers, again. I shook my head in disgust. I guess I should just count my stars that there hadn't actually been a galactic civil war 7 years earlier where neutrality failed immediately, and I wasn't in a trench somewhere like my last life. Shaking my head, I said, it is a shame that the Jedi have to send even their Padawans into battle. War is not a place for children. Not only is war incredibly traumatizing and scarring to a developing mind, there is also a very high chance for them to die in battle. It's an unfortunate, terrible situation that this was even deemed as necessary. What prompted you to adopt an apprentice, Anakin? I asked searchingly, wondering if I could file some sort of complaint to someone. Anakin sheepishly chuckled and said, Master Yoda thought that a Padawan would help temper my emotions a bit. I blinked, barely managing not to roll my eyes as I furrowed my brow in concern. There must be better ways to accomplish that without getting children involved in this war. Didn't the Jedi train their Padawans in peaceful environments in the past? What prompted the change to training children on the battlefield? In hindsight, many of my decisions in my previous lifetime in the Empire's military were mistakes fueled by an addiction to combat. It's disturbing to watch the Jedi Order seem to make a similar mistake, en masse. There's more to war than brute force tactics. Your strength in the Force, not your physical stature, decides more about the fight. And some fights can be resolved without combat. Ahsoka retorted. I'm sure you're correct and I do not doubt your abilities, Padawan. But someone so young is on the front lines of such a conflict? How many years of training do you have? 3. I questioned, trying to guesstimate how long she'd been in official training. 11, thank you very much. Ahsoka said, causing me to tilt my head in confusion. I wonder how much of that is actual martial training rather than general education. Judging how the Jedi are mostly peacekeepers, it's likely that the only military lessons at the temple are lumped in with historical lessons rather than how to actually manage and command an army. Wait, Anakin, don't you have 10 years of training? I asked. He cleared his throat before looking to the side and replied, yet. I suppose that made Ashoka his senpai. The Jedi Order was completely insane. A person who was junior by years is the senior as a master simply because they were old enough. Maybe you would think there'd be more to it than that, but oh, that just gave me a headache. Hiding my growing headache well, I simply said, even with 11 years of training, how many of those are actually related to military matters? I wonder what Master Yoda is thinking, assigning you to someone who is not even a master yet. The Jedi should be doing more to protect the next generation from this war, especially with the losses they took at Geonosis. Anakin nodded before saying, the conflict is kind of dividing the Jedi at the moment. Half of us don't think we should be involved or only be involved in certain aspects of the conflict. The other half of us thinks we should do everything we can to minimize the suffering caused by the war. Everyone's given a choice, but right now it's an all-hands-on-deck situation. That is understandable. Jedi are the peacekeepers of the Republic, how far that job entails is subjective to each Jedi. I said with a nod before letting out a sigh and adding, but this is a party, so we should be talking about less dour subjects. Like what have you two been up to while I was in Mandalore? The glance they shared between each other is enough for me to know that there's still something going on between those two. I wondered if I should push or leave it for now. Being that there's an unneeded third party present in the form of Ahsoka, I guessed I would leave it for now and listen as the two awkwardly try to come up with a cover story. Mandalore, Sundari. Corky cries. As the coronet landed at the Sundari spaceport, a part of me couldn't help but worry about my upcoming conversation with Auntie. While another part of me is still trying to puzzle out if what happened on NTV had actually happened. Looking over at Natalia, all I feel is a sense of dread and shame. When I was on NTV, everything seemed fine. But now that I am back home, I am starting to question exactly what had been running through my head and what part of me had been tempted so willingly by a little bit of flesh. I knew it wasn't wrong to visit NTV, but I also knew I should have informed Aunt Satin about it first. On the other hand, it's my duty to talk to our fellow Mandalorians and gain their perspective, even if they aren't loyal to Aunt Satin. Breathing out a deep sigh, I tried not to vent out my thoughts to the world. During our time on NTV everything has been so insightful and optimistic that I haven't really been thinking too deeply about it. But now that I'm actually free of that environment, I am left with only awkwardness and unease. Across from me, Natalia and Sonii are chatting with each other as if they have been friends for decades. The two of them had gotten along great, and I could say they are probably going to have a very long and fruitful friendship, if I kept my mouth shut about what had happened. I did not want to hurt Sonii with the knowledge that her newest friend had seduced me, let alone the knowledge that I had fallen so easily. All I felt at that thought is a black pit of nausea in my gut. This is why I have not really talked much over the trip back, and hopefully I could keep my mouth shut for a bit longer. As the coronet docked itself to the private dock reserved for the royal family, I stepped out as soon as the doors opened. One of the royal hovercars is already waiting for us at the end of the walkway meant to get us from the secure port to the royal palace. Heavily, I sat down in the car as the two other girls followed suit, sitting next to each other. "What's wrong, Corky?" asked Sonii, looking worried. "My aunt and I need to talk. To be frank, I worry that it will end badly. I confess as I close my eyes. Yet she's your aunt. It doesn't seem to me like she would harm you, even if she's angry. So what do you fear?" Natalia said. I can hear the smile in her tone as if the situation wasn't so bad. I open my eyes and I do see that smile of hers. It was the same as that night, a beautiful but disgusting thing, and despite myself, I snapped. "I fear that I will lose my auntie's trust. How can I be heir of our house if she can't trust me? How can I call myself a decent man if I am not loyal and honest with the closest thing I have to a mother? Or does the glorious Lilia's teachings include dishonesty to their family as well?" I didn't understand where that anger, that vitriol, came from. My head is beating like a drum and that outburst is not even close to appeasing it. Natalia flushed, looking like she would slap me before she calmed down, looking sullen. "Did I miss something?" asked Sonii, looking confused. "You're not looking good, Corky. Is something wrong?" A part of me wanted to tell the truth, to avoid with consequences for myself, but Natalia intervened. "Ideological differences, it seems like our dear prince has taken a dislike to Comrade Lilia, and that he may have taken one too many drinks last night. You couldn't imagine how many cases of people with mood swings due to excessive alcohol consumption we had to deal with." The thought seemed to make her laugh. I remember when some of the old folks from the revolution told me of how they would spend days knocked out with awful headaches after taking the alcohol reserves of the clans. She then gave me a bottle of water with some sort of black powder in it, before taking another and drinking, "Here, for your headache, although I am afraid it will send you to the toilets." After I drank, the liquid appeasing my headache, she looked at me cautiously. "I do hope this dislike does not extend to all of Antv Corky." I still didn't know her angle, not fully, but I had to explain. "I have not taken a dislike, I simply do not believe that Lilia is as good as she appears." I explained to Natalia and Sonii diplomatically, what she is doing. I sighed, hoping to avoid a fully fledged confrontation. I don't know whether she's nothing but another warlord or someone who genuinely believes she's doing good. If there's one thing I learned from the last few years of my aunt's rule, it's that heads of states always have opponents within their government. A sovereign whose opponents have been made to stay quiet is one who keeps their vassals in line. Someone whose power comes from the people, however. A leader not through blood, but because they managed to convince enough that they are the finest servant of the state. Using that power to keep the public in line, well, that's a whole other matter. Natalia snorted dismissively, but Sonii furrowed her brows at her. "Isn't it the same as your aunt?" Natalia said. "She was chosen by the houses, and her faction won the civil war. She is still loved, and while they may disagree, all factions, new, old, and silver alike, seem like they accept your aunt. The difference between her and Comrade Lilia is the scale of the conflict. Antv's people have fewer enemies to concern themselves with, along with the fact that the conflict was only on one planet." I could see her point, however there is a difference I couldn't overlook. Aunt Satin is a monarch, while Lilia is the head of a socialist republic, if I understand correctly. While both might have been elected, monarchs are the living incarnations of their states and they are within their right to crush dissidents. Yet Lilia is elected to her position for a period of time, she is only a head of the people. Every form of government will have critics, the fact that Antv doesn't have any feels surreal to me. "And haven't you told me that the Silver's loyalty to my aunt is false?" As for the new Mandalorians, many are still publicly opposing my aunt mostly because she allowed a return of armor, and my own sister was attacked. Just thinking of it horrified me, making her words sound false. She opened her mouth, probably intending to justify herself, but I went on. "And before you say anything, that was by new Mandalorians, people who either spat on the old ways and joined the new for the sake of Mandalore, or people who were born or who spent most of their formative years under my aunt's rule, pacifists. The new Mandalorian ideology loathed the worship of warfare, meanwhile Lilia's teachings talk of war against not only these beliefs, but against all noble houses, against the Galactic Senate, against the corporations, even against the Jedi Order, and that one simply due to a misunderstanding of what the title of Master actually mean in their order." "Why do you bring this up?" she asked, looking frustrated. "Because I want to know if you really want to make me think that a generation spoon-fed on such messages, whose parents and grandparents fought for it, wouldn't hate Lilia for what she is doing? Reforging ties with the Kry's monarchy, trade with groups like the Trade Federation, that the manifesto pushed to destroy even before they invaded Naboo. She tried to talk once more, but I cut her off. Most of NTV support Lilia, I've seen it so I believe it, but how come there are no groups of decent size that disagrees with her opinion when the government is led by a party instead of a monarch? Not only that, but you heard the songs that the children were singing. They were talking of communism, sure, but most importantly they talked of Lilia specifically. Why would she need to teach children how they must obey her, because that's what it basically said, if she really cares for the people's well-being over her own. I didn't decide to give a chance to NTV only to find myself surrounded with another kind of hypocrite. What is going on? She scowled before taking a deep breath. The truth is, Secretary General Lilia is as vain as she's hardworking, and she had to make hard choices, just like what your aunt did for years. You can judge her all you like, and if we are to be frank, I understand you. However, unlike so many who claim to be new Mandalorians, all those on NTV who swore themselves to the party are genuine. So are you really going to judge us all for the actions of our head of state? I don't judge you because of your aunt, don't I? I felt my temper rising, but also shame. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I sighed, hoping that I wouldn't say something too extreme. Regardless of my misgivings about her, I started, I have no intent to criticize the rest of NTV. I may not share the ideology, but I have no real ill will toward your people. She's not your sovereign after all, only the person who happens to lead your planet politically. Right? I asked hesitantly. The question seemed to confuse her, and she took a few seconds to think about it. Indeed, she's merely the General Secretary, not the state, regardless of what it may seem. She declared in a monotone voice with no emotions showing on her face. This seemed somewhat forced, but I knew the topic couldn't continue for now. I mean, said Sony, it's not like Lilia is truly the worst we had to deal with, right? Mandalore is forming an alliance with the Arcanians. Comparing Lilia with the Arcanians seemed like comparing a petty thief to a group of serial killers. If we only worked with people who didn't deserve to get shot, Mandalore would be even weaker and at risk from our enemies. On this grim note, we stopped talking for the rest of the trip, and we finally arrived at the royal palace. When we left the car, I was surprised to see Aunt Satin waiting for us, her expression neutral beside a polite smile. Corky, Sony, I am glad to see you back safe. She embraced Sony and me before looking at Natalia, and I am pleased to finally meet you, Miss Fokova. She looked almost genuine in her greeting to me. Now young ladies, I'm afraid I have to talk with my nephew, in private. Duchess. See you tomorrow at school, Corky. Sony bowed at Aunt Satin before leaving, while Natalia took a few seconds before imitating her, going alongside her to wherever they wanted to be. Corky, Auntie said stiffly, follow me. We walked through the palace, passing by guards, servants, and government officials before arriving at her office. There she sat on a large chair, and I knew I was still in trouble. However, instead of talking, she took a datapad, activated something on it and gave it to me. Curious, I looked at the video, which appeared to be propaganda from NTV, with the focus on how I was a friend of the communist movement. Amused, I looked once again at Auntie. Well, I can't say they aren't interesting, even if it was quite tasteless of them to not tell me about it. I joked. She narrowed her eyes before taking a deep breath. She looked ready to scream her lungs out at me. Do you have any idea of what your actions could have caused? She said softly yet with a sharpness I rarely heard from her. What do you think would happen if the clans discovered that my heir is tied to a group that hates them and everything they value? These thugs tried to kill Tanya, regardless of what this hut and human skin that's leading them claimed. I was ready to be criticized, but her words still infuriated me. Haven't you been doing the same by publicly wearing armor during the cultural festival? How am I worse for that than you were? And by clans, I suppose you refer to the old ones, right? The same clans who wanted your head. Or do you talk of those who merely kept their martial traditions, whose allegiance to the new Mandalorian movement is so shallow they ditched it once you listened to the Silvers? These scums only waited for the slightest opportunity to rearm. Do you think I would have listened to Natalia or Lilia if you hadn't listened to these clans' wishes so often? They are Mandalorian houses, some whose history has lasted for thousands of years. And in that time, they have cemented themselves into Mandalorian society to the degree that they wield an incredible amount of power and influence. I have built and enforced a status quo that maintains peace and order, with the power of loyalist clans. However, should the clans become dissatisfied and organize themselves, they have a multitude of ways to cause problems, like supporting another for leadership of the Mandalore sector. All the way up to open defiance and civil war. I fear another civil war, and I fear what the person who would succeed me reap if it's not you, Corky. What would become of Mandalore afterwards? I may not like or trust most of the clans, but they are necessary to the peace we are enjoying right now by every person across Mandalorian space. And TV is necessary too. I snapped, you intend to work with the same people who not even 10 years ago would have had you killed if they could replace you with someone they like? Fine, but they are no better, or they're even worse than NTV. Lilia may be power-hungry and ruthless, but she's not the whole system, unlike what you are supposed to be for the new Mandalorians. The shock on her face was replaced by a look of worry, before she clicked on a button on her remote. Can you explain to me what you mean by power-hungry? What's going on in NTV? Sighing, I explained what I gathered from my confrontation with Natalia before arriving at the palace, as well as the disturbing things that were on NTV in retrospect before the royal guards showed up. From the children singing songs about Lilia, the lack of critics to her rule, to the fact that they are making B1s and giving a portion to the CIS and other policies that should have infuriated them. That is worrying. She started, taking a long sip from a drink she had with her. Tell me then, why do you insist on trusting these people and think we should continue to work with Lilia? I took a deep breath. Sonny mentioned that we currently have to work with bad people for the good of Mandalore since we are surrounded by powers that could destroy us very easily. Powers who could, even with how many troops are tied down in their war, crush the whole CNS as it is now. I paused, expecting her to object, but she gave me a sign to continue. When I interacted with her, she acted warmly, she gave me all the signals that she was worthy of trust. But I now realize that she has as much genuine warmth as White Silver, or Tanya when she talked to people she disliked but needed. In retrospect, I feel that I, very well, may be as safe with her as when I had to fight those swamp beasts. I don't understand why I didn't notice it earlier. However, the people? They may love Lilia far too much for lies and manipulation to not be involved, but they love their way of life. Anti-Evans are free in ways we are not. They loathe the old clans, the same factions that Death Watch worshipped the old ways of, while White Silver wants to make fat with wealth. I snarled when thinking of them. This caused Auntie to grimace. They are Mandalorians just like ourselves, people who looked at the old clans with scorn, who were called clanless like so many of the new Mandalorians. By culture and part of the ideology, there are brothers and sisters. Tanya can curse me, you may hate me, but for all I may doubt Lilia's trustworthiness, I will not apologize for having met with and talked to them as friends. I will not hate them for their beliefs, not while my sister and Bo parade with their silver friends and corrupt the new way. Auntie looked shocked, before looking sadly at me. You really don't trust my sister and yours, do you? I hoped it wouldn't reach that level. Satin's face is the picture of sadness and I felt my anger melt to be replaced with remorse. I looked away as I couldn't bear to look at her expression after I admitted that I don't trust my own family and how that admission hurt her. I think that I do not trust Aunt Bo-Katan, but I know that she loves you dearly, in her own way. As for Tanya, I love her, for all she may infuriate me, I trust her to have Mandalore's best interest in mind, to respect us unlike Bo or all the clans that swore loyalty out of convenience instead of genuine loyalty. But I don't trust Tanya's opinions. Tanya's a silver Mandalorian, and I don't agree with their ideology. To be honest, I'm concerned for the two of you. Ever since she adopted White Silver's ideas, Bo and Tanya had more and more success in changing Mandalore to fit, if not the old ways, then White Silver's vision, not our own. So yet, in a fight, I trust Tanya with my life, but I don't see a place for me in her Mandalore. She's my little sister, and I love her, but not her ideas. And I won't ever confuse the two. I declared. This didn't have the intended effect. She laughed, not a short one or relatively quiet one, but a long and loud one, causing her breath to be short. Thank the Force you haven't forgotten that your family, I swear the both of you will give me grey hairs. She said as she calmed down. Tanya constantly warns me of the communists, while you warn me of the silvers. And both of you are too stubborn to just talk to each other like the adults you supposedly are or understand each other's perspectives, although I wasn't that much better for a long time. She grinned bitterly, as if she was reminiscing about the past. I understand your anger, Corky. Truth be told, I still have my reservations about the Mandalorians that follow the old ways. But I was wrong to go to such an extent to destroy their culture, and I should have admitted it to you the day I revoked their banishment. However, I have not forgotten what I am. She declared, a new strength rising in her voice. Do not worry, I am as much a silver Mandalorian as you are a communist. I was a new Mandalorian before your father and mine died and I do not intend to cease to be one now. Although we both saw how propaganda, regardless of the source, loves to exaggerate that and can even convince people who should know better. The smile she gave me made me blush in shame. Although in my case, I must admit that I should have been more open with you. She said, looking me in the eyes, for that I'm sorry. Auntie, I'm sorry too. I managed to say, feeling more like when I was a little boy than anything. She stood up, looking me in the eyes, but still giving me a tired smile. Now if I were to be honest, unlike you, I distrust all of these communists. What you told me of NTV is quite worrying, but I will accept not to pressure you to cut ties if you truly trust some of them, so can you promise me to not defy me publicly on matters about the Silver Mandalorians and to always be wary? To be frank, I do not mind if Tanya gets contested in her beliefs, she's a bright young woman, but she can be too stubborn about what she believes in, just like the rest of us. Satin smiled softly at that. All right, Auntie, I said, both disappointed and relieved. Then she hugged me, leaving me glad that it ended relatively well. Oh, and Corky, she said again as I headed toward the door, this time using her Duchess smile. I already have Tanya causing me problems with her antics, so from now on, I will need you to have at least 2 royal guards with you whenever you intend to leave Mandalore. They will inform me and ask my permission to allow you to travel outside to the worlds I deem safe enough. If you do get to go, you should bring more than one loyal and trustworthy friend with you. If you refuse, you will be unable to leave Sundari until this nonsensical war between the Republic and the Sis is over. Do I make myself clear? She says coolly. I gulped despite myself and nodded. Yes, Auntie, I said before leaving. Hopefully, all will end well. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. X4. After 2 months of waiting, Mistress's new ship has finally arrived. My circuits are running wild with what I can now easily identify as excitement matrices. It had taken longer than normal to build, but the engineers at Mandal Hypernautics have really pulled through. Now there are plans to produce more of this ship's class as a new line of fast civilian-focused transports. Yes, redesigning the Crusader into this new class did put a dent in our finances. Yes, we had to contact Duchess Satin for additional funding a couple of times before the design was finalized, as well as when the ship was being built. But with the recent need for blockade runners, those costs would be mitigated in the future. As I entered Mistress's living room to invite her to see the new ship, I see Ms. Key, Ms. Vi, and Mistress sitting on a couch, about to play back a recording of a Holonet news show Daily Ordo. Vi has made a bowl of popcorn, Key is a bit nervous, while Mistress has a completely neutral expression on her face. Just started already, Key. They made several programs about me in the past, so it's nothing new. Mistress said with a tired sigh. I know. I have seen clips of it on Holonet. This time it is not only about you, though. Answered Key with a hesitant voice. At least they are entertaining. Vi chimed in, slowly leaning over to Key's side with an outstretched hand. Ha! Got it. Her hand grabbing a remote shot up towards the ceiling. A finger on a play button. In the next moment, a Holonet recording sprang to life. Hello, Apex Jidos here, freedom fighter, warrior, and everyman survivalist. Welcome to the Daily Ordo. Here with me is my brother. We bring news the entire sector needs. Yes, that's right, the sector. We finally got a contract to broadcast throughout the sector and beyond, no longer just a local planetary television station. Anyway, chew up, say hello to folks. Good evening and welcome to the Daily Ordo. The older Jidos sounded tired. I am Juapjur Jidos from the newspaper, Ordo Journal. I would like to note that my newspaper has had distribution rights outside the sector for several years now and is seen on 500 other worlds. So getting distribution rights on your show, it's not that big of an accomplishment. Yeah, well, that's your opinion, brother. Mine is we're going to get more news out faster. After all, your newspaper can take up to a week to reach some places. This could get all the way to the core in an afternoon. Mistress spoke up, asking, how old is this episode exactly? I think it's a week old, so he's off by 4 days when it comes to how long it takes. Key said. Hey, did we start getting copies of the Ordo Journal's newspaper a week ago? Vi asked. Mistress Tanya snickered as she looked at the screen, and it's not hard to figure out why the older brother is looking like they were thinking deeply on something. Obviously, he put together how quickly they could get their newspaper to the core and did it just to make the point to his brother. The younger brother picked up a data-pad as they looked at the screen, saying, well, now that we have reached across the sector, I guess we need to talk about sector politics, or at least things going on outside the sector. Let's start with the Mandalorian protectors. These guys are pretty tough and are giving the clone troopers a run for their money. From what I've heard, they use the classic hammer and anvil strategy of attacking with large hordes of droids to distract and pin the clones in place, the aforementioned anvil. Then the protectors attack a vulnerable weak spot in their defense to deliver a killing blow, the hammer. They've used this strategy to great effect across multiple battles, but the clones are adapting and fighting back. The older brother scoffed before saying, of course they're causing problems. They're terrorists, that's what they do. They're not terrorists. They're fighting under contract to the Sis. I don't even think they're considered mercenaries since they have a stated goal. The younger brother countered. It doesn't matter what we think they are. The Republic will probably declare them terrorists by the end of the year, just so they can put them in their maximum security prisons. Have you been paying attention to the war, brother? Most conflicts end in a fight till you die situation, especially when the Sis is involved. Well, good. Then we don't need a war in the Mandalorian sector. These guys want to go out there and get themselves killed fighting for some damn fool's errand of an independent Mandalorian sector. Go for it, but they're forgetting who actually holds the power here. It's not the Republic, it's Duchess Satin, and those loyal to her. If they think that once the war is over, they're just going to move in and take over, that ain't happening. Yet, I've been looking at their rhetoric, and I'm not a big fan of the declaration that their leader, one Sparfet, is their Mandalore. As much as I support their right to fight for what they believe in, if they try to unseat the current government, I'm going to go against him on that. We're getting exactly what we want out of Duchess Satin, and I do not feel like changing it. The younger brother said. He looked at his day-top hat again before saying, next up on our list is a local matter here on Ordo. Might as well talk about this real quick. Peacemaker, the Death Watch Hunter, is finally being released. Official paperwork came through, and he'll be escorted off Ordo. What happens after that? Well, considering that Death Watch is possibly back after the recent reports of a few attacks, I guess he'll go hunting Death Watch. Good for him, as we don't need those hooligans, especially considering most of them are criminals. For once, brother, we agree. The older brother said with a nod. We do not need nor want any more Death Watch in our sector. They're linked to criminals and mass murder. Not to mention, they'll probably try and take over the government like the Mandalorian protectors. But hey, maybe he'll decide to go after the Mandalorian protectors as well. I wouldn't mind Peacemaker doing that. I thought you were against vigilantism. The younger brother said. I am, but if it's going to be criminals fighting criminals, we might as well let them fight. The older brother replied. The younger brother shook his head before looking back at the screen. Alright, what's next? The man tapped at a button and looked off-screen, likely to some kind of prompter. With the success of the Mandalorian Cultural Festival, it has been officially declared that we will be taking part in the mid-year festival in roughly 3 months. Gargan girls and another group will be performing as well as various expositions on our Mandalorian culture to check out and enjoy. I don't have much thought on spreading our culture to the capital of the doomed and evil. Ha, the best outcome out there if you think about it. One of the reasons that we get problems from the core is that the core doesn't really understand us. We can make them understand us without having to come to blows. Maybe when they do, they'll lay off us for a while. The older man said with a shake of his head. Maybe. But I'm proud that at least Mandalore is waking up to the realities of the galaxy. As Duchess Satin's recent armor reveal shows that we are not abandoning our culture, which has always been a concern about the folks I interact with over on the new Mandalorian side. The younger brother replied. The older brother sighed before saying, we were never abandoning the culture. We're just taking a step back, trying to find what our culture could be without the military being the cornerstone and be all of it all. Yeah, whatever. That's what they said, but the way they acted told us otherwise. The younger brother retorted. The older brother then took control of the show. Moving on, let's get into our favorite topic. Let's start with the one and only, the vigilante White Silver. Apparently, she's opened up her own mercenary group that's supposed to equal out the Mandalorian protectors. It's a pretty safe bet that she'll be working for the Republic. Not the biggest fan of that. The younger brother said with a shake of his head. Working for the Republic has never really worked out for us Mandalorians. If you go back far enough, you'll see that we've done it, but we always get betrayed in the end. Our unstable government switches to a radical moron who gets us in trouble with the Republic. That's what happens. The older man said with a shake of his head. That's what you want to believe. I think our government's quite stable for the Outer Rim territories. The younger brother argued. We've literally had 1 or 2 Mandalores who got into office because of Sith shenanigans, getting rid of better candidates in the process. The Mandalore, a title passed down through conquest, is not the most stable title in the universe. That's why it's important that Satin Kryze has established that the dukedom will go to her niece or nephew, either Tanya or Korki, upon her retirement or death. We need to codify this new system of inheritance. It is a much more stable form of transferring power rather than the clan vote system. Every time a new leader needs to be selected, we have practically open war as different clans start making alliances and raiding each other. It's an embarrassment. The older brother explained. That's a thought, but I say no. While everyone loves Tanya's antics, and she is an assertive representative for Mandalore, we can't just give power to a Coruscant party girl, no matter how amusing it would be. Nor should we be handing it over to a kid whose first fight was hiding while the Royal Guard fought Death Watch. The younger brother said. That's not his first fight. Look into the record. He fought a damn alligator creature on Breshik and killed it with a shotgun. Good shit. The older brother said. No shit, I didn't know that. I guess I need to pay closer attention to what he's up to. The younger brother conceded. He also recently went to NTV with no guards. Sources says wanted to inspect the place. First time any Mandalorian official has visited the place since the massacre. The ice ballers even rolled out the red carpet for him. The older brother said. By the Manda. Okay, Corky just got a big boost in my approval, assuming he came back alive. Yep, not a big fan of his style of diplomacy normally, but I will admit, actually going and talking to the weirdos says something about his diplomatic skills. Well, that's better than the party girl, at least. How many people does she have in her harem now? I lost count after she seduced that good Ordo boy. Just publicly denounced the pink-haired one for all intents and purposes, so technically she's only dating the Ordo boy, and I can confirm that, with this video. He snapped his fingers, and an image of Mistress and Ordo on their most recent date, beating the hell out of gangsters, appeared. She got involved in another fight, another one, because I've confirmed the last one, and this time it was just her and Ordo. Hey, well, good on him then. Maybe he'll tame her enough and drive out the Coruscanti leaning she has. Well, maybe not hang out with that damn corrupt politician who runs the damn republic. What was his name again? Shivi. Palpatine. Sheev Palpatine, and there's no evidence that he's a corrupt politician, at least none that I've ever seen. Boy, you don't become a chancellor without being corrupt. Everyone in the Corps is crooked. That's why I'm sure that Miss Tanya there is going to be a corrupt politician in time. Yeah, and right now she's not. In fact, she's done the most work possible for the Mandalore sector, even better than Corky in a few places. Probably would make a better duchess too than him as a duke. A monster fighter is a better choice than someone who fought a couple of gangsters and acted like a party girl. Brother, you're insane. Well, it looks like White Silver disagrees with you, considering that she has shown interest in Tanya. She even seems to be trying to draw in a few of Tanya's handmaidens into some sort of an entanglement from the reports I have seen out of Geonosis. I doubt that Silver is trying to seduce Tanya. They may have a few things they're working towards that happen to be moving in the same direction, but they are not on the same team. And you are in need of a good fist in the face to knock some sense into you. Tanya was literally splashed with paint because of her perceived support for the White Silver. The younger brother smashed the desk in front of them over his chest, saying, "Bring it, then." As the two figures on the hollow screen began to charge at one another with their fists raised, the recording stopped. The room was quiet. The only sound that could be heard was Mistress' heavy breathing. She got up and slowly walked up to the holonet projector, pressing the button to shut it off. "Think that's enough for today?" she said, sounding extremely annoyed. "I'm going to plan a long conversation with Corky about who he interacts with when I see him in the future." Mistress Tanya. I had deliberated over how to present the information of Corky's indiscretions to Tanya without violating the orders from Mistress Saturn. Ultimately, I had decided on telling Miss Vi openly that she should not watch this episode of the Ordo show, and she should absolutely not let Tanya see it. She had acted predictably. "Yes, X4? Whatever it is, I think I could use a distraction," Mistress replied. Meanwhile, I noticed that Key and Vi were slowly making their way out of the room. All in all, Tanya was taking it very well. From her tone, expression, heart rate, and the tone of her cheeks, she was only deeply infuriated and not at risk of entering a berserk state. "I believe I have something that can improve your mood. Could you please follow me to the hangar? Lead the way. Anything to take my mind off of that disaster." With that, she turned around and headed off towards the turbo lift. "It better be good." I heard her mutter under her breath before the doors closed, and we started to descend into the spacecraft and speeder park of Mandalore Tower. It only took 5 minutes to get down to the level below, and I worried that perhaps taking Mistress to see her new ship when she is in such a bad mood is probably not a good idea, but standing here with an awestruck and speechless Mistress is well worth it. "Whose ship is it again?" Mistress asked, finally overcoming her speechlessness. "It is yours, my mistress. As per your request, I have delivered a new personal ship just for you." After several seconds of silence, I started wondering if I should provide some details. "This is the new Courier-class corvette. Its length is 220 meters. It is equipped with a Class 1 hyperdrive and a Class 12 as a backup. Point defense systems, 2 laser cannon turrets mounted at the front, as well as 1 laser cannon turret on the center top and 1 on the center bottom of the ship, for a total of 4 laser cannons. Defenses, this craft has no shields." "Wait. It has no shields?" I was interrupted by my mistress. "It does not need shields. The hull has reinforced plating made of around 75% Beskar, 20% Durasteel, and 5% chromium alloy. It can withstand common laser fire and low-yield concussion missile weaponry without any serious damage, apart from chipping and burning the paint job, of course. While it can withstand several turbo laser impacts, it is recommended to avoid prolonged exposure to it. Speaking of, the colors have been chosen to complement your armor. Are you sure the absence of shields will not be a problem?" "Of course. I have been involved with the design and testing stages. It will not be a problem. If anything, it will be a boon. The reactor on board this ship is the same as those on a Crusader-class corvette. However, the energy that would normally go to shields can now be diverted to either weapons, life support, or the engines. But doesn't this ship have a fraction of the weaponry of a normal Crusader class? Indeed. The power that would normally be dedicated to the now absent broadside-mounted complement of laser cannons has been rerouted to the engines and life support as well. How fast can it fly then, and won't G-forces kill everyone on board? My mistress asked, dumbfounded. That is what life support is there for, and why it took so long to build. Life support systems coordinate artificial gravity generation with ship acceleration. As a result, it can dump the G-forces almost completely. It has also made this ship extremely comfortable to travel in, according to the test pilots. Doesn't the Crusader need a crew of 80 to fly this ship? How many are needed for the courier? 80% of the crew requirement is necessary to operate the turrets and shielding systems, mistress. Without the turrets and with some design alterations, this ship can be flown by a skeleton crew of 16. And what did you do with all the extra space? New and improved crew cabins, a much larger cargo hold, a training area, state-of-the-art communication arrays, an entertainment area, and a relaxation spa zone. I counted off all the quality of life improvements made in the design that would be interesting to my mistress. I will enumerate all the improvements, including the charging stations for droids as well as a small self-repair shop and oil baths, in the written report later. Just how many weapons did this thing have in the first place? Asked my mistress, astonished. A lot, my mistress, a lot. Speaking of weapons. I said the last sentence in a more deadpan tone than usual, activating a release of that weapon on the ship. Hello again, young rider. Boomed a boastful sound from a voice box of that droid-turned-starfighter, as it descended from the special cargo hold. He insisted on staying in close proximity to your location, mistress. I used my most monotone tone whenever the subject was about that weapon. I see. My mistress was pinching the bridge of her nose, clearly as annoyed as I was when dealing with this oversized blaster. Seeing that my mistress's mood had changed for the worst, I elected to change the subject. On another note, after seeing the end result of this project, the CEO of Mandalore Hypernautics has proposed marketing it to the wider civilian market, with shield generators replacing all the Beskar in the hull, and with various customizable interiors, of course. Sounds good. You have my go-ahead. But here is one final question I have about this ship, what is her name? Mistress asked, looking rather tired. No doubt that brute has ruined her mood. The diplomat. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower, Tanya's office. Tanya cries. What the hell was Corky doing on NTV? I struggled to keep my tone even as I entered a direct holo communication with Saturn. You found out. She let out a sigh and rubbed her temples. He said he was going to visit Harzwi. I found out the next day that he never arrived. It took looking at the spaceport's logs to find which ship he boarded and where it came from to find where he actually went. Why did he not have any guards to stop him? Because you are the wild one, Tanya. Corky has always behaved himself until now. Saturn answered. Besides, giving you guards worked out fantastically in getting you to behave yourself, didn't it? Saturn continued in a dry tone that made me blink and held up my hands. I don't know. You turned them to your cause, Tanya, don't pretend otherwise. It is impressive and a reflection of your capabilities, but it makes it difficult to keep you away from trouble. Saturn said pointedly, something I had to concede. The important issue at the moment is Corky. I quickly redirected the conversation. Yes, you're right. I never saw this coming. I had always hoped that Corky would finish his schooling as a normal boy by making friends without worrying about politics, before I would have him serve under me directly to learn about his duties. The diplomatic trips he went on were meant to be minor enough to not be overly disruptive to his education. You took a very different track with me. I pointed out. Tanya. Saturn said with a sigh. You are just not normal, in a good way. Sending you to the Sundari Academy would have been overly constraining for you. Well, Corky's education needs to be accelerated and his freedom greatly restricted. This sort of thing cannot happen again. Agreed. That is something I have already arranged, and it won't be happening again. Corky knows he won't get away with it again and has agreed to some reasonable restrictions on his movement. Since you know about Corky's visit, I can run this by you. She tapped a few buttons. And sent a data packet through the communicator, waiting patiently as I checked it over. NTV wants to expand trade with the rest of the Mandalorian sector. I said softly. Are these the extent of the goods being exchanged? Saturn nodded and I kept reading. I don't see anything too problematic at first glance. I said, scrolling through the agreement that my brother had apparently negotiated. It was pretty good, actually, annoyingly good. Either Corky is a much better negotiator than he looked, or NTV was giving him an easy ride. Wait, was I reading this right? Hyperwave transceivers. I double-checked the treaty. How does NTV have thousands of hyperwave transceivers to sell? That was my addition to the agreement. NTV apparently has access to them from the Galactic Second Party. Ah, Saturn was talking about the CIS. You want to create an independent holonet for Mandalore. I said slowly. Eventually for the entire Council of Neutral Systems. Saturn said. Do you approve? I certainly would if you could source the transceivers from literally anyone else, since relying upon the good graces of the Republic for our networking is bound to bite us sooner or later. I sighed and rubbed my temples. Every single transceiver would need to be checked over. I have already spoken to our communications ministry head and he said that doing that would delay our independent network by over a year, Tanya. Saturn argued. Then it will have to be delayed by a year. The damn commies or the CIS will very likely sneak malicious software or hardware onto the transceivers if they can. Having a compromised network would be worse than useless to us if they used our secrets to hurt us. Very well. I will trust your judgment here. Saturn said with a soft smile. Thank you, Aunt Saturn. It is nice to hear from you, Tanya. It's a shame it's overwork. Stay safe and out of trouble. I will. I said, feeling oddly relaxed at her words and trust in me. Speak to you again soon. She said, and with that the holo communication ended.